In his previous life, Lin Jiu spent half his existence as an undercover agent within a criminal syndicate, ultimately fulfilling his mission by dismantling the organization. However, in a cruel twist of fate, Lin Jiu, who had not perished during his perilous undercover journey, succumbed instead to the gun of his superior. In this new life, Lin Jiu, armed with foresight into future developments, weaves a legendary tale amidst the swirling tempest of the world. Chapter 1. What? You're an undercover agent? In Zhonghai City, at the Shanghai Club under the auspices of Changhe Capital, within an office, Lin Jiu, cigarette in mouth, gazes at Wei Dong, who occupies the boss's chair, feeling a tumult of emotions. Brother, there is something I wish to disclose to you. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong looks at Lin Jiu, who appears nonchalant but is now exceptionally serious, furrowing his brow. What is it? Has something happened? Lin Jiu takes a deep breath and speaks with a gravity that demands attention. Brother, I'm actually an undercover agent sent by the police. At this revelation, the office is enveloped in a brief silence. The reason Lin Jiu confesses to Wei Dong about being an undercover agent is that he has been reborn. In his previous life, after ostensibly completing his undercover mission, Lin Jiu believed he could return to the police force, only to find himself facing the gun of his superior, Lu Zhong. To this day, Lin Jiu cannot forget Lu Zhong's enigmatic gaze. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, granting him a second chance at life. In this incarnation, he is determined to ensure that Lu Zhong pays the price he so rightly deserves. However, the most pressing concern at this moment is Wei Dong's reaction. After absorbing Lin Jiu's words, Wei Dong falls silent for a moment, then rises and approaches Lin Jiu. Take off your shirt. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu removes his white shirt, revealing a torso marred with scars to Wei Dong's view. Wei Dong points to an unsightly scar on his shoulder and speaks in a hushed tone. This wound was sustained when you shielded me in Lin Jiang's city. At these words, a vivid memory floods Lin Jiu's mind, playing out like a slideshow. At that time, under Lu Zhong's orders, he had gone to Lin Jiang City and joined Changhe Capital, where he was merely a lackey. Shortly thereafter, Wei Dong was ambushed, outnumbered, and outmatched. As a mere lackey, Lin Jiu fought fiercely and took a fatal blow for Wei Dong, believing in that moment that he might meet his demise. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived in time, allowing him to survive. From that point on, he gained Wei Dong's attention, beginning his transformation from a lackey. Wei Dong then pointed to a scar on Lin Jiu's abdomen, speaking solemnly. This scar was earned when you fell into an ambush in Ninghai City, spending a month in the intensive care unit before narrowly escaping with your life. This wound is, you bear a total of 36 scars, all acquired in the service of expanding Changhe Capital. Now you tell me you are an undercover agent for the police. I must ask, after repeatedly flirting with death, what was your true intention? Did you wander the precipice of life and death merely to gain my trust and procure secrets within the organization? If this occurred once or twice, I could accept it, but in the past 5 years, how many times have you danced with a Grim Reaper? Are you mad, or am I? How can I believe you are an undercover agent sent by the police? At this, Lin Jiu felt a twinge of melancholy. What has become of this society, where speaking the truth garners no belief? Nevertheless, Lin Jiu remained resolute. He looked at Wei Dong and spoke earnestly. Brother, I have no need to lie to you or jest. I am indeed an undercover agent for the police. Wei Dong chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head, ready to respond, but he caught sight of Lin Jiu's serious demeanor. In that moment, Wei Dong realized that Lin Jiu was not joking. In the 5 years Lin Jiu had fought alongside him, he had often worn a carefree facade, but when he turned serious, it signified that a challenging matter was at hand. With this thought, Wei Dong returned to his chair and gestured for Lin Jiu to sit. Sit down and speak slowly. Lin Jiu settled onto the sofa and began to unveil his identity. It turned out that Lin Jiu was an orphan, yet exceptionally intelligent, which earned him a precious scholarship opportunity. Through sheer determination, he gained admission to the police academy. He believed that with his outstanding grades, he could secure a position in Zhonghai as a formal officer. However, he was mistaken. The position that rightfully belonged to him had been usurped by someone with connections, relegating him to a rural police station as a household registration officer. This disillusionment wavered Lin Jiu's convictions. It was at this moment he understood the truth behind the saying that 10 years of hard study could not compare to 3 generations of commerce, and 3 generations of commerce could not match one ancestor wielding a gun. Just as he resolved to rise against this injustice, someone found him, and thus his fate underwent a dramatic transformation. That individual was his superior, Lu Zhong, who at that time was the head of the criminal investigation team at the Zhonghai Municipal Bureau in Jiangnan Province. Now, 5 years later, Lu Zhong had ascended to the position of director of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Department. At that time, Lu Zhong was in his early 30s and did not beat around the bush. He directly informed Lin Jiu that he was an ideal candidate for an undercover agent, possessing an unblemished background and no entanglements. Under the fervent and righteous discourse delivered by Liu Zhong, the impassioned Lin Jiu promptly acquiesced to the matter at hand. Liu Zhong sealed his records from the police academy and incarcerated him, leaving a criminal record in his wake. All of this had been previously mentioned by Liu Zhong to Lin Jiu. Subsequently, under Liu Zhong's orchestration, Lin Jiu risked his life to save Wei Dong during a perilous encounter, thus seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the inner workings of Chang'e capital. Curiously, however, Liu Zhong seldom assigned him tasks, nor did he require him to furnish any intelligence. At that moment, Lin Jiu's mind was flooded with vivid memories. In his previous life, his audacious spirit and tenacity had won Wei Dong's favor, leading to a meteoric rise in his standing within Chang'e capital. It was only when he fell victim to Liu Zhong's gun that he realized his superior, Liu Zhong, was orchestrating an elaborate scheme, having utilized him from the very beginning. His school records were not merely sealed, but were systematically erased by Liu Zhong himself. Furthermore, Liu Zhong had thoroughly exploited him. His true target was not Chang'e capital, but the individual lurking behind it. In a certain sense, Liu Zhong too was a pawn, acting on behalf of the person who sought to confront the power residing behind Chang'e capital. Throughout it all, his elder brother, Wei Dong, the chairman of Chang'e capital, remained unwilling to believe that he was an undercover agent, even until his dying breath, as he sought to shield him from harm. Before his demise, Wei Dong uncovered Lin Jiu's true identity, a revelation Lin Jiu would never forget as Wei Dong succumbed to disbelief. In this second chance at life, Lin Jiu made a silent vow. While seeking vengeance, he would also endeavor to alter his brother Wei Dong's fate, ensuring they could attain a favorable conclusion. At this moment, Wei Dong sat in silence, leaning back in his chair. He understood that although Lin Jiu often displayed a carefree demeanor, he would never jest about such grave matters. Thus, it was abundantly clear that everything was indeed true. Wei Dong gazed at Lin Jiu seated in the chair, his expression a tapestry of complexity. For the next few days, rest and refrain from wandering about. Once I have unraveled this matter, we shall discuss it further, Lin Jiu stated. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong nodded. Brother, I comprehend. Rest assured, I shall not burden you. With that, Lin Jiu departed the office and returned to his room. Shortly thereafter, two stern-faced, middle-aged men appeared at the doorway of Lin Jiu's room, standing silently, one to the left and one to the right. After Lin Jiu's departure, Wei Dong shook his head with a complex expression. He then retrieved a phone from his drawer and dialed a number. Chapter 2. A Crisis in the Capital for Survival. At this moment, Lin Jiu sat in a chair, his brow furrowed. Although he had been granted a second chance at life and chose to be forthright, he understood that one must always prepare for the worst. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook potential dangers. Some matters should not be met with unrealistic expectations. It could be said that while Wei Dong appeared to be the authority at Chang'e capital, he was merely a figurehead, a puppet. The true owner of Chang'e capital was a young man, not much older than Lin Jiu himself. Thus, the one who held the power over Lin Jiu's fate was not Wei Dong, but that individual. Nevertheless, since Lin Jiu had opted for honesty, he must possess some assurance. After all, one could not simply allow themselves to perish in a muddled manner a second time. For now, all he could do was patiently observe the unfolding events. He still held value in their eyes, and value meant he would not be discarded just yet. Recently, a high-ranking official in Jiangnan had fallen from grace, and Chang'e capital took this matter seriously, not due to any significant connection, but because this official possessed numerous secrets that pertain to the elusive figure behind Chang'e capital. Hence, at this juncture, Chang'e capital was in urgent need of that information. In Lin Jiu's previous life, he had led a team to uncover a USB drive containing those secrets before the police could, achieving great merit and subsequently being dispatched overseas as the second in command. After his rebirth, Lin Jiu collected his thoughts and promptly retrieved that USB drive. This drive represented his capital for survival. Although it was encrypted, Lin Jiu had ways to ascertain its contents. However, he refrained from taking action, fully aware that the more he knew, the sooner he would meet his end. Armed with foresight from his rebirth, Lin Jiu understood the trajectory of future developments. The Chang'e capital he currently occupied was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true battleground lay overseas. At this moment, the most critical task was to navigate through this perilous juncture. Meanwhile, in the office, Wei Dong hung up the phone, his gaze narrowing at the anonymous email in his inbox. After investigation, the so-called Liu Zhong indeed existed, yet with the strength of Chang'e capital. They could not ascertain the relationship between Liu Zhong and Lin Jiu. This disconcerting revelation suggested two possibilities. First, Lin Jiu was lying, with the intention of framing Liu Zhong. Second, the forces behind Liu Zhong were formidable enough to conceal the truth. Wei Dong leaned towards the latter. determining that Lin Jiu would serve as a crucial point of leverage. With this thought, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wei Dong's eyes. In the dead of night, the door to Lin Jiu's room creaked open silently. 6 tall figures tread softly into the room. However, upon entering the bedroom, they were taken aback. Lin Jiu sat neatly on the bed, calmly observing them, and remarked, "You've arrived." The leader among them spoke in a low voice, "Master Jiu, please." Lin Jiu flashed a confident smile, rose from the bed, and approached the leader, patting him on the shoulder. "Lead the way." Accompanied by the 6, Lin Jiu descended the stairs, entering a business vehicle as they departed from the Shanghai club. He knew that no matter the circumstances, neither Wei Dong nor the figure behind him would easily resolve his fate. Thus, he followed the 6 men with a sense of reassurance. The vehicle sped along, reaching the Zhonghai dock in half an hour. Under the guidance of the 6, Lin Jiu arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Observing the figure turned away from him, he took a deep breath. "Brother, I have arrived." Wei Dong turned, a complex expression on his face, and waved his hand. "You all may leave." The 6 men behind Lin Jiu turned and exited the warehouse. Wei Dong gestured for Lin Jiu to take a seat. "Lin Jiu, I have conducted a thorough investigation into your affairs. You are a veteran of Changhe Capital and understand the rules well. The board's intent is crystal clear. We will proceed according to the regulations." Lin Jiu was not surprised by this statement. In Changhe Capital, the fate of an undercover agent was singular death. Before Lin Jiu could respond, Wei Dong stepped closer and patted his shoulder. "I have witnessed all your actions over the years. I know exactly who you are. Rules may be rigid, but people are not. However, appearances must still be maintained. In half an hour, a fishing boat bound for Country D will dock. You should leave and never return. The Lin Jiu of the past is no more." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu's heart sank, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Had he not been reborn, he might have believed that Wei Dong, out of brotherly affection, would grant him a chance at survival. However, the reborn Lin Jiu understood that Country D was one of Changhe Capital's strongholds. Heading there would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, in a swift moment of clarity, Lin Jiu realized that if he chose to leave, only one fate awaited him: death. With this thought, Lin Jiu shook his head. "Brother, I will not depart. If I leave, what would that signify? Besides, you cannot explain this to the board. I appreciate your intentions, but I shall not abandon my post. I would rather stand and live than kneel and die." Seeing Lin Jiu's resolute demeanor, Wei Dong's brow furrowed deeply. "Foolish. Do not sacrifice your entire life for a moment of principle. Living is paramount. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion." In response, Lin Jiu spoke firmly. "Brother, you know me well. Do you truly believe I would resort to a cowardly existence, fleeing overseas and leaving you with a mess to clean up? I know too much. If you release me, they will not spare me either. Therefore, I cannot leave. If I do, I will never have the chance to prove myself again." Upon hearing this, Wei Dong clasped his hands behind his back and sighed heavily. It was then that Lin Jiu spoke again. "Brother, you are aware that I would never engage in actions without certainty. I understand that the board is operating under the principle of better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one go. Thus, before I came clean with you, I discovered a means to change their minds." At this, Wei Dong's eyes narrowed. "Go on." Lin Jiu spoke earnestly. "Brother, do you recall the official from Jiangnan who fell recently? I have found something he left behind." Wei Dong's pupils constricted at this revelation. "Where is it?" Then, under Wei Dong's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Jiu produced a USB drive. That old fox had many hiding places, but every creature has its own methods. He never imagined that the object he concealed behind the Buddha statue would resurface. During his tenure, he was deeply enamored with Buddhism, and among his illicit gains was a temple. After investigation, it came to light that this old fellow visited that temple to bathe and burn incense on the first day of each month. Thus, I went to that temple and found this behind the statue. Hearing this, Wei Dong reached out to take the USB drive. Naturally, he was skeptical of Lin Jiu's words, but if this drive contained what they sought, the means of its acquisition mattered little. Whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it caught the mouse, it was a good cat. Indeed, Wei Dong was reluctant to resolve matters concerning Lin Jiu. However, certain circumstances left him with no alternative. Now that Lin Jiu had presented this item, if its authenticity were confirmed, it would be imperative for Lin Jiu to retain it. After all, Lin Jiu was an exceptional talent, and over the past 5 years, he had risked life and limb, serving as Wei Dong's savior, with his contributions being widely acknowledged. Originally, the higher-ups intended to entrust him with significant responsibilities, but unexpectedly, this incident arose at a critical juncture. Hence, they would need to reassess Lin Jiu's position. After some contemplation, Wei Dong spoke. "This matter is of great importance. Have you verified the authenticity of this USB drive?" Lin Jiu shook his head in response. He had intended to confirm it. But due to the encrypted nature of the USB drive and a lack of time, he had not conducted any verification. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong nodded. Understood. Please remain here. If this USB drive is genuine, then all will be well. He then departed. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan's First People's Prison, an elderly man. His hair is white as snow, yet radiating an imposing presence even in anger, was awakened in the dead of night by a prison guard. A flicker of impatience crossed the elder's eyes as he was about to speak, only to hear the guard lower his voice. Secretary Zhou, the item you placed behind the statue at Yunshan Temple has been lost. At this, the elderly man's pupils constricted. What item? What nonsense are you spouting? Yet the guard offered no further words and exited the room. In that moment, the elder's drowsiness vanished, and a chill crept into his heart. This was the end. Chapter 3. The Unraveling. Seething with rage, Wei Dong took a private jet that night, heading towards Kyoto. At dawn, he returned to Jiangnan. After verification, it was confirmed that the item was indeed what they sought. Inside Jiangnan province's first prison, during a routine inspection, the guards discovered Zhou Shouxuan had succumbed to a heart attack. The guards immediately reported the incident up the chain. Upon learning this news, the higher-ups were furious and initiated a thorough investigation. Zhou Shouxuan, the former deputy secretary of Jiangnan's provincial party committee, had fallen from grace due to corruption. Although he readily confessed to his personal crimes, he remained tight-lipped about others, leading the authorities to suspect a larger fish lurking beneath the surface. Thus, despite incarcerating Zhou Shouxuan, investigations continued. However, with his death, it meant that all leads were severed, and the elusive big fish slipped back into the depths, inciting the authorities' wrath. Those responsible for this debacle faced repercussions from top to bottom, as it was a grave dereliction of duty. Yet Lin Jiu, the instigator of it all, remained blissfully unconcerned. With the skies seemingly collapsing, he had someone to bear the brunt. The outcome of who won or lost held no significance for him. A mere pawn in this grand game. He was already a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to safeguard himself, let alone concern himself with the raging flood outside. Through technical means, it was revealed that the USB drive Lin Jiu had submitted was last accessed on the eve of Zhou Shouxuan's arrest, proving that Lin Jiu was utterly unaware of its content. Following directives from the higher-ups, Lin Jiu's transgressions were balanced against his merits, resulting in his release. At the Shanghai Club, Lin Jiu sat in his office, patiently awaiting Wei Dong's arrival. An hour later, Wei Dong entered the office, appearing somewhat fatigued. Lin Jiu stood to greet him, addressing him as brother. Wei Dong waved a hand and took a seat beside Lin Jiu. Your issues have been resolved. However, there is something rather peculiar regarding Lu Zhong. We were unable to uncover any connection between him and you, nor any records pertaining to your time at the police academy. This indicates that the investigation concluded he is one entity and you are another. Moreover, during your 5 years at Shanghai Capital, the firm has suffered no significant losses. Thus, Lu Zhong's motives for sending you here remain baffling. Care to elaborate on your thoughts? Lin Jiu, aware of Lu Zhong's ultimate intentions, feigned surprise at Wei Dong's words. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, currently there are two possibilities. 1. During my 5 years at Shanghai Capital, the activities of the firm have not drawn Lu Zhong's attention, or he has yet to find a critical opportunity to strike. The second possibility is that Lu Zhong has ulterior motives. I have an idea, though I'm uncertain of its feasibility. Lin Jiu then proceeded to outline his plan, orchestrating a transaction, specifically a drug deal, through China Capital. If Lu Zhong's aim was to undermine China Capital, he would surely seize this prime opportunity. Conversely, should Lu Zhong remain inactive, it would indicate that he had other goals in mind. Wei Dong, after thoughtful consideration, agreed to Lin Jiu's audacious scheme. It was crucial to recognize that this endeavor treaded on perilous ground, with the potential to devastate China Capital. If Lu Zhong remained unresponsive, it would confirm that his ambitions extended far beyond merely toppling the firm. Subsequently, Lin Jiu, in Wei Dong's presence, used another card to make a call. After 3 rings, he hung up. After 3 such attempts, Lin Jiu's phone rang. He answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Wei Dong also switched on the recorder, and soon, Lu Zhong's voice came through. Night Owl, what's the situation? Lin Jiu promptly relayed the intelligence he had gathered, indicating that at midnight 3 days hence, at Zhonghai Pier, China Capital was scheduled to engage in a drug transaction with foreign traffickers, involving a staggering sum of 50 million. He would be leading the operation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong's tone turned grave, instructing Lin Jiu to remain undercover and stay in contact, affirming that he was aware of the situation. After the call ended, Wei Dong turned to Lin Jiu and asked, "Are you planning to lead the operation yourself?" Lin Jiu nodded. One must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. Wei Dong paused momentarily then smiled. Very well. I will make the arrangements. Prepare yourself, and remember that safety is paramount. Protect yourself at all costs. The transaction was set for the following night at 2 o'clock at Zhonghai Pier. Lin Jiu immediately grasped Wei Dong's intentions and nodded in agreement. Wei Dong handed Lin Jiu a cigarette and checked his watch. This afternoon, the mayor of Zhonghai, Zhang Lin, will inspect the housing project under Chang'e Capital. As the general manager of Chang'e Real Estate, your absence would be conspicuous. You have 2 hours to prepare. After Lin Jiu departed, Wei Dong leaned back in his chair, toying with the recorder in his hand. Sending Lin Jiu to accompany the leader on an inspection served a purpose. Just after representing Chang'e Capital during the inspection, Lin Jiu would then lead a drug transaction, a sequence of events that would deliver a catastrophic blow to Chang'e Capital. The intrigue of this situation was only intensifying. Approaching noon, Lin Jiu arrived early at the housing project located on the outskirts of Zhonghai City, under the purview of Chang'e Capital. Accompanied by project leaders, Lin Jiu began to survey the site, soon issuing directives. The inspection conducted today holds paramount importance and must not be approached with any negligence. The staff on site are mandated to uphold the principles of safety first and quality foremost in their construction operations. At 10:30 this morning, Lin Jiu awaited the relevant project leaders at the entrance. Soon, a convoy came into view. As the vehicles gradually came to a halt before the gathered crowd, Lin Jiu approached the Audi with a smile and opened the door for Zhang Lin. After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance, Zhang Lin and his entourage proceeded inside, accompanied by Lin Jiu and the project leaders. The materials at the site were neatly arranged, and the delineated areas were clean and orderly, with slogans emphasizing safety and quality prominently displayed. The tea pavilion and resting area were fully equipped. Although the craftsmanship in the model area was intricate, it remained tidy, with concise explanations highlighting key points, thus avoiding clutter. The workers engaged in construction wore reflective vests, hard hats, and safety ropes, adhering to safety protocols. During a random inspection, all specialized personnel presented valid certifications, confirming that safety measures were impeccably executed. Following a thorough inspection, Mayor Zhang Lin of Zhonghai City remarked to Lin Jiu, General Manager Lin, as a flagship enterprise in Jiangnan, Chang'e Capital has undertaken nearly 50% of the real estate projects in the Jiangnan construction market. Thus, I entrusted this housing project to your capable hands, and it appears my decision was indeed prudent. In recent years, Chang'e Real Estate has garnered numerous accolades in Jiangnan, establishing itself as a leader in the real estate sector. The quality of the housing project, spearheaded by our municipal government, has met our expectations, yet the pace of progress has been somewhat sluggish. Lin Jiu nodded in acknowledgement. On behalf of Chang'e Real Estate, I assure you that under the guidance of the municipal government, we will accelerate construction without compromising quality, fulfilling the expectations of the citizens of Zhonghai City and the hopes of the municipal leadership. At noon, Lin Jiu hosted a luncheon for the visiting leaders, presenting them with local specialties as tokens of appreciation. After the leaders departed contentedly, Lin Jiu made his way to Chang'e Capital, located in the heart of Zhonghai City. Meanwhile, in the office of the Provincial Public Security Department, Lu Zhong learned about the inspection of the housing project. Accompanied by the mayor of Zhonghai City and the general manager of Chang'e Capital, Lin Jiu, leaning back in his chair, Lu Zhong felt a surge of interest in the intelligence provided by Lin Jiu. If such a significant case could be cracked, it would greatly enhance his prospects and indirectly undermine Chang'e Capital. He could potentially bring about its downfall, but his true target was not Chang'e Capital itself, but rather the individual standing behind it. To be precise, these were not his own thoughts, but rather the desires of his superior. After contemplating this matter, Lu Zhong refrained from acting independently and instead reported the situation to his superior. Chapter 4. The Intricate Layout. That evening, Lin Jiu relayed the alteration of the transaction time to Lu Zhong, who, initially skeptical, was now fully convinced by the intelligence Lin Jiu had provided. Upon confirming the accuracy of this information, Lu Zhong eagerly awaited directives from the individual behind him. From Lu Zhong's perspective, seizing this opportunity to deal a significant blow to Chang'e Capital while simultaneously advancing his own career was an enticing prospect. As time ticked by, Lu Zhong felt as though 10 minutes stretched into an eternity. When the phone rang, a rush of excitement coursed through him, and after taking a deep breath, he answered the call. As he had anticipated, the higher-ups were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. However, they had stipulations. Any action taken must capture the perpetrators in the act, ensuring that conclusive evidence was secured before proceeding. After receiving confirmation, Lu Zhong promptly mobilized his trusted subordinates and prepared to deploy police from various locations, ready to seize this opportunity to bring down Chang'e Capital. After all, the team leading the operation included his own people, and the stature of Changha capital could not be underestimated. At that moment, he envisioned Lin Jiu testifying against Wei Dong, the chairman of Changha capital, for drug trafficking, compounded by the evidence Lin Jiu had gathered over the years. He chuckled at the thought that, once this was accomplished, Changha capital would be buried beneath the torrents of time. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, his rise to power and wealth would be imminent. With this in mind, Lu Zhong found himself regaining his composure. Lu Zhong was a meticulous individual, which was precisely why he had been chosen by his superior to reach his current position. For 5 years, Lin Jiu had been an undercover agent within Changha capital. Throughout this duration, Lin Jiu had diligently reported to him each month. Yet Lu Zhong had consistently restrained his urge to act. He had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Changha capital. Now, he felt that moment had finally arrived, but he understood that the success or failure of this operation would dictate future actions. If he were to alarm the enemy, it would put Lin Jiu in peril. However, Lu Zhong's primary concern was not Lin Jiu's life, but rather the potential loss of profit. An undercover agent who had patiently waited 5 years had finally encountered an opportunity to topple Changha capital. Any misstep could expose Lin Jiu to danger, and if that happened, not only would Lin Jiu's role be jeopardized, but Lu Zhong himself could also fall under scrutiny from Changha capital. An adversary powerful enough to warrant the full attention of his superior was not someone he could contend with. One must always prepare for the worst. If anything went awry, sacrificing Lin Jiu to safeguard his own interests would be a viable option. As long as Lin Jiu remained silent, who would suspect him of being an undercover agent? Who would discern that his superior was, in fact, Lu Zhong? An undercover agent could be replaced, but one's life is singular. The saying, "A dead friend is better than a poor Taoist," aptly captures Lu Zhong's current mindset. To ensure absolute certainty, Lu Zhong maintained stringent secrecy, even withholding information regarding the timing, location, and nature of the operation from his closest confidants. The participants in this mission were police officers drawn from various regions, and Lu Zhong had summoned them to Zhonghai under the guise of a training session. Everything was proceeding methodically. One could say that all was in readiness, save for the favorable wind. Meanwhile, at Changha capital, Wei Dong sat in his office, toying with a pen. After Lin Jiu had disclosed his identity as an undercover agent, he had not hesitated to reveal the name of his superior. Consequently, Lu Zhong had come into Wei Dong's line of sight. This transaction was of utmost significance to Wei Dong, and considerable thought had gone into orchestrating this scheme. Simultaneously, Wei Dong kept a close eye on Lu Zhong, the key figure in this plot. Upon learning that Lu Zhong intended to convene a meeting to mobilize police officers from various regions, Wei Dong recognized that Lu Zhong was preparing to take action. This scheme had not been in vain. At the very least, Lu Zhong had now stepped fully into the unfolding scenario. A series of knocks interrupted Wei Dong's contemplation. After acknowledging the sound, the office door swung open, revealing none other than Lin Jiu. Noticing this, Wei Dong gestured for him to sit. "Did Lu Zhong have any instructions for you?" Lin Jiu shook his head. "He had not contacted me. However, it is highly likely that this so-called learning meeting he convened is aimed directly at us." Wei Dong leaned back in his chair, calmly inquiring, "Do you intend to resolve this matter directly, or would you prefer to let him face a significant setback?" After pondering these words, Lin Jiu finally spoke. "This time, Lu Zhong is bound to fail. However, if I could not eliminate him, my position will become quite precarious. He may very well resort to drastic measures to protect himself, potentially silencing me to continue his infiltration of Changha capital. Should Lu Zhong's mission fail, it is only natural that Changha capital will harbor suspicions and scrutinize both me and others. Even if Lu Zhong does not silence me, he will undoubtedly harbor doubts. And the question of how Changha capital will salvage this situation remains a conundrum." Wei Dong nodded slightly. "Are you suggesting we eliminate Lu Zhong once and for all?" Lin Jiu shook his head. "No. Disposing of Lu Zhong would be a gamble with risks that do not justify the potential benefits. His current standing is neither high nor low. Should we act rashly, we might cross a line and ignite trouble for ourselves. If malicious individuals were to embellish the story, our circumstances could become quite dire. Corruption demands evidence, yet counterterrorism does not. While Lu Zhong's demise might not necessarily trigger such a situation, eliminating him offers us little advantage and could, in fact, invite considerable strife. If we're to deal with Lu Zhong, we must wield the weapon of law and see him imprisoned. Moreover, do you truly believe that a mere Lu Zhong can confront Changha capital?" Upon hearing this, Wei Dong narrowed his eyes. Lin Jiu's words struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, he did not believe that Lu Zhong possessed the capability to take on Changha capital. There must be a significant force backing Lu Zhong. Yet the true nature of this power remains obscured. In fact, Wei Dong's thoughts were not dissimilar to Lin Jiu's. Patience is key to reeling in a larger catch. It appears that Chang'e Capital might not be the target of those behind Lu Zhong, nor is Lu Zhong the target of Chang'e Capital. This situation is indeed enigmatic, leaving much to ponder. Thus, adjustments to the plan are necessary. As for the details of this arrangement, Lin Jiu refrained from asking, and Wei Dong chose not to divulge. Up until this point, Lin Jiu remained entirely oblivious to Wei Dong's strategies. He felt like an outsider, detached from the unfolding events. Whether this distance is fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen. Perhaps Lin Jiu is merely a pawn within this game. Yet he is entirely unaware of the direction in which the board is tilting. In this matter, both Lin Jiu and Wei Dong share an unspoken understanding. Wei Dong recognizes that Lin Jiu's silence signifies his stance. He will not engage in actions that provoke unnecessary speculation. Conversely, Lin Jiu comprehends that Wei Dong's reticence stems from suspicion of him, hence the lack of disclosure regarding his plans. As time progresses, Wei Dong's orchestrated plan gradually comes to light. Who is the bait and who is the fish? Perhaps at this moment, no one knows. For in this game, victors reign while the vanquished are cast aside. The winner becomes the bait, while the loser inevitably becomes the fish. Chapter 5. The disruption begins. After dinner, Lin Jiu and Wei Dong sat in the office, engrossed in a game of Go. Time slipped away, and both seemed absorbed in the strategic duel. As a midnight bell tolled, Wei Dong clapped his hands, placing a piece that determined the outcome. It's nearly time. We must set out. Tonight, you will lead the team, and all communication devices must be surrendered. Furthermore, upon arrival, a Biao will brief you on the specific plan. I anticipate a resolution that meets my expectations. Lin Jiu nodded, rising to toss his phone to Wei Dong. Take care of it. I shall retrieve it later. Wei Dong feigned annoyance and scolded. You little rascal, showing such disrespect. Prioritize your safety above all. Do not act recklessly. As Lin Jiu reached the door, he waved his hand without turning back and departed the office. Watching Lin Jiu vanish through the doorway, Wei Dong leaned back on the sofa, toying with Lin Jiu's phone. Lost in thought, outside, two business vehicles had quietly come to a halt. In front of the cars stood over a dozen stern-faced men in suits. The leader, bearing a deep scar on his face, appeared particularly fearsome under the moonlight. Upon reaching the doorway, Lin Jiu smiled at the scarred man. Biao, prepare yourself. It's time to act. The scar-faced man nodded. Understood, Ninth Master, please. Subsequently, Lin Jiu, accompanied by a Biao, boarded one of the business vehicles. The two cars slowly departed from Chang'e Capital, heading towards the Zhonghai dock. Meanwhile, a private vehicle parked at the roadside observed the two business cars from a distance. Producing a walkie-talkie. Chief, the fish is in motion, along with Lin Jiu, 16 individuals in total. At that moment, Lin Jiu sat in the car, while a Biao succinctly conveyed the details of the plan to Lin Mu. What was termed a plan was merely the details of a transaction. The client for this deal had come from South Asia. Wei Dong had arranged everything, and they simply needed to execute the transaction as usual. Listening to this banal information, Lin Jiu merely grunted in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. Biao's words were largely insipid. Thus, Lin Jiu remained entirely unaware of Wei Dong's strategy. Presently, he could not afford to entrust his life to anyone else. Even if that person was Wei Dong, Lin Jiu quietly heightened his vigilance, yet the die was cast. He needed to adapt to the unfolding circumstances. One step at a time. Face the challenge as it comes. After all, plans seldom survive contact with reality. Over half an hour later, the two business vehicles entered Zhonghai dock in succession, soon stopping in front of a warehouse belonging to Chang'e Capital. The doors opened, and Lin Jiu, surrounded by a Biao and his group, entered the warehouse, leisurely awaiting the arrival of the seller. Meanwhile, at Zhonghai dock, Lu Zhong, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Department, crouched atop a pile of shipping containers, using binoculars to survey the warehouse. This time, he had mobilized over 50 officers, and to maintain secrecy, he had not even reported to his superiors. The officers who had come under the guise of training only realized now that their mission was not one of learning, but rather to apprehend drug traffickers. Faced with these ruthless criminals, they felt no fear. Rather, they were filled with excitement. Young warriors yearned to achieve glory, and in this era of peace and tranquility, only by risking their lives could they attain such honor. As time ticked away, neither Lu Zhong nor Lin Jiu hurried. They both patiently awaited the unfolding events. After an indeterminate period, a fishing boat, approaching from a distance, gradually docked under the direction of the dock staff. At this moment, Lu Zhong held his breath, keenly observing the fishing boat that was about to dock. Just then, Lin Jiu emerged from the warehouse with a group of individuals, making their way towards the approaching vessel. Lu Zhong once again issued orders, instructing the lurking officers to refrain from any rash actions to avoid alarming the prey. As the fishing boat reached the shore, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A group of individuals clad in customs uniforms appeared at the dock, advancing towards the fishing boat. Both Lin Jiu and Lu Zhong were momentarily taken aback, realizing the precarious situation that had unfolded. However, Lin Jiu, glancing at the unperturbed A Biao beside him, pondered to himself. It seemed this was also part of the plan. Meanwhile, Lu Zhong, seething with frustration, cursed inwardly. What a disruption in the dead of night. As if a band of unexpected troublemakers had emerged from nowhere. Should they uncover the truth, all of his intricate schemes would be rendered futile. Yet, what was fated to happen had already transpired. Now, as the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of Jiangnan Province's Public Security Bureau, Lu Zhong found himself praying in his heart that the customs agents would not discover the drugs aboard the boat. It was an incredulous and somewhat lamentable circumstance. Under the watchful gaze of both parties, the customs personnel ultimately boarded the fishing boat for a routine inspection. Lu Zhong instinctively held his breath. If these agents were to ruin his plans, he would ensure they paid dearly for it. After a meticulous examination, the customs officers found no anomalies aboard the vessel and subsequently departed, proceeding to conduct random inspections of other vessels at the dock. The entire inspection process took less than 5 minutes, yet for Lu Zhong, concealed atop a container, those 5 minutes felt like an eternity. Fortunately, the outcome was in line with Lu Zhong's desires, and the tension in his heart gradually eased. Below, Lin Jiu and his entourage had already met with the 5 individuals aboard the fishing boat. Lin Jiu, along with the Biao and his group, shook hands with the leader of the fishing crew, a South Asian man with a dark complexion. Mr. Cha-Chai, thank you for your efforts in coming such a long way. Cha-Chai smiled, greeting Lin Jiu in somewhat obscure language before inviting him and his companions aboard for an inspection of the goods. Lin Jiu glanced at a Biao, who nodded in agreement, leading the group onto the fishing vessel. Inside the cabin, reeking of fish, 2 South Asians pulled out 2 suitcases, opening them to reveal numerous bags filled with crystalline white substances. One of the South Asians picked up a package and handed it to a Biao. After inspecting it, a Biao confirmed the quality and proceeded to return to shore to report to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu waved his hand, and a man in a suit behind him lifted a briefcase, revealing stacks of bright red $100 bills. This scene did not escape Lu Zhong's notice from above. However, he refrained from taking action. The moment was not yet ripe. Cha-Chai, seeing this, nodded with a smile and instructed his subordinates to load the 2 suitcases into the arriving business vehicle. Witnessing this entire exchange, Lu Zhong wasted no time in retrieving his walkie-talkie. Move in, apprehend them alive. Chapter 6, The Trap Daybreaks. With Lu Zhong's command, the undercover officers swiftly surged forth from their hiding spots, surrounding Lin Jiu and his group. Don't move. Hands on your heads. Crouch down. The South Asian Cha-Chai, his expression dark as night, glared at Lin Jiu and shouted, "How dare you betray me?" Under the threat of armed officers, everyone begrudgingly complied, crouching on the ground. The officers then rushed in, handcuffing them all. The piercing wail of police sirens erupted as police cars arrived, accompanied by journalists. Both Cha-Chai's and Lin Jiu's groups were herded into police vehicles, a scene captured by the cameras. As the suitcases were opened, revealing 2 boxes brimming with crystalline substances, the journalists seized the opportunity to film a close-up of the illicit cargo. Lu Zhong exchanged a glance with Zhang Quan, the deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Division, who stepped forward to verify the authenticity of the goods. Observing the 2 boxes, a flicker of struggle crossed Zhang Quan's eyes before he nodded at Lu Zhong. With this affirmation, Lu Zhong exhaled a sigh of relief. With the evidence in hand, the Longhe capital was destined for ruin. Under Lu Zhong's direction, the officers apprehended Lin Jiu and Cha-Chai's groups, seizing both individuals and contraband alike, transporting them back to the city bureau. Thanks to the journalists' tireless efforts, the story of Longhe capital's drug trafficking quickly ascended to trending status. Reports indicated that Lin Jiu, the general manager of Longhe Real Estate under Longhe Capital, was engaged in a substantial drug transaction with foreign criminal elements. Under the command of Lu Zhong, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, both the seller and buyer were successfully arrested, with evidence firmly secured. Lin Jiu was now in custody of the Zhonghai City Public Security Bureau. The scandal surrounding Longhe Capital's drug trafficking prompted widespread outrage, with public sentiment boiling over, eager to see the downfall of the company. Various departments received late-night notifications to commence investigations into Longhe Capital. Subsequently, a joint announcement was made, assuring the public of a thorough inquiry into Longhe Capital's affairs, promising accountability. Meanwhile, upon his arrival at the city bureau, Lin Jiu was confined to an interrogation room. However, he remained calm, patiently awaiting his fate. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed outside before the door swung open, revealing Lu Zhong, donned in police attire. He promptly closed the door and skillfully disconnected the surveillance wires. Once this was done, Lu Zhong took a seat and offered Lin Jiu a cigarette. Night Owl, the success of this operation owes much to the intelligence you provided. Over the past 5 years, you have endured humiliation while remaining true to your mission as an undercover agent within Longha Capital. Your sacrifices have not gone unnoticed. Once this matter concludes, you will have completed your assignment and can return to the team. At this, Lin Jiu feigned delight, nodding eagerly. Captain, really? That's wonderful. I've longed to return. When can the paperwork be processed? Hearing this, Lu Zhong shook his head, feigning difficulty. We cannot rush this matter. The time is not yet right. The influence of Longha Capital should not be underestimated. I wish to request your testimony against Wei Dong, the chairman of Longha Capital, to expose all the illegal activities and violations that have transpired over the years. Once Wei Dong faces justice, your mission will be deemed complete. Rest assured, the organization will not forget your contributions. Once your task is concluded, I'll transfer you to the Provincial Bureau to work alongside me. I have witnessed your efforts over the years. Your dedication will not go unrecognized. The journey ahead is long, but you have endured these 5 years. Trust me, within a month, I shall announce your true identity, allowing you to rejoin the team. While Lin Jiu outwardly displayed excitement, inwardly he scoffed. Had it not been for his second chance at life, he might have fallen prey to Lu Zhong's facade. He remains unable to forget the mocking visage of Lu Zhong. Unexpectedly, after more than a decade of undercover work, he did not succumb to the enemy's gunfire, but fell instead to Lu Zhong's treachery. At this moment, Lu Zhong's righteous demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous sardonic expression. Since his entry into Changha Capital, he had come to realize that the firm was not as malevolent as Lu Zhong had claimed. On the contrary, its benevolent deeds far surpassed those of mere opportunists seeking fame. After reassuring Lin Jiu, Lu Zhong turned and exited the interrogation room. Observing Lu Zhong's retreating figure, Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes, vowing to torment Lu Zhong relentlessly, ensuring that he would not meet a swift demise. He intended to tarnish Lu Zhong's reputation, leading him to be forsaken by all, ultimately reduced to a wretched stray dog. Death? That would be too merciful. As Lu Zhong left the interrogation room, he fantasized about a bright future. Once this incident passed, his career would surely ascend to new heights. Just then, an unexpected text message shattered Lu Zhong's reverie. Upon reading the anonymous message, his pupils constricted. Something was amiss. He had been ensnared. Those 2 boxes contained not drugs, but rock candy. Stunned and incredulous, Lu Zhong quickly regained his composure, realizing that the message had originated from someone behind him, and thus held no potential for deceit. He immediately grasped that Zhang Quan, responsible for inspecting the shipment, was likely betraying him. This was a trap meticulously laid out for him. With this realization, his thoughts raced, leading him to suspect that Lin Jiu might also be conspiring against him. Consequently, Lu Zhong resolved to eliminate Lin Jiu directly, orchestrating a scene to depict an attempted armed assault, thereby justifying Lin Jiu's demise and significantly enhancing his own chances of self-preservation. However, before he could reach the interrogation room, he was intercepted. Comrade Lu Zhong, we are from a Jiangnan Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. We have received a report alleging your abuse of power. Please accompany us for an investigation. We hope for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong paused, taking a deep breath before nodding. Their plan was indeed meticulously crafted, each move intricately linked. It was evident that the arrival of the Provincial Commission was instigated by his deputy, Zhang Quan's denunciation. This time, he had concealed violations, illegally mobilizing officers and reallocating firearms. Had events unfolded as he initially anticipated, he would not only have escaped punishment, but also been rewarded. Yet now it was too late. With Lu Zhong being taken away by the police from the Zhonghai Public Security Bureau, everything underwent an unforeseen reversal. The previously one-sided public opinion began to calm following the official announcement. Customs officials at the Zhonghai port stated that during inspections of the fishing vessel, they had confirmed that the 2 boxes of rock candy possessed the necessary permits and customs declarations, posing no issues. Moreover, the vessel had declared the presence of the rock candy in advance. Upon learning that the supposed narcotics were, in fact, mere rock candy, netizens fell into collective silence. Through extensive online investigations, it was revealed that the individual Lu Zhong had labeled as an overseas criminal was actually a South Asian businessman, well known domestically, whose enterprise specialized in rock candy, a delicacy crafted by hand, low in sugar, organic, and healthy, favored by numerous enterprises. Prior to this incident, Changha Capital had established a partnership with this businessman to set up a sugar factory in Jiangnan's Lin Jiu city, which had already commenced operations before the incident occurred. The rock candy he brought was merely a sample, and those accompanying him were technicians from South Asia, sent to provide technical guidance at the sugar factory operated by Changha Capital. The cash found was actually a payment for the patent rights, not the supposed drug money that circulated online. This incident could certainly be classified as a grand misunderstanding. Just as rapidly as Changha Capital's reputation had plummeted, it rose equally swiftly. Within less than half a day, the firm transformed from a target of public ire to one vindicated. What other form of advertising could create such a remarkable contrast? This was an exceptionally successful marketing maneuver. While investigations by multiple departments into Changha Capital would continue, the intensity and scope may well change. At dawn, with the sun rising, Wei Dong, who had spent the night awake, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sun ascend, a smile forming on his lips. See, the day has dawned, hasn't it? Chapter 7, Suspicion, Wait and See. At this moment, outside the Zhonghai Public Security Bureau, the scene was bustling, with media reporters swarming like sharks sensing blood. The wrongful arrest of Lin Jiu, general manager of Changha Real Estate under Changha Capital, had become a major news story. It was worth noting that just yesterday morning, Lin Jiu had represented Changha Real Estate during an inspection of the urban housing project alongside Zhonghai's mayor, Zhang Lin. Yet, by 3 o'clock this morning, news broke of his arrest for drug trafficking. Ironically, following investigations, the so-called 2 boxes of drugs turned out to be merely 2 boxes of rock candy. The fact that these had been declared in advance to customs, yet misconstrued by the police as narcotics raised questions. Was this a deliberate frame-up, or merely an unfortunate error? Such sensational angles were precisely what drew the media's attention. Security personnel from Changha Capital, in conjunction with the police, maintained order as a passage was opened. Lin Jiu, accompanied by a Biao and others, emerged from the police station, instantly attracting the attention of numerous reporters. Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on today's events? Mr. Lin, will you pursue legal action against the police department for this incident? Mr. Lin, given the damage to your reputation, will you seek justice through litigation? Mr. Lin, do you believe this is a frame-up or an act of revenge? Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Lin Jiu offered no response. Under the protection of Changha Capital's security, he entered the business vehicle. Subsequently, the vehicle, escorted by security personnel, slowly departed from the Zhonghai Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, the Bureau's director, Lin Guozhong, found himself encircled by reporters. Director Lin, I'm a reporter from the Economic Daily. May I ask who will be held accountable for the repercussions of this blunder? Lin Guozhong replied solemnly, We will, under the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and government, and in accordance with public oversight, conduct a fair and impartial investigation into all personnel involved in this case. Rest assured, we will not wrongfully accuse an innocent person nor overlook a guilty one. I represent the Municipal Police Department in assuring you that we will provide the public with a satisfactory response regarding this matter. Thank you for your concern and support. With that, Lin Guozhong, amidst the efforts of the police, extricated himself from the throng and returned to the bureau. At that moment, at Changha Capital, Wei Dong, along with several senior executives, awaited Lin Jiu's arrival at the entrance. As 2 business vehicles appeared on the horizon, their conversation ceased. The vehicles halted before the crowd. The doors opened, and Lin Jiu stepped out. Wei Dong approached him, symbolically brushing him with a willow branch. Lin Jiu then shed his outer garment, which a Biao silently accepted. Wei Dong chuckled heartily. Welcome back. This afternoon, all of us at Changha Capital will host a welcoming feast in your honor. This scene was captured by a man lurking in the corner. At this moment, Lu Zhong, who had been questioned by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, had returned to his office. Although he was uncertain about how the higher-ups would handle his case, he surmised that it would likely involve a superficial reprimand, only to let the matter fade away once the storm passed. At this juncture, Lu Zhong was not preoccupied with these considerations. He was acutely aware that his recent actions had resulted in a complete failure, and those who supported him were undoubtedly disillusioned. Never had he anticipated such a downfall. Initially, Lu Zhong had prepared for 2 scenarios. If those 2 boxes contained something other than expected, he would simply transform their contents into what he desired. Had Zhang Quan not betrayed him, he would have truly faced dire consequences. If the customs-checked items were to be revealed as 2 boxes of drugs instead of rock candy, the implications would be drastically different. Should that situation arise, his backers would undoubtedly abandon him without a second thought. He would then find himself utterly disgraced and imprisoned, unable to remain in his current position. At present, the paramount concern was to ascertain why such a significant oversight had occurred. There was a high probability that Lin Jiu had betrayed him, conspiring with Wei Dong to orchestrate this trap. However, if Lin Jiu had confided in Wei Dong, How could he still be unscathed at this point? Wasn't this a contradictory phenomenon? In reality, Liu Zhong had not solely relied on Lin Jiu as an undercover operative within Chang'e capital. Among his hidden pawns, Lin Jiu had demonstrated notable success. While others were indeed competent, they paled in comparison to Lin Jiu's capabilities. The pawns were unaware of each other's identities, believing themselves to be singularly unique. Thus, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that the intelligence Lin Jiu reported to him bore little distinction from that of the other operatives. As Lin Jiu's status ascended, the intelligence he provided became increasingly critical, creating a notable divergence from the other pawns. Yet now, it was too late. His trusted confidant, Zhang Quan, the deputy captain of the provincial criminal police, had betrayed him. Zhang Quan was aware of the identities of Liu Zhong's hidden pawns within Chang'e capital. Yet he remained oblivious to Lin Jiu's status as an undercover agent. Consequently, Liu Zhong's most pressing task was to determine whether this predicament stemmed from Lin Jiu's betrayal or if the other operatives had already been compromised or discovered. It was plausible that Wei Dong had set this trap to uncover any additional infiltrators within Chang'e capital. If Liu Zhong acted hastily, it would inevitably expose Lin Jiu. Until he confirmed whether Lin Jiu had indeed betrayed him, Liu Zhong could not afford to act recklessly. After all, given the current circumstances, while Lin Jiu appeared to be the primary suspect, the question remained, did he possess the motive? If Lin Jiu wished to sever ties with his undercover identity for any number of reasons, the only viable solution would be to eliminate Liu Zhong. Only then could he continue to operate within Chang'e capital, rendering any conspiracy with Wei Dong utterly pointless. Should Liu Zhong's actions lead to failure and scrutiny, Lin Jiu would be the first to be suspected. Thus, if Liu Zhong revealed Lin Jiu's status as an undercover agent to Chang'e capital, it would spell certain doom for him. Upon thorough analysis, Liu Zhong concluded that the likelihood of Lin Jiu betraying him was minimal. The reason for Wei Dong's trap was likely the betrayal of his confidant, Zhang Quan, which had inadvertently brought the operatives to the surface, drawing Liu Zhong into Wei Dong's line of sight. Upon discovering Liu Zhong's infiltration of undercover agents within Chang'e capital, Wei Dong had orchestrated the scheme to test for any remaining infiltrators. Now, Lin Jiu might find himself in a precarious situation. However, all Liu Zhong could do was observe the unfolding events. In this scenario, inaction was wise. Any action could lead to missteps. With this thought, Liu Zhong took a deep breath and refrained from taking any immediate measures. Furthermore, as he analyzed the situation, Lin Jiu's suspicion of betrayal diminished further. It was inconceivable that Lin Jiu would disclose his undercover status to Wei Dong. Such an act would be tantamount to self-destruction. Only a fool would do so. Liu Zhong shook his head, dismissing those absurd thoughts that had crossed his mind. At that moment, Lin Jiu, whom Liu Zhong deemed a fool, had just concluded a luncheon, hosted by the executives of Chang'e capital, and subsequently returned to the office of the chairman with Wei Dong. Chapter 8. Transfer to the East China region. In the office of the chairman of Chang'e capital, Wei Dong and Lin Jiu sat across from each other. Lin Jiu remained entirely unaware of Wei Dong's machinations. He did not even realize that Wei Dong had used raw candy as bait to lure Liu Zhong into a trap and had successfully turned Liu Zhong's confidant against him, leading Liu Zhong to believe he had triumphed. As a result of this incident, Lin Jiu's suspicion in Wei Dong's eyes had diminished significantly. For Lin Jiu had played almost no active role in the affair. It could be said that he had been entirely reactive, placing his life and death into Wei Dong's hands. Such trust was sufficient to alleviate Wei Dong's doubts regarding Lin Jiu. Although Wei Dong held Lin Jiu in high regard, the issue remained that Lin Jiu's true identity had been compromised. He was an undercover agent. Even if he were to openly acknowledge this fact, how could Wei Dong retain his previous mindset in light of such revelations? Despite their once brotherly bond, a shattered mirror could never be pieced back together. This was an unspoken understanding between them, requiring no further elaboration. There was no turning back. Wei Dong regarded Lin Jiu and said, "Although the turmoil surrounding Chang'e capital has subsided, it is possible that Liu Zhong now harbors suspicions about you. What are your plans?" In response, Lin Jiu shook his head. "Doing nothing is the best course of action. Hasn't my brother already taken care of what needs to be done?" Upon hearing this, Wei Dong nodded slightly. "In that case, we shall put this matter to rest for now. The most pressing concern is to ensure that the work is carried out effectively. Coincidentally, the group is planning to establish a branch in the East China region. My suggestion is for you to head there and take charge of the operations. What are your thoughts?" Lin Jiu smiled and replied, "I will defer to my brother's judgment." Wei Dong shook his head. "What am I to do with you? Going to East China for a time will also allow you to lay low. Sometimes the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. With recent events, you have been thrust into the spotlight. Relocating to East China will allow you to step back from the fray. As the economic center, the branch there will encompass a broad scope of responsibilities, not merely focusing on real estate marketing as the provincial branches do. It will cover areas such as real estate, energy, shipping, pharmaceuticals, education, and finance. How do you feel about taking the helm of the branch there? Do you have confidence in this role? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu, half jokingly, remarked, "Are you trying to promote me in a roundabout way? If my salary doesn't increase, I certainly won't comply." Wei Dong chuckled silently at this. "A salary raise is feasible, provided I assign you a task. Find a wife at your earliest convenience. After all, you're not getting any younger. Your sister-in-law mentioned yesterday that she intends to introduce you to potential matches." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu could only smile helplessly. In his previous life, Wei Dong's wife, his sister-in-law Jiang Han, had indeed introduced him to numerous young ladies. However, he had gracefully declined each time. How could he entangle a virtuous woman in his tumultuous existence? A life devoid of stability? He preferred to navigate the myriad blossoms of life without becoming ensnared. Engaging solely in monetary matters, devoid of romantic entanglements, was his inclination. A clear-cut transaction was far more agreeable than emotional complications. In his past life, he had encountered many captivating individuals, yet due to the constraints of his undercover identity, he never had a genuine romantic relationship before meeting his demise at Lu Zhong's hands. While others may indulge in fleeting romances, he was condemned to daily encounters devoid of love. At this juncture, Lin Jiu had yet to contemplate matters of the heart. His paramount concern was to alter Wei Dong's destiny, to steer Changhai Capital back onto the right path at critical junctures, ensuring its long-term prosperity. Affection? That was a triviality. In Wei Dong's office, Lin Jiu sent a text message to Lu Zhong, informing him of his impending trip to East China. Subsequently, he returned to his residence. Tidied up a bit. After all, as a solitary man, there was little to organize. Early the next morning, Lin Jiu set off for East China. The newly established branch there required him to structure its management hierarchy. 2 years prior, Changhai Capital had been invited to invest in East China, establishing a branch that operated more like a collection of independent entities rather than a cohesive unit. Departments such as real estate, energy, shipping, pharmaceuticals, education, and finance each had their respective heads. However, Wei Dong had not instituted a higher management level above these leaders. Thus, daily matters were handled independently by the departments, with significant issues reported to the headquarters. Consequently, although they shared a building, the department heads were peers, resulting in a lack of deference among them. Reports were submitted to the headquarters, and Lin Jiu's arrival signified that the East China branch would now operate independently, signifying the emergence of a new authority over them. Previously, they operated without oversight, but now, with Lin Jiu's arrival, certain liberties would no longer be permitted. Lin Jiu enjoyed considerable prestige at the headquarters, where the board members referred to him as Master Jiu. Although he held the title of general manager of a real estate company, his reputation loomed large. His arrival in East China positioned him as a princely figure, while the department heads became akin to local magistrates. The disparity between them was not something that time or tactics could bridge. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies were mere illusions. Thus, they could only bow to his authority, complying obediently, lest they find themselves ousted from the East China branch, a fate they deemed the best possible outcome. The heads of the various departments in the East China branch began preparing to welcome Lin Jiu, despite the suddenness of the announcement from the headquarters that morning about his new role. As the first pilot area for economic development in East China, the market economy had largely stabilized after decades of vigorous growth. While Changhai Capital ranked among the top in Jiangnan, its foothold in East China remained tenuous, having only established itself as a mere dragon crossing the river. Furthermore, the administrative level of East China surpassed that of Jiangnan, illustrating the challenges Changhai Capital would face in expanding its market presence in this region. Wei Dong's dissatisfaction with the market progress of the East China departments had prompted Lin Jiu's direct involvement in overseeing operations. With the esteemed Lin Jiu dispatched to East China, it was evident that the days of minor skirmishes were over. The commercial landscape in East China was poised for transformation. As a limited resource, the business opportunities were finite. Those already seated at the table were unlikely to relinquish their positions willingly. For every new arrival, another would have to step down. The arrival of Lin Jiu captured the attention of East China's business magnates. At their level, foresight was paramount, and they were aware that Lin Jiu was no ordinary figure. Though he merely held the title of branch general manager in Jiangnan, they were privy to certain truths. Lin Jiu's standing within Changhai Capital was second only to Wei Dong, making him a formidable presence. The gravity of such a figure arriving in East China could not be overlooked. In Yunzhou City, East China, The heads of the Shanghai Capital East China branch awaited Lin Jiu at the toll station. As noon approached, a black Maybach with a license plate, Jiang A66666, exited the ramp, prompting the gathered individuals to rush forward. Observing this scene from the back seat, Lin Jiu furrowed his brow, lowered the window to glance at the approaching crowd, and then turned away. Upon noticing this, Biao understood Lin Jiu's intent and promptly accelerated. Departing the toll station, realizing their flattery had missed the mark, the department heads hastily regrouped and took a shortcut to the office. This dramatic scene was witnessed by the occupants of a business vehicle that had just exited the highway. Lin Jiu reclined her seat, casually inquired, "What is going on? Which leader has arrived? Why all the commotion?" The driving secretary responded, "I just saw one of them is Wen Chuan, the head of the real estate department at Shanghai Capital's East China branch." Given their hurried demeanor and that black Maybach, it seems Master Jiu has arrived in East China to take command. They probably aimed to curry favor, but ended up misstepping. Lin Jiu chuckled at this. In today's society, it's all about connections. The leaders might not notice who comes to greet them, but they certainly remember who doesn't. Whether they come or not, there's fault to be found on both sides, making it quite the predicament. Please ensure Lin Jiu's profile is organized and sent to my email. The driving secretary nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Chuan, the head of the real estate department, finally navigated the shortcut and arrived at the office. After parking, he dashed to the entrance, relieved to learn that Lin Jiu had not yet arrived. Soon after, the other department heads arrived one after another. No one complained or raised their voices. They simply stood at the entrance, awaiting Lin Jiu's arrival. 10 minutes later, the Maybach with a license plate, Jiang A66666, came into view. A sudden stir arose, yet perhaps having learned from the earlier lesson, no one dared to act rashly. As the Maybach gradually came to a halt at the entrance, Wen Chuan took a deep breath and jogged forward, opening the car door ahead of Biao. Lin Jiu stepped out, his demeanor warm as he shook hands with Wen Chuan. "It's been a while," he remarked. Taken aback, Wen Chuan replied, "Indeed, Lin. It has been 6 months since our last encounter in Jiangnan. I am surprised you still remember me." At that moment, the department heads approached, and Wen Chuan's promptness left them regretting their hesitation. Lin Jiu maintained an affable demeanor, engaging in handshakes with the heads of various departments. Subsequently, amidst the crowd, he conducted a brief tour of the departments, offering words of encouragement to the diligent employees. By the time Lin Jiu completed his rounds, it was already mealtime. At this juncture, Yin Dong, the head of the finance department, announced that they had arranged a luncheon, inviting Lin Jiu to grace the occasion. Yet, Lin Jiu's response took everyone by surprise. He expressed his intention to dine in the company cafeteria with the employees. Lin Jiu's stance was unequivocal, and the others dared not press further, instead accompanying him to the cafeteria. The employees, already dining, were momentarily taken aback by the scene. What was this? Was he attempting to immerse himself in their lives, showcasing a benevolent side? Indeed, capitalists remain capitalists. Perhaps this esteemed figure's visit would herald another wave of meticulous management and cost-cutting measures. What does meticulous management entail? It means reducing wages and laying off staff. Regardless of how grandiose the rhetoric may be, it ultimately boils down to exploitation. Observing this, the majority of employees chose to retreat into the shadows, with only a few daring to greet the leaders. Lin Jiu was hardly surprised by the situation. The cafeteria at Shanghai Capital operated on a buffet basis, providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner at no cost to internal staff, an aspect that could be deemed ahead of most enterprises. After their meal, Lin Jiu summoned the department heads to the conference room for a meeting. Seated at the head of the table, he surveyed the gathered leaders. "Ladies and gentlemen, prior to my arrival here, the headquarters expressed dissatisfaction with the various advancements of the East China branch. As an economically robust province with coastal advantages, East China possesses unparalleled conditions and developmental prospects. Although Shanghai Capital has only been present for 2 years, the headquarters has extended substantial support to this branch during that period. However, the progress made by your respective departments in various East China markets has been sluggish, akin to that of an aged individual. The group holds high hopes for you. Yet do your achievements justify the support previously bestowed by headquarters?" Upon hearing this, the department heads below exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some felt discomfort, others trepidation, and still others indignation. Yet, not a single soul dared to speak. At that moment, Wen Chuan rose, leading many to anticipate an outburst directed at Lin Jiu, questioning his qualifications to criticize their labor when he had contributed nothing to the East China branch. To their astonishment, Wen Chuan solemnly nodded. "What Lin has stated is true. During my 2 years managing the real estate department of the East China branch, my performance has been mediocre. Each time I attended meetings at headquarters, I felt a deep sense of shame for not living up to the group's nurturing and support. Before Lin's arrival, the real estate department operated in isolation. The East China branch was fragmented, with each department competing against one another, making it difficult to implement certain matters, resources, and procedures. The headquarters is aware of this, which is why they have dispatched you, hoping you can unify our departments. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot achieve. On behalf of the real estate department of the East China branch, I assure both Lin and headquarters that under your leadership, we will unite as one, fully obeying your directives. The real estate department will serve as a keen sword in your hand, aiding you in expanding and achieving breakthroughs in East China. Although the previous failures were not solely mine, as the head of the real estate department, I acknowledge my failure to cultivate good relations with our sister departments. Thus, I accept any punishment Lin sees fit. However, I implore you, Lin, grant me an opportunity to atone for my past mistakes. I will demonstrate through my efforts that our real estate department will complete the tasks assigned by the group, and you. This declaration elicited disdain and annoyance from the other department heads, who lamented that he had monopolized the opportunity for flattery. Lin Jiu regarded Wen Chuan with a slight nod. Wen, please be seated. Subsequently, the heads of various departments took turns presenting their reflections and reports, building upon Wen Chuan's earlier statements with enhancements and embellishments. After each department head concluded their reports, Lin Jiu refrained from expressing his stance until all had spoken, at which point he tapped the table. I have some understanding of the real estate department situation within Chang'e Capital's East China branch. Wen, your capabilities are commendable. All of you present are talents cultivated by the group, and I hold your work abilities in high regard. The initial phase is always the most challenging. Although East China is a significant economic province and coastal region, its rapid early development has stabilized the market structure. The key players have already taken their places, and Chang'e Capital has entered the scene rather late. The achievements you have attained thus far, while not without merit, come with their share of hardship. Let us set aside previous matters. Our most pressing concern now is to address the current developmental challenges. Complaints are permissible, but we must present practical solutions. As the old adage goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. If we unite our efforts, no problem is insurmountable. After the meeting, Lin Jiu instructed, heads of departments, compile the dilemmas you currently face and propose solutions. Write boldly, without reservation, and submit your documents to my email by tonight. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. Immediately, Lin Jiu was the first to exit the conference room. The attendees exchanged perplexed glances, collectively exhaling in relief. They had anticipated that Lin Jiu would set an example with a show of authority, yet the reality diverged starkly from their expectations. Chapter 10, Preparation and Awareness. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was merely the beginning. In the president's office, Lin Jiu sat in the executive chair, igniting a cigarette as he began to formulate the next steps of his plan. The trajectory of the past mirrored the present. His candid confession of identity to Wei Dong seemed not to alter the course of previous events. The only individuals affected were those who had lived through the experiences. This office and its occupants were as familiar to him as his own reflection. In his previous life, Lin Jiu spent 5 years at the East China branch, where he played a pivotal role in shaping the developmental trajectory and ultimate success of East China Chang'e Capital. He possessed a keen understanding of the heads of various departments, their temperaments, capabilities, and standout strengths suited to specific roles, gleaned from 5 years of interaction. Wen Chuan, a man of daring and a lover of risk, presented a rather conventional performance prior to taking charge of the East China branch, neither remarkable nor flawed. Yet, Lin Jiu discerned that Wen Chuan was at heart a gambler, an unpredictable one at that. From a moment when Chuan assumed the role of head of the real estate department, he recognized that the headquarters was essentially herding them into unfamiliar territory in the East China market, necessitating a leader to guide them. Outside of work, Wen Chuan focused on seizing opportunities. In fact, he already held several significant projects in his grasp, having preliminarily negotiated a few important real estate ventures, but he refrained from publicizing this knowledge, aware that the timing was not yet ripe. Lin Jiu understood that when he took the reins of the East China branch, Wen Chuan's moment would arrive. The projects he had already secured would gradually begin to demonstrate their worth, and the achievements of the real estate department would soon outpace those of other departments. A single misstep could lead to a series of setbacks, while a timely action could yield swift advancements. It could be said that among all the department heads in the East China branch, Wen Chuan harbored the deepest schemes and the greatest capacity for restraint. Yet, as the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. The intricacies of this narrative run deep. Although Wen Chuan possessed a certain avarice, it was precisely this trait that Lin Jiu found appealing. Those who are not greedy or opportunistic are often devoid of the potential for great accomplishments. A desire for wealth did not displease Lin Jiu, provided that it was accompanied by commendable results. A little greed, after all, is not a grievous flaw. What Lin Jiu loathed were those who fancied themselves exceptional without merit. Regardless of their industriousness, they remained mere workers. To aspire to leadership required a blend of capability and management skills, not merely the ability to perform tasks. Lin Jiu sought managerial talent, not just diligent laborers. Leaning back in his chair, he toyed with the pen in his hand and summoned a Biao, instructing him to notify Wen Chuan to visit his office. Shortly thereafter, Wen Chuan arrived at the door of the president's office. A Biao knocked softly, and upon receiving a response from within, he opened the door. President Lin. Vice President Wen has arrived. Lin Jiu nodded slightly. Very well, let him in. Wen Chuan entered the office, bowing respectfully to Lin Jiu, and then cautiously seated himself in the chair across from the desk at Lin Jiu's gesture. Observing Wen Chuan's demeanor, Lin Jiu smiled and said, Vice President Wen, there's no need for such tension. I have called you here to discuss the upcoming developments in the real estate market, and I would like to hear your insights on the East China real estate market first. Upon hearing this, Wen Chuan nodded. President Lin, I have served as the head of real estate in the East China branch for 2 years. While I have not produced any dazzling results, I have dedicated considerable effort to market research. Currently, the East China real estate market is dominated by 3 companies, which together have captured over half of the market share, approximately 60%. These companies are Huanyu Group, chaired by Zhou Jun, Shanghai Real Estate Company, led by Chairman Chen Xiuxing, and Zhongtian Real Estate Company, under Chairman Lu Zhonghua. Huanyu Group alone accounts for 30% of the market share in East China, while the remaining 2 companies are evenly matched, each holding around 15%. It is crucial to note that Huanyu Group's operations extend beyond real estate, encompassing a variety of sectors. Although their standing in the East China economic landscape lags behind their position in Jiangnan, within the real estate sector, they maintain a comparable status. Real estate is their main business, and they execute the entire process, from land acquisition to construction and material procurement, independently, seldom resorting to external tenders. Furthermore, Huanyu Group dominates the building materials market in East China, holding a staggering 70% share. At this revelation, an image of a woman flashed through Lin Jiu's mind. So, by your account, Huanyu Group has already established a monopolistic presence in the East China real estate market. I see. The projects currently undertaken by the real estate department of Chang'e Capital's East China branch account for less than 5%, after 2 years of substantial support from headquarters. Reaching this point indicates that Huanyu Group is no ordinary contender. I have a grasp of the situation regarding Huanyu Group. As for the projects you have in hand, proceed to finalize the contracts without delay. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes, and the repercussions will not only affect you, but the entire group. Wen Chuan was taken aback by these words, but now was not the time for him to ponder the implications or contemplate how Lin Jiu had acquired such knowledge. Thus, he acquiesced. Understood, President Lin. You can rest assured that I will know how to proceed. Lin Jiu nodded and spoke with a double entendre. You may return to your duties. Do not carry excessive psychological burdens. Continue your work as you usually would. Those who achieve great things are not bogged down by trifles. Tomorrow morning, you will personally attend the bidding for the land at Zhujianku. The bidding price will be tentatively decided by midnight tonight, pending my notification. Wen Chuan regarded Lin Jiu's calm demeanor and nodded. Understood, President Lin. I shall get back to my work. He then stood and exited the office. It was mid-autumn, yet Wen Chuan felt a chill of sweat soaking his back, having no idea when it had come upon him. He sensed that before Lin Jiu. He was akin to a skinned lamb, devoid of any secrets. It was precisely this realization that instilled a sense of reverence within him for Lin Jiu. After Wen Chuan left, Lin Jiu summoned each department head of the East China branch. Each individual entered with trepidation, yet emerged in a daze. In mere exchanges, Lin Jiu subtly unveiled their shortcomings. The secrets and strategies they believed they possessed crumbled before him, as if they were mere illusions. This conversation swiftly solidified Lin Jiu's control over the East China branch, establishing his authority. After concluding discussions with the various heads, Lin Jiu instructed a Biao to make contact with Huanyu Group, expressing his desire for a meeting with Chairman Zhou Jun. Meanwhile, within Huanyu Group, Chairman Zhou Jun was perusing Lin Jiu's dossier. When his secretary reported Lin Jiu's request for a visit, he instinctively considered declining, suggesting that a vice president should entertain the guest. At that moment, however, the phone rang with directives from above, instructing Zhou Jun to personally host Lin Jiu and extend the courtesy of hospitality. Chapter 11. The Banquet, the True Purpose. Not long after, Lin Jiu received a call from Zhou Jun, during which they exchanged pleasantries before concluding the conversation. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Jiu fell into contemplation. In the previous life, the Huan Yu Group had dispatched the vice president for reception. However, this time it was Chairman Zhou Jun himself, a change that surprised Lin Jiu somewhat. The true owner of the Huan Yu Group was not Zhou Jun, but rather a woman, an exceptionally beautiful woman with a stunning name, Lin Jiu. Her identity was no ordinary matter, as she hailed from the esteemed Qin family of Kyoto, yet she typically maintained a low profile, and due to her maternal lineage. Most people were unaware of Lin Jiu's illustrious background. In fact, very few knew that Lin Jiu was the mastermind behind the Huan Yu Group. As dusk descended, Lin Jiu set off towards the Faley Hotel, a property of the Huan Yu Group. Chairman Zhou Jun stood at the hotel entrance, his smile growing more pronounced as he observed the approaching Maybach. When the Maybach came to a halt, a Biao exited the vehicle and opened the door. Lin Jiu's figure came into Zhou Jun's view. Zhou Jun stepped forward, extending his hand towards Lin Jiu as he approached. Mr. Lin, welcome to East China. I apologize for not greeting you in person. Please do not take offense. Lin Jiu smiled and shook hands with Zhou Jun. You flatter me, Chairman Zhou. I appreciate the warm hospitality. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two entered the hotel together. Inside the private dining room, after some further polite refusals, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu took their respective seats. A sumptuous array of delicacies was soon presented on the table. A tall waitress clad in a qipao poured 2 glasses of wine for them. Zhou Jun smiled and said, Mr. Lin, please, sample our unique cuisine from East China. This braised pig trotter is quite rare in Jiangnan. Upon tasting it, Lin Jiu found the skin crisp and the meat fragrant, deliciously savory. Indeed, East China is a remarkable place. If I recall correctly, Chairman Zhou is from this region? So you nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am indeed from East China. In response, Lin Jiu raised his glass to toast with Zhou Jun. In Jiangnan, I have often heard of Chairman Zhou's esteemed reputation and the contributions you have made to your hometown, benefiting the local populace. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. So Yun chuckled modestly. As the meal progressed, Lin Jiu eventually articulated his intentions. Chairman Zhou, as the leader of the real estate sector in East China and a benchmark for enterprises, I have come to seek your insights. As a seasoned figure in the industry, you have navigated the trials and tribulations that have brought the Huan Yu Group to its current stature. There is much I can learn from your experiences. Before arriving in East China, I had heard that the influence of the Huan Yu Group in the building materials market here was unparalleled, both in quality and quantity, setting the standard within the industry. In such a fiercely competitive market, the Huan Yu Group has managed to remain true to its original aspirations, consistently delivering quality and quantity to create homes of happiness for the people of East China. This spirit is one that all of us in the real estate industry should strive to emulate. Listening to Lin Jiu's flattery, Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Lin, please do not place me on a pedestal. It is merely a matter of reputation, not worth dwelling on. We learn from one another, complementing each other's strengths. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, there is bound to be a teacher among us. The contributions made by Changhe Capital and Jiangnan are something we at Huan Yu Group can hardly compare to. With Mr. Wei transferring such a talented individual as yourself to East China, it signifies an intention to further expand the market. The development of urban construction in East China will undoubtedly gain a significant boost with your involvement. On behalf of Huan Yu Group, I extend my heartfelt welcome to you, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes slightly. He decided to stop dancing around the subject with this old fox. Chairman Zhou, the real estate market in East China has reached a saturation point and has remained stable for many years. Stability implies a lack of new expansion opportunities and a deficiency in vitality. Stagnation is not necessarily beneficial. Over time, prolonged complacency can lead to internal issues. I wonder, how satisfied are you with the current construction market in East China? So Yun smiled at this inquiry. Indeed, the real estate market has stabilized for many years. And, as you mentioned, it lacks the vigor of the past competitive spirit. Similarly, it has begun to encounter difficulties. However, with your arrival, I believe the real estate market will soon experience a resurgence of vitality. At this, Lin Jiu chose not to press the topic further. Their rapport rekindled. The two conversed as if they were long-lost friends, laughter and warmth enveloping the atmosphere. After a hearty meal, Zhou Jun escorted Lin Jiu to his car, watching as the black Maybach drove away, deep in thought. Since Changhe Capital had sent Lin Jiu, it was clear that things would not remain as they once were. Certain matters required foresight and preemptive action. Soon after, Zhou Jun provided a succinct report to Lin Jiu, summarizing the key points of his conversation with Lin Jiu. Upon hearing his account, Lin Jiu remained noncommittal. The implications of Lin Jiu's words were clear. He sought to shift the dynamics of the current real estate market and the broader economic landscape of East China. There was an intent to engage the Huanyu group, or perhaps to gauge their stance, which could also be interpreted as a subtle overture. Today's meeting between Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun could be seen as a formal introduction. But Sun Qingzhu was indifferent to what gift Lin Jiu might have offered. Zhou Jun's stance was equally evident. Huanyu group would observe the economic landscape of East China without interference, remaining on the sidelines. For reasons unknown, Sun Qingzhu harbored an unsettling premonition. She had conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Jiu. The rationale behind this inquiry stemmed from the stark contrast between Lin Jiu's position and reputation within China capital. A general manager of a real estate branch wielded considerable influence within the company, a fact that provoked curiosity. As someone whose reputation was second only to Wei Dong, Lin Jiu had ascended to such a prominent position in merely 5 years. Such a rise was not typical, prompting Sun Qingzhu to pay closer attention to him. Would a person of such standing engage in trivial pursuits? Clearly not. Thus, Sun Qingzhu felt compelled to advise Zhou Jun with caution regarding the powerful figure behind Changhe capital. She was aware of the intricacies involved. However, some matters were better left unsaid. In essence, once capital reaches a certain height, lacking the support of background and influence, one risks being divided and conquered. While this truth is harsh, it remains a hidden reality. Chapter 12, The Bid. A disastrous return. The streets were ablaze with lights in the deep of night. A black Maybach glided along the elevated highway. Lin Jiu sat in the back seat, resting his eyes. Biao, have all the arrangements been made? The driver, Biao, nodded in affirmation. Yes, young Master Jiu. Everything has been taken care of, as you instructed. Lin Jiu replied. Inform Wen Chuan of the bid parameters, but advise him to keep it subtle. Biao nodded in understanding. Understood, Mr. Lin. His visit tonight was not merely for formalities. It was also to gauge Zhou Jun's stance. It was impossible to remain a mere observer. The first strike has already arrived. How can one catch fish without stirring the waters? At this moment at home, Wen Chuan is feeling rather restless. Typically not much of a smoker, he finds himself seated on the balcony, with an adjacent table overflowing with cigarette butts. Observing her husband smoking on the balcony, Wen Chuan's wife can no longer hold her tongue. What time is it? Why aren't you asleep? Why smoke so much? Upon hearing her words, Wen Chuan, unusually agitated, snapped at his wife. What do you know? Just go to sleep and leave me be. In response to this outburst, his usually fierce wife chose not to argue. Instead, she quietly placed a cup of tea in front of him before retreating indoors to tend to their child. Leaning back in his chair, Wen Chuan exhaled a plume of smoke. He understood that before Lin Jiu, he had virtually no secrets. Those few terse words had nearly stripped him bare. He realized that Lin Jiu would not take any action against him for these matters. Otherwise, there would be no point in mentioning them in his presence. If he were to be dealt with, why would Lin Jiu speak so openly? It was a binding spell. If he performed well, nothing would happen. If he faltered, that would serve as justification for his dismissal. Ultimately, his own assertions about his performance held no weight. Only Lin Jiu's judgment mattered. Thus, without hesitation, he expressed his loyalty, promptly pledging his allegiance. He recognized that wavering now would lead to his demise. A gambler at heart, he had always controlled the stakes himself, but the situation had changed. Now, his words carried no weight in determining how he would wager. Just then, his phone buzzed. Glancing at the text message, Wen Chuan's pupils constricted. Lin, indeed, was extraordinary. He had chosen the right ally. With the arrival of this message, Wen Chuan's earlier anxiety dissipated, and after taking a shower, he retired to bed. By 8 o'clock the following morning, Wen Chuan arrived at the venue for the bidding conference, the Yinzhou Conference Center. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, he spotted an old acquaintance. Mr. Wen, arriving so early suggests you were quite confident about the land at Zhujiankou. The speaker was Yin Dong, the head of the real estate department at Huanyu Group. Their relationship was neither particularly amicable nor hostile. However, since the time when Chuan had snatched a seemingly secure plot of land from under Yin Dong's nose, this petty individual had taken to making veiled jabs at Wen Chuan whenever their paths crossed. Over time, Wen Chuan had shifted from responding to these taunts to ignoring him entirely. A mere nod sufficed as acknowledgement. He had no desire to engage in a futile exchange with a dog that had already bitten him. Before long, the real estate developers participating in the bidding began to arrive in succession. Wen Chuan took his seat, patiently awaiting the proceedings. At 8:30, government officials entered the conference room, signaling the official commencement of the bidding. Each developer submitted their bids, and unlike other bidding formats, this one was shrouded in secrecy. Each participant was granted only one opportunity to submit their proposal, and the highest bid would prevail. As the bids were presented, the first plot of land appeared on the large screen behind the officials. Zhujiankou Plot 45, designated for commercial use, spanning 200 acres. The starting bid was set at 500 million yuan. The officials opened the bids in order. Xingyuan Real Estate Company bid 540 million. Yundu Real Estate Company bid 550 million. Shanghai Real Estate Company bid 580 million. Zhongtian Real Estate Company bid 590 million. Huanyu Real Estate Company bid 650 million. Shanghai Real Estate Company bid 660 million. Ultimately, Zhujianku Plot 45 was successfully bid on by Shanghai Real Estate at a price of 660 million. The government official responsible for this bidding conference was the first to applaud, and the other developers soon followed suit, casting gloating glances at Yundong from Huanyu Real Estate. It was well known that Huanyu Group had invested considerable resources in securing this plot. With a significant foothold in the East China real estate market, there was no land they could not acquire. This was customary. They had grown accustomed to it over the years, and those who dared to challenge them often faced dire consequences. Many have been ostracized across various industries in East China, ultimately declaring bankruptcy and selling their properties at discounted prices before exiting the region. Huanyu Group's determination to secure this land was no secret. Whispers circulated that they had already laid out plans for development. The sudden loss of such a vital asset to Changhe Capital was a bitter pill for many developers present, serving as a source of satisfaction for those who had come to merely accompany the bidding. Moreover, the spectacle of Huanyu Real Estate, which had previously celebrated with champagne, experiencing its first setback would surely become a topic of jest in the future. Yun Dong clapped, though his back was already damp with cold sweat. Beyond disbelief, he was gripped by a profound sense of panic. When the results were announced, he nearly lost his composure. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Changhe Real Estate has someone at our side. Their bottom line was 630 million. This plot of land was immensely significant to them, holding substantial value and forming part of the group's strategic planning. In truth, this bidding conference had been little more than a performance for Huanyu Real Estate and Changhe Real Estate, as other companies were merely there to accompany the bids. Had it not been for Changhe Capital's formidable backing, they would not have been present. Huanyu Group would have monopolized the stage, having prepared for 6 months to secure this land, only to be outbid by Changhe Capital by a mere 10 million. To mitigate risks, Yundong had invested heavily in bribing a staff member responsible for the bidding proposal at Changhe Capital. However, he never anticipated that the ultimate victor would be Changhe Capital. It's over, he thought. I had confidently assured the group about this bidding, and now we have lost. My fate is sealed. This plot of land was not only of great importance to Huanyu Real Estate, but was also highly prioritized by the group itself, which had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of securing it. As for Changhe Capital, while they possessed a strong background, they would still have to yield to the entrenched Huanyu Group. After all, Changhe Capital had only been operating in East China for 2 years, and they were no match for the deeply rooted Huanyu Group. In previous auctions, Huanyu Group had triumphed 9 out of 10 times, casting Changhe Capital as a mere subordinate in the face of Huanyu Group's dominance. This consistent track record of success had fostered a sense of superiority in Yundong, the head of Huanyu Real Estate, who looked down upon Wen Xuan, the head of Changhe Capital. Even though he had suffered a setback once before, it had been an anomaly, and the previous plot had not held significant importance. Therefore, the loss had not been detrimental. However, this time was different. This was a matter of strategic planning for Huanyu Group. Now, having faltered, Yundong faced a calamity. However, given the circumstances, he realized that he alone could not alter this outcome. After the bidding session concluded, Yundong promptly reported to his superiors that they had failed in the bid. Chapter 13, Secrets and Betrayal Among Brothers. In the office of the chairman of Huanyu Group, Zhou Jun sat in his executive chair, reviewing documents. When a knock echoed through the room, he responded affirmatively. His secretary then entered. Mr. Zhou, we have lost the bid for the land at the Pearl River Delta, she informed him. Zhou Jun, engrossed in his work, replied without looking up. Failure is merely a part of the game. Yet, he was soon struck with disbelief. He set down his pen and rose to his feet. Please repeat that. Which parcel of land? The secretary reiterated, it is the land at the Pearl River Delta. Changhe Capital won the bid, outbidding us by 10 million. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's fury ignited, and he swept the papers off his desk onto the floor. Incompetence! All of you are worthless. What was Yundong doing? Utterly foolish, utterly foolish. The typically composed Zhou Jun was visibly shaken by the news, a clear testament to the significance of the Pearl River Delta commercial land to their company. After dismissing the secretary, Zhou Jun reported the situation to Shen Qingzhu. Upon hearing the news, she remained stoic, merely stating, those who contribute shall be rewarded, while those who err shall be punished. Zhou Jun recognized her displeasure. After all, it was Shen Qingzhu's directive that led Huanyu Group to prioritize this land. Had Changhe Capital not possessed formidable backing, Huan Yu Group would not have concerned itself with such trivialities. In the East China region, Changhe Capital lacked the strength to compete with them. They could have simply acquired the land without any bidding process at all. At this juncture, dwelling on the past was futile. The pressing matter was how to navigate this situation and reclaim the land. Yet, would Changhe Capital willingly relinquish it? Clearly, that was not a possibility. It was then that Zhou Jun grasped the intent behind Lin Jiu's visit the previous night. Lin Jiu sought to collaborate with Huan Yu Group to reshape the economic landscape of East China. However, Zhou Jun had intended to remain a passive observer, only to find that Lin Jiu's first strike landed squarely on Huan Yu Group. Indeed, a reputation well-earned. With the new leadership comes fervor. Zhou Jun never anticipated that this fervor would ignite a fire upon his own head. Seated in his chair, he issued a directive to demote Yun Dong from the head of real estate to a mere salesperson. Yun Dong must bear responsibility for this debacle, as it was highly probable that the mishap originated from his side, likely a leak of the bidding details. Thus, Zhou Jun offered Yun Dong a chance for atonement, identify the source of the leak, and he would be reinstated to his former position. The moment had arrived, and it was evident that Lin Jiu, upon taking office, had secured a vital asset for Changhe Capital. The news of their successful bid at the Pearl River Delta reverberated like thunder across still waters, sending ripples throughout the East China real estate market. What was once a serene and sunny environment began to shift. During the 2 years since Changhe Capital's entry into East China, they had conducted themselves with decorum, failing to astonish anyone. Initially, their arrival had caused some disruption, as Huan Yu Group had dominated the East China real estate market for years, instilling fear among many. Expectations were high that Changhe Capital would alter the monopoly held by Huan Yu Group. Yet, to the disappointment of many hoping for a clash, Changhe Capital's presence had been more bark than bite. Fortunately, justice, though tardy, eventually arrives. With Lin Jiu's arrival, Changhe Capital finally took decisive action. Their first move was nothing short of spectacular, igniting a fire in the East China real estate market. Simultaneously, Lin Jiu's name became well known among numerous East China real estate entrepreneurs, overshadowing all others. In a swift turn of events, while Changhe Capital South Real Estate Division reveled in jubilation, Huan Yu Real Estate found itself in a state of panic, riddled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Yun Dong, the former head of Huan Yu Real Estate, was thoroughly investigating all potential sources of the leak. Seated in his office, furrowed brows and reddened eyes, he felt the urgency of uncovering the identity of the person who had leaked the bidding details. If he failed to identify the culprit, the blame would inevitably fall upon him as the responsible party. If he could discover who had betrayed them, he could accuse Changhe Capital of employing underhanded tactics to steal confidential information and overturn the bidding results, thereby restoring Huan Yu Group's leverage. Although this would incur certain costs, they paled in comparison to the importance of the Pearl River Delta land. Soon, Yun Dong identified a group of individuals who had come into contact with the bidding details and began a thorough investigation alongside his assistant, Chen Jiang. Despite momentarily suspecting Chen Jiang, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing him to be a childhood friend who would never betray him. There was no reason for Chen Jiang to turn against him, as it was Yun Dong who had facilitated his entry into the company. Chen Jiang had proven his worth, diligently working his way up to become Yun Dong's assistant. Over the years, their relationship had flourished without any contention over interests. Yun Dong had even planned to secure the Pearl River Delta land, with the intention of promoting Chen Jiang to lead the real estate division as a means of atoning for his previous impulsiveness. Thankfully, this secret remained unknown to Chen Jiang. Otherwise, confronting his dear brother would have been insurmountable. After exhaustive investigations, however, no substantial leads emerged. Could it be mere coincidence? Had no one leaked the details? And were they simply overthinking the situation? As time passed, Yun Dong found himself in a dire predicament. If he could not find a scapegoat, he would have to shoulder the blame himself. The existence of a leak was inconsequential. What mattered was that someone must be held accountable for the failure of this bidding. Just as Yun Dong was preparing to find someone to take the fall, an anonymous email appeared, presenting him with a shocking revelation that stirred a profound inner conflict. The email clearly indicated that his assistant, Chen Jiang, the vice president of Huan Yu Real Estate, had leaked the bidding details regarding the Pearl River Delta. Accompanying this revelation were a series of evidential photographs of Huan Yu Group's final bidding proposal. Initially skeptical of the claims, Yun Dong felt as though his spirit had been drained upon viewing the photograph. He recalled their discussion regarding the bidding proposal, during which they had decided to increase their bid by an additional 10 million for security. This information was known solely to Yun Dong and Chen Jiang. The headquarters had no knowledge of it. Therefore, it was impossible for him to have leaked the details, effectively sealing his own fate. The only other possibility was that Chun Jiang had betrayed him. Had it not been for the photograph, Yin Dong would have never believed that his dear brother, Chun Jiang, could be the one to betray him. After all, the original bid was 640 million, and they were not the only ones privy to this information. Thus, in order to exercise caution, Changhe Capital added an additional 20 million, which is a customary practice. However, at this juncture, apart from him, only Chun Jiang remains with the potential to capture this photograph. Ultimately, it was only he and Chun Jiang who handled the matter. Chapter 14. Strategic Maneuvering, Anxious as Fire. Seated within his office, Yin Dong leaned back in his chair, wrestling with inner turmoil. Ultimately, he resolved to act decisively, adhering to the principle that if one must perish, it shall not be the monk. If you are unkind, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. With this thought, Yin Dong promptly reported Qin Zhang's leak to Zhou Jun. Upon learning of the situation, Zhou Jun immediately organized a team to take action. Soon, Qin Zhang was taken away by the police. Initially, it was assumed that Chun Jiang would divulge the secrets of Tiana Capital. However, they were mistaken. Chun Jiang asserted that he had not disclosed the bidding details to Changhe Capital. The photograph was indeed captured by him, but investigations revealed no contact between him and Changhe Capital. Nevertheless, the police soon discovered discrepancies in the funds associated with his bank accounts, which did not align with his reported income. What was anticipated as a breakthrough quickly turned into an unexpected revelation. The significant funds traced back to Chun Jiang were bribes he had accepted since assuming the role of vice president at Huanyu Real Estate, as well as misappropriated employee funds. This case, initially a mere leak, morphed into a scandal involving Chun Jiang and Huanyu Group. While it is not illegal for a private enterprise's vice president to accept bribes, it raises serious questions regarding professional ethics. This revelation caught Huanyu Group off guard. Furthermore, the sender of the anonymous email was identified as none other than Chun Jiang himself. Consequently, the entire affair bore no connection to Changhe Capital. Although Changhe Capital had only recently entered East China, under these circumstances, attempting to leverage this incident to overturn the bidding results would be akin to a fool's errand. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this plan sat in his office, toying with a fountain pen, contemplating his next move. Lin Jiu had arrived in East China with the intention of utilizing the real estate sector as a breakthrough to open avenues. Following that, other departments would sequentially expand their market presence for comprehensive development. Thus, the pressure on Lin Jiu was immense. The reason Changhe Capital successfully acquired this land was due to Lin Jiu's meticulous orchestration. In his previous life, Changhe Capital suffered defeat. Although they eventually exposed the traitor hidden within the real estate division, the damage had already been done. This traitor revealed the mastermind behind it all, Chun Jiang, the vice president of Huanyu Real Estate. Upon achieving their objectives, Huanyu Group promptly distanced themselves from Chun Jiang, while Yin Dong, who had once been close to him, also severed ties. Changhe Capital subsequently filed a lawsuit for the infringement of trade secrets, bringing the traitor and the mastermind, Chun Jiang, to court. In his past life, while imprisoned, Chun Jiang accused Yin Dong of bribing officials, misappropriating funds, and accepting benefit from suppliers while delivering subpar materials in various projects. Yet he made no mention of Huanyu Group. He even alleged that Yin Dong had assaulted his wife while intoxicated. This incident became a significant scandal in East China's real estate sector, and Huanyu Group callously abandoned Yin Dong. Both Yin Dong and Chun Jiang ended up incarcerated. Later, the bidding for the land at the Pearl River estuary was reopened, and Huanyu Group, not one to be complacent, decisively secured it for 10 billion. Changhe Capital faced defeat once more. This time, it was a battle of strength, as Huanyu Group acquired the land at a price exceeding market value. Shortly thereafter, the National Development and Reform Commission announced a series of planning and economic deployment initiatives for the East China Pearl River estuary. It was only then that Lin Jiu comprehended why Huanyu Group had purchased the Pearl River estuary at such an exorbitant price. Originally located in a suburban area, the Pearl River estuary underwent a transformation into a highly lucrative commercial zone due to the Commission's plans. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Jiu was determined not to miss this opportunity for substantial fortune. The reason Chun Jiang refrained from disclosing Changhe Capital's knowledge of the bidding details was that Changhe Capital had not sought him out at all. The motivation behind Chun Jiang's actions stemmed from his prior life, where he had captured the photograph of the bidding details as an act of revenge against Yin Dong. Yet, inexplicably, the former Chun Jiang had taken no action, only revealing this information during his incarceration. The crux of the matter lay in that anonymous email. The individual who sent the email was indeed Chun Jiang, and his motivation for sending it was linked to Ah Biao, who, under Lin Jiu's instructions, had found Xinjiang and highlighted his issues, including fund misappropriation and evidence of leaking trade secrets, even mentioning that his wife had been involved with Yindong. The prerequisite for this information to remain undisclosed was simply for Xinjiang to send an email. When the police inquired about his motives for sending such a misleading email to Yindong, Xinjiang smiled bitterly, stating that it was an act of revenge. 3 years prior, while intoxicated at his home, Yindong had forcibly violated his wife. Everything he did was aimed at ruining Yindong's reputation. Once this news broke, Yindong's standing plummeted, rendering him a pariah within the industry. There exists an unwritten rule. One must not betray a friend's spouse. In this realm, such principles are paramount. Otherwise, who would stand by you as a brother? Due to insufficient evidence, Xinjiang was reprimanded and subsequently released. Shortly thereafter, he and his wife made a hasty departure from East China, their whereabouts unknown. As for Yindong, the negative repercussions led to his expulsion from Huanyu Group. Unable to remain in East China, he had no choice but to leave. Lin Jiu played a pivotal role in this entire affair. No matter how one investigated, there was no connection to Chang'e capital. The matter did not conclude with Yindong's departure. Huanyu Group would not relinquish their claim to this valuable land, and time was of the essence. Therefore, after the conclusion of this affair, Zhou Jun promptly contacted Lin Jiu under the pretense of seeking a meal together. On the first occasion, Lin Jiu politely declined. On the second, he cited work commitments as an excuse. On the third, Zhou Jun personally visited the East China branch of Chang'e capital, Mater Seldom Comintris, and with time running short, only half a month remained before the Development and Reform Commission would announce their plans for the East China Pearl River estuary. Lin Jiu did not put on airs during Zhou Jun's visit. Upon learning that Zhou Jun had arrived uninvited, Lin Jiu descended to the reception area. Mr. Zhou, what brings you here in person? If there is something to discuss, a phone call would suffice. You needn't make the trip yourself. Chapter 15. Procrastination, a fruitless return. So Yun replied, I heard that General Manager Lin is quite busy, calling with lack sincerity. Thus, I thought it best to come and discuss potential collaboration. Lin Jiu shook hands with Zhou Jun and then invited him to sit on the sofa. Mr. Zhou, it's not that I'm being difficult. You know well that every beginning is challenging. Since my arrival in East China, I've been swamped with work, and I still haven't managed to sort out the matters within various departments. One day, I shall host you, and we won't leave until we're thoroughly inebriated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun nodded with a smile, foregoing any further circumnavigation of the topic, and spoke straightforwardly. With President Lin's assurance, I find solace. President Lin, to be candid, my visit this time pertains to the land at the Pearl River estuary. Prior to your arrival in East China, I trust you have heard of the significance we at Universal Group place on this parcel of land. However, it was unexpected that the final victor in the bidding for this land would be Chang'e capital. It seems President Lin's prowess surpasses ours. Nonetheless, in the realm of business, victory and defeat are commonplace. Smooth sailing is but a myth. Chang'e capital's acquisition of the Pearl River estuary land merely highlights our shortcomings at Universal Group. Yet, we have made extensive preparations prior to this, and thus, I wonder if President Lin might consider parting with the Pearl River estuary land and transferring it to Universal Group. Of course, friendship aside, business is business. Whether it be a barter or a transfer, I assure you, I will do my utmost to meet your terms upon your request. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu placed his teacup down, smiling as he shook his head. Mr. Zhou, it is not that I am unwilling to accommodate you, but the land at the Pearl River estuary holds immense importance for Chang'e capital as well. Our real estate department in East China has exerted considerable effort. We even held a celebration banquet yesterday. At this juncture, your request is rather demanding. Zhou Jun was not surprised by this response. President Lin, I'm a straightforward person and a businessman. In my view, everything in this world has a price. It is not a matter of impossibility, but rather that the price is inadequate. Therefore, please feel free to propose a figure, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Lin Jiu chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. Mr. Zhou, you are correct. Everything in this world has its price. If something eludes you, it merely signifies that the price is not sufficiently high. As for the Pearl River estuary land, my word alone does not suffice. Allow me to report this matter to headquarters for a decision, and I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. How's that sound? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Zhou Jun had little recourse left to argue. It was evident that Lin Jiu was stalling, intending to further inflate the price of the Pearl River estuary land. However, knowing this bore no fruit, having said all he could, he realized that an agreement was unattainable today. Rising from his seat, he noted the fading smile on Lin Jiu's face. In that case, I shall not intrude further. I hope President Lin will give this some serious thought. as there are numerous collaborative opportunities between Universal Group and Chang'e Capital in East China. Lin Jiu stood, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of Zhou Jun's words. After exchanging pleasantries, he escorted Zhou Jun to the door. Once Zhou Jun entered his car, he rolled down the window, but before he could utter more than a few words, he observed Lin Jiu turning and re-entering the company. With a deep sigh, Zhou Jun raised the window. This young man is unworthy of counsel. Such audacity is intolerable. After a few polite exchanges, he delved into the crux of the matter regarding the Pearl River estuary. However, Wei Dong swiftly rebuffed him with just a few words. This led Zhou Jun to perceive that both Wei Dong and Lin Jiu seemed to be under the same mentor, employing the same delaying tactics. In exasperation, Zhou Jun made another trip to Jiangnan, visiting Chang'e Capital for a face-to-face discussion with Wei Dong, but once again returned empty-handed. With time slipping away, Zhou Jun no longer hesitated and reported the matter directly to Shen Qingzhu. Meanwhile, in the villa district of Rose Manor in East China, Shen Qingzhu sat at her study. Having just ended a phone call, time was of the essence regarding the Pearl River estuary land for Universal Group. Shen Qingzhu was certain that Chang'e Capital, and even the figure behind it, remained oblivious to the hidden value of this suburban wasteland. Had she not inadvertently overheard her father discussing this matter during a phone call a year prior, she would never have anticipated that the Pearl River estuary in Dongchuan City would soon receive significant support and development. Upon receiving this news, Shen Qingzhu began strategizing, initially expressing interest in investing in Dongchuan City. With the strong backing of the local government, Universal Group subsequently acquired 2 plots of land in the Pearl River estuary area. However, the combined area of these 2 plots barely reached half that of the coveted land. The reason for not securing this land earlier was that it was not included in the city's planning, meaning it could not be sold at that time. To avoid drawing attention or leaving any incriminating evidence, Shen Qingzhu refrained from directly requesting the government to include this land in the planning scope. Instead, she opted for a more subtle approach, expediting the governmental planning process. Once the land was incorporated into the planning scope, it was designated for industrial use. Initially, Universal Group intended to acquire it directly, but due to policy restrictions, they were unable to proceed. To mitigate future complications, Shen Qingzhu chose patience over impulsiveness. Finally, when the time came for the land to be listed for sale, she acted decisively, changing the designation of the originally industrial land to commercial use. While 200 acres of industrial land might not attract much attention, the transformation into commercial land made it significantly more valuable. The former, though economically modest, was not particularly coveted by real estate companies in East China. In contrast, the latter, despite a higher price, presented opportunities for manipulation, such as converting commercial land into residential land, thus rendering it highly desirable. Consequently, even though the Pearl River estuary was located in a suburban area, it was still a worthy investment from a long-term perspective. This prompted numerous real estate developers to sniff around, including Chang'e Capital's East China division. For the sake of long-term development and to avoid raising suspicions, the 200 acres were put up for public bidding. However, it was unexpected that, despite all the preparations made, Universal Group would lose in this bidding war. Shen Qingzhu could have easily acquired the industrial land at a low price and converted it into commercial land, thereby reaping a profit of several dozen times the initial investment without any effort. Yet, coming from a family such as hers, every step must be taken with utmost caution, akin to walking on thin ice. Though the potential profit from the conversion of industrial to commercial land seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the ramifications of any oversight. For Shen Qingzhu, leaving any glaring loophole that could be exploited by family rivals was absolutely intolerable. Such seemingly insignificant oversights could be weaponized by competitors to severely undermine the Universal Group she had painstakingly built. The potential gains from converting industrial land to commercial land, though considerable, were trivial when weighed against the risks of such oversights. Only a fool would leverage their family's power recklessly to amass wealth, for such actions would inevitably lead to ruin. Children born into affluent families possess insights and strategies far superior to their peers, and they do not allow momentary gains and losses to jeopardize their future. While there are indeed wayward heirs, they are but a rare exception. The adage that a half-filled cup makes the most noise rings true in this context. There exists a prevalent notion that the offspring of affluent families are predominantly inept, indulging solely in hedonistic pursuits. However, the reality is that many scions of the elite often exhibit greater diligence than the average individual. Among them are both politicians and entrepreneurs. The distinction lies in the fact that the entrepreneurial heirs tend to remain inconspicuous, operating behind the scenes, Otherwise, how could the role of a corporate representative, often deemed a scapegoat, arise? Is the representative of a conglomerate or an enterprise truly the legitimate owner? Or, when such a representative is apprehended, do those in the know not realize that this so-called representative is merely a front? How naive? Chapter 16. A turning point, rich in sincerity. Currently, time is of the essence for Huan Yu Group. While the timeline for notification from the National Development and Reform Commission remains uncertain, the matter is nearing resolution. Within a mere 10 days, clarity shall be achieved. Although there are alternative lands available near the Pearl River estuary, it is now too late, as the remaining options are primarily residential areas and arable land. Such assets come at a high cost and are sensitive until the government incorporates them into its planning. No one would dare to disturb them. At this juncture, Shen Qingzhu finds herself increasingly anxious regarding the 200 acres of commercial land at the Pearl River estuary, which she has been strategizing over for quite some time. The utmost priority is to swiftly reclaim this land from Chang'e capital. Nevertheless, Shen Qingzhu harbors no intention of approaching the individual behind Chang'e capital, as no one is foolish enough to reveal the high value of this land or its significance to Huan Yu Group by seeking him out. While Zhou Jun's actions may raise suspicion, they are not unprecedented and thus do not warrant the attention of high-profile figures. Shen Qingzhu understands that the crux of whether they can reclaim this land hinges on one person, Lin Jiu. To put it plainly, until the National Development and Reform Commission issues its notification, Lin Jiu holds the sway over the Pearl River estuary land. Therefore, it is imperative to expedite Lin Jiu's transfer of this land to Huan Yu Group. With this thought in mind, Shen Qingzhu deliberated and subsequently instructed Zhou Jun to invite Lin Jiu to dinner that evening, emphasizing the necessity of solidifying this matter. Furthermore, Shen Qingzhu would also attend. Upon receiving her directive, Zhou Jun, apprehensive yet determined, promptly contacted Lin Jiu, initially anticipating a protracted negotiation to secure Lin Jiu's presence at the banquet. He was pleasantly surprised when Lin Jiu readily acquiesced after a few polite exchanges. Although Zhou Jun felt a twinge of astonishment, Lin Jiu's agreement was undoubtedly a positive sign, indicating his willingness to engage in discussions regarding the Pearl River estuary land. Meanwhile, within the presidential office of Chang'e Capital's East China branch, Lin Jiu sat in his executive chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. In both business and politics, one must always anticipate the next 3 steps before proceeding. Though Chang'e Capital currently holds the upper hand, certain matters are far from straightforward. The greatest folly lies in being insatiably greedy over a single issue. One must learn to recognize when to withdraw gracefully. Clinging tightly to the coveted Pearl River estuary land could lead to a sudden notification from the National Development and Reform Commission, potentially turning Huan Yu Group and Chang'e Capital into fierce adversaries. Lin Jiu is acutely aware that he would inevitably become Huan Yu Group's nemesis, a scenario detrimental not only to himself, but also to Chang'e Capital's East China branch. Such a conflict would pose a significant setback for the future development of Chang'e Capital. Transient gains and losses pale in comparison to the ultimate victor. Lin Jiu had already made his decision. Tonight's gathering would be pivotal. Given the time frame of the National Development and Reform Commission's notifications based on past experiences, he anticipated it would occur within a week. This urgency is precisely why he accepted Zhou Jun's dinner invitation. If the evening's proceedings are handled adeptly, it could result in a mutually beneficial outcome. Conversely, if mishandled, it might devolve into a banquet of treachery. As dusk approached, a sleek black Maybach glided away from the East China branch of Chang'e Capital, en route to the Faley Hotel. At the Faley Hotel, Zhou Jun stood at the entrance, feeling a blend of pressure and introspection. His son was of a similar age to Lin Jiu, yet there was no basis for comparison. The current Lin Jiu had already managed to outmaneuver him significantly, leaving Zhou Jun both awestruck and contemplative. The journey of a child from an orphanage to such a prominent position is truly remarkable. In this moment, Zhou Jun resolved to halt his son's extravagant spending, adhering to the age-old wisdom of nurturing daughters with riches while raising sons with frugality. Before long, a Maybach appeared within Zhou Jun's line of sight. Discarding his scattered thoughts, he recognized the gravity of the encounter that lay ahead. As a Biao exited the vehicle and opened the door, Lin Jiu stepped out, prompting Zhou Jun to approach and shake his hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two entered the hotel together. This time, Zhou Jun led Lin Jiu to a private room that exuded an air of antiquity, blending elegance with understated luxury. Zhou Jun gestured for Lin Jiu to take a seat and personally poured him a cup of tea before settling down himself. "Mr. Lin, I hope my intrusion today has not disrupted your work," Zhou Jun inquired. Lin Jiu shook his head. "Not at all, Mr. Zhou. I had intended to invite you for a meal tomorrow, but it appears you have beaten me to it. Work pales in comparison to friendship. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zhou? At this, Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, friendship is of paramount importance. As I am your senior, if you do not mind, I would prefer you to call me Brother Zhou. Referring to you, as Mr. Zhou feels somewhat distant, he added. Lin Jiu responded promptly, Brother Zhou, your words are too kind. If you permit me to call you brother, it signifies your acknowledgement of me. In their mutual flattery, the atmosphere became exceedingly congenial, resembling that of close friends. With the ambience set, Zhou Jun decided to forego further circumlocution and address the matter directly. My dear brother, to be candid, my invitation to dinner carries a personal motive, and it all circles back to the Pearl River estuary land issue. During this busy period, I refrained from interrupting you, but I'm curious about your current thoughts on the matter. In response to this, Lin Jiu countered with a question of his own. Brother, as it stands, the Pearl River estuary land is situated on the outskirts of Dongchuan City. While its prospects appear promising, given Huanyu Group's market position, it hardly warrants excessive concern. Therefore, I am intrigued. Does that piece of land harbor some hidden treasure? Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. My dear brother, please do not jest at my expense. Allow me to speak candidly. While Huanyu Group indeed does not place significant value on this land, we are nonetheless acting on behalf of another party, though I am not at liberty to disclose who that is. You may recall that we began planning for this land 6 months ago. To share a light-hearted moment, our initial investments are nearly complete, and we even popped some champagne, only for you to outmaneuver us and turn it into a comic affair. While the Pearl River estuary land is, as you mentioned, somewhat inconsequential to us, we are also assisting a friend, so I kindly ask for your understanding and leniency. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded in acknowledgement. I comprehend the sentiments expressed by my elder brother. Indeed, fulfilling an entrusted task can prove to be quite a formidable challenge. I empathize with Zhou Ji's feelings. When one makes a promise, it is imperative to see it through. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun promptly remarked, My dear brother, I am a rather forthright individual. Here's the proposition. If you could transfer the land at the Pearl River estuary to our Huanyu Group, you may select any 2 parcels from the entirety of commercial and residential land in East China. Furthermore, should you assist me in this endeavor, rest assured that henceforth, whenever Huanyu Group reaps the benefits in East China, I shall not forget your contribution. To speak candidly, the words you expressed earlier only now resonate with me. The real estate market in East China is rife with disparities. We are committed to constructing beautiful homes for the populace while delivering satisfactory results to the government. Therefore, Huanyu Group intends to collaborate with Changhe Capital to become pioneers in the East China real estate market, rectifying it through quality and pricing. Changhe Capital, as a leading real estate entity in Jiangnan, has earned widespread acclaim, and your strength is evident. I am confident that through our joint efforts, the East China real estate market will embrace a flourishing new visage. Lin Jiu nodded in agreement. The sincerity of my elder brother was unmistakable, and I found no reason to decline. Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy at this response. However, before Zhou Jun could articulate his thoughts, Lin Jiu interjected, Nonetheless, I understand your predicament, and I hope you can appreciate mine as well. As you know, I, Lin Jiu, am merely an employee. Although the land at the Pearl River estuary holds little market value, it is nonetheless the first parcel I secured upon arriving in East China. Every journey begins with a single step, and if I were to transfer this land to Huanyu Group, what would others think of me? I would find it difficult to explain to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun felt a chill in his heart, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. After all that discussion, he was left feeling slighted. However, having navigated the business world for many years, Zhou Jun had mastered the art of concealing his emotions, keeping his sentiments hidden beneath a composed exterior. My dear brother, I understand your position. Last year, Huanyu Group developed a villa community by the seaside, and I retained a unit from years past, which has recently been refurbished. If you do not mind, I would like to gift it to you. After all, it would be remiss to let you assist me without some recompense. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu attempted to decline. Zhou Jun feigned displeasure and said, My dear brother, could it be that you are insincere and look down upon me? This matter is unrelated to the land at the Pearl River estuary. Regardless of the outcome, this villa is yours. Seeing this, Lin Jiu ceased his refusals. Very well. I appreciate your generous intent. Since you are so sincere, what more can I say? However, I do have a proposal. The land at the Pearl River estuary could be shared equally between Changhe Capital and Huanyu Group, with Changhe Capital transferring 100 acres to Huanyu Group. This way, both parties can save face. What do you think of this idea? Zhou Jun suppressed his irritation, preparing to respond when his phone rang. He exchanged pleasantries with Lin Jiu before stepping aside to take the call. Agreed to his request, but we require 130 acres. After receiving this directive, Zhou Jun felt considerably more at ease. He then arranged for the dishes to be served. Exquisite delicacies graced the table as the two of them engaged in jovial toasts, reveling in the moment. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu embarked on a new round of negotiations. Ultimately, Lin Jiu consented to transfer 30 acres of land to Huanyu Group, while stipulating that Huanyu Group would exchange it for a 30-acre parcel in Qingluan, Dongchuan City. After some contemplation, Zhou Jun acquiesced. That coastal 30-acre plot had little value. It had initially been acquired with the intent of land reclamation, but due to policy changes, their plans had fallen through. Thus, the agreement was finalized. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Jun had a contract prepared. After dining, Lin Jiu, glancing at the contract in his hands, playfully remarked, "Elder brother, your efficiency is truly commendable." Zhou Jun, in high spirits, dismissed Lin Jiu's teasing, as Lin Jiu had already signed the contract, with 130 acres of land at the Pearl River estuary now belonging to Huanyu Group. To demonstrate goodwill, Zhou Jun signed over the 30 acres in Qingluan to Chang'e capital before Lin Jiu's signature. Additionally, after Lin Jiu signed, Zhou Jun honored his prior promise to Lin Jiu by transferring the 2 parcels of land he had selected in East China to Chang'e capital. As for Zhou Jun's assertion regarding the rectification of the East China real estate market in collaboration with Chang'e capital, he made no objections. Immediately, the East China branches of Huanyu Group and Chang'e capital released a statement announcing their strategic partnership. As for the villa, it could not be formally transferred via contract, as such transactions must remain discreet. With both parties achieving their objectives, they grew considerably closer. After sharing a cup of tea in the private room, Lin Jiu expressed his intent to take his leave. Despite Zhou Jun's attempts to persuade him to stay, he ultimately escorted Lin Jiu to his vehicle. Once Lin Jiu's car disappeared from view, Zhou Jun returned to the hotel, entering the adjacent private room where Shen Qingzhu sat, perusing the contract with a furrowed brow. Earlier, through surveillance, Shen Qingzhu had observed every interaction between the two men in the adjoining room. Upon Zhou Jun's entrance, she leaned back in her chair, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Uncle Zhou, you've worked hard." Zhou Jun shook his head, smiling. "Miss, you flatter me." Shen Qingzhu stood, handing the contract to Zhou Jun. "Uncle Zhou, please expedite the matters concerning the Pearl River estuary land. It is crucial to secure it." "So you noted." "Understood, Mississippi." After Zhou Jun left, Shen Qingzhu approached the window, gazing into the night, lost in thought. "Lin Jiu, quite intriguing indeed. What are your true intentions regarding that piece of land in Qingluan?" As she pondered, Lin Jiu, seated in his car, was already reporting the evening's transaction with Huanyu Group to Wei Dong. He even disclosed details about the villa without hesitation. In response, Wei Dong expressed high praise for Lin Jiu's recent endeavors in East China. As for the seemingly illicit villa, Wei Dong remained unfazed. He was aware that Huanyu Group was willing to pay a hefty price for the 130 acres at the Pearl River estuary, likely driven by ulterior motives. However, he had previously reported this situation to his superiors, who had not provided directives, allowing them to manage affairs at their discretion. Thus, the benefits gained by Chang'e capital were unequivocally tangible. After concluding the call, Lin Jiu retrieved the transfer contract for Qingluan from his bag, a smile playing on his lips. This is indeed a valuable asset. The following morning, news broke that Chang'e capital would transfer 130 acres of commercial land at the Pearl River estuary to Huanyu Group, while Huanyu Group would transfer 2 high-value residential parcels and the Qingluan land in return. Simultaneously, the announcement of a strategic relationship between the East China branches of Chang'e capital and Huanyu Group left those who had anticipated witnessing Chang'e capital's counteraction against Huanyu Group's monopoly in the East China real estate market utterly astonished. Hadn't they been eager to engage in a fierce battle? How did both parties suddenly come to a handshake and reconciliation? This unexpected reversal left those who sought to exploit the chaos utterly astonished. Is it not a losing proposition for Huanyu Group to exchange 2 highly valuable residential plots along with the Qingluo Bay for a piece of suburban commercial land? Have they lost their sanity? Yet, amidst the shock, there were astute individuals who seemed to catch a whiff of opportunity, turning their gaze toward the previously overlooked area of Zhujiangku in the outskirts of Dongchuan City. Could it be that an unforeseen transformation is on the horizon, prompting Huanyu Group's audacious maneuver? Chapter 18, A Good Day for All. However, the ramifications of this matter only reverberated within the confines of the East China real estate market. A small circle indeed. When personal interests are at stake, the various factions within the East China property sector cannot help but pay heed. In a flash, the once disregarded suburban area of Zhujiangku suddenly captured the attention of major real estate firms throughout East China. Having toiled in the real estate market for years, They discerned that the peculiar actions of Huanyu Group and Chang'e Capital might herald a significant upheaval for Zhu Jianku. In light of the ongoing chatter surrounding the East China real estate market, Lin Jiu, one of the instigators of this situation, remained unfazed. His decision to relinquish 130 acres of land in Zhu Jianku to Huanyu Group was driven by a rather straightforward rationale. He is not a protagonist from a novel, nor does he possess any formidable system. The adage, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, holds its truth if Lin Jiu were to cling tightly to this land. While it might yield substantial profits for Chang'e Capital, it would not confer any significant benefits upon him. In fact, various circumstances could lead Chang'e Capital to sacrifice him to ease tensions with Huanyu Group. In the realm of human affairs, a modicum of selfishness is essential, and one must exercise restraint in their endeavors. Otherwise, one risks incurring more harm than good. At the level of Chang'e Capital and Huanyu Group, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. A good day for all is the ideal outcome. This time, the relationship between Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun advanced further, culminating in the acquisition of a villa. The relationship between Chang'e Capital and Huanyu Group evolved from a state of mutual non-interference to a temporary alliance of interests. Huanyu Group displayed genuine intent, resulting in a modest profit for Chang'e Capital. Even if Zhu Jianku were designated as a key development town in the future, Chang'e Capital would not vent their frustrations on Lin Jiu. Such matters cannot be attributed solely to individuals. The failure of Chang'e Capital to grasp the underlying issues is a strategic oversight, driven by their flawed channels of information that caused them to miss this opportunity. Lin Jiu did not cause their misstep. Moreover, he acquired 2 highly valuable residential plots and a Qingluo Bay in the process. Neither party was privy to the future development of Zhu Jianku. Thus, ignorance cannot be blamed. Having lived a second life, Lin Jiu is acutely aware that in this world, there are no true friends or enemies, only interests. Undeniably, Lin Jiu is not yet strong enough to defy the established rules. He remains within their confines. Therefore, his primary consideration must be self-preservation. In the tumultuous currents of the world, merely standing firm is an arduous endeavor. Amidst the surging tides of the era, countless individuals navigate downstream. For going against the current is tantamount to courting disaster. Reclining in his chair, Lin Jiu pondered his forthcoming plans. Currently, the real estate department of the East China branch has firmly established itself, having fought a commendable battle since his arrival, with promising prospects for market development. The achievements are remarkably significant. Lin Jiu's desire for the Qingluo Bay plot stems from its vast development potential, although he himself cannot fully seize it. In his previous life, the Qingluo Bay purchased by Huanyu Group was acquired at a high price by a real estate conglomerate from the Hong Kong island, associated with the Li family. Upon acquiring the Qingluo Bay, the Li family leveraged their connections to obtain reclamation permits, transforming the previously overlooked Qingluo Bay into a highly coveted treasure. Huanyu Group suffered considerable losses as a result, yet bore no resentment, as they lacked the strength of their competitors. The Li family could secure the necessary permits, while Huanyu Group could not. Rather than holding onto the land, it was wiser to sell it at a premium. This incident caused quite a stir in East China's business community. Thus, Lin Jiu felt compelled to secure the Qingluo Bay. No matter how formidable the connections or foresight of others, they pale in comparison to Lin Jiu, a man who has arrived from the future. Who could have foreseen that he would gain indirect insight into future developments? This can only be attributed to Lin Jiu being an exceptional talent. During his week in East China, he propelled the real estate department to prominence, compelling even the skeptics among the department heads to yield to his authority. Lin Jiu's maneuvers garnered the attention of prominent figures within East China's business sphere, signaling the emergence of a new star in the commercial world. At this juncture, Lin Jiu remained indifferent to these developments. He viewed Chang'e Capital's lack of engagement in the internet sector as a considerable oversight. Consequently, Lin Jiu resolved to establish a new media development department within the East China branch. The current internet market has settled, with emerging stars either being acquired or fading into obscurity, a fleeting presence. Lin Jiu reflected on this, recognizing that the early players would not allow newcomers to usurp their positions. This presented Lin Jiu with an opportunity, prompting him to devise a talent support fund initiative. He aimed to leverage his foresight from his previous life to identify untapped talents across various sectors in East China and bring them into the fold. Upon receiving approval from the headquarters of Chang'e Capital, Wei Dong nodded in agreement, sanctioning the establishment of a new media development department and the talent support fund initiative in the East China branch. With the green light secured, Lin Jiu promptly set his plans into motion, establishing the new media development department. The Talent Support Fund initiative did not create much of a stir, as similar endeavors had been attempted in the past. However, the applicants were often eccentric individuals whose propositions failed to align with the company's interests, leading to their swift demise. Gradually, the so-called Talent Support Fund evolved into a mere facade for an investment company, targeting emerging businesses with potential for growth and investing in them, a strategy that proved to be virtually risk-free and highly lucrative. Thus, the concept of the Talent Support Fund became a guise for opportunism. Yet, the East China branch's version of the fund was predicated on the belief that true talent resides among the populace. Under Lin Jiu's guidance, the media began to fervently promote this Talent Support Fund initiative. If you have dreams but lack the capital to ignite them, come and register with Changhe Capital in East China. After reviewing and confirming compliance with the standards, the Talent Support Fund will be dispersed to assist aspiring individuals in achieving their dreams more effectively and expeditiously. Simultaneously, the municipal government of Lin Jiu City in East China has expressed its recognition and support for the Talent Support Fund initiated by Changhe Capital's East China branch, with official endorsement. The credibility of this talent support plan launched by Changhe Capital's East China division is steadily on the rise. Many are seeking support, yet most are merely self-pitying individuals, lamenting without cause. The proposals submitted are utterly nonsensical and devoid of any research value. However, Lin Jiu, the mastermind behind all this, remains unperturbed, for he knows that good things come to those who wait. The elaborate talent support plan he has orchestrated is designed to draw forth those talents who have yet to shine, enticing them to come forth. This is a strategic deployment with clear objectives and plans. Chapter 19. Embracing Ambiguity, the Doctrine of the Mean. Everything has now fallen into place. Yet, Lin Jiu still has matters to attend to. In this reincarnation, he will not allow Lu Zhong to live in bliss. Thus, Lin Jiu arranged for a letter of complaint to be sent to Yao Jie, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau of Jiangnan Province and Lu Zhong's arch-rival. The contents of the letter are a mix of truth and fabrication. Currently, Lu Zhong has been sidelined due to recent events and temporarily suspended from his duties. As time has passed and the commotion has waned, there is little attention left on these matters. Therefore, it is highly likely that Lu Zhong will soon be reinstated, and Lin Jiu is determined that Lu Zhong will endure torment not just physically, but psychologically as well. In that letter, Lin Jiu references Lu Zhong's involvement in bribery and specifies the location where he concealed his ill-gotten gains. Although the amount is not substantial, it is sufficient for Lu Zhong's downfall. Should another individual come across this letter, they might even offer a warning to Lu Zhong, pretending that nothing has transpired. After all, fortune can turn unexpectedly, and who can guarantee they won't face misfortune themselves? However, once this letter reaches Yao Jie, the situation changes dramatically. Lu Zhong, relying on his behind-the-scenes benefactor, has shown blatant disregard for Yao Jie. He has repeatedly acted contrary to Yao Jie's intentions, even during the investigation of a case that involved the brother of Yao Jie's lover. The matter, though minor, a mere solicitation, was met with Lu Zhong's self-righteous punishment of the offender. Moreover, Yao Jie had hinted to Lu Zhong after the incident that it should be enough. Instances like this are not uncommon. Thus, Yao Jie harbors a deep-seated hatred for Lu Zhong. Leaders detest those who oppose them and disregard their directives. An eye for an eye, and Yao Jie surely will not miss this opportunity. Early the next morning, Yao Jie found an additional letter of complaint on his desk. Yao Jie is not a benevolent figure. Upon seeing the letter, he initially intended to discard it. He routinely ignores such correspondence, understanding that as long as he remains uninvolved, he will not err, and by avoiding mistakes, he will not offend anyone. He embraces a philosophy of mediocrity. However, upon noticing Lu Zhong's name on the envelope, his interest was piqued. After opening the letter and perusing its contents, Yao Jie squinted slightly. Was this letter merely a coincidence? Could it be that someone sought to use him as a pawn to reap benefits? Leaning back in his chair, Yao Jie contemplated before summoning his trusted aide to investigate the location mentioned in the letter regarding the hidden funds. Upon discovering that the amount was a mere 100,000 yuan, disappointment washed over him. Yao Jie did not act impulsively. Instead, he visited each site mentioned in the letter. Some yielded nothing, proving to be false intel, but ultimately, he uncovered over 500,000 yuan in illicit funds. This letter of dubious authenticity gradually led Yao Jie to dismiss the notion of anyone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. After surveilling for 2 days, Yao Jie successfully captured photographs and footage of Lu Zhong frequenting one of the concealed stash locations and meticulously scrutinized the source of the funds. Armed with this evidence, Yao Jie instructed his aide to submit the materials to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. As predicted by Lin Jiu, Lu Zhong, previously suspended due to the blunder, was poised to be reinstated as the turmoil subsided. Although Lu Zhong was currently suspended, he was acutely aware of the events transpiring outside. Lin Jiu's reassignment to East China had been communicated to him beforehand, yet due to various considerations, Lu Zhong maintained a cautious perspective regarding Lin Jiu. After all, the blunder was precipitated by erroneous intelligence provided by Lin Jiu. While it is highly probable that Lin Jiu was unaware of the circumstances surrounding that incident, in that way Dong had orchestrated it to probe whether Changhai Capital still had any undercover agents. The reasons were moot. He could not afford to contact Lin Jiu directly to avoid creating irreparable consequences. Early in the morning, Lu Zhong tidied himself and made his way to the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Bureau. Today signified his return to work. And in this environment where one frequently encounters familiar faces, some matters are best overlooked. An internal notification was to be issued today, so arriving early or late was merely part of the job. If he did not show up, leadership might misconstrue it as a display of discontent. Upon crossing paths with the bureau staff and exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhong entered his office with a spring in his step. However, it was not long before officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission arrived. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhong smiled and said, "Director Zhou, I apologize for the trouble. You need not have come in person for just an internal notification. Xiao Sun, please pour a cup of tea for Director Zhou." To his surprise, Director Zhou of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission replied with a grave expression, "Let us change venues for tea, Comrade Lu Zhong. We have received a formal complaint alleging your involvement in violations of discipline and law, including bribery. Please accompany us for an investigation." At these words, the smile on Lu Zhong's face instantly froze. It turned out this visit was not to announce his reinstatement, but rather a return to the proverbial second prison. Meanwhile, colleagues and subordinates who had intended to congratulate him on his return swiftly dispersed upon hearing this news. Nobody wished to draw closer to Lu Zhong at such a precarious moment. It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, regardless of right or wrong. Lu Zhong was led away, once again summoned by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission under the watchful eyes of many. Such occurrences are rare and peculiar. They understood that Lu Zhong might not return from this visit. At this moment, Yao Jie stood by the window, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Lu Zhong being escorted away. He could hardly believe that Lu Zhong would manage to return unscathed this time. If Lu Zhong did return, it would indeed signal a complete disregard for the law. Shaking his head, Yao Jie returned to his chair. Knowing full well that Lu Zhong had influential connections, otherwise he would not dare oppose him. Yet, even with this knowledge, Yao Jie acted as he did, not out of a desire for justice, but simply to vent his frustrations. Justice, it seems, is but a fairy tale spun by those in power. What is fairness? Those who measure fairness are indeed the ones who embody it. Perhaps true fairness can only be found among individuals of the same caliber, provided that they engage in a contest on equal footing. Yao Jie understands that he is not a virtuous man. He is tempted by money and pleasure. Yet his timid nature prevents him from engaging in more grievous illegalities. After toiling through life, he has, for various reasons, stood in line for benefits in his earlier years, experiencing both fortune and misfortune. Having stumbled along to the present, he has lost hope for further advancement, which has led to his lethargy in governance. Aside from his petty greed, he has not committed any heinous acts. Perhaps in the next election, he should retire to a quiet government office, a fitting conclusion for himself. The worth of an individual on this path is not determined by how far they can go or how high they can rise, but rather by their ability to land safely at the end. It is rare for a person to be muddled. The doctrine of moderation is indeed the truth of life. Chapter 20. A sudden thunderclap, setting a benchmark. At this moment, Lu Zhong, brought to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, felt a twinge of unease. The inspectors wasted no time in presenting a series of incriminating evidence before him. Comrade Lu Zhong, upon receiving the formal complaint, we verified the relevant evidence provided by the informant. Do you have anything to explain? Lu Zhong did not rush to defend himself, but instead picked up the photographs and accompanying documents laid out before him. As he scrutinized these so-called evidences, his brow furrowed. Yet, upon seeing something, the weight on his heart suddenly lifted. Director Zhou, I do not acknowledge these purported materials. Regarding the claim that I accepted a bribe of 1 million yuan stashed away in various locations, there lies a logical inconsistency. Do you truly find it credible that I would accept such a sum? Furthermore, whether this 1 million actually belongs to me remains uncertain. You may verify my total assets for yourselves. They amount to a mere 700,000 yuan. Of that, 200,000 is my accrued salary, and the remaining 500,000 was acquired through the legitimate sale of a painting. As for the remaining 300,000, it would be prudent for Director Zhou to investigate thoroughly before drawing any conclusions. By the way, regarding the locations mentioned in the complaint where I supposedly concealed illicit funds, perhaps you should ascertain the true ownership of those properties. Hearing this, Zhou Ting paused. The investigation revealed, as Lu Zhong suggested, that the unexplained wealth amounted to over 500,000, and the properties were not registered under Lu Zhong's name, but rather that of his brother-in-law, a real estate entrepreneur. However, was the matter truly so straightforward? Lu Zhong might be oblivious to the identity of the informant, but Zhou Ting was well aware. Moreover, he had heard whispers of the dealings between Lu Zhong and Yao Jie. Although Lu Zhong attempted to distance himself from these matters, their job was to uncover discrepancies. If every individual with no apparent issues were simply released, would that not imply the absence of corrupt officials in the world? Thus, their existence would hold no significance. Lu Zhong was indeed a prime suspect, and Zhou Ting could not simply acquiesce to Lu Zhong's words and release him. Hence, it was imperative to swiftly find a breakthrough to thoroughly investigate Lu Zhong's case. The repercussions of Lu Zhong's second entanglement with the law were undeniably significant. Even if he emerged unscathed, it would undoubtedly cast a long shadow over his political future. Which leader would dare employ a cadre frequently summoned for tea by the provincial commission? This, precisely, was Lin Jiu's intention. In this rebirth, how could he allow Lu Zhong to live in ease? Just wait. The true spectacle has only just begun. As in his previous life, the Development and Reform Commission announced the establishment of an economic development pilot in Zhujiang town, Dongchuan City, East China. The moment this news broke, it was akin to a thunderclap in the otherwise tranquil real estate market of East China, shaking the industry to its core and stirring up a tempest. In an instant, major real estate companies across East China turned their attention to the Zhujiang town area on the outskirts of Dongchuan City. Upon inspection, they were taken aback. Aside from residential zones and farmland, all the unclaimed land in Zhujiang town had been seized by China Capital and Huanyu Group. As a peripheral area of Dongchuan City, Zhujiang town had previously gone unnoticed, and no one anticipated such a precious opportunity hidden within this impoverished locale. While the major real estate companies of East China lamented their mischance, they began to mock Changhe Capital for its failure to seize a windfall that had been laid at their feet, allowing Huanyu Group to benefit instead. Yet, upon further reflection, they fell silent. Did Changhe Capital truly suffer a loss? Perhaps not entirely. They had acquired 2 plots in the center of Yunqing City and a piece of Qingluan, and even forged a profit-sharing alliance with Huanyu Group. Even if Changhe Capital did incur a loss, it was negligible compared to their gains. Besides, Changhe Capital still held 70 acres in Zhujiang. In comparison, their position was vastly superior. No one can predict the future. Changhe Capital's actions had already maximized their interests. Had they foreseen the transformation in Zhujiang, they would not have relinquished that 130 acres. The crux of the matter lies in their lack of knowledge. Through keen intuition, they had secured tremendous benefits, warranting admiration for Lin Jiu's acumen and strategy. Regrettably, Lin Jiu was too astute, knowing when to withdraw. Had he firmly retained control over the land in Zhujiang, conflict would have undoubtedly arisen between Changhe Capital and Huanyu Group. The deployment of Huanyu Group indicates they were likely already privy to this news, yet some matters remain inexplicable. Had Lin Jiu pursued that path, the East China branch of Changhe Capital would have faced an all-out assault from Huanyu Group, making their position untenable. Although they had swiftly acquired a highly lucrative piece of land, such a move would be unwise in the long term. Those who can thrive in the East China real estate market are far from foolish. It is precisely because they are astute that they grasp the key to the situation. Lin Jiu, having recently arrived in East China, achieved such accomplishments. It is indeed a testament to his capabilities. At this moment, Changhe Capital was also taken aback by the sudden news, yet Wei Dong did not blame Lin Jiu. After all, how could Lin Jiu be expected to know matters that even he and the shadowy figure behind the scenes were unaware of? Just then, a call came from the hidden mastermind. One word: reward. Such talent, capable of bringing substantial profit to the group without prior knowledge, deserves a generous reward. Following the directive from the hidden boss, Wei Dong promptly convened a board meeting. Having navigated through the process, the 51 stake of the East China division of Changhe Capital was transferred to Lin Jiu. In an instant, Lin Jiu transformed from a mere employee into the major shareholder of the East China division of Changhe Capital, truly embodying the title of the King of East China. This remarkable maneuver did not go unnoticed by the group's employees, who regarded Lin Jiu as their representative. His success today could very well signify their own futures. Changhe Capital understands a fundamental truth. For a business to thrive, it must maintain not only a hierarchical relationship with employees, but also a cooperative one. It is not merely a matter of employer and employee. In the former scenario, employees possess a weak sense of dependence on the company, leading to a lack of cohesion. In contrast, a cooperative relationship fosters a strong reliance, particularly during critical times when employees will steadfastly support Changha Capital's endeavors. This perspective was proposed and refined by Lin Jiu, which is why he garnered significant attention and respect at the headquarters. In many respects, Lin Jiu stands as a benchmark established by Changha Capital, demonstrating to the youth that the company's developmental philosophy is neither empty rhetoric nor mere platitudes, but rather a tangible reality. His rise validates Changha Capital's strict adherence to its corporate ethos, meritocracy, where ability supersedes seniority. Such principles are essential for maintaining the vibrancy of a business and continuously unleashing new vitality. Cohesion is the sword that breaks through constraints, a truth unchanging throughout history. Chapter 21. Steady Progress, Emerging Talent. Upon receiving this momentous news, Lin Jiu was filled with a myriad of emotions. Astonished that he had acquired shares in the East China Division so soon. Truly, the course of fate is elusive. With his arrival, the real estate sector of Changha Capital's East China Division made groundbreaking strides in the regional market. Not only did they establish a foothold, but they also ascended to new heights. Wen Chuan seized the moment, leveraging this hard-won opportunity to penetrate deeper into the East China real estate market. Armed with Changha Capital's robust financial backing and the alliance with Huanyu Group, they swiftly became a formidable force, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, ruthlessly capturing market share. However, Lin Jiu issued directives to pursue market competition with purpose and strategy, rather than recklessly seizing every opportunity indiscriminately. Furthermore, an overly expansive venture would be difficult to manage. Precision was paramount over quantity. Lin Jiu was acutely aware that one cannot achieve success overnight. The control of the East China real estate market lay not with them, but with Huanyu Group, which also dominated the building materials sector in the region. Should Changha Capital spread its real estate interests too broadly, it would unwittingly hand over its lifeblood to Huanyu Group. If Changha Capital flourished indiscriminately in the East China real estate market, any subsequent restrictions imposed by Huanyu Group would have dire consequences. Hence, the imperative was to proceed methodically, learning to walk before attempting to run. In this world, alliances and friendships are often illusory. There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. With Lin Jiu's directives in place, Wen Chuan began to temper his ambitions. This shift took many in the East China real estate market by surprise. At that moment, within the headquarters of Huanyu Group, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow upon learning that Changha Capital had ceased its advance into the real estate market. Disappointment washed over him. It appeared that events were not unfolding as he had envisioned. Originally, he had anticipated that Changha Capital's real estate division would seize this rare opportunity to aggressively capture market share. The initial developments had aligned with his expectations, but this sudden change left him disheartened. Had Changha Capital truly capitalized on this opportunity for rampant expansion, Huanyu Group could have easily tightened its grip on the lifeblood of Changha Capital's East China real estate division, maximizing their own interests. Currently, Huanyu Group held a monopolistic position in the East China real estate market. With a nod, they could supply materials, but with a shake of the head, no building materials merchant in the entire region would sell to them. Thus, Huanyu Group firmly maintained its leadership position in the East China real estate market. Apart from the group's formidable background, their methods were equally indispensable in securing this position. It was unexpected that Changha Capital had resisted the temptation to dive into this lucrative opportunity. At that moment, Zhou Jun, despite his disappointment, found himself increasingly wary of Lin Jiu, who was roughly the same age as his son, yet also filled with admiration. Such talent, if harnessed, could prove invaluable. Alas, their paths diverged irreparably. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu, the object of Zhou Jun's contemplation, had no time to dwell on these matters. His talent development initiative was already yielding results. Amidst a broad outreach effort, a promising candidate emerged within his sights, Zhang Yiming, the team leader from a major internet corporation. In his previous life, this prodigious talent had revolutionized the internet landscape, excelling to the point of surpassing established competitors and becoming a prominent figure in the industry. The reason for his meteoric rise was his leadership in creating a company called ByteDance, which developed a short video social media platform, the Douyin app. Once launched, Douyin's seamless performance and user-friendly interface quickly propelled it to popularity across the internet. With its rapid ascent, it became a leading force in the industry, drawing significant attention from numerous official accounts. Despite facing numerous challenges and setbacks during its rise, the ultimate outcome was a testament to their perseverance and hard work. At this juncture, Zhang Yiming had just departed from the internet giant, and while he had conceptual ideas for development, they had yet to take shape. Moreover, the current internet market was dominated by major players, making opportunities for breakthrough exceedingly rare. Changha Capital, with its formidable stature rivaling those internet giants, coincidentally introduced a talent support fund, just as Zhang Yiming and his team were leaving. Upon learning that Zhang Yiming had arrived at Changha Capital's East China division, Lin Jiu took this prospect very seriously. Although Zhang Yiming's ideas were somewhat ambitious, under Lin Jiu's guidance, he was granted a chance for support. Just as Zhang Yiming was about to leave, a staff member intercepted him. "Mr. Zhang, greetings. Our general manager has expressed great interest in your proposal and would like to invite you for a detailed discussion in his office. Would that be convenient for you?" Hearing this, Zhang Yiming naturally would not let such an opportunity slip away, and thus followed the staff member to Lin Jiu's office. Once the staff member entered to announce his presence, Zhang Yiming was permitted to enter the office. As he stepped inside, Lin Jiu, seated at his desk, rose without pretense, walked around the table, and extended his hand. "Mr. Zhang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I had heard of your remarkable achievements while leading the research and development project at Ting & Company. I never anticipated that today I would finally have the pleasure of meeting you in person." Zhang Yiming extended his hand and exchanged a brief handshake with Lin Jiu. "You flatter me, General Lin. It is merely the platform that has granted us the opportunity to showcase our capabilities. This accomplishment is the result of collective effort, and I cannot take sole credit," he replied modestly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Jiu invited Zhang Yiming to take a seat on the sofa and personally poured him a cup of tea. Zhang Yiming expressed his gratitude, though he felt somewhat puzzled. The name of Lin Jiu, the head of the East China division at Changha Capital, had been resounding in the industry recently. Although they operated in different sectors, Zhang Yiming enjoyed keeping abreast of the news. During this period, Lin Jiu was actively expanding his network in East China, which naturally led to his prominent appearances in the media. Before joining Changha Capital, Zhang Yiming had conducted a cursory study of Lin Jiu, realizing that his reputation was formidable and his influence at the headquarters was considerable. Observing Lin Jiu's performance since his arrival in East China, Zhang Yiming understood the meaning of the phrase, "a great name carries weight." Without beating around the bush, Lin Jiu seized Zhang Yiming's proposal and delved straight into the matter. "Mr. Zhang, I have reviewed your proposal. Your thinking is indeed forward-looking, and the concept is commendable. However, given the current state of the new media market in the internet sphere, it lacks substantial investment value. As far as I know, you have already reached out to several investors, but the feedback has been lukewarm. I am keen to hear your thoughts and understand how you plan to persuade me to make a significant investment in something so fraught with uncertainty." Chapter 22. Resolute Decisions. The final outcome. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiming pondered for a moment before responding. "General Lin, the prospects for internet development are exceedingly vast. While the short video platforms are currently proliferating, the major internet companies are not prioritizing this sector, as they're focused on developing game applications that promise quicker returns with lower risks. I believe there is ample room for growth in short video platforms. Their potential has yet to be fully realized. Moreover, the current review mechanisms and regulatory frameworks for short videos require enhancement, and many are still unaware of these issues. If we were to develop a user-friendly short video application that strengthens oversight, facilitates live sharing, nurtures self-media influencers, and fosters a new media industry chain while inviting advertisers to invest, these are the true values of a short video platform. The time is ripe for such innovation, as the current short video market is overly constrained and possesses vast potential for expansion. Major internet companies are not focusing on the development of short video platforms because innovation comes with its costs and risks. However, if we continue along the old paths without daring to innovate, merely building upon existing foundations, how can we achieve transformative progress? Conservative thinking has its merits and drawbacks. We must embrace what is right and discard what is wrong, daring to innovate and be the pioneers in the market to accelerate the advancement of the internet landscape. Listening intently, Lin Jiu leaned back on the sofa and nodded. "Mr. Zhang's assertions are not without merit. As I mentioned earlier, your thoughts and plans are indeed ahead of their time. Yet, I believe the most formidable challenge we face is not financial, but rather the constraints imposed by entrenched interests. Should your vision and plan succeed, we must confront an unavoidable dilemma: how to break through the formidable barriers erected by the major internet companies and emerge as a standout in this established internet landscape." Zhang Yiming was not taken aback by Lin Jiu's question, as those investors had indirectly or directly posed similar inquiries to him. Although the investors he approached expressed interest in his team, the ensuing series of challenges and the returns his team could provide seemed to present a risk greater than the potential rewards. An obscure newcomer against the titans of the internet market, it was evident that Zhang Yiming was at risk of being overlooked. He chose not to elaborate further. General Lin, to be candid, many investors have posed this question to me. However, I believe that no amount of eloquence can alter the ultimate outcome. With confidence and determination, there is no need for excessive explanation. The choice lies in your hands, and the final result depends on your willingness. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu smiled and offered Zhang Yiming a cigarette. Your words are akin to rallying my troops. I suspect that prior investors have made similar choices. Zhang Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. In response, Lin Jiu remained silent, leaning back against the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. This scene felt like psychological torment for Zhang Yiming. Although he was not at a dead end, the situation was undeniably dire. When he left his previous company, he had envisioned a bright future and was aware of the challenges ahead. He believed that with the connections he had nurtured over the years and the achievements he had made, he would not be left without recognition. However, while ideals are often grand, reality can be stark. Those investors were interested in recruiting Zhang Yiming's team to develop projects in other domains, which contradicted his original intent. After departing from the internet company, Zhang Yiming established a startup named ByteDance. His and his team's resources had dwindled to a critical level, nearing the point of insolvency. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, and he contacted several investors, yet the outcomes were starkly different from his expectations, even diametrically opposed. While the investors value their talents, they intended to harness those talents for their own projects. Thus, as of now, Zhang Yiming found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Should Lin Jiu reject him, his entrepreneurial journey would face a harsh winter, potentially collapsing midway. At this moment, Lin Jiu's hesitation felt like a grip around Zhang Yiming's heart. Lin Jiu had given him hope, but the outcome was beyond his control. The 3 minutes that passed felt like an eternity for Zhang Yiming. During this time, Lin Jiu observed him closely. Though he had already made a decision in his heart, he pondered whether the trajectory of fate would shift due to his presence, an uncertainty that none could predict. These 3 minutes served as a test for Lin Jiu, assessing Zhang Yiming's composure. Should Zhang Yiming falter and speak out of impatience, Lin Jiu would have felt disappointment. A glimpse of the broader picture reveals that if a person cannot maintain their composure in critical moments, their potential for achievement is severely limited. Fortunately, Zhang Yiming's demeanor did not disappoint Lin Jiu. With a snap, Lin Jiu ignited a cigarette, rousing Zhang Yiming from his tumultuous thoughts. I deeply admire those who dare to innovate and confront risks head-on. ByteDance will receive investment from Changhe Capital. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiming felt a surge of excitement, rising to his feet with tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, President Lin. Thank you, President Lin. I assure you, I will not let you down. Lin Jiu waved his hand dismissively. See, I have 3 prerequisites for this investment. First, Changhe Capital must hold a 60% stake in ByteDance. Second, I will grant you a 6-month period. During this time, the East China branch of Changhe Capital will fully support your research and development efforts. However, after 6 months, you must present me with a satisfactory report. Third, Changhe Capital will not interfere with the research and development of the Douyin app mentioned in your plans. You are responsible for that work, and we shall not intervene. However, should the Douyin app fail to launch within 6 months, Changhe Capital reserves the right, as a major shareholder, to demand that General Manager Zhang and your research team serve Changhe Capital unconditionally. Furthermore, Changhe Capital retains the right to cease investment in the Douyin app's development. What is your opinion on this, General Manager Zhang? After hearing Lin Jiu's conditions, Zhang Yiming found himself in a profound psychological struggle. But now, was there any room for choice? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yiming nodded in agreement. Observing this, Lin Jiu rose and extended his hand toward Zhang Yiming. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Zhang Yiming stood and shook Lin Jiu's hand. To a fruitful partnership. Chapter 23. The agreement reached a moment of pause. After Lin Jiu and Zhang Yiming reached an accord, both parties drafted a contract. They optimized the contract's details, and subsequently, both signed the investment agreement. At that moment, the equity of ByteDance was officially altered. In this current age of the internet, even the slightest disturbance attracts attention. Lin Jiu, having recently arrived in East China, had already become a significantly influential entrepreneur. The news of Changhe Capital's East China branch acquiring ByteDance and entering the internet sector quickly spread. Lin Jiu's further investment in a relatively obscure internet startup garnered little attention. To most observers, youthful success often breeds arrogance. Changhe Capital had refrained from entering the internet market during the initial boom. It was unexpected that they would choose to act during a time of stabilized internet market dynamics. From a commercial perspective, this seemed an exceedingly unwise decision. Moreover, it was perplexing for many to see a traditionally industrial firm like Changhe Capital venturing into the internet space. provoking a sense of curiosity akin to watching a clumsy imitation of a successful model. At this moment, in Tingyun Group, the director of the R&D department, Zhou Shun, stared in shock at the news flashing across his computer screen. Zhang Yiming and his team had originally belonged to Tingyun Group's market R&D department, but had departed for various reasons. Zhou Shun was a connoisseur of talent and held great admiration for Zhang Yiming and his team. However, life often dictates one's course. Zhou Shun had hoped to retain Zhang Yiming's group as a cornerstone for his ascent, but circumstances were not as he envisioned. In a society governed by connections, those who solely focus on research ultimately remain employees. Yet, Zhang Yiming harbored great ambition and would not settle for being subordinate for long. Although Zhou Shun valued talent, he considered those who did not follow him to be dispensable. Zhang Yiming fell into this category. Despite his departure, Zhou Shun still regarded Zhang Yiming's team highly. In this materialistic age, Zhou Shun managed to retain several key members from Zhang Yiming's team. It was then that he realized, while Zhang Yiming's team was indeed exceptional, only Zhang Yiming himself could unlock their full potential. Thus, he contemplated extending a helping hand to Zhang Yiming in his moment of despair, hoping to recruit him to his side. For this, he had even made arrangements with certain investors. However, little did he expect that an unexpected competitor would emerge, seizing the opportunity first. If it were a prominent figure within the industry, Zhou Shun would not have been overly surprised. Yet, for an industrialist to divert their focus to the internet was baffling. It seemed a frivolous endeavor. If Changhe Capital sought to transform, that was understandable. But the investment in Zhang Yiming was initiated by the East China branch. This was akin to striking one side while hammering the other, lacking any logical coherence. To Zhou Shun, it appeared that Changhe Capital had been duped by Zhang Yiming, becoming an unwitting victim. An industrial firm dabbling in the internet space left Zhou Shun utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, Changhe Capital was a formidable entity, one he could not afford to offend. His dissatisfaction could only be swallowed. He hoped for future opportunities to act, for nothing is eternal. Only those who plant trees can expect to see them grow. The investment of Changhe Capital's East China branch in the internet startup industry did not garner significant attention. Huanyu Group, however, was somewhat intrigued by the matter. After all, Zhou Jun, who had suffered setbacks at Lin Jiu's hands, understood that Lin Jiu was not the type to engage in meaningless ventures. Entering the internet market must indicate some undisclosed information or emerging trend. Nonetheless, Zhou Jun's interest in this matter stemmed solely from his regard for Lin Jiu, and he soon cast it aside. Changhe Capital, for its part, did not dwell on the situation. Wei Dong was well aware of Lin Jiu's capabilities. It was only natural for a young person to wish to explore new industries. After all, without innovation, there is no progress. One cannot remain perpetually ensconced in their comfort zone. Furthermore, as the major shareholder of the East China branch, Lin Jiu was entitled to make such decisions without needing to inform the headquarters. Lin Jiu was no longer merely an employee, but now a shareholder of Changhe Capital. A leader must be willing to delegate authority, and since Lin Jiu was a trusted ally, Wei Dong's support for him was entirely reasonable. Moreover, following Lin Jiu's recent efforts to further expand the East China branch's market, no one would dare to criticize him at this juncture. The owner of Changhe Capital was even less concerned about this matter. Lin Jiu was indeed a rare talent. The young lady from the Shun family had suffered at his hands, which sparked a measure of interest, but that was the extent of it. The operation of the group was entirely entrusted to Wei Dong, who managed it without excessive interference. Knowing how to utilize talent, and daring to do so reflects true vision and mettle. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu, situated in East China, remained wholly unconcerned with these affairs. In Yunzhou City, East China's Jiushi Rose Garden, a black Maybach slowly came to a halt in front of a villa. Lin Jiu stepped out and walked directly into the villa. This villa was the coastal property gifted to him by Zhou Jun of Huanyu Group. After acquiring the villa, Abayo arranged for a thorough inspection inside and out, finding no irregularities. Only then did Lin Jiu decide to move in. It was a 30-minute drive to the company. Far removed from the bustle of the city, he relished the tranquility, which was perfect for him. Within this villa, apart from Abayo, there were no others. In his leisure, Lin Jiu enjoyed cooking for himself, as it allowed him to feel the warmth of life. In his previous life, during a covert career that spanned over 2 decades, it was only when he found himself alone in the kitchen preparing a meal that he could clearly remember who he was. Even now, this habit remains unaltered. However, the distinction between the self who once fervently clung to his mission and the man he is today lies in the fact that in his past existence, he relied on self-hypnosis to maintain clarity, while in this life, he constantly reminds himself of what he ought to do and what he ought not to do. In the grand scheme of things, it is indeed true that good ultimately triumphs over evil. But is Changha capital truly on the side of malevolence? No. It is simply a matter of having lost. The concepts of good and evil are defined by the victors, not the vanquished. After finishing his meal, Lin Jiu returned to his study, leaning back in his chair to reflect in silence. As thoughts crossed his mind, a smile broke upon his lips. Now that he has been reborn, why not try his luck with a lottery ticket? Thus, he instructed Abayo to purchase a ticket with the numbers he had chosen. Although Abayo was somewhat puzzled, he complied without question. Once Abayo departed, Lin Jiu made his way to the beach within the villa district. It was the deep autumn season. An abiding chill swept through the night air. Standing on the shore, watching the waves ebb and flow under the glow of the setting sun, Lin Jiu lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and savoring the long-lost tranquility. Whether in the past or present, it seemed he had never paused to truly appreciate life. In his previous life, burdened by a mission and blindly loyal to Lu Zhong, he had no time, no energy, and no inclination to indulge in such moments. Now, after exhausting efforts to establish himself, he finally had the opportunity to admire the scenery he had overlooked in his former existence. Just then, a sound behind him stirred him from his reverie. Lin Jiu turned to see a German shepherd locking eyes with him. The man and dog exchanged glances, and Lin Jiu couldn't help but smile. This creature seemed rather amusing. However, as a voice called out, his smile faded abruptly. "Jiu, come here." Chapter 24. A glimpse of enchantment, a moment of reflection. Upon hearing that name, the smile vanished from Lin Jiu's face. For the German shepherd had already bounded toward the girl descending from the greenway. It was clear whom Jiu referred to. As he gazed at the girl approaching the beach, Lin Jiu's expression remained impassive. Zhao Qingru, leading the German shepherd, walked up to Lin Jiu, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear with a hint of apology. "Sir, I'm sorry. The leash slipped from my hand. I hope I didn't startle you." Observing the girl's unadorned face, blushing slightly against her fair complexion, Lin Jiu shook his head. "It's nothing." Zhao Qingru, slightly embarrassed, offered her apologies once more before taking her leave with the dog. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Jiu's gaze darkened as he turned back towards the setting sun. He expected to encounter her here. He recognized this girl. Their paths had crossed in his previous life. Her name was Zhao Qingru, the cousin of Sun Qingzhu. Zhao Qingru's father, Zhao Mingbo, currently held the position of mayor in Yunzhou City, Huadong Province. As the mayor, Zhao Mingbo was also a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, a deputy ministerial-level official, the significance of which was self-evident. With Zhao Qingru's presence here, it was highly likely that Sun Qingzhu also resided in this vicinity. However, Lin Jiu was not particularly concerned with such matters. What occupied his thoughts now was the development of his company in Huadong, alongside keeping an eye on that unfortunate Lu Zhong. With this in mind, he shook his head and departed the beach, returning to the villa. Back in his study, he toyed with a fountain pen in hand. The real estate market in Huadong required steady development while patiently awaiting opportunities. As for the internet sector, he had only recently ventured into that realm, and it would take at least half a year to reap any tangible results. Good things take time, and one cannot rush progress. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. After acknowledging the sound, Abayo entered the room. "Master Jiu, the Yunzhou city government is organizing a forum for outstanding entrepreneurs. They just sent over an invitation, requesting your presence at Faley Hotel tomorrow morning at 9. Should we send someone to make an appearance? Or?" After a moment of thought, Lin Jiu shook his head. "This is Huadong, not Jiangnan. It's not our stronghold. Therefore, we must actively respond to the government's call. I will attend tomorrow." Abayo nodded in agreement. "Understood, Master Jiu." After Abayo left, Lin Jiu sat on the balcony, gazing at the coastline shrouded in nightfall, his eyes reflecting an unreadable meaning. Just then, he sensed something and looked up. On the third-floor balcony of the neighboring villa stood an ethereally beautiful woman, swirling a glass of red wine, gazing down at him. Upon seeing her, Lin Jiu's pupils constricted. Sun Qingzhu, how could this woman be living next door? In response, Lin Jiu raised his teacup and nodded in acknowledgement towards Sun Qingzhu. She took a sip from her glass and then turned, vanishing from his sight. Although surprised by this unexpected encounter, Lin Jiu took it in stride. He stood up, exited the study, and retired to his bedroom for rest. The next day at dawn, Lin Jiu opened his eyes. After washing up, he ventured out for a morning run. The sun's rays dispersed the autumn chill along the coastal greenway, where Lin Jiu jogged, appearing neither flushed nor out of breath. Having graduated from the police academy in his previous life, he possessed a solid foundation, and during his initial years at Chang'a capital, he earned a formidable reputation on the streets of Jiangnan over the course of 4 years. Later, he encountered an elderly sage and, by chance, acquired a health-preserving secret. However, Due to his busy work schedule, he never had the opportunity to practice diligently, learning only the surface level. Nevertheless, even this minimal knowledge allowed him to maintain a physical condition superior to most of his peers. Now, in this second life, Lin Jiu placed great importance on the health regimen taught by that mystical old sage. He practiced consistently, and although he did not notice significant changes, he felt invigorated each day. The experiences of 2 lifetimes had instilled in him the understanding that this health secret was a rare treasure. After completing a lap around the villa's greenway, Lin Jiu returned home, took a shower, changed clothes, and headed downstairs to enjoy the breakfast prepared by a bio. At 8 in the morning, a Jiangnan-registered Maybach slowly rolled out of the villa district, making its way to the city center. The morning rush hour traffic was exasperating. 40 minutes later, a black Maybach came to a halt in front of Faley Hotel, closely followed by a black Rolls-Royce. The staff at the entrance opened the car door, and Lin Jiu stepped out, coincidentally coming face to face with Zhou Jun, who was also exiting his vehicle. Zhou Jun smiled and remarked, "Brother Lin, your driver sure is fast. I almost didn't catch up." Lin Jiu chuckled in response and approached Zhou Jun, shaking his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 men entered the hotel together. Under the guidance of the staff, the 2 individuals entered the venue in succession and took their seats. To their surprise, both Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun found themselves seated in the front row. However, this was to be expected, as Lin Jiu was representing Changhe Capital, rather than its East China branch. Furthermore, the initial investment of Changhe Capital in East China was made at the government's invitation. Thus, the headquarters had not placed significant emphasis on the development in this region. Additionally, in terms of scale and overall strength, Changhe Capital surpassed Huanyu Group, making their presence in the front row entirely justifiable. For most of the entrepreneurs attending the conference, Lin Jiu's unfamiliar face piqued their curiosity. Yet, those seated in the front row were not ordinary individuals, so it was hardly surprising. At 9 in the morning, Mayor Zhang Hongtao of Yinzhou City, along with relevant leaders, entered the venue. The attendees rose in unison, offering the warmest applause. Zhang Hongtao waved his hand, leading a group of officials to sit at the center of the front row, prompting the audience to take their seats. The poised and dignified host activated the microphone. "Distinguished leaders and honored guests, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the Entrepreneur Symposium organized by the Yinzhou City Government amidst your busy schedules." The Yinzhou City Government, adhering to the development philosophy of the Provincial Committee in Government, has cultivated the prosperous center we see today over the past 2 decades. The arduous journey of Yinzhou City's development owes much to the support of esteemed leaders and the assistance of remarkable entrepreneurs. Thank you for your contributions to the millions of people in Yinzhou City. Now, let's warmly welcome Mayor Zhang Hongtao to the stage to deliver his speech. Lin Jiu clapped with a smile, lost in thought. In the midst of the enthusiastic applause, Zhang Hongtao ascended the stage. "On this splendid day, on behalf of the Yinzhou City Party Committee and Government, extend a sincere and warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for your contributions throughout the developmental journey of East China. The purpose of convening this symposium for outstanding entrepreneurs is to encourage everyone to continue their efforts and contribute to the future economic development of Yinzhou, enhancing the living standards of our citizens and creating more employment opportunities. Whether local enterprises or those attracting external investment, we consider ourselves one big family. I have also sensed that we entrepreneurs possess great passion, capability, and vision. It is precisely this exceptional group of entrepreneurs and their enterprising spirit that have fostered the robust development of our Yinzhou enterprises, bolstered the industrial economy, and provided job opportunities for the citizens of Yinzhou. Here, on behalf of the Yinzhou City Party Committee and Government, and the people of Yinzhou, I express my gratitude for your long-standing support and contributions. Simultaneously, we genuinely wish to hear your insights, identify existing shortcomings, and gather suggestions for Yinzhou's future development. I hope everyone will actively voice their opinions and provide constructive recommendations." As Zhang Hongtao concluded, he bowed to the audience in appreciation and returned to his seat. The host then took the microphone. "Now, let us welcome Mr. Zhou Jun, a representative of the East China Provincial People's Congress, Vice Chairman of the East China Business Association, an esteemed entrepreneur and chairman of Huanyu Group, to the stage to speak." Amidst another round of applause, Zhou Jun stood, shaking hands with the leaders before stepping up to the podium. After a brief self-introduction, he expressed gratitude to the leaders of the party committee and government, as well as the representatives of the attending entrepreneurs. Zhou Jun stated that Huanyu Group's achievements were made possible under the leadership of the East China Provincial Party Committee and government, with the support of the people of East China. He assured that Huanyu Group would continue to strive for excellence in the industry while steadily developing under government guidance. providing more and better job opportunities for the people of East China. After concluding his speech, Zhou Jun bowed to the audience in appreciation before returning to his seat. The host resumed speaking, noting the Huanyu Group is an exemplary enterprise of East China and wishing for its further development on the solid foundation it has established. Now, let us invite Mr. Lin Jiu, General Manager of Changhe Capital, to the stage to share his thoughts. Lin Jiu rose to a warm round of applause, greeted the leaders one by one, and approached the podium. Accepting the microphone from the host, he began, "Esteemed leaders and respected seniors, good day to you all. It is a great honor to receive the invitation from the Yunzhou City Party Committee and Government to participate in this esteemed entrepreneur symposium. I am also delighted to stand here and engage in discourse with the leaders and business veterans present. Mayor Zhang has just instructed us to provide candid suggestions regarding the current economic market development of Yunzhou. Having only been in East China for half a month, I cannot claim to have made significant contributions, but I hold a positive and optimistic attitude towards Yunzhou's economic growth. I believe there will be many opportunities ahead, and Changhe Capital aspires to contribute to the welfare of the people of East China under the guidance of our leaders. All the distinguished entrepreneurs present here are highly regarded in various fields across East China. I hope that in the future, we will have more opportunities to exchange ideas and learn from one another. Thank you all." As applause erupted, Lin Jiu descended from the stage and returned to his seat, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Nowadays, when leaders invite them to propose suggestions, it seems more a matter of self-promotion and flattery than genuine advice. Yet, this is the prevailing trend. If one remains sober while others are intoxicated, one risks isolation, suppression, and fading into obscurity. Before becoming powerful, one must integrate with them, become one of them, and ultimately replace them to become the person one aspires to be. Observing the entrepreneurs taking turns to speak, Lin Jiu shook his head. Since that individual departed, it seems that no successful person dares to speak the truth anymore. Under the oppressive weight of power, each successful person lives in trepidation. Only through true engagement and observation can one grasp the power of authority, which cannot be adequately expressed through pale language. Before long, the meeting concluded, and the leaders took to the stage for closing remarks. Amidst another round of enthusiastic applause, the so-called symposium for outstanding entrepreneurs came to a close. However, they were soon informed that the city government and the Red Cross had organized a charity auction. Lin Jiu felt no surprise at this development. He called Wen Chuan to represent Changhe Capital at the charity auction. Just before getting into the car, Zhou Jun called out to him, "Brother, it's mealtime. Shall we find a place to grab a drink?" Initially, Lin Jiu intended to decline, but after a moment's thought, he readily accepted. Seeing this, Zhou Jun smiled and suggested, "Then let's go in my car. Have your driver follow behind." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu took their seats in the car, with Zhou Jun's driver slowly steering the Rolls-Royce, while a bio drove closely behind. The two vehicles departed from the Faley Hotel, one following the other. In the car, Zhou Jun handed Lin Jiu a cigarette, and the two indulged in clouds of smoke in the back seat. Zhou Jun rolled down the window and casually remarked, "General Manager Lin, what is your perspective on the future development of Zhujiangku?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu leaned back in his seat and cast a glance at Zhou Jun. "I hold a positive outlook on the development of Zhujiangku. However, the specifics will need to be determined by higher authorities." Zhou Yun smiled faintly. With the recent directives from above, the municipal government of Dongchuan City is already preparing to discuss the resettlement of residents and the gradual demolition of properties. Currently, land in Zhujiangku is exceedingly valuable. I wonder if General Manager Lin has any thoughts on this matter? Lin Jiu pondered for a moment. "Zhou, could it be that your Huanyu group has already formulated some plans?" Zhou Jun replied with a knowing expression. The mayor of Dongchuan City has been dismissed at this critical juncture, and it is said that a new mayor has already been appointed. He paused, gesturing upwards. Moreover, the area of Zhujiangku in Dongchuan City has officially been designated by the Development and Reform Commission, transitioning from municipal to provincial jurisdiction. Soon, Zhujiangku will be included in the economic pilot zone and will be officially recognized as an economic industrial park in East China. The 200 acres owned by Huanyu Group and Changhe Capital are at the heart of this area. To put simply, Zhujiangku town is about to evolve into Zhujiangku district and will become an economic special zone in southern East China. Brother, in light of this impending situation, we should set aside our differences and work together. Lin Jiu remained non-committal, instead posing a seemingly trivial question. Brother, which faction does the new mayor of Dongchuan belong to? Zhou Jun chuckled. You certainly know how to get to the point. From the north, the Zhang family. Chapter 26, a joint offensive, both advancing and retreating. Lin Jiu did not express any opinion regarding Zhou Jun's stance. Zhou Jun also refrained from further comment. After more than half an hour, the two vehicles arrived one after the other at Beihai Manor, located on the outskirts of Yinchuan City. This establishment is also part of the Huanyu Group's portfolio. Beihai Manor is not open to the public. It operates on an invitation-only basis, boasting high standards and exceptional privacy. It serves as a high-end private club that integrates leisure, entertainment, dining, and accommodation, targeting elite clients, government officials, and business magnates. Similar to Changhai Capital's Shanghai Club, it is essentially designed to foster networking. The two vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Beihai Manor, where an elegantly poised hostess approached to open the car doors. Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun exited the vehicle from opposite sides and proceeded together into Beihai Manor, guided by the hostess to a courtyard situated by the lakeside. The two settled onto stone chairs in the courtyard, and after the hostess served them tea, she departed. Zhou Jun observed Lin Jiu leisurely savoring his tea and remarked with a smile, "Brother, what are your thoughts on the development in Zhejiangkou? Huanyu Group holds high expectations for that area and has already initiated planning. My intention for the urban development in the central region of Zhejiangkou is to collaborate with Changhai Capital. Time waits for no one. One party can take a piece of the cake, but it can be overwhelming. 3 parties will leave everyone hungry, while 2 parties dividing it is just right." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu set down his teacup. "What you say makes sense, and from my perspective, I share your sentiments entirely. Whether it concerns the urban development in Zhejiangkou or the real estate market in East China, I believe that both Huanyu Group and Changhai Capital currently share a unified stance, which is stability. Progressing steadily on a stable market foundation is paramount. The Xinghai Group from the Zhang family is renowned in the north, and their arrival will inevitably disrupt our existing market foundation to some extent. Therefore, to maintain market stability, it is entirely reasonable for Huanyu Group and Changhai Capital to join forces. However, the strength of Changhai Capital's East China division is still somewhat lacking. If we wish to secure the central land in Zhejiangkou alongside Huanyu Group, it may indeed be beyond our capabilities. In Zhejiangkou, we at Changhai Capital can only manage 1/3. As for the remainder, we are powerless." Zhou Jun, reflecting on Lin Jiu's words, nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Huanyu Group will handle the rest. By the way, brother, the previous 200 acres include 70 acres that belong to your Changhai Capital. Do you have any plans for it? Huanyu Group intend to transform this 200 acres into the commercial CBD of Zhejiangkou. May I ask for your thoughts?" General Manager Lin? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu smiled and replied, "Changhai Capital's plans for the 70 acres in Zhejiangkou align perfectly with what you just described, brother. We truly wish to collaborate on this. Currently, the 70 acres are still in the approval phase. In about a week, we should be able to proceed smoothly." Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively. "That's not acceptable. I will expedite the procedures for you. In my view, we should officially commence work in 3 days. Time is of the essence." Lin Jiu nodded. "Then I shall defer to your judgment, brother. Let us get to the table early to avoid others snatching our seats. So yun xiaoku knowingly. When brothers unite, their combined strength is formidable. I believe that the future real estate market in East China, under the efforts of you and me, will undoubtedly withstand the test of storms." Lin Jiu raised his teacup and clinked it with Zhou Jun's. Both men, harboring their own thoughts, enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. Soon, exquisite dishes were served, and both refrained from alcohol, opting for tea instead. After their meal, Lin Jiu took his leave, and despite Zhou Jun's attempts to retain him, he escorted Lin Jiu to the entrance, presenting him with an exquisite membership card. After some polite refusals, Lin Jiu accepted it. Zhou Jun watched as the black Maybach disappeared from sight before turning back to the club. This brief meeting had effectively determined the ownership of the central area of Zhejiangkou. That evening, Dongchuan City announced the central area's bidding process to major real estate developers in East China. The next morning, the bidding took place, with Changhai Capital and Huanyu Group securing all the core plots, while surrounding plots were acquired by various real estate companies throughout East China. Everything progressed remarkably swiftly, and when the provincial authorities learned of this news, certain officials were so enraged that they smashed their cups, berating the mayor of Dongchuan City for dereliction of duty, for using his power for personal gain, and for failing to distinguish between public and private interests by selling off the plots designated by the Provincial Development and Reform Commission without permission. Yet they seemed to forget that this mayor had already made a desperate gamble. After decades of diligent service, he was finally entrusted with significant responsibilities, only to have others attempt to reap the rewards. He was subsequently demoted to serve as the executive deputy director of the Provincial Department of Agriculture. Given this, it was clear that they would not have an easy time. Meanwhile, Huanyu Group demonstrated its strength, as the mayor of Dongchuan City faced no repercussions. Nor did his position change. He remained the executive deputy director of the Provincial Department of Agriculture. It must be said that the strategic alliance between Huanyu Group and Chang'e Capital is a stroke of genius. In the current real estate market of East China, aside from Chang'e Capital, any attempt to unite with others to contend against the entry of Xinghai Group is nothing short of a pipe dream. To maintain balance, Huanyu Group has narrowed its focus on the previously promising central regions, with the areas relinquished being divided among other real estate firms in East China. By the time Xinghai Group arrives, the prime land in the Pearl River Delta has already been thoroughly appropriated by local enterprises and Chang'e Capital. What remains are merely peripheral areas. This maneuver is undeniably ruthless. While the lucrative opportunities may have been exhausted, some have still been left for Xinghai Group, ensuring that the situation is not utterly hopeless. This allows Huanyu Group to provide a satisfactory explanation to all parties involved, retaining room for maneuver, both advancement and retreat. The reason Lin Jiu readily acquiesced to Zhou Jun's proposal lies in the potential for profit therein. Moreover, the enigmatic figure behind Xinghai Group is none other than Lu Zhong's employer. Considering all these factors, Lin Jiu had little reason to refuse. Although their relationship with Huanyu Group is one of mutual exploitation, it currently manifests as a mutually beneficial arrangement. The sheer scale of Xinghai Group is formidable. So much so that Huanyu Group finds itself at a disadvantage, compelled to ally with the behemoth that is Chang'e Capital to engage in this game. A swift move begets further swiftness. To strike first is to gain the advantage, while delayed action invites disaster. As the leading enterprise in East China, Huanyu Group seized the opportunity, having acquired advanced knowledge of the impending entry of Zhang's Xinghai Group, and promptly chose to enlist Chang'e Capital as an ally, swiftly uniting with local real estate firms to divide the central region of the Pearl River Delta. Under immense pressure, they claimed the lion's share, exemplifying the value of being a local player. On the rooftop terrace of Jiushi Rose Garden, Lin Jiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the boundless sea with its ebb and flow. In his previous life, shortly after Xinghai Group's arrival in East China, Lu Zhong was reassigned there. In this life, Lu Zhong has faced setbacks in Jiangnan, and it seems his arrival will be even swifter than before. Chapter 27. A transfer order to northern Shanghai. Achoo! Achoo! Sitting in his room, Lu Zhong rubbed his nose, puzzled about who might be speaking ill of him behind his back. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his contemplation. A staff member from the Discipline Inspection Commission entered and announced the termination of Lu Zhong's oversight. In truth, the investigation into Lu Zhong had nearly reached its conclusion. Although it was not a significant issue, halting the review sufficed. However, external intervention rendered these concerns moot. Lu Zhong felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stepped out of the room, squinting against the glaring sunlight in the corridor. His heart warmed by the realization that his employer had intervened. Now, Lu Zhong comprehended that even if he were released, he could no longer remain in Jiangnan. There are no second chances for those who have previously been incarcerated. Returning to 1's post would be a slap in the face to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Indeed, as Lu Zhong had surmised, a transfer order from East China arrived, appointing him as the office director of the Jiangsu Provincial Public Security Department. This order also caught Wei Dong's attention. Lu Zhong had become bait, and Wei Dong was keen to discern which formidable fish lurked behind him. Who authored the transfer order from East China that whisked Lu Zhong away from his setbacks in Jiangnan? Who could Lu Zhong's enigmatic employer be? After pondering for a moment, Wei Dong reported Lu Zhong's reassignment to his superiors. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze toward East China. Lin Jiu had already informed him that Northern Xinghai Group was set to establish a presence in East China. This presented an opportunity, a potential breakthrough. In murky waters, one can fish with ease. Previously, the East China economic market was firmly under Huanyu Group's control, leaving no room for maneuver, but with Xinghai Group's arrival, it represented an unparalleled opportunity for Chang'e Capital. Only when chaos reigns do opportunities arise. Having cultivated the East China economic market for many years, Huanyu Group's influence runs deep, its web of connections radiating throughout the region. For a time, the East China economic landscape had morphed into a quasi-dictatorship and monopoly. Although Huanyu Group now operates with utmost discretion, industry insiders are well aware of its formidable strength. To claim second place is to invite no contest for the first. In terms of comprehensive strength, only Tingyun Group can be considered rival. However, the markets they seek are distinct, thus maintaining an unspoken agreement of non-interference. There was a time when all investors entering East China adhered to an unwritten rule. One must pay homage to the local powers. Without such homage, ventures within East China would flounder, and investments would be in vain. Ultimately, this was proven to be mere rumor, as Huanyu Group issued a statement declaring it malicious slander. reserving the right to sue those who propagated such tales. The truth of the matter was no longer relevant. The age-old adage holds: a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Following this, every investor arriving in East China would choose to pay a visit to Huanyu Group. What Huanyu Group sought was not their gifts, but their deference. As anticipated, the East China Economic Daily disclosed that Shanghai Group would establish a branch in East China and embark on a large-scale investment initiative. This announcement did not pique much interest among East China's business community. Whether Shanghai Group arrived or not, life continued as usual. Previously, when Shanghai Capital entered East China, there had been some hope. Many believed that their arrival might disrupt Huanyu Group's invisible monopoly. Yet, the greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Shanghai Capital's arrival was marked by much fanfare but little substance. While Shanghai Capital was invited to invest in East China, it did not prioritize this market. And the so-called East China branch lacked even a single authoritative figure. A ship without a captain cannot sail far. In the 2 years since Shanghai Capital's arrival in East China, their performance has been mediocre, neither commendable nor deplorable. However, with Lin Jiu's recent arrival, they glimpsed hope. And this time, Lin Jiu did not disappoint, swiftly seizing opportunities. In fact, Huanyu Group became a mere case study for celebratory champagne. Yet, the good times were short-lived. Lin Jiu, who had previously been at odds with Huanyu Group, reconciled with them as if nothing had transpired, embracing brotherhood. Recently, Huanyu Group and Shanghai Capital jointly acquired commercial land in the central region of the Pearl River Delta. This time, the prominent real estate moguls from Jiangnan each took a share of the spoils. Perhaps this signifies a positive shift. Under various influences, entrepreneurs in East China gradually adopted a more laid-back attitude. When unable to compete or contend, it was better to content oneself with the remnants. The brilliance of Huanyu Group lies in not cornering these enterprises to the brink, allowing them to partake in a modest share of the bounty, sometimes even a more substantial portion. In such an environment, over time, those entrepreneurs who once sought to unite against Huanyu Group's monopoly have quietly accepted this reality. Earning a profit suffices. Even if Shanghai Group arrives and supplants Huanyu Group, life will continue much as it does now. The Huanyu Group is not composed of virtuous individuals. The Shanghai Group, however, seems to be. Yet, this perception may not hold true. When celestial beings engage in conflict, it is the mortals who suffer. Presently, they ought to contemplate their own preservation rather than harboring hopes that the arrival of the Shanghai Group will alter their circumstances. The majority share this mindset, while select few remain observant of the unfolding events, seeking opportunities to align themselves. In the province of East China, within the bustling city of Yinqing, Guochun stands before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vibrant metropolis outside, his expression impassive. Guochun is the deputy director of the Shanghai Group, recently appointed as the head of its East China division, indicating the formidable momentum of the Shanghai Group. This conglomerate is deeply entrenched in a wide array of industries, functioning as a substantial industrial capital. In terms of heritage, Shanghai Capital and Huanyu Group pale in comparison. Established over a century ago, the Shanghai Group operates discreetly yet possesses immense strength in the northern regions. In recent years, it has commenced its expansion towards coastal areas, making its presence in East China a natural progression. Guochun is not surprised by the alliance between Huanyu Group and Shanghai Capital to dominate the core development of the Pearl River estuary. In this world, there exists no unbreakable alliance. In the face of absolute interests, even brothers may turn against one another. How much more so for a so-called alliance of interests? With this thought in mind, Guochun signaled to his secretary to extend an invitation to Lin Jiu of Shanghai Capital's East China division. Instead of visiting the Huanyu Group's pier, he chose to approach Lin Jiu, the implications of which are unmistakable. Chapter 28. Sincerity abounds, maintaining neutrality. At the East China division of Shanghai Capital, Lin Jiu sat in his office, accepting the invitation extended by Biao and glancing briefly at it before placing it on his desk. Leaning back in a chair, he toyed with a pen in hand. Lin Jiu was not taken aback by the Shanghai Group's request for a meeting. Rather, he found their actions to be somewhat precipitous. As anticipated, the visitor was none other than Guochun, the deputy director of Shanghai Group. There was no rationale or possibility for Lin Jiu to refuse this so-called invitation. At this juncture, neither Huanyu Group nor Shanghai Capital could afford to be caught off guard in this matter, nor would they act so decisively as to leave no room for maneuvering. The path ahead is obscured, and none can predict what tomorrow may bring or what experiences await. Lin Jiu graciously accepted Guochun's visit and arranged the meeting at the Faley Hotel under the auspices of Huanyu Group. Upon learning this, Guochun felt no surprise. Were he in Lin Jiu's position, he too would have made the same choice amid such uncertainty. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Guochun arrived at Faley Hotel. Lin Jiu observed the business vehicle that slowly came to a halt at the entrance, his eyes narrowing. He has arrived. As the door swung open, Guochun's figure came into view. In his 40s, with a head of silver hair, his sharp eyes revealed that he was no benign character. Lin Jiu approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Welcome, Mr. Guo, to East China." Guochun shook Lin Jiu's hand with a smile, expressing a sense of nostalgia. "Before coming to East China, I had already heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Lin. Today, I understand the truth behind the saying that no one is undeserving of their fame. I was a mere backbone of a steel mill at your age, while you, Mr. Lin, have ascended to such heights at a young age. It truly inspires admiration and invokes reflection. Indeed, the younger generation surges forth, pushing the older waves aside. The saying that Jiangnan produces exceptional talent holds true without a doubt." Lin Jiu waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Guo, you flatter me. Your early achievements and contributions far surpass my own. I am merely fortunate to have benefited from the dividends of this era. If it weren't for the laborers of your generation, there would be no today for me." Guochun nodded. "This era belongs to your generation, which attests to the truth that the student surpasses the master. Each generation excels beyond the last. With talented youngsters like you, we elders can rest easy." After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance, the two entered the hotel, guided by a hostess to a discreet yet elegant private room where they settled. Once tea was served, the hostess departed. Guochun surveyed the intricately designed room, shaking his head with a double entendre. Ah, the South remains the South. Even a dining establishment requires such meticulous thought. No wonder the chairman mentioned that Southern entrepreneurs possess discerning hearts and advised me to learn from you. Observing the details, he continued, "It truly is exquisite craftsmanship. As a newcomer, I must take the time to observe closely and see if there are aspects worthy of emulation for us Northerners." Lin Jiu lifted his teacup, sipping leisurely before offering Guochun a cigarette. "Mr. Guo speaks in jest. Both the North and the South possess their own merits. I personally believe in mutual learning. As the saying goes, where three are gathered, one can learn from them. In our exchanges, I find many lessons in your experiences, and I look forward to further discussions where I can learn from you." Reclining in his chair, Guochun exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Mr. Lin speaks wisely. I was indeed short-sighted. As I understand, you have recently arrived in East China as well, so we are both newcomers here. Since your arrival, it seems you have made significant strides. I wonder if I can emulate your rapid success. By the way, Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on the recent developments in the Pearl River estuary? When I was in the north, I heard rumors suggesting that the Huanyu Group's slightest move sends tremors throughout the business community in East China. Is there any truth to that?" Hearing this, Lin Jiu shook his head. "The economic market in East China has advanced remarkably in recent years, far surpassing other provinces and cities, which indirectly attest to its vigorous dynamism. The Huanyu Group, as a leader in the East China business community, has played an undeniable role in this rapid development under the guidance of the local government. Something I truly admire. As for those rumors, they are subject to interpretation." Guochun nodded, deciding to cut through any ambiguity. "Mr. Lin, the recent developments at the Pearl River estuary are indeed vibrant. The collaboration between Changhe Capital, Huanyu Group, and various real estate developers in East China is a significant endeavor. Our Xinghai Group also has a commendable reputation in the real estate sector. However, with Changhe Capital and Huanyu Group already involved, we shall refrain from joining that fray. I have come this time to discuss with General Manager Lin the intricacies of the building materials market. Our Xinghai Group aspires to establish a production center for building materials in East China, thereby creating a comprehensive production chain. However, as newcomers to this unfamiliar territory, I wish to collaborate with General Manager Lin on this endeavor. I wonder how General Manager Lin perceives this proposition? The building materials market undoubtedly aligns with Lin Jiu's aspirations. Currently, the market in East China is predominantly under the control of Huanyu Group. If Changhe Capital intends to delve deeply into the real estate sector, it must yield to Huanyu Group. Now, Xinghai Group has extended an olive branch, proposing to collaborate with Changhe Capital to develop a production chain for building materials. This partnership would enable Changhe Capital to liberate itself from the constraints imposed by Huanyu Group and emerge from its figurative cage. Yet, Lin Jiu is acutely aware that Guochun seeks to compel him to make a choice. Should he align himself with Xinghai Group, Huanyu Group would become their mutual adversary. Both Huanyu Group and Xinghai Group aim to leverage Changhe Capital to fulfill their own ambitions, while Changhe Capital seeks to exploit Xinghai Group's influence to carve out a niche. However, navigating this delicate balance is fraught with challenges. Misjudgment could result in joint sanctions from both parties. Lin Jiu understands that his role must be to serve as the foundational stone upon which the equilibrium between Shanghai Group and Huanyu Group rests. In simpler terms, his task is to stabilize this balance. Should either party find itself in peril, Chang'e Capital will choose to align with the one in distress. The outcome of the conflict between Shanghai Group and Huanyu Group is inconsequential to Chang'e Capital. What truly matters is that both remain evenly matched, embroiled in constant rivalry, which ultimately serves Chang'e Capital's interests. In Chapter 29, a position is asserted and messages are conveyed. In Huanyu Group, Zhou Jun stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the nightscape of Yinzhou from a lofty vantage point. Huanyu Group places great importance on every move made by Shanghai Group. Both Chang'e Capital and Shanghai Group have not come to East China merely to engage in trivial endeavors. In a certain sense, both entities are adversaries that Huanyu Group must contend with. Guochun, the head of Shanghai Group's East China branch, has indeed taken the initiative to visit Lin Jiu, a fact Zhou Jun is not surprised by. Had he been in Guochun's position, he too would have sought to utilize Chang'e Capital as a means to an end. Huanyu Group does not require allies in East China. Rather, it is Chang'e Capital and Shanghai Group that are in need. For them, East China is merely a location for market expansion, not their foundational stronghold. Neither party would overtly choose to side with Huanyu Group. One represents a mere enhancement, while the other offers essential support. They are well aware of this distinction. Zhou Jun remains largely unconcerned by these dynamics. East China is vast, and as long as its profitability remains intact, he allows them to pursue their paths. However, the situation with Shanghai Group is more complex, as they do not merely seek to conduct business. East China possesses a higher administrative tier than most provinces and cities, serving as a crucial stepping stone for anyone aspiring to ascend the ranks. Rather than viewing Shanghai Group solely as a business entity, it is more accurate to say they come with a mission to safeguard certain individuals within their faction. Thus, the relationship between Huanyu Group and Shanghai Group transcends mere commercial competition. It embodies a deeper strategic contest. Opportunities for advancement are scarce, with only a single slot available for those vying to ascend concurrently. Both Huanyu Group and Shanghai Group covet this position. In essence, Huanyu Group's business intentions extend beyond mere profit. They aim to facilitate the advancement of their own. As an economic powerhouse, East China holds significant importance. The Zhao family was once dubbed the kings of East China for good reason. The region exhibits a strong sense of exclusivity, rendering it difficult for outsiders to integrate into this familial network. Yet, East China is exceptionally capable, characterized as a formidable collective. Consequently, it has also earned the reputation of being a graveyard for outside officials seeking gilded experiences. However, circumstances have shifted, and there is a resolute determination from the upper echelons to address these issues. This has led to the sequential entry of Chang'e Capital and Shanghai Group. Nevertheless, Chang'e Capital has not yet become embroiled in these developments. Their initial purpose for arriving in East China was merely to invest upon invitation. In contrast, Shanghai Group arrives with a specific mandate to protect their faction's officials. Huanyu Group and Shanghai Group are not outright enemies. They are merely competitors. Chang'e Capital remains indifferent to these matters, focusing solely on profit. East China is not their territory, at least not for now. Thus, engaging in deeper competitive entanglements or hastily aligning with one side would be unwise. Moreover, the arrival of Shanghai Group underscores an inevitable trend. East China must undergo corresponding transformations to avoid falling behind. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Faley Hotel's private room, Lin Jiu neither readily accepts nor outright rejects Guo Chun's proposal for collaboration. Instead, he artfully diverts the conversation. Guo Chun recognizes that Lin Jiu is biding his time. Shanghai Group has made their offer, yet Huanyu Group has yet to respond. Consequently, Guo Chun refrains from mentioning the matter further, and soon enough, dishes representing both northern and southern cuisines grace the table. The two men engage in a convivial exchange, toasting and savoring their drinks in a light-hearted manner. After their meal, Guo Chun takes his leave, while Lin Jiu leisurely enjoys fragrant tea in a tea house. Shortly thereafter, a knock on the door interrupts his reverie. Upon his response, "So Yun insus. Apologies for keeping you waiting, my brother," Zhou Jun says as he takes a seat. Lin Jiu pours him a cup of tea, to which Zhou Jun expresses his gratitude before taking a sip. "My brother, do you have any plans regarding the arrival of Shanghai Group? There are no outsiders here, so allow me to speak candidly. I wish to join forces with you to drive this newcomer out of East China. The economic market here can accommodate our two companies, but it cannot sustain a third of equal stature." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu shakes his head. "Brother, they are here to conduct business. If we were to truly ally, Will we not be cutting off our own future? In this world, one must rely on their own abilities. Furthermore, I believe that a triangular structure is far more stable than a binary one. Healthy competition is beneficial in business. Without pressure, there is no motivation. In my view, Shanghai Group's entry into East China not only presents us with challenges, but also invigorates us. I believe that for a company to thrive long-term, it is crucial to look beyond the immediate circumstances and not confine oneself to East China. If Shanghai Group can come to East China, then Huanyu Group can venture northward. This is the essence of mutual benefit, not a cycle of vendettas. Zhou Jun pauses, contemplating Lin Jiu's words. You make a valid point, brother. However, Huanyu Group has been entrenched in East China for years, and the intermingling has reached a point of entwinement. Affecting change will not be an easy task. General Lin, I take it your stance reflects that of Changhe capital? So Yun inquires. In response, Lin Jiu offers Zhou Jun a cigarette and reclines on the sofa. Mr. Zhou, the current trends are undeniable. No one is exempt from their influence. This holds true for Huanyu Group, as well as for Changhe Capital and Shanghai Group. I believe Mr. Shun shares a similar sentiment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun felt a sudden jolt within, just as he was about to speak. Lin Jiu interjected, Mr. Zhou, there is a quality issue with the building materials used in the number 15 plot of Huanyu Group's real estate project. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, visibly displeased as he retorted, Mr. Lin, such statements cannot be made lightly. All materials used by Huanyu Group are self-produced. However, observing Lin Jiu's seemingly unperturbed demeanor, Zhou Jun seemed to recall something, his pupils narrowing. He promptly rose from his seat. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I must take my leave. Zhou Jun hastily exited the tea room, immediately dispatching personnel to investigate the number 15 plot for potential quality risks. In his previous life, a serious quality issue had arisen within a developing project of Huanyu Group, where senior executives and project leaders had procured substandard materials for personal gain. This scandal eventually surfaced in the media, plunging Huanyu Group into a maelstrom of public scrutiny and incurring significant repercussions. Consequently, Shanghai Group seized the opportunity to penetrate the East China building materials market, effectively dismantling Huanyu Group's monopoly in the region. Later that evening, Lin Jiu contacted Guochun to inform him of the quality issues at the number 15 plot under Huanyu Group. He half-jokingly mentioned that Guochun owed him a favor. Guochun chuckled in response, yet once the call ended, his expression turned grave. He swiftly arranged for a release regarding Huanyu Real Estate's use of inferior materials in construction. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Chapter 30. Resolute determination to rectify Huanyu Group issued an apology statement, acknowledging that their real estate subsidiary had compromised principles and ethical standards by employing subpar materials to profit illicitly. They announced that the implicated individuals had been referred to judicial authorities. Any affected properties would be demolished if found to have quality issues, with full cooperation extended to relevant departments for inspection and rectification. Due to inadequate oversight from Huanyu Group's headquarters, compensation will be provided to homeowners who suffered direct or indirect losses, and the group would fully accept scrutiny from relevant authorities, media, property owners, and the public, striving to establish a quality-first standard. The news ignited an immediate uproar, with netizens mercilessly criticizing Huanyu Group, prompting joint inspections by multiple departments. Numerous properties under Huanyu Group faced repercussions, with many homeowners seeking refunds for their unfulfilled purchases. In response, Huanyu Group did not evade responsibility and efficiently resolved the refund requests from future homeowners, actively cooperating with the oversight and inspections by relevant authorities and the media. With Huanyu Group's candid attitude, public opinion gradually began to shift favorably. At this juncture, Zhou Jun sat in his chair, loosening his tie while lighting a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Had it not been for Lin Jiu's timely warning, the situation could have escalated drastically. A proactive apology is entirely different from a reactive one. Thankfully, the issue was addressed swiftly. Otherwise, if Shanghai Group had capitalized on the opportunity, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, the breach in the building materials market remained, a minor setback compared to the potential public relations disaster that Huanyu Group could have faced. The repercussions of this scandal were severe, prompting Zhou Jun to resolve to conduct a thorough investigation from top to bottom. Greed is one thing, but there must be a moral compass to discern what should not be coveted. As long as the work is performed diligently, one's avarice becomes inconsequential. However, Zhou Jun would not tolerate the conflation of misconduct with professional duties. An internal audit led by Huanyu Group was about to commence in earnest. So Yun sighed deeply, realizing that he had been far too lenient over the years. Those scoundrels had dared to deceive him. The legal repercussions for them were far too lenient. Zhou Jun would not show mercy to these parasites. Do they wish to face the law? Apologies, but they are undeserving of such an opportunity. Leaning back in his chair, disappointments clouded so Yun's eyes. Those betraying Huan Yu Group were once his comrades in arms, and now, having ascended to the pinnacle of the East China business realm, they had succumbed to their desires. Once external threats dissipated, they indulged in a life of ease, engaging in internecine struggles solely for personal gain. This excessive comfort had led them to forget the hardships they had endured to reach their current status. They are all parasites, mere parasites. Zhou Jun now understood a profound truth. He finally comprehended why ancient emperors would turn against their own brothers. They represented threats, and those without threats held no value. Zhou Jun resolutely decided to turn his sword against those who had once fought alongside him, but now disregarded the group and his leadership for their own selfish interests. They were greedy vampires, eternally insatiable. Though only a small faction, their betrayal left Zhou Jun profoundly disillusioned. Admittedly, he was not a paragon of virtue, yet he was not devoid of compassion either. He had been aware of the misdeeds of that small group of elders, yet he had chosen to overlook them, understanding their past sacrifices for Huan Yu Group amid their struggles. Now that they had achieved success, what harm was there in them taking a little? However, it was absolutely intolerable for these individuals to encroach upon Huan Yu Group's foundational principles. Had Lin Jiu not provided timely counsel, Huan Yu Group would have suffered a devastating blow. Its vitality severely compromised. Losing the East China real estate market was a loss they could not afford. Neither Zhou Jun nor Huan Yu Group could bear such a burden. Therefore, those who erred must face consequences, instilling a sense of reverence in those who observed. Zhou Jun exhaled a long sigh, slowly closing his eyes. Casting aside any lingering feelings of sympathy, he reported these matters upward. Last year, the young lady had informed him that issues requiring evasion must be avoided, and that those needing to be dealt with should indeed be addressed. Yet, Zhou Jun had hesitated until now, only realizing the irredeemable nature of these individuals after such a significant oversight. When Shen Qingzhu learned that Lin Jiu had revealed her identity and indirectly assisted Huan Yu Group in preemptively detonating this ticking bomb, she was somewhat taken aback. How did Lin Jiu come to know of her? Logically, someone of his standing should have no access to such information. Even Wei Dong knew little of her existence, let alone a mere worker under him. Pondering this, Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow, perplexed. Was there a leak on her end? Or perhaps Changhe Capital held Lin Jiu in such high regard that they divulged this information to him. However, she swiftly dismissed this notion. At this juncture, knowing or not knowing was inconsequential. The pressing urgency at present lies in addressing the individuals associated with the Huan Yu Group. Shen Qingzhu did not utter a word to Zhou Jun, but merely expressed her desire not to be let down. Zhou Jun, understanding her unspoken message, promptly set about making the necessary arrangements. In the dead of night, executives of the Huan Yu Group were abruptly roused from their slumber, blindfolded, and taken away. At the Yunzhou dock in East China, within a warehouse adjacent to the sea, lay over a dozen individuals bound hand and foot, their eyes covered and mouths gagged. Standing nearby were dozens of men clad in black suits, their expressions austere. In front of them, 6 individuals were crucified in a manner reminiscent of lambs awaiting slaughter. A thunderous roar heralded the arrival of a torrential downpour, its heavy patter resonating dully against the roof. The executives, who had been struggling moments before, suddenly ceased their movements in unison. Amidst the tempest, a Rolls-Royce slowly approached the dock and came to a stop before the warehouse. 2 suited men, shielding themselves with umbrellas, advanced to open the car door. Zhou Jun emerged, making his way to the entrance of the warehouse, where, against the backdrop of lightning and relentless rain, the heavy doors gradually opened. As Zhou Jun stepped inside, the doors closed ominously behind him. Chapter 31. Resolving Troubles, Profiting from Both Ends. The suited men flanking the entrance stepped back 2 paces, clearing a path. As Zhou Jun entered, the 6 men bound to the crosses began to struggle more intensely, but their gags rendered them capable only of muffled whimpers. One of the suited men brought forth a chair, positioning it before the gathered assembly. Zhou Jun approached and sat down, facing away from the 6 crucified individuals. With a wave of his hand, the gags and blindfolds were removed from those lying bound on the ground. As the sight of Zhou Jun seated in authority before them, and the 6 men suspended in agony registered, the executives on the floor fell into a heavy silence, each one taken aback. Among those bound to the crosses were individuals of even higher rank, whose contributions to the Huan Yu Group surpassed their own. Those who had managed to reach this precarious juncture were not fools. In such dire circumstances, all chose to remain silent. Zhou Jun's eyes revealed a flicker of disappointment. He had hoped to witness his former comrades, with whom he had once toiled, plead for the sake of the six behind him, rather than observe their current calculations of self-interest and passive observation. In that moment, Zhou Jun realized that, as their status had risen, the bonds of brotherhood had long since been buried beneath the relentless tide of time, now vanished without a trace. Do you have nothing to say? No questions to ask? Do you not wish to know why those six find themselves in this predicament, or are you all too aware and afraid to speak, lest you become the next victim? His disappointment was palpable. Have the years not treated you well? Have the rewards you received from the Huanyu group not been sufficient? What is it that you truly desire? What more could you possibly lack? Must you plunge the Huanyu group into the abyss for your own selfish gains? Everything you possess today is a gift from the Huanyu group. Do you not harbor a shred of gratitude? Have you forgotten how you came to acquire all that you have? Faced with Zhou Jun's furious countenance, the executives on the ground remained paralyzed in fear. Over the years, Zhou Jun had seldom displayed such severity toward them, for they had once shared the trials and tribulations of brotherhood, and he had been relatively lenient. Yet this leniency had emboldened them, leading them to extend their grasp for wealth within the group. As Zhou Jun turned a blind eye, their audacity grew ever more brazen, culminating in not merely a quest for riches, but also a thirst for power, as they began to meddle with the operations of subordinate companies, disregarding the group's interests in their relentless pursuit of gain, forming factions, and betraying their erstwhile camaraderie in favor of self-serving ambitions. Now, they understood the boundaries of acceptable conduct, having crossed the line into a realm of unacceptability. In seeking to fulfill their own interests, they had neglected the paramount duty of safeguarding the Huanyu group's welfare. Although their actions had yet to yield catastrophic consequences, they had nonetheless inflicted a profoundly detrimental impact, the ramifications of which were a direct result of their relentless quest for power and profit. As one among them who would dare to speak, and who could do so with a clear conscience, it was precisely this realization that fueled Zhou Jun's disappointment. None among them were blameless. Each was a scourge upon the Huanyu group, merely varying degrees of culpability. Some still had the opportunity for redemption and a fresh start, while others had already lost their chance. Observing the silent figures sprawled on the ground, Zhou Jun rose and shook his head. You have disappointed me deeply. Zhou Jun extended his hand, and a nearby suited man presented him with a long, black whip. Armed with the whip, he approached the executives lying on the ground, each adorned in various forms of night attire, and struck one of them with a resounding crack. With each lash that fell, the bound executives emitted pained whimpers. The acrid scent of blood filled the air as Zhou Jun, his expression impassive, delivered the bloodied whip to each prostrate figure. The six individuals bound to the crosses felt their hearts sink. In that moment, they wished fervently that the whip had been aimed at them instead. While those receiving the lashes endured excruciating pain, a sense of relief washed over them. At least they knew they would not vanish, that they could still return alive, provided they served the group faithfully, thus averting threats to their existence. Zhou Jun seemed fatigued from his exertions, casting the whip aside and shaking his head before departing the warehouse, accompanied by the suited man. Shortly thereafter, 6 cement barrels were transported onto a fishing vessel awaiting at the dock. The downpour continued, washing over the still-setting cement. At the moment, a tarpaulin was draped over it. A solitary finger came into view, yet none took notice. With the blare of a horn, the fishing boat slowly departed the dock, gradually disappearing from sight. Within the warehouse, those executives who lay on the ground were ushered one by one into business vehicles, leaving the dock. In this world, there exist myriad methods for resolving troubles. Yet the most expedient and efficient approach is to eliminate those who create the troubles. With the first rays of morning sunlight heralding the dawn of a new day, a new star emerged in the construction materials market of East China, and this star was none other than the Shanghai Group. Throughout the extensive urban development in East China over the past decade, many newcomers had emerged, yet the deeply entrenched Huanyu Group remained unassailable. In every locale, monopolists of the real estate market existed, yet those who dominated the construction materials sector were a rare breed. Over the years, real estate companies in East China have had to heed the Huanyu Group's dictates. Otherwise, they would find themselves struggling to navigate the market, ultimately retreating in disgrace to whence they came. The arrival of Lin Jiu from Shanghai capital has invigorated the real estate market in East China, while the entry of Shanghai Group has shattered the monopoly of Huanyu Group in the building materials sector, providing them with an additional option. They are no longer constrained by Huanyu Group's dominance in materials, allowing for greater maneuverability. If Shanghai capital was previously conventional and did not openly confront Huanyu Group, then Shanghai Group's foray into the building materials market has unequivocally clarified its position. It has also illuminated the path for those harboring alternative ambitions. instilling a sense of hope for dismantling Huan Yu Group's monopoly over both the real estate and building materials markets. At this moment, within Xinghai Group, Guo Chun sat in contemplation, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he acted a tad sooner, perhaps Xinghai Group could have reaped even greater rewards. Yet upon reflection, this situation may indeed be fortuitous, although it did not unfold as he had envisioned. Casting Huan Yu Group into a maelstrom of public criticism, they incurred no substantial costs, effectively securing a breakthrough without severing ties with Huan Yu Group. Ultimately, it was not Xinghai Group that exposed the quality defects of Huan Yu Group as properties. Rather, it was Huan Yu Group itself that fell victim to its own shortcomings. Leaning back in his chair, Guo Chun furrowed his brow, pondering the role Lin Jiu played in this unfolding drama. He surmised that Lin Jiu was attempting to play both sides. Chapter 32. An outsider's perspective. Hard to believe. At this juncture, Zhou Jun also discerned Lin Jiu's intended stance. He wished to avoid offending Huan Yu Group, yet simultaneously, he did not wish to alienate Xinghai Group. Chang'e Capital's role was to serve as a buffer between Huan Yu Group and Xinghai Group, maintaining equilibrium without tipping the scales too far in either direction. However, Lin Jiu's desire to extricate himself and observe from the sidelines was not an endeavor easily accomplished. How Lin Jiu became aware of the serious quality issues plaguing Huan Yu Group's property remained a mystery to Zhou Jun. Nevertheless, he understood that Xinghai Group was aware of the situation and had prepared to leverage this knowledge to deliver a significant blow, thereby solidifying their foothold in the building materials market. Yet, it was inconceivable that Xinghai Group had divulged this information to Lin Jiu. Currently, while Huan Yu Group had suffered some losses, the disparity between proactive and reactive measures was immense. This meant that Huan Yu Group had preemptively defused the bomb Xinghai Group intended to detonate. Consequently, Huan Yu Group did not sustain significant damage, nor did Xinghai Group exacerbate the situation. In a certain sense, both parties achieved their objectives without engaging in open hostility, with Lin Jiu playing a pivotal role in this intricate dance. It could be said that both Huan Yu Group and Xinghai Group owed Lin Jiu a considerable favor. Lin Jiu's actions stemmed from the understanding that Xinghai Group's stability in the building materials market would ultimately benefit Chang'e Capital. Furthermore, by informing Zhou Jun of the situation, Lin Jiu was emphasizing that he harbored no ulterior motives. He helped Huan Yu Group's adversary achieve their aims while simultaneously preserving the amicable relations between Chang'e Capital and Huan Yu Group. From this, it becomes evident that Lin Jiu was not one to be underestimated. With just a few simple statements, he garnered the goodwill of both factions, a truly lucrative transaction, yielding boundless returns without any initial investment. Yet, both sides would inevitably remember the favor he had bestowed. Zhou Jun reclined in his chair, his expression inscrutable. Though he was a decade older than Lin Jiu, he could not shake the feeling that Lin Jiu's demeanor belied his youth. It seemed as if Lin Jiu belonged to the same era as himself, which was quite perplexing. Could it be that his aging eyes were deceiving him? Meanwhile, Lin Jiu, the subject of both parties' scrutiny, remained oblivious to their speculations. He had instructed Wen Chuan that Chang'e Capital's real estate projects should utilize materials from all three companies, Huan Yu Group, Xinghai Group, and selectively from other building material firms. However, he emphasized the necessity of stringent quality control in material procurement, insisting that no corners be cut. It was imperative to implement a system of accountability, enhancing the sense of responsibility among corporate staff and procurement personnel. A supervisory committee would be established to conduct random inspections of Chang'e Capital's real estate projects, ensuring rigorous oversight of any pertinent issues. 3 batches of inspections would be conducted intermittently on each project to mitigate the risk of inspectors being compromised or bribed. Safety production responsibilities will be strictly enforced, binding the project manager's accountability to that of the procurement manager. Should any issue arise, all relevant leaders would face consequences. The group would not outsource projects, instead adopting a direct management system to strengthen oversight and rigorously combat malfeasance and unethical practices. Annual assessments of construction teams would elevate the capable while relegating the inept. Regarding procurement of building materials, project leaders would be required to submit reports, which Wen Chuan would review before any purchases could be made. Concurrently, the welfare and compensation of grassroots staff will be enhanced. While maintaining the base salary, performance bonuses and year-end rewards would be increased to further incentivize employee engagement and competitiveness. As for Lin Jiu's endeavors in East China, Wei Dong, far away in Jiangnan, was fully aware and felt a sense of satisfaction. Lin Jiu had indeed not disappointed him. Irrespective of the complexities of the circumstances he faced, he managed to maintain his footing while furthering the group's interests. Wei Dong also informed Lin Jiu of Lu Zhong's transfer to East China as the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, hinting that this might merely be a transitional phase, with Liu Zhong likely to be reassigned as the head of a city-level public security bureau. He urged Lin Jiu to safeguard his own safety and interests in East China, emphasizing that financial matters were secondary to personal security. Furthermore, Wei Dong expressed the group's high regard for Lin Jiu's accomplishments since his relocation to East China, hoping he would continue to excel and achieve further successes. As the sun set over Joshi Rose Garden in Yunzhou City, Lin Jiu concluded his call with Wei Dong, surprised by Liu Zhong's swift arrival. It seemed his various maneuvers had precipitated certain events, prompting some individuals to reach pivotal turning points earlier than anticipated. Liu Zhong's rapid transition was, in hindsight, quite reasonable. After all, following a series of setbacks in Jiangnan, returning to the fold was a matter of preserving face. Had Liu Zhong remained in Jiangnan, it would have implied a direct affront to the disciplinary committee, which, while not feared, would certainly be troublesome. Moreover, with Lin Jiu's presence in East China, it was only natural that Liu Zhong was reassigned there, mitigating the negative repercussions he had incurred in Jiangnan while facilitating easier contact with Lin Jiu. Since the incident in his previous life, which had been a considerable blunder, Liu Zhong had not reached out to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu understood that Liu Zhong had begun to harbor suspicions about him, yet, lacking irrefutable evidence and unwilling to relinquish a valuable pawn, Liu Zhong's next communication would likely be a test of sorts. Initially, Lin Jiu could have resolved the matter with Liu Zhong directly. However, the ensuing complications would be significant, given Liu Zhong's connections. Thus, the slow torment of Liu Zhong emerges as the most prudent course of action for the time being. When the moment arrives that Liu Zhong ceases to hold value for those behind him, that shall mark the end of his days. Perhaps, it may even come to pass that Lin Jiu need not lift a finger. Liu Zhong's benefactor could very well take matters into their own hands and dispose of him directly. For a person like Liu Zhong, ending his life would be a grave waste. It is far more fitting to see him plummet from his lofty perch, stripped of all he holds dear. Such would be the most exquisite form of retribution. Ah, Liu Zhong, your days of fortune still lie ahead. Lin Jiu shook his head, switched on the television, and cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He retrieved the lottery ticket from his drawer and gazed at the live draw on the screen. He waited in silence, but when the last ball fell, Lin Jiu was left utterly stunned. Instinctively, he glanced at the final digit on his ticket. The number on the ticket was 18. Yet the last ball to drop was 5. Astonishingly, all preceding digits were correct. Lin Jiu inhaled sharply and muttered under his breath, "This is a conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy." In his previous life, he remembered the numbers with crystal clarity. He never anticipated that fate would play such a cruel jest upon him. Indeed, wealth that comes without effort is a rarity in this world. Chapter 33. Attention from all sides, illuminating the halo. Although Lin Jiu was not in dire need of financial resources, such an outcome inevitably ignited within him a feeling of being toyed with. In his previous life, this very combination of numbers had indeed won. He was absolutely certain of it. Yet the present conclusion was far from his desire. Truly, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. This game is not one that the average individual can navigate with ease. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Jiu lit a cigarette, contemplating the matters concerning ByteDance. In his previous life, ByteDance had experienced an extraordinarily rapid ascent, managing to break through the encirclement of major internet corporations and establish itself at the pinnacle of new media. In this life, Lin Jiu aspired to seize control of ByteDance for himself, rather than allowing it to remain in the hands of Chang'e Capital. Like any human, he harbored self-interest, and Lin Jiu was no exception. However, certain actions were permissible while others were not. During his discussions with Zhang Yiming regarding equity issues, Lin Jiu had contemplated some underhanded maneuvering, but ultimately decided against it. Presently, although he had cleared his name in front of Wei Dong, Lin Jiu understood that he was still in a probationary period. At this juncture, undertaking such actions would be a foolish and detrimental choice. Furthermore, the app that ByteDance would eventually develop, while possessing market potential, would also encounter substantial pressures. Without the backing of Chang'e Capital, it would be nothing short of a perilous endeavor. Thus, after considerable deliberation, Lin Jiu ultimately abandoned the notion of investing his own funds into ByteDance. However, with Chang'e Capital holding a 51% stake, the remaining 49% might still offer opportunities for maneuvering. Nevertheless, this matter must be handled discreetly, otherwise, it could lead to complications, and Zhang Yiming would not simply relinquish the shares he held. Lin Jiu toyed with his phone, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his computer and sent out an email. Some matters require early preparation. Having something in hand is preferable to relying on others. It is better to possess than to depend. In this second chance at life, Lin Jiu had no intention of leaving Chang'e Capital, for he had deeply indebted himself to it in his previous existence. Chang'e Capital had placed immense trust in him, only for that trust to culminate in his betrayal. In this life, he was determined to alter Wei Dong's destiny and reshape the fate of Chang'e Capital. In his previous life, as the second-in-command of Chang'e Capital, Lin Jiu wielded almost absolute power, standing second only to one. The downfall and collapse of Chang'e Capital were orchestrated by his own hand. In China, Chang'e Capital adhered to laws and regulations, embodying the essence of charity, ensuring that aid reached every individual in need. However, the overseas operations of Chang'e Capital stood in stark contrast to its domestic counterpart. It was precisely this knowledge that Lin Jiu possessed in his previous life, which he disclosed to Lu Zhong, ultimately laying the groundwork for the future demise of Chang'e Capital. In this life, Lin Jiu was resolute in his decision to separate the overseas operations of Chang'e Capital from its domestic endeavors, as this was essential for ensuring the long-term sustainability of the enterprise. The prerequisite for enacting such change was Lin Jiu's acquisition of power, achieving a certain stature, and earning the trust of the unseen benefactor behind Chang'e Capital, thereby gaining access to the overseas market. Only then could he realize his ambitions. However, his candidness with Wei Dong rendered his identity increasingly precarious. Until he could completely eliminate any suspicion surrounding himself, he would have no access to those essential matters. Thus, the immediate priority was to elevate his standing within Chang'e Capital, allowing him to swiftly steer the trajectory of events. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Jiu, human calculations are often outstripped by the whims of fate. Through his actions, he inadvertently defused the necessary conflict between Huanyu Group and Xinghai Group, drawing the attention of the enigmatic figure behind Xinghai Group. The power broker of Xinghai Group began to harbor doubts, questioning whether Lu Zhong was truly capable of managing someone with Lin Jiu's remarkable acumen. Yet for now, the best course was to observe. Lin Jiu was not the sole focus of scrutiny. The unseen proprietor of Chang'e Capital was also watching him. Even Shun Qingzhu of Huanyu Group had developed an interest in Lin Jiu, a child raised in an orphanage who had only recently stepped into Chang'e Capital, yet already exhibited such cunning and foresight. It was nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. He was a rare talent, a prodigy with extraordinary aptitude in the business realm. The figure behind Chang'e Capital continued to wait, anticipating the moment when Lin Jiu's suspicions would dissipate entirely. Meanwhile, the power behind Xinghai Group was also contemplating. A talent like Lin Jiu, though regrettably suited for an undercover role, now appeared to be the best option. If his identity bore no issues, he could indeed become a crucial pawn. Shun Qingzhu of Huanyu Group found herself intrigued by Lin Jiu. A child abandoned in his youth, emerging from an orphanage, had managed to outmaneuver the seasoned veteran Zhou Jun, who had navigated the business world for years, leading to a series of setbacks for him. This was truly unbelievable. A battle-hardened veteran against a fledgling newcomer. The former had suffered defeat twice. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would scarcely believe such a phenomenon could occur. From a position of passivity to one of initiative, and now adeptly navigating various circumstances, both states exemplified Lin Jiu's extraordinary nature. He was an exceptional talent, and if he could be harnessed for her own endeavors, it would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for her career. Contemplating this, Shun Qingzhu recognized that since he was aware of her existence, there was no need for subterfuge. Once Zhou Jun received his instructions, though surprised, he nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, he called Lin Jiu. "Brother, I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely advice that saved me from a dire situation. I cannot express my thanks enough. Tomorrow evening, I shall host a banquet at Beheim Manor, and you simply must attend." "All right, see you tomorrow night," Lin Jiu replied, hanging up the phone without further thought. Zhou Jun, in a timely manner, managed to mitigate his losses, and the greatest contributor to this fortunate outcome was none other than himself. It was only natural for him to treat himself to a meal. Consequently, after a brief exchange of polite refusals, Lin Jiu graciously accepted Zhou Jun's invitation. Following the gradual subsiding of the public relations crisis surrounding Huanyu Group, Xinghai Group also paid a visit. However, whether by design or coincidence, Zhou Jun did not personally attend. Instead, he delegated the reception of Guo Chun to a vice president. Guo Chun was not surprised by Huanyu Group's reaction. At this juncture, only Lin Jiu remained as the veil they had preserved. Given the circumstances, it would be quite unusual for Zhou Jun to personally receive him. Moreover, Guo Chun, being merely a deputy director at Xinghai Group, found Huanyu Group's actions to be quite reasonable and beyond reproach. Yet, discerning individuals could easily recognize the disparity. Zhou Jun personally welcomed Lin Jiu, while he only sent a vice president to meet Guochun. The lack of comparison would indeed render the differences starkly apparent. With Guochun's presence as a backdrop, Lin Jiu's aura was further enhanced. Chapter 34. Facing Neglect, Land Disputes. In the East China province, at the Public Security Bureau, Liu Zhong assumed his post this morning. Yet he was met with only a perfunctory welcome. Both superiors and subordinates exhibited little enthusiasm towards Liu Zhong. Although his circumstances had not spread widely, his reputation preceded him. And such an individual, having returned to power in less than a month without any apparent transition, was deemed a nuisance in East China. In this era of the internet, while the general public may have moved on from certain events, those within the circle had not forgotten. Regardless of whether Liu Zhong was wronged, it mattered not. East China had always been somewhat insular, and a person of dubious repute would not be readily embraced. Thus, Liu Zhong's cold reception in East China was hardly unexpected. Outsiders must inevitably endure a period of discomfort to temper their arrogance. East China's economy leads the nation, thus establishing an unwritten code over time. Some may claim that East China is exclusionary. Yet, this assertion is rather unfounded. It is akin to the rival factions that exist. One might argue that subjectively, there is none, but objectively, it may indeed exist. Liu Zhong, however, could not alter this reality, nor could those he represented. To change the status quo, he must deliver results. Those with genuine capability would earn respect irrespective of their origins. Learning from past missteps, Liu Zhong approached his superiors with utmost deference and treated his subordinates with kindness. The office director must serve as a lubricant, a jack of all trades. Although Liu Zhong understood that this was merely a transitional phase, it was his inaugural position in East China, where his aim was not to seek glory but to avoid error. Only in this manner could he smoothly transition to his next role. Regardless of whether a transfer was feasible, support was essential, yet the crux remained one's capability. Unlike other provinces and cities, the people in East China do not readily extend favors. An outsider lacking strength would find it futile to seek an important position, regardless of the influence behind them. The emphasis lies first on merit, then on connections, before any decisions are made. In East China, the former holds paramount importance, not the latter. This is also a reason many criticize the relevant leaders in East China for lagging behind. They resist following the trend, creating their own enclaves. And external pressures are dispersed throughout East China. However, that was in the past. Now, the higher-ups have resolved to act decisively. The sequential entrance of Changhai Capital and Xinghai Group signifies that the once unified East China is to be infiltrated by various factions, ensuring maximal safety and stability. This is an inevitable trend and a necessary undertaking, and the arrival of Xinghai Group heralds the commencement of this transformation. After some contemplation in his office, Liu Zhong chose not to reach out to Lin Jiu. A military figure in a civilian role could hardly engage in martial matters. Such a course would be utterly inappropriate. Furthermore, as a newcomer to East China, it was prudent to refrain from initiating contact with Lin Jiu for the time being. Unbeknownst to him, the undercover agent he had placed in Changhai Capital was already devising strategies to contend with him. At the East China branch of Changhai Capital, Lin Jiu sat in his office, toying with a fountain pen as he listened to the report from the head of the pharmaceutical department, his eyes narrowing slightly. Changhai Pharmaceuticals was well regarded in the industry. When Changhai Capital was invited to invest in East China, the pharmaceutical division also established a factory in the region. Unlike the real estate sector, which had been rapidly expanding, Changhai Pharmaceuticals had not suffered significant setbacks. Even if their products were not sold in East China, it mattered little. There were no medicines that could not find a market. However, recently, Changhai Pharmaceuticals had encountered difficulties. They had repeatedly been besieged by thugs and petty thieves, causing no substantial harm, but proving to be quite bothersome. Previously, Changhai Pharmaceuticals had a security office, but it had been disbanded for reasons unknown, leading to an influx of unsavory characters. While there have been no significant losses, normal operations have been severely disrupted. Su Dang, the head of the pharmaceutical department at Changhai Capital's East China branch, sought assistance but received lackluster responses. While relevant departments agreed to help, they subsequently fell silent. Moreover, it was not just Changhai Pharmaceuticals that was affected. The entire industrial park faced similar issues. Today, while reporting to Lin Jiu, Su Yan mentioned this matter in passing. After hearing Su Yan's report, Lin Jiu instructed him to formally document the issue and submit it to him. He would handle the situation, while Su Yan focused on ensuring the factory's production continued smoothly. Lin Jiu advised Changhai Security to temporarily assign personnel to maintain the daily operations of the pharmaceutical factory and cautioned Su Yan to avoid confrontations with the troublemakers. This situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The industrial park was home to more than just Changhua Pharmaceuticals. Until the situation was clarified, they could not afford to be the scapegoats. Huanyu Group also had investments in production lines within this park. The emergence of this issue indicated that it was no trivial matter. Therefore, self-preservation and a watchful approach were the wisest strategies. That evening, Lin Jiu arrived punctually at Beihai Manor, located on the outskirts of Yinzhou City. Zhou Jun had been waiting at the entrance to greet Lin Jiu. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two proceeded into the establishment. They meandered until they reached a picturesque courtyard adjacent to the lake, where they took their seats. Zhou Jun poured Lin Jiu a cup of tea and remarked, "Brother, had it not been for your timely intervention, Huanyu Group would have undoubtedly been swept into the maelstrom of public opinion, exacerbated by the machinations of unseen forces, resulting in dire consequences. Such kindness need not be spoken of. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will surely oblige as far as I am able." Lin Jiu replied with a smile. "By the way, Brother Zhou, have you heard about the recent events in the Yinzhou Economic Park?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun nodded. "I have heard about this matter. The land in the Yinzhou Economic Park had some disputes years ago, but given the passage of time, it should have been resolved by now, according to reason. This land was once collective farmland belonging to Gulu Village. At that time, the Yinzhou city government planned to establish an economic industrial park, choosing Gulu Village as the site. The bidding for the construction of the industrial park, including land hardening and roadworks, was undertaken by the Huanyu Group. There were few residents back then, and the compensation standards were based on the relevant regulations of that time. During the land acquisition, a deputy county head responsible for the industrial park embezzled a significant portion of the government funds allocated. According to the compensation standards at the time, only 30% was paid, leaving 70% unallocated to the villagers. Naturally, the villagers were unwilling to accept this. In an attempt to placate them, the deputy county head distributed the land in the form of equity pledges among the villagers. At that time, it remains unclear who initiated this, but the villagers accepted this form of compensation. However, for reasons unknown, many villagers began to use their land equity to secure loans from banks. Surprisingly, the banks did indeed approve these loans despite the irregularities. 3 years ago, the deputy county head was arrested, and this matter came to light. Unfortunately, he had squandered the embezzled funds, leading to an investigation. It was then discovered that only 30% of the land belonged to the government, while the remaining 70% either belonged to the bank or to the villagers. At that time, the industrial park was still in the phase of attracting investment, and to avoid disrupting this process, the local government adopted a strategy of delay. This situation involved both the villagers and the banks. The bank president responsible for the loans was also apprehended, but the situation was already set in motion. The bank stated they could return the equity, but demanded repayment of the loans. However, who would pay back this loan amounting to over 90 million? The villagers were unwilling, the government could not provide the funds, and the bank was reluctant to relinquish the equity. Yet, to attract investment, the government could not allow unrest to fester, otherwise which enterprise would dare to invest? Thus, the government assured a swift resolution, yet each year passed with the situation dragging on, akin to squeezing toothpaste from a tube. Gradually redeeming portions of the land equity from the bank, this impasse has now erupted into conflict. Today, the Yinzhou Economic Park is widely recognized, and, correspondingly, the value of the land has skyrocketed. The villagers wish to reclaim their equity, but discover that it has been repurchased by the government. The current dilemma is that the villagers want to redeem their equity, while neither the bank nor the government is willing to cooperate, leading to a stalemate among the three parties. Among the villagers, one leader leveraged connections to have the Provincial Public Security Bureau issue a directive to abolish the security post at the park. With the police gone, all manner of unsavory characters have come, resulting in the current chaotic situation. Upon hearing Zhou Jun elucidate the reasons behind this, Lin Jiu contemplated deeply. The intricacies involved are far from trivial. The turning points in this matter lack legal basis and logic. Yet curiously, the entire situation has unfolded as a chain of events. How could a mere deputy county head and a bank president orchestrate such a grand scheme? There is undeniably something amiss here. Chapter 35, A Great Pit. Mutual respect from afar. Lin Jiu toyed with the teacup in his hand and remarked leisurely, "Brother Zhou, the intricacies of this situation are truly perplexing." Hearing this, Zhou Jun shook his head. "Indeed, it is somewhat absurd. Who knows, perhaps in the end, we might be the ones footing the bill." Lin Jiu smiled at this and chose not to speak further. Zhou Jun was not mistaken in his assessment. In the previous life, it was indeed the enterprises investing in the economic park, who ultimately bore the cost. This matter is, without a doubt, more complex than it appears, to put it plainly. It is the offspring of influential figures who have misappropriated this portion of the land compensation funds. In the end, the enterprises are left to pay the price, which starkly contrasts the enticing promises made when inviting these enterprises to settle. Initially, the land was provided without charge, merely granting usage rights. Now, the government asserts they will reclaim the land, stating that if the enterprises wish to retain it, they must purchase it. Such behavior is akin to extortion. Yet in the previous life, the first to pay up was the Huan Yu group. Once the leader had paid, what could the subordinates do? They had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, the substantial investments made in building production lines would be rendered futile. Ultimately, the matter was quelled, benefiting the villagers, the banks, and leaving the government unscathed, while the enterprises were the ones left injured. However, due to this issue, the current secretary of the Lin Jiu Municipal Committee, Zhao Mingbo, faced severe repercussions during his subsequent promotion to deputy secretary of the provincial committee, missing a crucial opportunity, and had to wait 5 years before finally achieving his aspirations. In his previous life, Zhao Mingbo was indeed wronged, but as the head, he had to shoulder the responsibility. The decision-maker at the time was Zhang Han, the mayor of Yinzhou City, who advocated for the enterprises to cover the cost to resolve the issue. Originally, Zhao Mingbo was scheduled to attend that pivotal meeting, but received notice from the provincial committee the night before, requiring him to attend a meeting at the provincial level instead. Ultimately, the decision was made by Zhang Han, not him. Yet as the leader, he bore the consequences. Although unjust, there was little he could do. The fallout from this incident struck Zhao Mingbo like a thunderclap. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of missteps. Zhao Mingbo had initially been poised for advancement, but this incident curtailed his political trajectory. This is Zhao Mingbo's regret, as well as the Zhao family's regret. At this moment, Lin Jiu was already aware of the ultimate outcome of the events, but Zhou Jun before him was completely oblivious. Knowing this matter, Lin Jiu would not stand idly by, not out of benevolence, but out of self-interest. This represents a rare opportunity. How could Lin Jiu allow such an opportunity to slip away? Yet, he had no intention of discussing these matters with Zhou Jun, as Zhou Jun could not make decisions. And moreover, what Lin Jiu sought was not Zhou Jun's favor, but the goodwill of the Zhao family. After finishing their meal, Lin Jiu prepared to take his leave. But Zhou Jun detained him. "Brother, our General Shun wishes to have a word with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu paused for a moment and nodded. Subsequently, accompanied by Zhou Jun, Lin Jiu entered the deepest part of a courtyard. In the courtyard, a young woman with a serene complexion sat on a chair. It was none other than Shun Qingzhu, whom he had caught a fleeting glimpse of in the Jiushi Rose Garden. Zhou Jun stood at the entrance. "General Shun, Lin General has arrived." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu rose and looked at Lin Jiu, nodding slightly. "General Lin, we meet again. Uncle Zhou, you may return now." Zhou Jun nodded, offering Lin Jiu a smile before turning to leave. After greeting Shun Qingzhu, Lin Jiu entered the courtyard and, at Shun Qingzhu's gesture, took a seat. Even though it was not their first meeting, Lin Jiu found himself momentarily mesmerized by her exquisitely cold visage. It was not merely her beauty that captivated him, but the enchanting allure of her sparkling, peach blossom-like eyes that added a unique charm to her already striking appearance. Shun Qingzhu poured a cup of tea for Lin Jiu, who, with an air of calm dignity, displayed no signs of hesitation. Observing this, Shun Qingzhu couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. "Mr. Lin, I have long admired your esteemed reputation," she remarked. Lin Jiu accepted the teacup with a smile and replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Shun. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised by your invitation today." Shun Qingzhu took a measured sip from her cup. "Mr. Lin, you have only been in East China for a month, yet you have already achieved remarkable success. I have heard much about your accomplishments. Your willingness to lend your voice in support is something I wish to express my gratitude for in person." Lin Jiu shook his head slightly. "You are too kind, Mr. Shun. My camaraderie with Mr. Zhou is well established, and out of respect for the amicable ties between Changhe Capital and Huan Yu Group, as well as my personal friendship with Zhou Ge, I cannot simply stand by and watch Huan Yu Group face adversity. It is but a small effort on my part. Please do not be so courteous." Shun Qingzhu nodded appreciatively. In this competitive business landscape, Mr. Lin's vision and magnanimity truly command my respect. Allow me to raise a toast with tea instead of wine, as a modest expression of my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu lifted his teacup and offered a respectful salute to Shun Qingzhu from across the table. Chapter 36. Declining an invitation, offering a caution. Shun Qingzhu set down her teacup and turned her gaze to Lin Jiu. "Mr. Lin, it is natural for one to appreciate talent, and I am no exception. Today, I have invited you not only to express my thanks, but also to discuss another matter. Huan Yu Group, having developed to this point, is in dire need of someone of your caliber. Should you be willing to join us and work alongside Mr. Zhou, I firmly believe that Huan Yu Group's progress would accelerate significantly. I urge you to contemplate this seriously. Our intentions are most sincere. In response, Lin Jiu shook his head once more. I appreciate your goodwill, Mr. Shun, and I am grateful for your recognition. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu smiled and said, Please do not be hasty in your refusal. I encourage you to consider it thoroughly. Lin Jiu toyed with the teacup in his hands. I understand the sentiment behind your invitation. While I may not consider myself a paragon of virtue, I'm certainly one who values gratitude. Without the support of my elder brother, I might very well have remained a rogue wandering the streets. Moreover, without his guidance, would I be here today, conversing with someone as esteemed as you, Mr. Shun? Everything I have achieved is due to Chang'e Capital, and I hope you can appreciate that. Shun Qingzhu nodded in understanding. Those who are righteous often assist the downtrodden, while those who are ungrateful tend to be learned individuals. I shall not press the matter further. Just as Shun Qingzhu was about to dismiss him, Lin Jiu interjected. Mr. Shun, may I inquire about your thoughts on the recent land disputes concerning the Yunzhou Economic Park? Shun Qingzhu was taken aback, not anticipating this line of questioning. She was aware of the recent events surrounding the economic park, but considered it a non-issue. Something well within Zhou Jun's purview. Yet, Lin Jiu's sudden inquiry suggested there might be more beneath the surface. As her mind raced, she countered with a question of her own. I have heard some rumors. What is your perspective on this matter, Mr. Lin? Lin Jiu smiled, his eyes sparkling with insight. Personally, I believe this situation is a significant pitfall. If left unaddressed, it could become a ticking time bomb. Secretary Zhao has made substantial contributions to the development of Yunzhou. The repercussions of this issue on him cannot be understated. If I am not mistaken, the current government is already overwhelmed in attempting to resolve the land disputes, and it is highly likely that our enterprises will ultimately bear the brunt of the costs. However, the matter is not so simple. While having businesses shoulder the financial burden may resolve the disputes temporarily, it is merely a stopgap solution. The only viable resolution, in my view, is a thorough investigation. Though it may offend some, in the long run, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. If the fallout from individual corrupt practices falls upon businesses, it could become a devastating blow to the officials in power, especially if there are those with ulterior motives stirring the pot from behind the scenes. However, this is merely my personal insight. I trust you will consider it carefully, Mr. Shun. Shun Qingzhu narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded. Your analysis, Mr. Lin, indeed shows great depth. It is understandable that Secretary Zhao, having devoted himself tirelessly to Yunzhou, might be misled by certain individuals. I grasp your point. Seeing this, Lin Jiu chose to remain silent, exchanged a few pleasantries, and took his leave. Shun Qingzhu made no attempt to retain him and promptly arranged for his departure. After Lin Jiu left, Shun Qingzhu sat in her chair, her brow slightly furrowed. Adopting a mindset of cautious belief, she instructed Zhou Jun to conduct a thorough investigation into the land disputes surrounding the economic park and placed a call. Third uncle, do you have a moment? Chapter 37. Urgent meeting, a decisive resolution. Inside the municipal office building, Zhao Mingbo sat in his chair, having just ended a call. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned his secretary. Xiao Li, notify everyone that we will hold an emergency standing committee meeting. Li Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, secretary. I will make the arrangements immediately. At this hour, precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, all members of the Yunzhou Municipal Standing Committee were summoned to the meeting room. Those who arrived early were filled with apprehension. A late-night notification for a meeting within the system could only mean that something significant had occurred. Before long, Mayor Zhang Han entered the meeting room, greeted by a series of nods and inquiries from the committee members, each hoping to discern the nature of the urgent matter. However, Zhang Han himself was in the dark, having instructed his secretary to investigate on the way, only to find everything appeared normal. This left him feeling somewhat unsteady and reactive. As soon as he settled into his seat, Zhao Mingbo, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, entered the meeting room. The assembly stood in unison to greet him. Zhao Mingbo acknowledged them with a nod and took his place at the head of the table. Please, everyone, take your seats. I have called you all here this evening to seek your opinions on a pressing matter. Upon hearing this, the committee members' hearts tightened, sensing the gravity of the situation. Zhao Mingbo rapped his knuckles on the table, speaking in a solemn tone. Having been in Yunzhou for nearly 3 years, I wish to discuss the land acquisition issues in the Gaolu village of Guangming County from 3 years ago, alongside the current land disputes at the Economic and Industrial Park. We must come to an agreement today. We cannot allow the citizens to suffer. We must pursue fairness and justice. It is imperative that we establish a working group to conduct a thorough investigation into the Gaolu village land acquisition. Let us hear your thoughts, everyone, he urged. In response, the committee members exchanged glances, falling into a profound silence. Observing this, Zhao Mingbo spoke again, since no one is willing to voice their opinions. I shall call upon individuals directly. He turned his gaze towards Liu Qi from Municipal Organization Department. Minister Liu, as a long-standing member of Yinzhou, please share your views and recommendations on this matter. Liu Qi nodded in agreement. 3 years ago, the land acquisition in Guangming District was spearheaded and determined by the government. Under the auspices of then Deputy Mayor Feng, the relocation and land acquisition affairs of the Loft Village were undertaken. At that time, the villagers of Loft Village were remarkably cooperative, a fact well acknowledged by all. The land in Loft Village was entrusted to Huanyu Group for development, with the city providing funding subsequently allocated to the local county government. However, to everyone's astonishment, the deputy county head of Guangming County audaciously withheld 70% of the special land acquisition funds issued by the city. To prevent any grievances or collective incidents among the villagers, the deputy county head ingeniously diluted the government land acquisition into equity shares to placate the villagers. Those villagers who received these so-called land equity shares, guided by unknown influences, approached local banks to secure loans against their shares. At that time, the bank president indeed sanctioned loans amounting to an astonishing 95 million. However, this sum was disbursed in installments, with only the first installment released. The subsequent funds were squandered by the president in gambling ventures. Upon discovering the situation, the government promptly apprehended the deputy county head and other involved parties, alongside prosecuting the bank president. Following this, the government initiated the gradual reclamation of these land equity shares, repurchasing them from the bank. This back-and-forth blame game prolonged the so-called acquisition for 3 long years. Presently, the situation has arisen as the citizens, enticed by the escalating value of the economic industrial park lands, sought to redeem their equity shares from a bank. However, due to their previous failure to make timely repayments, these shares rightfully belong to the bank, and having only received 1 installment of funds, the villagers were understandably discontented, leading them to disrupt operations within the economic industrial park. I believe this matter necessitates a thorough reinvestigation. How could a mere deputy county head and a bank president orchestrate such a monumental blunder? Furthermore, the funds allocated by the city for land acquisition and the outstanding loans from the bank must be scrutinized to address the current issues effectively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingbo nodded in agreement. Minister Liu's remarks were indeed insightful and warranted consideration. If anyone has opinions or suggestions, they're welcome to voice them for discussion. The purpose of this meeting is to promptly devise solutions to these pressing issues. In response, Zhang Han, the mayor of Yinzhou City, glanced at the executive deputy mayor, Jiao Wei. Noticing this, Jiao Wei interjected, I fully support Minister Liu's suggestion. However, this issue has lingered for 3 years, and an investigation cannot be resolved in just a day or 2. While an inquiry is essential, the immediate priority remains resolving the current predicament. Presently, the enterprises within the economic industrial park are in distress. The villagers have not resorted to violence, but have disrupted their operations, and the police can only mediate. Hence, I propose that we disperse the remaining funds to the villagers based on the original land acquisition price, which should resolve the issue. Once the investigation results are available, should any discrepancies arise regarding those funds, we can rectify the deficits from our misappropriation upon recovery. Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhang Han furrowed his brow. While the suggestion sounds simple, procuring over 100 million in funds poses a significant challenge for Yunzhou's finances, perhaps even rendering it impossible to gather such an amount. In response, Jiao Wei nodded. Indeed, we currently lack the capacity to mobilize that sum. But let us not forget that the enterprises we attracted to the economic industrial park hold only usage rights to the premises, not ownership. My contention is to sell the current spaces occupied by these enterprises at market value, thereby generating the necessary funds. Of course, this approach may be perceived as inequitable to the enterprises. Thus, once the mysteriously vanished funds are recovered, we can consider compensatory adjustments. At this point, the meeting room fell into a profound silence. This strategy could indeed alleviate the immediate crisis, and the enterprises would eventually contribute financially. However, the detrimental impact on the business environment cannot be overlooked, and whether the missing funds can be reclaimed remains uncertain. Even if recovered, how much can we realistically compensate? The attendees are gathered here to discuss solutions to the current issues, but once resolved, who would still be inclined to probe into the inexplicable disappearance of funds? At this juncture, every individual present is astute. It is apparent that the depths of this situation run deep. Thus, once the immediate concerns are addressed, no one will willingly undertake the arduous task of uncovering the truth behind this matter. If there was an intention to investigate, it should have been done 3 years ago. Why wait until now? Yet, none of them dared to voice their opinions. Jiao Wei's proposal was too sensitive and easily misconstrued. Such matters require a decisive resolution from the leadership, with others merely endorsing it. Observing this, Zhao Mingbo refrained from expressing his stance and turned to Zhang Han. "Mayor, what's your perspective?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han responded. "Both Minister Liu and Deputy Mayor Jia's proposals are reasonable. However, the specifics must be determined by you, Secretary. Nonetheless, as the Economic Industrial Park is a government-led initiative, the enterprises are currently in distress, and if this continues, the villagers may resort to collective petitions, altering the nature of the situation. Therefore, my recommendation is to expedite the resolution of the existing issues." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingbo grasped Zhang Han's intent and felt a sense of relief. This meeting was originally scheduled for tomorrow, but upon receiving a notice from the provincial committee about a meeting in the province, he delegated the matter to Zhang Han. After all, the municipal committee handles personnel, while the government oversees economic matters. This issue was inherently Zhang Han's responsibility. Had he not convened this meeting tonight regarding the land disputes in the Lin Jiu Economic Park, the outcomes of tomorrow's meeting led by Zhang Han would have been predictable. Reflecting on this, Zhao Mingbo tapped the table. "The mayor is correct. We must resolve these issues. However, there are numerous methods to achieve this, and Comrade Jiao Wei's approach is merely a last resort. Comrade Jiao Wei, your ideological standpoint is precarious. The very reason those enterprises established themselves in the Lin Jiu Economic Park was due to the concerted efforts of the Investment Promotion Office and provincial leaders. Now that they have arrived, your proposed actions are akin to dismantling the bridge after crossing it. If this information were to leak, would anyone still consider investing in Lin Jiu? This strategy is akin to self-sabotage. If this matter were to come to light, how would we, as a collective, face the provincial leadership? Who would bear the responsibility? Regarding the financial implications of the land disputes in the economic park, Shaoli, please compile the figures. We share responsibility for this matter, just as the bank does. Upon calculating this amount, the government shall cover half, and the bank the other half." At this juncture, Zhao Mingbo turned to Ding Zhong, Secretary of the Yunzhou City Political and Legal Committee. "Secretary Ding, please ensure the immediate restoration of security duty at the Economic Parks Guard booth. I will liaise with the provincial department regarding this matter. Additionally, the case concerning the 2 payments from 3 years ago must be reinvestigated. If there are issues that cannot be resolved, come to me." Meeting adjourned. After Zhao Mingbo announced the adjournment of the meeting, he was the first to rise and depart from the conference room. Observing this, the attendees, clutching their notebooks, followed suit in leaving the room. Zhang Han remained seated, his expression inscrutable. The executive vice mayor of Yunzhou, Jiao Wei, was acutely aware that Zhang Han was feeling exceedingly constrained. During this standing committee meeting, they had been left with no room for negotiation. As the secretary of the Yunzhou Municipal Committee and a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, Zhao Mingbo wielded a power and influence that Zhang Han could not hope to match. Zhang Han had earned the reputation of being the foremost individual beneath the rank of deputy minister in East China. Yet, ultimately, he was merely a department-level official. And despite being just a step away from the deputy ministerial position, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. It is safe to say that the outcome of the standing committee meeting presided over by Zhao Mingbo was predetermined. In Yunzhou, Zhao Mingbo's authority is exceedingly vast, allowing him to make decisions without regard for the sentiments of others. Nonetheless, during this particular standing committee meeting, Zhao Mingbo did take Zhang Han's dignity into account, affirming the necessity of addressing the issues at hand and indirectly dismissing Jiao Wei's proposals through criticism. However, he refrained from doing so too overtly, granting him a modicum of respect. Zhang Han took a moment to compose himself, disregarding the presence of Jiao Wei beside him, and returned directly to his office. It was now the deep of night. Standing by the window, he lit a cigarette. A multitude of indescribable emotions began to engulf him. This position, currently held by Zhao Mingbo, was originally meant for him. Following the retirement of the previous secretary, he, as the then mayor, had been poised to assume this role, bolstered by the old secretary's strong recommendation. Yet unexpectedly, Zhao Mingbo had been parachuted in to take over the position of Yunzhou's former secretary. Zhang Han was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the land acquisition from Gulu village for the development of the Yunzhou Economic Industrial Park. He also understood the fundamental reasons behind the current disputes. The former secretary had held even greater clout than Zhao Mingbo does now, leaving Zhang Han, as the mayor, utterly powerless to control the situation. In fact, concerning the Yunzhou Economic Industrial Park project, which ought to have been the government's responsibility, as the head of the Yunzhou government, had no authority to intervene, relegating him to the role of a mere bystander. He was privy to the intricacies of this matter, but maintaining a low profile had proven difficult enough. Who would dare to meddle further? If this issue were to be thoroughly investigated, he would bear some responsibility. Although the provincial authorities were aware of his circumstances, if the matter were to come to light, he would be even further from the position of secretary of the Lin Jiu Municipal Committee. Had Zhang Han unveiled the truth 3 years ago, perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, Zhang Han was no gambler. Thus, when weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately abandoned the idea of exposing the truth. At that time, Liang Chao, the secretary of the Lin Jiu Municipal Committee, was exceptionally formidable. Had Zhang Han chosen to reveal the truth, he could not foresee the eventual trajectory of events, but he knew that his ability to advance in Lin Jiu would be severely hampered, eliminating any chance of making a name for himself, a potentially fatal blow. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Han had instructed Jia Wei to devise a plan aimed at quelling the present disputes. As long as the situation could be contained, no one would delve into the events of 3 years prior. Originally, the standing committee meeting regarding the resolution of the land dispute in Gulu village was scheduled for the following day. Zhao Mingbo was to attend a meeting at the provincial committee, effectively granting him decision-making authority, and earlier that afternoon, Zhang Han had already discussed matters with Zhao Mingbo. This was a governmental issue, and Zhao Mingbo had not given it excessive attention, just as it seemed the situation would be resolved. Zhao Mingbo convened an emergency standing committee meeting late at night, solidifying the decision regarding the land dispute in Gulu village. The investigation would be thorough, and the existing issues would also be addressed. This signified that Zhao Mingbo was genuinely invested in the matter, and it would undoubtedly be scrutinized until the truth emerged, an inevitability that would eventually ensnare him as well. At this moment, Zhang Han's eyes reflected a sense of weariness. He hesitated between a path of relentless darkness and proactively approaching Zhao Mingbo to disclose the events of the past. Gazing out at the high-hanging full moon, he sighed softly. Perhaps it was best to wait. Now is not the right moment. Under Zhao Mingbo's intervention, all land pledged to the bank as collateral was reclaimed. The city managed to secure a special fund to compensate the villagers for the money they had not received based on the land prices from that time. The bank was reluctant, but pressure from above compelled them to comply. Thus, the settlement for the land funds was split, with the government covering half and the bank the other half. Most villagers who received compensation chose to withdraw, while a small faction sought to push their luck further. Zhao Mingbo did not hesitate, directly instructing the public security organs to arrest those villagers harboring dreams of sudden wealth on charges of provoking trouble. Under Zhao Mingbo's influence, the security booths at the Yunzhou Economic Park were restored to their previous state, and the enterprises within the park breathed a sigh of relief as production gradually resumed. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu, who relished seeing matters through to completion, packaged up the evidence and information regarding the masterminds behind the events of that year and sent it to Shen Qingzhu. Upon receiving the email, Shen Qingzhu first expressed gratitude to Lin Jiu, but refrained from acting hastily. Instead, she confirmed the feasibility and authenticity of the email before forwarding its contents to Zhao Mingbo. Just as Zhao Mingbo arranged for the materials to be sent to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Zhang Han arrived at his office. Without further hesitation, he recounted the events of that year. Zhang Han understood that confessing now would undoubtedly be a boon for Zhao Mingbo, and he sought nothing more than to ensure his own safety. Shortly thereafter, under Zhao Mingbo's direction, Zhang Han visited the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to inform them of the relevant details. The commission promptly took action, conducting verification and investigation before escalating the matter. And upon receiving approval, they summoned the retired Yunzhou secretary to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. In the face of irrefutable evidence, the truth emerged. A devoted father and a negligent son had caused a prolonged land dispute that lingered for 3 years. The negligent son had siphoned off 70% of the land's special funds, along with the bank loans. Meanwhile, the protective old secretary of Yunzhou had played a pivotal role, ultimately leading to the upheaval. Before long, the former secretary was legally transferred to the prosecution for violations of discipline and law. Relevant personnel faced penalties as well. Zhang Han, due to his sincere attitude and self-reflection, received a major demerit in light of the actual circumstances. Although the misappropriated funds were not recovered, all properties belonging to the implicated individuals were seized, their value surpassing that of the two amounts in question. Thus, the adverse ramifications of this matter were quelled. It did not bear any negative repercussions for Zhao Mingbo. On the contrary, as a result of this affair, the majority of the villagers in Gulu village came to recognize Zhao Mingbo as a fair and just leader. In the Jiushi Rose Garden, Lin Jiu sat on the sofa, gazing at the television, broadcasting news regarding the downfall of the former secretary of the Lin Jiu Municipal Committee, shaking his head. The intricacies of right and wrong he chose not to comment on. Just then, Ah Biao entered the room. Young Master Jiu, Miss Shun from next door has arrived. At this, Lin Jiu nodded, rising to his feet and walking towards the door, where he beheld Shun Qingzhu standing at the threshold. General Manager, Shun. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope you will not take offense. Shun Qingzhu looked at Lin Jiu and nodded. You are too polite, General Manager Lin. I came uninvited. I hope I haven't disturbed your work. May I ask if you have time for a leisurely stroll? Hearing this, Lin Jiu paused momentarily in thought and nodded. Very well. Chapter 39. A transaction takes root. The two then strolled along the greenway by the seaside. At a particular embankment, Shun Qingzhu halted, gazing at the surging waves. General Manager Lin, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in this matter. The previous situation concerning you and Zhou Jun was born out of friendship, but for this particular affair, I assure you that I will not let your help go unrewarded. I am not one for convoluted exchanges. If you have a purpose for your actions, it is best to articulate it plainly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse what I can provide. Lin Jiu understood that someone of Shun Qingzhu's exalted status would not engage in trivial favors. The foundation of such favors lies in mutual reciprocity, where both parties stand on equal footing. The disparity in their positions was too significant, and, as someone of higher standing, Shun Qingzhu would naturally refrain from entangling herself with him over this matter. Lin Jiu's help was merely a precursor to an equitable exchange. This was not an act of charity, but rather a transaction. As for the Zhao family owing Lin Jiu any favor, that was an even more implausible notion. And Lin Jiu was not so naive as to think he could cultivate any indebtedness from them because of this incident. At present, it was merely Shun Qingzhu who owed him a favor. However, she too was reluctant to be beholden to anyone, thus opting for a transactional approach, one where they could each walk their respective paths without mutual obligations. Lin Jiu surveyed the undulating sea and remarked with a smile. I comprehend your intentions, General Manager Shun. Yet, in my view, this was but a trifling effort. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I consider you a friend, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu frowned slightly. This fellow was rather ungrateful. A friend? Did he truly believe himself worthy of such a title? Before Shun Qingzhu could respond, Lin Jiu shook his head. However, since you insist, I shall not press further. Our Longha capital has come to East China for business. We wish not to meddle in other affairs, nor do we desire to do so. We aim for comprehensive development in the East China economic market and hope that Huanyu Group can remain an observer in this process. After contemplating Lin Jiu's words, Shun Qingzhu nodded in agreement. I understand your perspective, General Manager. You need not worry about this matter. Lin Jiu, satisfied with her assurance, took his leave without further ado. Shun Qingzhu did not turn back as he departed, her heart as tranquil as still waters, betraying no hint of turbulence. The late autumn breeze tousled her hair, bringing with it a chill. Winter was approaching. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Jiu settled into a chair in his study. With no expectations, there were naturally no disappointments. To attempt to forge necessary connections with the Zhao family through these matters was akin to chasing phantoms. Shun Qingzhu was excessively aloof, yet Lin Jiu thought this entirely reasonable. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own inadequacies. He could not blame others. Once he stood on equal footing with Shun Qingzhu, such circumstances would no longer apply. Lin Jiu felt no stirrings of emotion regarding the situation. The foremost priority now was for the East China branch to ascend steadily, further expanding its market reach. Recently, Lin Jiu had dispatched an overseas email. The recipient of this correspondence had already commenced action. For Lin Jiu, what he lacked was not money, identity, or status, but rather individuals who would remain loyal to him. Everything he possessed now was granted by Longha capital, not truly his own. Following his rebirth, Lin Jiu undertook a series of strategic deployments. The overseas email was destined for his own personnel. In this world, the most trustworthy and devoted individuals are those who harbor no attachments. Such individuals, when offered a helping hand during their lowest times, will regard you as their beacon of faith. Lin Jiu was an orphan, and he found a certain affinity for others like him. For orphans possess no value, and no one would wager on their futures. In Lin Jiu's eyes, orphans represented the lowest risk category among all. There are also those who, for various reasons, have been wrongfully imprisoned, their families shattered, only to be rescued by Lin Jiu. In his second life, Lin Jiu had gained insight into the trajectory of the future. However, intervening once or twice was still within the realm of normalcy. If he were to recklessly interfere with the future's course, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Thus, it became necessary to bolster his own faction, leveraging its strength to achieve his objectives. In doing so, he could both influence the future's direction and mitigate risks while cultivating his own power. What joy would there be in not doing so? Under Lin Jiu's guidance, a future broker organization poised to stand atop the world began to take shape. To establish the broker organization's reputation, the approach was straightforward. Undertake an action that would inspire both belief and astonishment. As one who had come from the future, the turning points of events were all too clear. Yet, certain sensitive matters could not be broached until one had fully developed their wings. Gaining notoriety would invariably invite risks. There exists no perfect solution in this world. However, success is a matter of human endeavor. First, one must avert risks and ensure survival before discussing other matters. Only by firing the opening shot from the grassroots level could the broker organization's influence be gradually amplified. With Lin Jiu's covert support, a broker organization named Eternal Life began to take root in the M Country region. Chapter 40. An unexpected visitor. Affirmation received following Shun Qingzhu's agreement to Lin Jiu's conditions. Longha Capital's East China branch embarked on a comprehensive industrial development initiative, advancing steadily, neither greedy nor reckless. In the office of Longha Capital's East China branch, Lin Jiu sat at his desk, reviewing pertinent documents. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Jiu acknowledged the sound. The office door swung open, and a steady set of footsteps approached. Lin Jiu looked up, momentarily taken aback, then rose to his feet. "Elder brother, when did you arrive?" The visitor was none other than Wei Dong, the chairman of Longha Capital. Wei Dong, glancing at Lin Jiu with a smile, remarked, "I came to see how the East China branch has been faring. You, my boy, while others are heralding good news, you receive it yet keep it to yourself. Are you working in secrecy, not seeking any rewards?" The two individuals settled onto the sofa in succession, with Wei Dong handing Lin Jiu a cigarette and leisurely remarking, "When you were first transferred to East China, the folks at headquarters raised some doubts, believing that the youth lacked both experience and reliability in their endeavors. Yet now, they have been silenced, for you have substantiated the notion that youth does not equate to incompetence. In the eyes of the younger generation at headquarters, you have become their idol and a benchmark in their pursuit of progress. Initially, I brought you to East China with high hopes, as this region, a significant economic province with coastal cities, holds immeasurable potential for development. Changhe Capital, having originated in Jiangnan, harbors an inseparable affection for the area, which fosters mutual support among its various sectors. However, the situation in East China is different. It is akin to starting afresh. While we possess a foundation from Jiangnan, the beginning is always the most arduous. At times, one must bow their head when under a roof, and here in East China, we are not on our home turf at Changhe Capital. I admit, I had some regrets about your transfer, especially considering the formidable presence of Huanyu Group in the East China business sphere. The pressure is immense, and I feared you might find it overwhelming. Thankfully, you have demonstrated that my concerns were unfounded. Everything you have achieved for the group since your arrival in East China has not gone unnoticed. Although this is not the home ground of Changhe Capital, you have still elevated its reputation. Your actions have validated my initial decision." Lin Jiu, seated on the sofa, shook his head. "Brother, I sense that you are not here merely to sing my praises." Hearing this, Wei Dong chuckled in disbelief. "You rascal, if one were unaware, they might think you suffer from paranoia. Presently, the economic landscape of East China has piqued my curiosity, prompting my visit. I initially thought the arrival of Xinghai Group would invigorate the atmosphere here. However, to the contrary, Huanyu Group and Xinghai Group have maintained an amicable coexistence." Lin Jiu smiled at this. In business, fostering goodwill generates prosperity. It is quite the norm. Wei Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this era, the emphasis lies on harmonious cohabitation. The days of ruthless competition are behind us. After the downfall of Lei Han and his associates in Jiangnan, the region has flourished in peace. Therefore, it is imperative to exercise moderation and abide by the law, engaging in lawful and compliant competition. Upon hearing the name Lei Han, Lin Jiu felt a twinge of sentiment. The Hanlong Group had once been a powerhouse in Jiangnan, a true local titan. However, they fell in the struggle for dominance, leading to Changhe Capital's ascendance in Jiangnan. The scars Lin Jiu bore were largely inflicted by the Hanlong Group. In this world, there is no distinction between right and wrong, only victory and defeat. The vanquished are not wronged. The victor takes all. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiu divulged the details regarding Huanyu Group to Wei Dong. "Brother, the true mastermind behind Huanyu Group is a woman, one named Qingzhu." Wei Dong paused, taken aback by this revelation. Observing Lin Jiu's earnest demeanor, he realized that Lin Jiu was not jesting. Leaning back in his chair, Wei Dong pondered the current high-ranking officials in East China. Strangely, there was no one with the surname Shan. Could it be the provincial secretary Lin Jiu? No, perhaps someone higher up? Noticing Wei Dong's puzzled expression, Lin Jiu interjected. In Yunzhou City, the mayor Zhao Mingbo is Shun Qingzhu's uncle. At this, Wei Dong's pupils constricted. The Zhao family of Kyoto. Indeed, the current head of the Zhao family has a wife with the surname Shun, thus connecting the dots. How could such a prominent entity as Huanyu Group choose to position itself in the spotlight of the highly scrutinized East China region? Could it be that Huanyu Group is following the path of the wrong family? Wei Dong reclined on the sofa and gazed at Lin Jiu. How did you come by this information? Lin Jiu smiled slightly in response. Shin Qingzhu lives next door to me. After the recent incident regarding the quality of Huanyu Group's properties, Zhou Jun invited me to dinner and introduced me to Miss Shan. Wei Dong nodded thoughtfully, aware that there was likely more to the story, but some matters did not necessitate probing deeper between the two of them. Lin Jiu remained silent on certain aspects, and Wei Dong had no intention of pressing further. Their unspoken understanding sufficed. This news surprised Wei Dong by conventional wisdom. A group of such stature as Huanyu should maintain a low profile. Yet, Huanyu Group's reputation in East China is quite illustrious, akin to a dazzling gem within the business community. Contemplating this, Wei Dong found himself momentarily taken aback. The arrival of Changhe Capital and the Xinghai Group could very well overshadow the brilliance of Huanyu Group. Thus, the question arises, is this merely a coincidence? Or is there a calculated strategy at play? In the realm of significant commerce, lacking a background renders one merely a dish upon the table. Regardless of whether it is innate or acquired, advantages come hand in hand with disadvantages. The advantage lies in being sufficiently secure while experiencing rapid growth. The disadvantage, however, is that should the foundation crumble, one too shall face misfortune. Enjoying the conveniences afforded by one's background also entails bearing the corresponding risks. Huanyu Group possesses a formidable background, and logically, it should refrain from monopolizing an entire provincial economy, as that would draw excessive attention. The adage quietly amassing wealth encapsulates this principle. While there may be no overt connections traceable, the upper echelons remain well-informed. Attracting considerable scrutiny inevitably leads to a plethora of complications. Living in the limelight means every action is subject to hyperanalysis. Therefore, Huanyu Group currently exists under such scrutiny. Had they not proactively addressed the recent property quality scandal, the repercussions could have been dire. The vast Huanyu Group could suffer severe damage due to this incident. Even if they are following the path of the wrong family, such overt display seems ill-advised. Oddly, could there be undisclosed reasons at play? Chapter 41. Analyzing the reasons. So, it is. After a moment of reflection, Wei Dong inquired, what is your assessment of Huanyu Group's reputation in East China? Lin Jiu pondered for a while before responding. One could argue that the present scale of the East China economic market owes much to the support and impetus provided by Huanyu Group, alongside the leadership from above. Huanyu Group stands at the pinnacle of East China's economic landscape, not merely by their desire to occupy this position, but rather due to those who have benefited from them elevating the group to such heights. Over the years, Huanyu Group's reputation has polarized among the grassroots. It is viewed as a conscientious enterprise, while in the East China business realm, it is seen as a perpetrator of economic monopoly. It can be said that Huanyu Group enjoys a certain halo among the common populace. In this restless society, their ability to achieve such standing attests to their commitment to their original intentions. Personally, I believe Huanyu Group's approach is pragmatic, and the alleged monopolization is, in my view, a baseless accusation. Through the recent interactions with the Huanyu Group and the comprehensive research conducted on the East China market, it has become abundantly clear that the notion of monopoly is merely a fabrication, a convenient excuse for those enterprises unwilling to accept their reality. In the competitive landscape of East China's economy, the prowess of the Huanyu Group is indisputable. It is entirely natural that other enterprises find themselves unable to compete with Huanyu Group on the same projects. Does this truly constitute a monopoly? The competition among other enterprises has never been interfered with by Huanyu Group, and thus cannot be deemed monopolistic. Take, for instance, the construction materials market in East China. While Huanyu Group holds a significant share, the transactions are free and unencumbered. Has Huanyu Group ever intervened or employed various methods to coerce those enterprises into purchasing their materials? Certainly not. Consequently, these enterprises and the grassroots population have elevated Huanyu Group to a position of prominence, from which they find it impossible to descend. The arrival of Changhe Capital and Xinghai Group has, in fact, aligned with Huanyu Group's aspirations. Furthermore, it appears that Huanyu Group has evolved beyond a mere private enterprise. now resembling a state-owned entity. If one were to insist that Huanyu Group is monopolizing the East China economic market, I would argue that this so-called monopoly is, in fact, a protective measure for the exceptional local enterprises of East China. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's perspective, Wei Dong nodded thoughtfully. If one were to adopt your viewpoint, the current situation indeed seems quite reasonable. Shanghai Group sees the opportunity presented by Huanyu Group's recent disclosure regarding the quality issues of its properties, establishing a foothold through the construction materials market. Huanyu Group has shifted its focus onto Shanghai Group, creating a prime opportunity for our development. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. One must not be hasty. Progressing steadily, step by step, is essential to safeguard oneself when turbulence arises. News has emerged that the political landscape in East China is set for adjustments. Within the three core positions of the provincial committee secretary, governor, and deputy secretary, two are poised for change. Although the Shanghai capital East China branch has yet to reach that critical juncture, certain matters warrant early preparation and foresight. Lin Jiu remained unfazed by this information. He was acutely aware that the impending changes could be traced back to Shanghai Group's entry, having been reborn. He comprehended the monumental shifts awaiting East China's political arena. Had he chosen not to intervene this time, events might have unfolded in accordance with their previous trajectory. However, due to his involvement, Zhao Mingbo has been able to sidestep potential pitfalls, making his ascension to the position of deputy secretary of the provincial committee in East China a foregone conclusion. Yet, with Zhao Mingbo's destiny now altered, the question arises, will the governorship still fall to the Zhang family, as it did in the last life? The ascension of the Zhang family to the governorship and Shanghai Group's investment in East China are intricately intertwined, each dependent upon the other. Nevertheless, the impact of Zhao Mingbo's promotion on the Zhang family's fortunes remains uncertain. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, should the Zhang family wish to replicate their previous success in East China, they must be willing to make sacrifices. After all, there is but one position available, yet many individuals vying for it. In the previous life, Zhao Mingbo's reputation suffered due to the contentious land dispute in Galu village, causing him to miss the opportunity for the role of deputy secretary, which was subsequently filled by the family behind Shanghai capital. Knowing this, why would Lin Jiu seek to prevent the forces behind Shanghai capital from attaining the third highest position? The reason lies in the fact that this is a precarious move. The former secretary of East China, Qin Weigua, was an exceptionally formidable figure, having controlled the region for many years. His capabilities and tactics are self-evident. The members of the standing committee adhered to his directives, prompting the higher-ups to resolve to break Qin Weigua's grip on East China through the Zhang family, the Zhao family, and the family behind Shanghai capital. To secure two of the three available positions, each contender must display their unique talents. However, the family behind Shanghai capital does not harbor great aspirations for the East China political arena. They are open to opportunities, but have superior alternatives. Nonetheless, extracting some benefits remains feasible. In the previous life, due to Zhao Mingbo's failure to secure that position, the family behind Shanghai capital was able to step in. The deputy secretary serves as the cornerstone balancing the secretary and the governor, acting as a bridge for cordial communication between the two parties. Qin Weigua's contributions to East China's development are undeniable. He has devoted much of his life to this cause, tirelessly leading East China's officials in advancing the region's progress. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there is a unified spirit of cooperation. In a previous life, the family behind Shanghai capital faced a similar fate upon arriving in East China, ultimately meeting with failure and being reassigned, not due to a lack of capability, but because aligning oneself is far simpler than becoming the cornerstone of balance, which presents considerable challenges. Thus, Lin Jiu conveyed to Shin Qingzhu that the land in Galu village holds a devastating influence over Zhao Mingbo. Lin Jiu's timely warning has the potential to alter Zhao Mingbo's fate, thereby affecting the destinies of many others. Indirectly, it likely prevented significant losses for the family behind Shanghai capital. Therefore, Lin Jiu remained calm in response to Wei Dong's admonitions. Brother, their status is far too elevated. At present, we do not even register as a mere blip on their radar. The decisions made above have little bearing on the current operations of the East China branch. What I desire is to uncover opportunities for the development of the East China branch amidst this change. Beyond that, I have not contemplated much. Wei Dong chuckled and shook his head. You are indeed quite astute. Chapter 42, Greedy and Watching from the Sidelines. Due to Wei Dong's arrival, Lin Jiu convened a meeting with the senior management of the East China branch. Wen Chuan was absent as he was engaged in discussions regarding the overall planning of the Zhujiangku Commercial Center with the real estate department of Huanyu Group in Dongchuan City. The heads of other departments were present in attendance. During the meeting, Wei Dong commended the diligent efforts of all departments within the Changhe Capital East China branch over this period, providing relevant directives and encouraging them to build upon their current foundation while looking toward the future and advancing steadily. After the meeting concluded, Wei Dong did not linger. Following a lunch with Lin Jiu, he boarded a private plane bound for Jiangnan. Upon departing the airport, Lin Jiu did not return to the company, but instead made his way to Zhujiankou town in Dongchuan City. After a 2-hour drive, Lin Jiu arrived at Zhujiankou town. This town is no longer a secluded hamlet. It has transformed into a pilot zone for economic development in Dongchuan's future. What was once an obscure township has now become a coveted prospect, with residents within the planning scope of Zhujiankou town experiencing a windfall akin to overnight wealth. As the house was dismantled, Paramila descended upon the villagers like a fortuitous windfall, ushering them into a life of affluence, lifting them from their erstwhile poverty. At times, Lin Jiu pondered whether the swiftest route to financial liberation was indeed through demolition. Reality revealed that demolition could indeed facilitate both poverty alleviation and overnight wealth. As the Maybach came to a gentle halt by the roadside, when Chuan, accompanied by relevant management personnel, approached to extend their greetings, the car doors swung open, and Lin Jiu alighted, casting a discerning glance at the already cordoned off and project-registered Zhujiankou Block 8, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Wen Chuan, flanked by a cadre of managers, stepped forward to welcome Lin Jiu, expressing gratitude for his presence at the inspection of Zhujiankou Block 45. After a brief handshake with Wen Chuan, Lin Jiu nodded to the remaining individuals, a silent salutation. Subsequently, accompanied by Wen Chuan and others, Lin Jiu ventured into the construction site. The initial 200 acres at Zhujiankou, under the auspices of Huanyu Group, had all necessary procedures in place and were poised for groundbreaking. Ascending a dirt slope, Lin Jiu surveyed the expansive land below. With a smile, Wen Chuan remarked, "Mr. Lin, the government has finalized the planning for these 200 acres. Together with the relevant leaders from Huanyu Group, we have determined the design scheme, integrating on-site conditions with the group as directives. Changhe Capital and Huanyu Group aim to collaboratively establish a new landmark in Dongchuan City and develop the CBD commercial area." Lin Jiu nodded slightly, acknowledging the significance of Zhujiankou Block 45 as the nucleus of the planned economic pilot zone. He emphasized that the real estate department of Changhe Capital's East China division should concentrate their efforts on the development of these 70 acres. He reiterated the principle of prioritizing quality and excellence, urging them to execute the project meticulously under government oversight, ensuring both progress and safety during construction. The real estate department was instructed to station personnel on site, refining management protocols, swiftly addressing unforeseen circumstances, and allocating resources to ensure the project's seamless operation. Wen Chuan and the senior executives of the real estate department readily affirmed their commitment to strictly adhere to Lin Jiu's directives, ensuring the tasks would be completed with quality and safety as paramount. After issuing his instructions, Lin Jiu departed the site with Wen Chuan. The two entered their vehicle, and Lin Jiu, reclining in his seat, inquired at a leisurely pace, "What is the current status of the planned areas in Zhujiankou?" Wen Chuan responded succinctly, outlining the present circumstances. "Zhujiankou is preparing for extensive demolition. However, as per your instructions, we have refrained from intervening in the demolition zones. Huanyu Group, Xinhai Group, and other real estate companies have already taken on portions of the demolition tasks. So far, there have been no significant upheavals. The recently auctioned 200 acres, which constitute a communal asset of one of the villages in Zhujiankou, have yet to yield any compensation for the villagers." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu furrowed his brow. Wasn't the final payment made after the bidding concluded? Did we not settle the several hundreds of millions? Wen Chuan shook his head in response. Yes, it was paid on the day the bidding results were announced, directly to the municipal government. Lin Jiu reclined further in his chair, narrowing his eyes. Human greed knows no bounds. They are overreaching, attempting to consume all without fear of their own undoing. Wen Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, these individuals are driven by selfishness. Funds allocated from above are siphoned off at every level, province, city, county, and town, until nothing remains for the common folk. It's a handover shrouded in oil. Lin Jiu drummed his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. This matter requires vigilance. We must monitor that village's movements closely. Should they attempt to disrupt the project, we must avoid confrontation, clearly communicating that the funds have been dispersed to the government. Furthermore, if the villagers approach us, we should promptly relay this information to the municipal government, allowing them to address the situation. If they do not respond, we may need to temporarily halt the project. Remember, we must avoid conflict at all costs. Even a justified cause can be rendered moot in such disputes. Wen Chuan nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will personally oversee this matter to ensure it is handled appropriately. Lin Jiu refrained from further comment. Mishandling this issue could escalate into a collective uproar. Those 200 acres represented 660 million. Following the bidding, Chanha Capital had settled the payment, yet the villagers had received nothing from their communal land. As time passed, this situation could ignite further unrest, resulting in significant negative repercussions. The newly appointed mayor of Dongzhou City would take office tomorrow. If he mishandled this issue, it would be a liability for him. However, it remains uncertain how much of that 660 million remains. In Lin Jiu's previous life, Chanha Capital had failed to secure development rights in Zhujiangke town, leaving him unaware of the specifics. He only knew that the funds allocated for land acquisition had been misappropriated, leaving the villagers without compensation, which instigated a chain reaction. Rumors spread rapidly, affecting even the demolition efforts as fears arose that their houses would be torn down without receiving the compensation they expected. Eventually, Huanyu Group set a precedent, compensating residents for each demolished building, thereby assuaging the villagers' doubts and enabling the progress of the demolition in Zhujiangke town. In this lifetime, Chanha Capital found itself entangled in a similar predicament. A single misstep could ignite a conflagration. In commercial dealings, there are no innocents when pitted against the government. Villagers are likely to perceive the former as the greater villain. Thus, until the matter is fully resolved, whoever occupies that land must bear the financial burden. This encapsulates the villagers' naive mentality. Proactive measures are essential to avert unforeseen calamities. Regardless of the outcome, losses will inevitably ensue. However, the party most anxious at present is Xinhai Group. Chapter 43. Strategizing and Appeasing Interests. At this moment, within a private room of a rustic restaurant in Yinzhou City, Guo Chun, head of the East China division of Xinhai Group, sat across from a young man in his 30s. Pouring a cup of tea for the young man, Guo Chun remarked, "Xiao Hai, you will be taking office tomorrow. You must pay close attention to the affairs in Zhujiangku, addressing them promptly to prevent any escalation." Zhang Yanhai nodded. "Uncle Guo, I understand your concerns. However, I suspect that by the time I assume my role, the municipal treasury may be depleted." He sighed. "I didn't expect such a grand surprise upon my arrival." Guo Chun took a sip of tea. "Our late entry has resulted in the core areas of Zhujiangku being fully divided among others. Moreover, the problematic parcels of land are at the very heart of the core, acquired by Chanha Capital, which promptly settled the final payment following the conclusion of the bidding. Subsequently, Chanha Capital engaged in a transaction with Huanyu Group, transferring 130 acres of the Zhujiangku core area. Currently, two companies are collaborating on the construction development of this land. Chanhai Capital has not engaged in the demolition matters surrounding the periphery, and Huanyu Group's stake is rather minimal. Both Huanyu Group and Chanhai Capital are now cognizant of this situation. However, it is likely that Chanhai Capital will refrain from intervening, remaining a mere bystander. Huanyu Group is expected to instigate an earlier eruption of this turmoil, effectively adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, upon your appointment, it is imperative to resolve this matter expeditiously to prevent it from dragging on unnecessarily. Should resolution prove elusive, the responsibility must be shifted elsewhere. If the municipal finances truly lack funds, the deficit of 660 million must be reported promptly. Zhang Yanhai shook his head with a smile. "Uncle Guo, if I were to expose this matter, it would indeed alleviate the immediate predicament, but it would only serve as a temporary fix. If I were to unveil this issue, the entire party and government apparatus of Dongchuan City would face criticism. In essence, I would be alienating the majority, making future endeavors in Dongchuan exceedingly challenging. This issue cannot be brought to light by me, and Xinhai Group lacks the rationale to take action. After all, that land does not belong to Xinhai Group. So the current breakthrough lies with Chanhai Capital. It is reasonable and justified for Chanhai Capital to expose this issue, and no one could contest it." Upon hearing this, Guo Chun furrowed his brow. This is indeed a compromise. However, the conundrum remains: how to persuade Chanhai Capital to undertake this action. This is a challenge that must be confronted. Lin Jiu is not a simple character. Since his arrival in East China, Huanyu Group has suffered losses at his hands, and we too have been unwittingly ensnared by his machinations. Thus, enlisting Lin Jiu's assistance would entail a significant cost. Moreover, the Zhang family currently possesses limited influence in East China, rendering it unworthy of his efforts. Even if Chanhai Capital remains passive, Huanyu Group will be the first to ignite the flames. Thus, amidst this upheaval, Lin Jiu could seize an opportunity to reap benefits at any moment. It is evident how substantial a price we would have to pay for Lin Jiu to act. Hearing Guo Chun's words, Zhang Yanhai shook his head. "Uncle Guo, from your perspective as a businessman, it is indeed as you say. A considerable price must be paid to elicit Lin Jiu's involvement. But let us consider this from another angle. What does Lin Jiu currently lack? At this, Guo Chun narrowed his eyes. Shanghai Capital has established a branch in East China for over 2 years, yet prior to Lin Jiu's arrival, it garnered only lukewarm responses. East China is a rather insular circle, both politically and commercially. However, in contrast, the business realm is chiefly concerned with profit, and the only representative of the business community in East China is Huanyu Group. Most enterprises still follow Huanyu Group's lead, with only a small fraction dissatisfied with the status quo, wishing for external forces to disrupt the economic equilibrium of East China. The exclusivity of East China's business sector is primarily led by Huanyu Group, which undertakes such measures to maintain stability while also safeguarding various enterprises within East China. Neither Shanghai Capital nor Xinghai Group poses a threat to Huanyu Group, which has long established deep roots in East China. These two outsiders are hardly competitors. Moreover, neither Shanghai Capital nor Xinghai Group has contemplated challenging Huanyu Group's authority and standing. They are not competing with Huanyu Group for market share, but rather with other domestic enterprises in East China. As the leader, Huanyu Group naturally cannot overlook the bullying of its subordinates. Yet, given the formidable backgrounds of these two outsiders, Huanyu Group's only recourse is to confine Shanghai Capital and Xinghai Group within a limited sphere. Fair competition is permissible, but leveraging one's background to exert pressure is unacceptable. Huanyu Group has no objections to equitable and just market engagement. Similarly, why does Huanyu Group not take action against Shanghai Capital? Ultimately, it is because Shanghai Capital does not wish to get entangled in messy affairs. Their intent in East China is to conduct business straightforwardly. Guo Chun understands that Xinghai Group faces hostility from Huanyu Group precisely because they are not merely here to conduct business. Zhang Yunhai's implication was abundantly clear: to cater to their preferences. Guo Chun has conducted his own research on Lin Jiu. He is neither greedy nor lustful, solely devoted to his work, appearing as if he possesses no weaknesses. However, this is not entirely accurate. Lin Jiu's actions are all aimed at the advancement of Shanghai Capital. Contribution equates to wielding power, hence what Lin Jiu currently requires is contribution, for only then can he attain greater authority. Chapter 44. Seeking Solutions, the Two Meet. Guo Chun regarded Zhang Yunhai, who sat opposite him, unruffled, his brow slightly furrowed. The rhetoric was grandiose, speaking of creating opportunities for Lin Jiu to contribute to Shanghai Capital. But stripped of embellishments, it boiled down to profit sharing. Guo Chun was acutely aware of this, yet he harbored different thoughts. As an old hand, he loathed the indirectness of Zhang Yunhai's speech, where simple matters required convoluted elaboration, as if he were compelled to draft a lengthy report. If such expressions were directed toward outsiders, Guo Chun might comprehend, but having served the Zhang family for so many years, he was taken aback that Zhang Yunhai would still meander before him. Moreover, Guo Chun's reservations stem from the fact that Xinghai Group does not belong to Zhang Yunhai, but rather to the eldest son of the Zhang family. Within the current generation of the Zhang family, there are 2 sons and 1 daughter, the elder pursuing business and the younger engaging in politics. It is often said that even divine beings cannot arbitrate familial disputes, and sometimes this holds true, regardless of whether factions exist within the Zhang family. The relationship between the 2 brothers is not particularly harmonious, as they share the same father but different mothers. Nonetheless, they must maintain a united front on major issues. Consequently, Guo Chun, as a businessman, instinctively resisted the idea of profit sharing proposed by Zhang Yunhai. This is why he did not immediately acquiesce, but rather stated that he would need time to ponder how this matter should be approached. Zhang Yunhai felt somewhat dissatisfied with Guo Chun's ambiguous stance, but had no recourse. After all, Guo Chun was aligned with his elder brother, serving the Zhang family. Yet this did not imply that Guo Chun would serve him wholeheartedly. After their meal, Zhang Yunhai departed first. Guo Chun remained in the private room, toying with his phone, and after some contemplation, he chose to report the matter further up the chain. Upon receiving the information, the higher-ups indicated that Guo Chun should refrain from taking the lead in this matter, as they had other arrangements in mind. Guo Chun was to provide cooperation where necessary. Hearing this, Guo Chun naturally breathed a sigh of relief. As Xinghai Group had only recently established itself in East China, it was crucial to solidify its developmental trajectory. Since the higher-ups had conveyed their stance, Guo Chun was relieved of one more worry. Meanwhile, in the East China Provincial Public Security Department, Liu Zhong, who was organizing documents in his office, also received a call from the Zhang family. Zhang's family instructed Liu Zhong to require Lin Jiu to devise a means to minimize the repercussions of the situation, ensuring that the newly appointed mayor of Dongchuan City remains uninvolved. Liu Zhong naturally had no grounds for resistance. After all, This was a directive from Zhang's family, not a request or discussion. Furthermore, ever since the previous blunder, Lu Zhong's suspicions regarding Lin Jiu, though significantly diminished, still lingered. This presented an opportune moment to test Lin Jiu's resolve. After concluding the call, Lu Zhong shook his head, realizing that this matter required careful strategizing. Otherwise, Lin Jiu might grow suspicious. After all, Lu Zhong had previously bound Lin Jiu with the chains of a noble cause, while acting for the public good might be acceptable. Acting out of self-interest could easily provoke unwarranted speculation. Seated in his office chair, Lu Zhong pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to send an email to Lin Jiu. At Chang'e Capital's East China branch, Lin Jiu was engrossed in handling work directives when he noticed the email highlighted in red. Setting aside his current tasks, Lin Jiu opened his inbox and squinted at the sender's name. Lu Zhong had finally made contact. Upon observing the time and address within the email, Lin Jiu replied using the agreed-upon code. Subsequently, he relayed the details of Lu Zhong's communication to Wei Dong. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong showed little concern, merely stating that Lin Jiu should handle it himself and report any special circumstances as they arose. After informing Wei Dong about Lu Zhong's outreach, Lin Jiu began to speculate. Was Lu Zhong acting on Zhang's family's orders, prompting him to address the impending turmoil over the compensation for the land at Zhujiankou, which had yet to be dispersed? That evening, Lin Jiu arrived at a riverside park as per Lu Zhong's address. Once at the designated location, he sat on a bench, smoking quietly as he awaited Lu Zhong's arrival. Before long, Lu Zhong appeared, taking a seat beside him with a newspaper in hand. Did they harbor suspicions about you regarding the previous dock incident? He inquired. Lin Jiu nodded in response. After the details of that incident leaked, Wei Dong had indeed grown suspicious. However, the intricacies of that scheme remained elusive to him until its resolution revealed it as a comprehensive vetting operation. While he was aware of the plan, he lacked knowledge of its specific details, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Coupled with the fact that he had previously saved Wei Dong's life, it mitigated any lingering doubts, especially since Lu Zhong had refrained from contacting him during that tumultuous period. I've heard that following that incident, certain individuals at Chang'e Capital's headquarters unexpectedly vanished, Lin Jiu continued. At this revelation, Lu Zhong paused, realizing that the other undercover agents he had placed at Chang'e Capital had all lost contact. Considering the previous blunder, his subordinates' betrayal, and the elimination of those undercover operatives, the situation Lin Jiu described echoed his own experiences. Thus, the blunder had indeed been triggered by subordinates' treachery, also part of a vetting operation. This clarified everything. Lin Jiu's ignorance of the incident's underlying motives stemmed from Wei Dong's suspicions, now extending to him as well. Understanding this, Lu Zhong nodded gravely. We must exercise caution. My lack of communication with you during this time was also a consideration of such matters. Wei Dong is likely harboring doubts about you now. Those criminals are audacious and ruthless. Never assume that past debts of gratitude will compel them to show mercy. Prepare for the worst. I appreciate your efforts. The brothers I had previously positioned at Chang'e Capital have all perished, leaving only you. Therefore, above all, you must ensure your own safety, even if it means failing to complete the task. Lin Jiu nodded. Thank you for your concern, Captain. I understand. Is there a specific mission you wish to discuss, necessitating this meeting? Lu Zhong's expression turned serious. The reason I sought you out is that this upcoming task is exceptionally arduous and distinct from the usual. It requires your collaboration and assistance. Additionally, I have been reassigned to East China, so I wanted to inform you of this development. This task has far-reaching implications. Chang'e Capital recently acquired 200 acres of land in Zhujiankou town, valued at 660 million. This land carries some severe ramifications. It is likely to incite a malignant mass incident in the near future. I trust you are aware of this situation. The complications stemming from this land deal are deeply intertwined with the mission I am entrusting to you. Lin Jiu feigned curiosity. This land is under my direct oversight. Chang'e Capital has duly paid the 660 million following the conclusion of the bidding. There is no dispute regarding this land. It now belongs to Chang'e Capital. Is there something amiss? Chapter 45. A grandiose facade. Lin Jiu offers a proposal. Lu Zhong nodded solemnly. Indeed, I'm not entirely certain whether Chang'e Capital has fully remitted the funds for the land purchase. However, I do know that the funds, which rightfully belong to the villagers, have not been distributed among them. Moreover, someone has covertly informed the villagers of this situation, inciting them to direct their ire towards the government. Thus, should this matter erupt, it could very well lead to a mass incident. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu felt a sense of clarity. So, Lu Zhong had gone to such lengths to facilitate his master's agenda. The newly appointed mayor of Dongchuan City, Zhang Yanhai, was indeed the brother of the shadowy owner of Xinghai Group. Currently, he had been transferred to Dongchuan to reap rewards from the economic pilot areas sanctioned by the Development and Reform Commission, unaware that his predecessor had left behind a ticking time bomb. Should this situation be mishandled, not only would he fail to achieve his goals, but his very safety would also be in jeopardy. Lin Jiu then understood Lu Zhong's purpose in seeking him out, to prevent the detonation of this landmine or to mitigate its fallout, ensuring that Zhang Yunhai remained unscathed. It was ambitious indeed, and as Lin Jiu contemplated this, his brows knitted in concern. Captain, are you implying that the mission is to preemptively avert this malignant mass incident? However, Changha Capital has already remitted the payment to the government. The land was not sold to us by the villagers, but rather by their local government. Our transaction is complete. If we wish to avert a mass incident, wouldn't it suffice to distribute the funds to the villagers? Surely, this is a straightforward task. How might I execute this? Should I simply pay off the villagers to placate them? That seems rather unrealistic, as Changha Capital does not operate under my authority, and you are well aware of this. If I were to proceed in such a manner, how would Changha Capital perceive me? My standing within the company would become untenable. Am I to assume that upon the conclusion of this task, I will be allowed to return to my previous role? Lu Zhong found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that Lin Jiu was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have successfully navigated his way to his current position while remaining embedded within Changha Capital. This matter indeed harbors numerous inconsistencies. It is quite unreasonable to task an undercover agent with responsibilities that rightfully fall upon the government. Yet, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that this is a mission bestowed upon him by the Zhang family, leaving no room for negotiation. Completion is imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhong surmised that it would be prudent to first stabilize Lin Jiu to ensure the task is accomplished before addressing any further concerns. Lu Zhong feigned a sigh and nodded thoughtfully. I comprehend your predicament and apprehensions. However, all our efforts are not for our own sake, nor for others, but rather for the unfortunate villagers. After all, the land at the Pearl River estuary is the collective property of those villagers. With its sale, they have received none of the compensation they are rightfully due. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding this situation, the villagers remain innocent. I have witnessed their plight and felt their urgency, which is why I have come personally to seek a resolution. Furthermore, he added, all actions must prioritize your safety. Should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to reach out to me. You may return to the fold at any moment. If my cooperation is required, I shall do everything in my power to assist you in fulfilling this mission for the villagers and alongside you. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu fell into deep reflection. In his previous life, Lu Zhong had exhibited a similar demeanor, cloaked in the guise of righteousness, incessantly proclaiming his commitment to the people and their welfare. Adamant about vanquishing the nefarious Changha Capital, a group steeped in criminality. Now, Lin Jiu found himself bemused yet sorrowful. It was ludicrous that, having been granted a second chance at life, he remained indifferent to Lu Zhong's ostentatious proclamations of justice. Tragically, he recognized how naive he had been in his former life, repeatedly deceived by Lu Zhong's hollow justifications. It was indeed pitiable that he had once accepted such transparent excuses and rhetoric without question. Lu Zhong sought to manipulate this incarnation of him with mere words, yet this time, it would prove far more challenging. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Jiu had transformed from a mere mouse into a cunning cat. He regarded Lu Zhong and replied with visible hesitation, once this course of action is set in motion, there will be no turning back. It's not that I am unwilling to relinquish my current position. Rather, I am concerned that all my previous efforts would be rendered futile, unless an opportunity arises that would allow me to undertake this task above board, without raising suspicions from Changha Capital. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong inquired, what plans do you have? Please share them in detail, so we may deliberate and arrive at a consensus. After a moment's thought, Lin Jiu began, I do possess a rather nascent idea. This issue can indeed be addressed, but it need not be through our direct involvement. We could leverage the actions of others to compel the government to resolve this matter. The newly appointed mayor of Dongchuan City finds himself in quite a predicament. However, it appears that he is rather unfortunate, arriving at such a crucial juncture. If this situation were to explode, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Thus, why not enlist an outsider to not only extricate Mayor Zhang, but also ensure that the Dongchuan city government disburses the funds owed to the villagers? Would that not resolve the issue? In this manner, the newly arrived Mayor Zhang would remain unscathed. Recently, I secured a deal for King Lewin in East China, and I have heard whispers that the Li family from Hong Kong is keen to penetrate the mainland market. The Li family wields substantial influence. For us, obtaining reclamation permits is arduous, yet for them, it is a mere trifle. If King Luowen could be reclaimed, the economic contributions to East China would be unimaginable. Therefore, should the Li family acquire King Luowen, I will engage in discussions with them regarding the situation in Dongchuan City. Once the Li family lends their support, the Dongchuan government would have no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong felt an instinctive sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Nonetheless, Lin Jiu's proposal held merit, presenting a feasible course of action. The challenge lay in the fact that all of this hinged upon Lin Jiu's assumptions. While his ideas were ambitious, the involvement of the Zhang family could very well transform them into reality. Moreover, such a collaboration would fortify relations between the Zhang and Li families while deftly sidestepping potential pitfalls, all while minimizing Lin Jiu's risk of exposure. This truly represented a rare opportunity. Furthermore, Lin Jiu's intentions were crystal clear. Two paths lay before him. One involved his direct intervention, risking exposure and severing ties with China capital. The other was the hypothetical scenario he had just articulated. How to navigate these choices was beyond Lu Zhong's purview. After much deliberation, Lu Zhong resolved to report this matter to his superiors for further direction. He refrained from making any definitive statements, merely indicating that he would ponder the situation and communicate with Lin Jiu later before departing the park. Watching Lu Zhong's retreating figure, Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes. The Li family was indeed interested in King Luowen. His actions had merely expedited their arrival by a month. The ultimate trajectory of events remained uncertain, but he harbored faith that the Zhang family would weigh his counsel with due diligence. For now, patience was paramount. Chapter 46. Weighing Pros and Cons. The storm approaches upon returning. Lu Zhong carefully articulated the information to the eldest son of the Zhang family. When the eldest son learned of Lin Jiu's thoughts and plans, he refrained from immediate judgment. Lin Jiu's arguments were not without merit. Ever since the previous debacle, both the Zhang family and Wei Dong had evidently harbored doubts about Lin Jiu. Should Lin Jiu directly intervene in the land dispute, the likelihood of exposure loomed large, potentially implicating the Zhang family as well. Planting an undercover agent was no simple task, and it was no small feat for one to have reached this point. To abandon Lin Jiu now would indeed be a regrettable loss. While allowing Lin Jiu to assist Zhang Yunhai might help him navigate this crisis, the question remained, what benefit would it confer upon Xinghai Group? Or more specifically, what advantage would it yield for the eldest son of the Zhang family? Clearly, the answer was none. For the eldest son, exposing a crucial undercover operative to protect his younger brother's interests would be tantamount to a losing endeavor. Were it not for familial obligations, Xinghai Group would have never ventured into East China to compete with Huanyu Group. Moreover, Zhang Yunhai's eagerness to reap rewards was something the eldest son disapproved of. Such a short-sighted approach was not in line with his values. Yet, the family stance was to support Zhang Yunhai, to back their younger sibling. Even if the eldest son was reluctant, openly defying the family's wishes was not an option. However, if aiding Zhang Yunhai meant adopting previous strategies, the potential fallout for Xinghai Group was uncertain. Yet the exposure of an exceptional undercover operative often posed a greater threat than any overt loss. This was precisely why the eldest son had tasked Lu Zhong with contacting Lin Jiu to devise a solution. Lin Jiu's proposed plan was undoubtedly advantageous for Xinghai Group and the eldest son, while also providing an indirect resolution to Zhang Yunhai's current predicament, all without jeopardizing Lin Jiu's anonymity. After careful consideration, the eldest son resolved to personally fly to Hong Kong to liaise with the Li family, negotiating the matter concerning the King Luowen land under Chang'e capital. With the involvement of the eldest son of the Zhang family, the Li family, already contemplating their foray into the mainland market, seamlessly followed suit. Chang'e capital, East China branch. Lin Jiu sat in his office, receiving a call from Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong indicated that everything would proceed according to Lin Jiu's plan, ensuring that Lin Jiu's identity would remain concealed before undertaking a series of operations. Lin Jiu was not overly surprised. After hanging up the phone, he began to ponder how to extract substantial benefits from this affair. The Li family had approached him regarding the acquisition of the King Luowen land. If the price were right, the affluent Li family would certainly not decline. Transforming a piece of ordinary land into a lucrative asset would undoubtedly be advantageous for Chang'e capital. Moreover, as the Li family negotiated with provincial leaders over this land, they could also address the predicaments faced by Dongchuan City as a bargaining chip, allowing the province to alleviate the issues initially aimed at Zhang Yunhai, distributing the funds intact to the local villagers. Thus, Zhang Yunhai would unwittingly play the role of a selfless public servant, consolidating his position while strategically leveraging provincial support to further entrench himself in Dongchuan City. However, this endeavor would not be facile, as Huanyu Group would inevitably intervene. Whether Zhang Yunhai would face misfortune remained uncertain, But it was undeniable that the process would not unfold smoothly. Lin Jiu extracted himself from the maelstrom, transforming into a mere observer. He remained steadfast, calmly watching the tumultuous events, awaiting the opportune moment to make his move. That evening, Lin Jiu received a call from the Li family, expressing a desire to engage in business discussions and establish a collaborative partnership. Naturally, Lin Jiu did not decline, and after a cordial exchange, they agreed to meet the following evening at 6 o'clock. As the host, Lin Jiu placed great importance on the Li family's visit, reserving the banquet at the most luxurious hotel in Yunzhou City, the Fei Hotel. The Huanyu Group's Fei Hotel took particular care in accommodating Lin Jiu's invitation to esteemed guests. Chairman Zhou Jun of Huanyu Group was also informed of this development. Yet, Zhou Jun regarded the news with indifference. Lin Jiu's choice to host guests was his prerogative, and selecting the upscale Fei Hotel came as no surprise. The pressing matter at hand was to incite conflict among the villagers of Zhujianka town. The collective assets of 200 acres of land, valued at 660 million, had resulted in the local villagers receiving not a single penny in compensation. Zhou Jun's objective was to incite these villagers to demand their rightful earnings, escalating tensions to push the newly appointed Zhang Yinhai into a precarious situation. By manipulating the villagers, they could undermine Zhang Yinhai, ensuring that even if he faced calamity, Huanyu Group would not offend the Zhang family. Furthermore, with public sentiment against him, who would dare to oppose the tide? Seated in his office, Zhou Jun toyed with his phone, feeling a vague unease. Something seemed amiss. It was entirely normal for Changhe Capital to remain silent, distancing themselves from the fray. But why was there no movement from the Zhang family's Xinghai Group? This deviation from the norm raised suspicions. Could there be unforeseen developments unknown to him? The 660 million in land acquisition funds had been fully paid by Changhe Capital, yet the money had been diverted for road construction, large-scale projects, and overdue teacher salaries. Zhang Yinhai, upon taking office, faced the daunting challenge of managing without resources. When the villagers collectively began demanding their rightful compensation, Zhang Yinhai would find himself standing on a landmine. A single misstep could trigger a mass incident. If no one stoked the fires, it might remain benign. However, if someone did incite the situation, it could easily spiral into a malignant communal crisis, with Zhang Yinhai as the governmental figurehead, bearing the inevitable repercussions. Zhou Jun leaned back in his chair, contemplating before making a phone call. It was time to take action. With Zhou Jun's call, news spread that the 200 acres of land belonging to a village collective in Zhujianku had been acquired by Changhe Capital for 660 million and that the funds had been promptly settled. Subsequently, villagers began to voice their grievances, claiming that while their land had been sold for over 600 million, they had received not a single penny in compensation. Driven by ulterior motives, discussion surrounding this issue rapidly ascended to trending topics on social media. That night, many would find themselves unable to sleep. Chapter 47. Prevention is better than cure. Visionary insights. In East China Province, Dongzhou City found itself at the center of attention, as reports emerged regarding the substantial 660 million land acquisition funds that Changhe Capital had deposited into the Dongzhou City Treasury. This meant that while the city government had received the money, the displaced villagers had seen none of it. The author of this report downplayed Changhe Capital's involvement, removing them from a narrative and placing the city government in the spotlight, highlighting the core issue. Although nearly a month had passed since Changhe Capital purchased the villagers' land and settled the payment, the villagers had yet to receive any communication or compensation plans. Tensions ignited as demolition efforts commenced in Zhujiang town, leading to an immediate eruption of discord. The villagers who had profited immensely from the demolition contrasted starkly with those who had sold their land without recompense, creating a profound divide. Without comparison, there would be no grievance. The villagers who sold their land had done so prior to the demolition compensation. Yet now, the latter had received reparations while the former had not, coupled with media revelations that their 200 acres had fetched a staggering 660 million. The villagers felt a deep sense of injustice. Having never seen such wealth in their lives, they were bewildered that the land, which rightfully belonged to them, had resulted in a windfall that they had not seen a single cent of, nor received any governmental correspondence regarding compensation. All they had was the initial land acquisition notice, nothing more. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept this. The land was sold, yet no payment was made. Was this not a crime? That night, Dongchuan City's government was ablaze with activity. The secretary of the Dongchuan City Party Committee and Mayor Zhang Yinhai reached a consensus to suppress these reports using official channels, hoping that after the storm passed, public interest would wane. With the vigorous efforts of Dongchuan City, the news that had once trended began to be silenced and censored. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Jiu shook his head. It seemed that some individuals, when faced with adversity, were more concerned with mitigating the fallout than addressing the underlying issues, prioritizing their own positions over the public's welfare. With such an attitude, what could they possibly resolve? The wisdom of our ancestors, prevention is better than cure, have been entirely forgotten by these individuals. While Dongchuan City could control its local media and, through connections, manage the provincial media, it could not silence the external press. The media from Hong Kong produced incisive reports that cut straight to the heart of the matter. The media has pointed out that the crux of the matter lies with the local government. The enterprises have disbursed funds to the government, which, having received the money, has failed to distribute it to the villagers. The underlying issue is the truth that those citizens are seeking, which cannot simply be concealed. Addressing the problem head-on is the only viable solution. It is hoped that the relevant authorities will address the citizens' demands with fairness and transparency, rather than merely attempting to mitigate the impact and evade the issue. Such bold statements are rarely uttered by any media in the mainland, and it is precisely this reason that elevates the Hong Kong media's reputation for impartiality. In this age of the internet, information spreads rapidly. Following the Hong Kong media's pronouncement, media outlets from other provinces have also begun to speak out, urging and supervising the relevant departments to provide fair and lawful compensation and subsequent resettlement measures for the affected villagers. Thanks to the media's influence, the situation has escalated, awakening villagers who were previously in the dark. They have begun to accept media interviews, recounting the injustices they have faced. Some villagers have even started to spontaneously organize and approach the city government to demand an explanation. As the villagers began to mobilize, the provincial government of East China was also made aware of the situation, prompting them to dispatch relevant officials to Dongchuan City to ascertain the specifics. Amidst the clamor and brewing storm, Lin Jiu remained unfazed, as these developments bore no direct impact on his personal interests. Moreover, he deemed this an opportune moment for engagement. At this juncture, Lin Jiu had already arrived at the Faley Hotel. At 6 in the evening, a business vehicle came to a gentle halt at the hotel entrance. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a warm smile. Lin Jiu took a couple of steps forward, extending his hand. "Mr. Li, welcome to East China." Li Yongdong nodded, shaking Lin Jiu's hand. "It is indeed rare to encounter someone as accomplished as you, Mr. Lin. Seeing you brings to mind the vibrant future of this journey." After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance, the two entered the Faley Hotel together. Guided by a tall and graceful hostess, they arrived at a private room adorned with an antique charm, elegant yet luxurious, understated yet opulent. Observing the surroundings, Li Yongdong half-jokingly remarked, "Indeed, our ancestors had a profound appreciation for enjoyment. Compared to this place, those extravagant decorations seem rather inferior. This is truly a splendid venue, Mr. Lin. Your efforts are much appreciated." In response, Lin Jiu smiled. "Mr. Li, you have traveled a long way. It must have been arduous." With Lin Jiu's invitation, Li Yongdong took a seat. Lin Jiu waved away the waiter and personally poured a cup of tea for Li Yongdong. "Mr. Li, I presume your visit is regarding the land at Qingluan that was mentioned yesterday?" Li Yongdong accepted the tea, expressing a hint of nostalgia. "You are unlike other mainland entrepreneurs I have encountered, Mr. Lin. I prefer doing business with straightforward individuals like you. Before coming to East China, I assumed you would be like others, preferring to be indirect and evasive, but it seems I was mistaken. Since you are so forthright, I shall be equally candid. Indeed, I am here to acquire the land at Qingluan from you. May I inquire if you would be willing to part with it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu raised his teacup and nodded. "Mr. Li, I presume you wish to purchase the land at Qingluan for the purpose of land reclamation?" The moment Lin Jiu articulated this, the mirth in Li Yongdong's eyes diminished slightly. Indeed, Lin Jiu discerned the shift in Li Yongdong's demeanor. The land at Qingluan, in the hands of Changhe capital, would be deemed worthless. However, under Mr. Li's stewardship, it could undoubtedly reach its maximal potential. "I possess a certain quality. I do not covet what I cannot have. Initially, the land was a parting gift from Huanyu Group to me. Let us do this. The current price of Qingluan will be based on market value. If you could offer me double the market price, the land is yours." Li Yongdong squinted slightly and shook his head. "Mr. Lin, I am not one to enjoy complications. If I can purchase something with money, I prefer not to owe anyone a favor. How about this? I will offer 10 times the market price for the land at Qingluan." Lin Jiu chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Li, I have no intention of making you indebted to me over this land. I simply wish to befriend you." After this declaration, Lin Jiu fell silent, savoring the fragrant tea. Observing this, Li Yongdong, with a spark of insight, smiled and said, "It seems I have been somewhat remiss. Mr. Lin, let me raise a toast to you with this tea as a gesture of apology. You are correct. Chang'e capital does not lack for money, nor does the Li family. What we both seek is not merely financial gain, but friendship. I am delighted to have your recognition and to count you as a friend. Lin Jiu raised his teacup, clinking it with Li Yongdong's. Thus, the land at Qingluan was transferred to the Li family at a price double that of the current market rate. In truth, even if Lin Jiu had set the price at 20 times the market value, Li Yongdong would still have acquiesced. However, Lin Jiu sought not merely monetary gain. There exist matters of greater significance than wealth in this world. Upon hearing of this development, Wei Dong could not help but exclaim, "A great benevolence." Chapter 48, Suspension and Resolution of Turmoil. Following this dinner gathering, the Qingluan shallow waters on the outskirts of Yunzhou City were sold by the East China branch of Chang'e Capital to Xiangjiang Industrial Group at a price exceeding the market value by double. By the time Zhou Jun arrived upon learning of this news, Lin Jiu and Li Yongdong had already departed from the Fei Li Hotel. A sense of unease surged within Zhou Jun. The Li family's acquisition of Qingluan from Chang'e Capital indicated a clear intent for land reclamation. They alone possessed the capability to secure reclamation permits amidst the current circumstances. Qingluan was a condition Lin Jiu had proposed when Huanyu Group sought to obtain the 130 acres of land in Zhujianka town. For Huanyu Group, this was of little concern, as they could neither obtain reclamation permits nor could they navigate upstream in their endeavors. If Qingluan could not secure reclamation permits, its retention would hold no value for them. This was precisely why Huanyu Group had relinquished it to Chang'e Capital. Now, Zhou Jun did not mourn the loss of Qingluan, but rather pondered when Lin Jiu had forged ties with the Li family. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. To outsiders, Xiangjiang Industrial's expenditure of double the market price for a shallow area from Chang'e Capital appeared as a profit for Chang'e Capital. However, industry insiders perceived it as a significant loss for Chang'e Capital. Yet, Zhou Jun believed that both Chang'e Capital and Huanyu Group shared a sensitivity towards certain matters that should remain untouched. For instance, while they could obtain reclamation permits, the returns and risks associated with acquiring such permits were disproportionate. At their current juncture, they valued not just money, but something far more significant. Temporary gains and losses paled in comparison to the importance of long-term benefits. A glimpse into the broader picture reveals that Chang'e Capital is not naive. They are well aware that the Li family seeks the Qingluo Bay land for the purpose of land reclamation, yet they have not inflated their prices. This suggests that there are undisclosed elements at play, leading to a collaboration or perhaps a relationship between Chang'e Capital and Xiangjiang Industrial. Logically, such matters should bear no relevance to Huanyu Group, merely representing standard commercial dealings. However, in East China, Huanyu Group has traditionally held the upper hand. Yet since Lin Jiu's arrival, they have unwittingly found themselves in a position of disadvantage. Time and again, Lin Jiu seems to seize the initiative, a situation that is quite unsettling for Zhou Jun, much like the recent transaction between Chang'e Capital and Xiangjiang Industrial. Zhou Jun harbors a sense of foreboding that this deal could adversely affect Huanyu Group's plans. Although lacking direct evidence, his intuition warns him that something is amiss. After a period of contemplation, Zhou Jun began to instruct a vigorous push regarding the land dispute in the Pearl River estuary, aiming to cut through the chaos swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Following his directives, the previously simmering situation escalated wildly, akin to a fire being doused with gasoline. The media's focus grew increasingly pointed, directly targeting the Dongzhou municipal government, with the newly appointed mayor, Zhang Yanhai, becoming a subject of veiled criticism from certain outlets. With Huanyu Group's covert yet robust maneuvering, the influence of this public outcry surged exponentially. News that had been suppressed by Dongchuan City erupted in succession, inciting public outrage as netizens rallied to voice their support for the aggrieved villagers, denouncing local government corruption. Under the guidance of concerned individuals, the villagers positioned as victims marched to the city and provincial capitals, brandishing banners demanding justice. This surge of activism captured the attention of provincial leaders, who promptly issued a notification announcing the formation of a joint task force to thoroughly investigate the matter, asserting a commitment to fair and transparent oversight from both the public and media. Furthermore, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Office indicated that any relevant leads could be reported anonymously, either online or offline. Given the severity of the situation, even higher authorities began to take notice. The Provincial Party Committee convened a meeting to deliberate on the turmoil in Dongchuan City. Ultimately, Qin Weigua made the decisive call to suspend the current mayor of Dongchuan City, a suspension that appeared to be a mere formality. Should Zhang Yanhai manage to quell the unrest, this suspension would be rendered inconsequential. Conversely, Failure to resolve the issue would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Upon learning of this development, Zhang Yunhai felt a pang of indignation. Yet he understood that as the principal official, he bore the primary responsibility for the outbreak of such turmoil within his jurisdiction. Those who hold office must account for their actions. Resolving issues falls squarely on their shoulders. The privileges of their position come with corresponding responsibilities and obligations. There is no room for claims of injustice. When matters arise during one's tenure, accountability is paramount. This is why successors often find themselves grappling with the legacies left behind by their predecessors without room for complaint. If handled adeptly, all parties would rejoice. If mishandled, it would reflect poorly on one's capabilities. With the suspension of Mayor Zhang Yunhai, the government's credibility was restored, and the previously agitated netizens and villagers were calmed. The dissemination of public opinion was brought under control, and the media ceased to amplify their voices. As a scandal erupted in the entertainment industry, public attention shifted, fragmented, and became captivated by new developments. Those who had been following the Dongchuan land dispute began to engage in discussions and critiques of the new hot topics. With the emergence of fresh subjects, interest in unrelated matters waned. This is the norm for most individuals. Additionally, the suspension of Zhang Yunhai served as a resolution to the public outcry. The storm brewed swiftly and just as rapidly subsided. Nevertheless, the underlying issue remained unresolved. Until the affected villagers received their due compensation, the matter would not reach a conclusion. Zhang Yunhai's predicament would persist, albeit now the external clamor had quieted, relegating the situation to private deliberation. Zhou Jun had anticipated an easy victory, yet unexpected developments unfolded. As the industry leader, Huanyu Group's influence in East China could not be succinctly articulated. He received a call from Lin Jiu, who informed him that regarding Zhang Yunhai's situation, the province had made its stance clear. The phrase highly raised and gently placed down implied that the matter was effectively concluded. Zhou Jun was puzzled as to why the provincial authorities would act in such a manner. In response to his inquiry, Lin Jiu simply stated two words: Li family. Chapter 49, Friend or Foe, a Friendly Gesture. Li family? After ending the call, Zhou Jun sat in his chair, his pupils constricting. Why would the Li family involve themselves in this affair? What connections could exist among the Li family, Shanghai Group, and Chang'e Capital? What role did Chang'e Capital play in this intricate web? It was strange. These three entities, previously devoid of any intersection, had seemingly forged an inexplicable link due to the land dispute. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. Lin Jiu's implication was unmistakable. Huanyu Group should refrain from further involvement and adopt a stance of passive observation. As for the trajectory of developments, Huanyu Group was advised not to overly concern themselves. In light of the Dongchuan land dispute, the provincial leadership, after thorough research and discussion, resolved that the Dongchuan municipal government would cover half the costs while the province would allocate funds to address the shortfall caused by the land dispute, ensuring that the villagers receive their rightful compensation. The Dongchuan municipal government was obliged to reflect on their failures to the aggrieved villagers and provide a satisfactory account to the public regarding the previous uproar. With this resolution, the land dispute matter was quelled. The villagers, having received their rightful benefits, promptly relegated past grievances to oblivion. It was only after the resolution of this issue that Zhou Jun learned the intricate details and the sequence of events. The Li family's involvement stemmed from Shanghai Group's direct negotiations on Hong Kong Island, with Chang'e Capital selling the Qingluo Bay land to the Li family at a modest price. Through this transaction, the Li family alleviated the crisis facing Zhang Yunhai, while Chang'e Capital reaped the rewards of forming a connection with the Li family. Moreover, from a certain perspective, Chang'e Capital's willingness to relinquish this land was influenced by Shanghai Group's role in the matter. It is highly probable that Shanghai Group now owed a favor to Chang'e Capital due to this development. Each party had obtained their desired outcomes, resulting in a mutually beneficial conclusion. Yet, Huanyu Group, as the local power, found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts, having labored in vain. At this juncture, Zhou Jun finally realized that Lin Jiu's invitation to the Li family's representatives at the Fei Hotel that night had, in fact, presented him with an opportunity. Yet, in his own hesitation, he failed to seize the moment, leading to the present outcome. It is essential to recognize that Lin Jiu's choice to host the Li family at the Fei Hotel was laden with significance, a nuance that had eluded him until now. After all, what connection could there possibly be between the arrival of the Li family and the land disputes in Dongzhou City? One cannot wholly cast blame on Zhou Jun. The two matters appeared entirely unrelated, and it is only natural that no one would contemplate such a connection. Lin Jiu had indeed offered Zhou Jun an opportunity, but regrettably, Due to the constraints of circumstance, Lin Jiu's decision to invite Li Yongdong to the Fei Hotel was already a gesture of utmost magnanimity. To overreach would inevitably invite trouble, and Lin Jiu would not indulge in such folly, nor would Zhou Jun. At this juncture, Zhou Jun comprehended that Lin Jiu's choice to entertain the Li family was, in fact, a signal directed at him. Regardless of whether Zhou Jun grasped this, it would not alter the relationship between their families. This was an unspoken understanding. Changhe Capital, the Li family, and Xinghai Group had colluded to orchestrate a challenge against Huanyu Group. The Li family was indifferent to Huanyu Group's fate. Xinghai Group was already a rival, while Changhe Capital found itself in a rather precarious position. Previously, Changhe Capital and Huanyu Group had enjoyed a period of cordiality, but Lin Jiu's actions had significantly alleviated any potential rifts between them. Changhe Capital demonstrated sincerity, yet Zhou Jun failed to capitalize on it. Thus, Lin Jiu could not be held accountable. As Zhou Jun lit a cigarette, he shook his head with a sigh, lamenting how he had spent a lifetime as a hawk, only to be pecked in the eye by one. Since Lin Jiu's arrival in East China, Zhou Jun's previously smooth path had become fraught with obstacles, and he had unwittingly stumbled into pitfalls that had emerged solely because of Lin Jiu's presence. Ironically, it was Lin Jiu who extended a helping hand to pull him out. Zhou Jun held a complex sentiment towards Lin Jiu, harboring both admiration and resentment. In their intricate game, both had reaped benefits, albeit in a manner that felt somewhat stifling. The once unassailable Huanyu Group faced repeated setbacks in the presence of Lin Jiu, leading Zhou Jun to ponder whether he was truly growing old. Was this era truly meant for the youth? Zhou Jun had never underestimated Lin Jiu, yet Lin Jiu repeatedly astonished him, raising the bar in Zhou Jun's mind. Power, after all, remains the currency of amicability. In Zhou Jun's heart, he had come to regard Lin Jiu as a friend, or at least had tacitly acknowledged that Lin Jiu possessed the capability to engage him in a contest of strength at such a young age. With this thought, Zhou Jun closed his eyes, fatigue washing over him. This situation was indeed unexpected. Now, the East China branch of Changhe Capital had truly become the fulcrum of balance. It could serve as a buffer between Huanyu Group and Xinghai Group, acting as a vital cornerstone in maintaining equilibrium between the two. The East China branch of Changhe Capital had now grown substantial enough to navigate between both entities while retaining relative neutrality. Moreover, it had garnered the recognition and goodwill of both parties. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Previously, Huanyu Group held a commanding position in the East China economic market, effortlessly securing any project they desired. Lin Jiu's arrival had altered this dynamic, a change that Huanyu Group desperately needed. They required a retreat from the limelight, stepping down from the pinnacle while quietly amassing wealth. They could tolerate Changhe Capital, which understood the nuances of advancement and retreat, but they could not abide Xinghai Group, which harbored ambitions of usurping their position. Thus, they sought to target Zhang Yanhai, leveraging the villagers to inflict a heavy blow and drive him back to the north. However, they did not anticipate the emergence of an unexpected challenger, disrupting their plans and strategies. Yet, in warfare, victories and defeats are commonplace. Transient gains and losses hold little weight. East China remained their home ground, and Xinghai Group still had to operate under their shadow. Through this incident, the perceived threat of Changhe Capital in Zhou Jun's eyes gradually diminished, while the threat posed by Xinghai Group loomed larger in Huanyu Group's perspective. Changhe Capital aspired to play the role of the peacemaker, balancing relationships while reaping benefits from both sides. Their opportunism and adaptability illustrated that they had no intentions of targeting Huanyu Group upon their arrival in East China. Zhou Jun had already formulated a strategy in his mind, focus on countering Xinghai Group, and allow Changhe Capital to pursue its path. As long as they did not jeopardize his personal interests, Zhou Jun would not proactively confront Changhe Capital. Furthermore, in the forthcoming period, Huanyu Group would strengthen its collaboration with the East China branch of Changhe Capital, nurturing their amicable relationship and deepening their cooperative ties. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu remained blissfully unaware of Zhou Jun's machinations. He sat in his study, entertaining a distinguished guest. Chapter 50, providing a step down. Making choices, Lin Jiu poured a cup of tea and pushed the teacup towards his guest. Mr. Li, please. Li Yongdong nodded in gratitude and took a sip. Excelente. I never expected that amidst the bustling city, Mr. Lin would choose such a tranquil haven. The Jiushi Rose Garden is truly a remarkable place. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, far removed from the clamor of urban life, a rare gem for habitation. Lin Jiu smiled at this remark. I haven't been here long myself. This is the first time I'm hosting a distinguished guest in this study. Li Yongdong expressed his sentiments. Then I am indeed honored to be your first guest here. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yongdong transitioned to the main topic. Mr. Lin, to be candid, the Qingluo Bay project is currently in progress, and it won't be long before the land reclamation approval is granted. Our Xiangjiang group holds high hopes for this piece of land. However, as you are aware, although we have made other investments in the mainland, our primary focus remains on development in the Hong Kong area. Therefore, I am contemplating whether Changha Capital could undertake this land reclamation project. And I would like to know your thoughts. Lin Jiu understood immediately. Li Yongdong's visit was clearly an exchange of favors. Indeed, the Xiangjiang group's focus was not on this region, necessitating local enterprises to manage such a substantial project. However, Lin Jiu also recognized that Li Yongdong sought to delegate the land reclamation project through him. This venture could be interpreted as a collaborative effort among the three parties to challenge Huanyu Group. Including Huanyu Group in the land reclamation project would also signify a gesture of goodwill. Indeed, in this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Though the Li family was powerful, the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. In the East China economic market, Huanyu Group still held the leading position. While the Li family was unafraid, they were cautious not to offend a local strongman in East China, as it could lead to numerous complications and contradict the business ethos of harmony and mutual prosperity. Upon contemplating this, Lin Jiu hesitantly remarked, "Mr. Li, as you are aware, Changha Capital has only been investing in East China for a little over 2 years. This grand undertaking of land reclamation is quite an endeavor for our company, and we may not possess the necessary capabilities." In response, Li Yongdong chuckled amiably. "That is of no concern to me. I am entrusting you with this land reclamation project. Whom you choose to assist you is entirely up to you. What matters is that the project is executed successfully. The land at Qingluo Bay was transferred to me from President Lin, and I am confident that he also looks forward to the future development of Qingluo Bay. Therefore, one could say that you are the spiritual stakeholder of Qingluo Bay. As a spiritual stakeholder, I believe you should contribute." Lin Jiu, taken aback by this statement, could only nod in amused acknowledgement. "Very well, since you put it that way, Mr. Li, as a spiritual stakeholder, I shall have to assist in this endeavor." Li Yongdong laughed heartily. "That's the spirit. I am confident that Xiangjiang Group and Changha Capital will become steadfast allies." The two silently agreed upon a collaboration. After a leisurely stroll along the seaside, Li Yongdong and Lin Jiu bid each other farewell. Once Li Yongdong departed, Lin Jiu pondered for a moment before dialing Zhou Jun's number. Upon learning that Lin Jiu wished to treat him to a meal, Zhou Jun did not hesitate to accept. Given the recent perplexities surrounding him, he saw this as an opportunity to gauge Lin Jiu's stance in the current situation, which would aid him in making informed judgments and decisions moving forward. What Zhou Jun did not anticipate was that Lin Jiu had chosen the exquisite Jiushi Rose Garden as their dining venue. Within the garden lies a high-end restaurant. Though it is not open to the public, only owners have the privilege to dine there. The entire Jiushi Rose Garden is owned by Huanyu Group. When Zhou Jun arrived at the entrance of a villa deep within the garden, he spotted Lin Jiu waiting at the door. Exiting his vehicle, Zhou Jun shook Lin Jiu's hand and, casually glancing into an adjacent villa, noted the absence of others, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It feels a bit odd, he thought. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Jiu led Zhou Jun into the villa. He guided Zhou Jun to the study and personally poured him a cup of tea. Accepting the cup, Zhou Jun jokingly inquired, "What are you really up to, Lin?" Their relationship, while not exceedingly familiar, had grown more casual over time. Lin Jiu smiled in response. "I invited you here to discuss a potential collaboration." Without further ado, he disclosed the plans for land reclamation at Qingluo Bay. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Jun sighed. "Lin, fate has a curious way of working. Not long ago, Qingluo Bay was under Huanyu Group. Then it transferred to Changha Capital, and neither of us managed to tap into its potential. Now, with Xiangjiang Group at the helm, they are promptly moving forward with grand plans. It is quite hard to accept." Lin Jiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhou Jun's grievances. Indeed, as the old saying goes, the foreign monk chants better scriptures. It's hard to discern who is truly favored. However, the Li family is still a newcomer in East China and remains unfamiliar with the market dynamics, which is why they have entrusted this project to us at Changha Capital. I have made it clear to the Li family that we have only been in East China for a little over 2 years, and taking on such a massive endeavor may be beyond our reach. Hence, I sought your collaboration on this project. Zhou Jun grasped the underlying implication of Lin Jiu's words. Lin Jiu was effectively serving as a mediator. Both the Li family and Huanyu Group were aware of the prior circumstances. Consequently, it was improbable for the Li family to approach Huanyu Group directly to convey their amicable intentions. Thus, the Li family had turned to Lin Jiu. His involvement served to ease tensions and provided a stepping stone for both parties. Lin Jiu's invitation for Huan Yu Group to partake in the land reclamation project was significant, as it created an opportunity for mutual engagement and an unspoken reconciliation. Faced with Lin Jiu's overture, Zhou Jun naturally did not decline. After all, in business, harmony is paramount. Zhou Jun grinned and nodded. I understand your intentions, Lin. This land reclamation project is indeed substantial. Had it been anyone else approaching me, I would have declined. However, since it is you, I am on board. Yet, I believe fewer participants would be preferable. After all, the pie is only so big. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu immediately grasped Zhou Jun's meaning. The project could indeed proceed with Huan Yu Group and China Capital. But no one else, particularly Shanghai Group, would be permitted to join. This meant Lin Jiu faced a dilemma, to choose between Huan Yu Group and Shanghai Group. In a sense, Zhou Jun was compelling Lin Jiu to make a choice between the two. Chapter 51. The Awakening of Malice, the Law of Strength and Weakness. Lin Jiu was acutely aware of this, yet he remained unfazed. He had already made his decision when he invited Zhou Jun. Brother, I understand your stance. Let us proceed as you suggested. The land reclamation project at Qinluo Bay will be jointly developed by China Capital and Huan Yu Group. Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction. Let us dispense with the pretense between us, my brother. You are allocating me a share, and I am well aware of it. Lin Jiu shook his head. Oh, there is no need for such courtesy. We are brothers, and such formalities are unnecessary. After discussing the details of their collaboration, they proceeded to the restaurant within the villa complex for a meal. Zhou Jun, unable to resist, teased, brother, living alone is quite challenging. How about I help you keep an eye out for someone? Lin Jiu found himself at a loss for words. Are you also considering becoming a marriage broker? With this diversion, Zhou Jun abandoned his teasing. After their meal, Zhou Jun took his leave. Once he had seen Zhou Jun off, Lin Jiu headed to his company. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, upon departing Jushi Rose Garden, did not rush back to the office, but instead made his way to a pavilion by the lakeside. Shen Qingzhu stood on the observation deck, gazing out over the shimmering lake. Zhou Jun approached and recounted his meeting with Lin Jiu and their discussions regarding their collaboration in detail. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu did not express an opinion about the matter, but posed an unexpected question. Uncle Zhou, what do you think of Lin Jiu? Zhou Jun pondered for a moment before responding. He is a highly capable individual. He excels at leveraging opportunities and is also a talented networker, embodying the principle of using strength against strength. Furthermore, through my interactions with Lin Jiu over the past few weeks, I find him quite peculiar. His intellect and depth of character are unmatched. Among the many talented individuals I have encountered, he is the only one of his age who has achieved such a level. I have always felt that he is not merely a youth, but rather a seasoned figure well acquainted with the world. It can be stated without reservation that Lin Jiu is a versatile managerial talent, regrettably not available for our utilization. My suggestion is to maintain our current relationship. If we cannot become adversaries, then let us become allies. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu nodded slightly. Is this the true reason why a conglomerate CEO would engage on equal footing with the head of a branch at China Capital? In response, Zhou Jun shook his head. Strength is, and will always be, a requisite factor for earning respect. Through my interactions over this period, I have discerned that Lin Jiu possesses an uncanny ability to seize opportunities, transforming passivity into proactivity. Since Lin Jiu's arrival in East China, Huan Yu Group has faced setbacks in certain markets. Yet, despite enduring numerous hardships, it has ultimately achieved some expected outcomes. This indicates that neither China Capital nor Lin Jiu himself aim to vie with us for the East China market. From the perspective of Huan Yu Group, I am not particularly fond of an opponent like Lin Jiu. However, from my personal standpoint, I find him commendable. Should he ever join Huan Yu Group, I believe he could bear the responsibilities upon my retirement in due time. Hearing this, Shen Qingzhu nodded. I understand your meaning. With the Li family, we should maintain a cordial relationship, while with Shanghai Group, our stance must be unequivocal. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Additionally, I wish to see Lin Jiu depart from East China. What are your thoughts on this? Zhou Jun furrowed his brows at this remark. He recognized that Shen Qingzhu was not merely boasting, but genuinely considering a plan to remove Lin Jiu from East China, and this was no mere fantasy. If Shen Qingzhu were resolute, Lin Jiu would indeed be reassigned by China Capital. Zhou Jun shook his head. I do not recommend this course of action. The resistance would be formidable, and the cost we would incur would be substantial. Moreover, neither the Li family nor Shanghai Group would stand idly by while Lin Jiu was removed. Lin Jiu occupies a remarkably delicate position among the various factions in East China. He serves as a crucial link in their intricate interplay. Should he be reassigned, the balance would surely be disrupted. Huan Yu Group's advantage lies in its home ground, but this is also its disadvantage. If a conflict were to arise between Huanyu Group and Xinghai Group, regardless of the outcome, it would be we who suffer the losses. Keeping Lin Jiu in East China can serve as a buffering mechanism, acting as an intermediary to provide us with an escape route when the scales tip. My dear, what we require now is not expansion, but stability. Shen Qingzhu did not express her opinion on Zhou Jun's remarks, nor did he speak again. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qingzhu shook her head. Very well, let it be as you say. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Zhou Jun to exhale in relief. After all, if Lin Jiu were truly reassigned, the current situation in East China might not develop favorably. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun was aware that Shen Qingzhu was proud. She did not wish for anyone to repeatedly cause Huanyu Group to suffer setbacks. Yet, despite Lin Jiu's lack of connections, being aboard the ship of Changha capital equates to possessing its backing. The adage one must consider the master when striking a dog applies here. To contend with Lin Jiu, one must remove him from the vessel of Changha capital. Without such support, Lin Jiu could easily be manipulated. However, this matter cannot be resolved overnight. Failing to eliminate him completely places one squarely in opposition to Lin Jiu. When a strong entity collides with a weak one, if the strong cannot be vanquished in one blow, complications arise. The strong may possess power, but they are also bound by numerous constraints. The weak, albeit lacking in strength, can forsake everything in pursuit of retaliation. Regardless of the outcome, it is invariably the strong who bear the brunt of the injury. For the weak, the strong hold no intrinsic value, and vice versa. Meanwhile, upon returning to the company, Lin Jiu remained unaware of how close he had come to being reassigned from East China. As a major shareholder of Changha Capital's East China branch, Lin Jiu wields absolute control over its operations. Coupled with Wei Dong's support, it can be said that Lin Jiu enjoys unequivocal authority within the East China branch of Changha Capital. Lu Zhong expressed his full admiration for Lin Jiu's recent actions. When Lin Jiu learned that Lu Zhong might soon make a move, he began to devise a plan to undermine Lu Zhong's aspirations for a significant position within the police force. Dreaming of stepping down to lead the police department, he might as well resign himself to remaining in a lesser role. Chapter 52. Using a knife to kill from afar, drawing attention. Lin Jiu understood that such matters should not be handled by himself. After all, Lu Zhong had been summoned to the disciplinary committee due to his own missteps while in Jiangnan, and now that he had finally cleared his name, if Lin Jiu were to use intelligence to lay a trap, Lu Zhong might very well perceive it as an act of betrayal. Moreover, this affair must remain entirely disconnected from himself, whether it be the Li family or Huanyu Group, as long as he speaks. Lu Zhong would indeed be immobilized in his current position. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that such actions would be detrimental to his own interests. What motive could he possibly have to target an office director at the Provincial Public Security Department? This question would inevitably arouse suspicion from both the Li family and Huanyu Group. Therefore, Lin Jiu had no intention of personally executing such a plan. If Lu Zhong were still in Jiangnan, it would be manageable, for he had made many enemies. A slight nudge would prompt someone to act against him. However, Lu Zhong had only recently arrived in East China, and, having suffered setbacks in Jiangnan, was now quite low-key. He adhered to a philosophy of avoiding errors at all costs. Although his relationships with colleagues were rather lukewarm, he remained diligent and responsible in his work. Thus, it would not be feasible to replicate previous tactics of leveraging external forces. Given that he had only recently come to East China and was not well acquainted with the various factions, alternative strategies were necessary. After some contemplation, Lin Jiu devised a plan. Lu Zhong, being quite assertive in Jiangnan, had encountered obstacles when dealing with the Zhang family. To clear his path, those in positions above him had to face misfortune. After all, without the removal of his superiors, Lu Zhong could not ascend. It was precisely due to the Zhang family support that Lu Zhong had experienced meteoric advancement over the years. From a mere deputy-level criminal police captain, he had risen to the position of director of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security Department. Lu Zhong achieved this remarkable ascent from deputy level to director level within just 5 years. His rapid progression, especially in the challenging realm of public security, invites scrutiny. It is indeed the backing of the Zhang family that has propelled Lu Zhong onto this path of success. In Jiangnan's public security sector, Lu Zhong is not particularly well liked. His overwhelming assertiveness and sharp demeanor have alienated many, and the unfortunate superiors he has outpaced have bestowed upon him the moniker of the leader slayer within Jiangnan's political arena. However, mere accolades are insufficient. Additional embellishments are required to steer the course of events in accordance with Lin Jiu's intentions. In Yunzhou City, within the municipal office building, Zhao Mingbo sat in his office, setting down his pen and leaning back in his chair to sip some tea. This year, the master at Yinshan Temple remarked that he would encounter both adversaries and benefactors. Previously, the land dispute in Golu village had indeed validated this prediction. Had it not been for his niece's timely reminder, any misstep during this pivotal moment could have resulted in considerable complications. Although Lin Jiu refrained from elaborating on the circumstances, Zhao Mingbo was acutely aware that a young man named Lin Jiu had adeptly helped him evade this latent risk. Whether Lin Jiu was truly his benefactor remained uncertain. However, he was cognizant of recent events and had begun to direct some attention towards this young man. Silent, yet skillful, leveraging opportunities to his advantage. Such a talent is regrettable to see diverting from politics to the realm of commerce. The traditional hierarchy of scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant has evolved through the passage of time and transformation, necessitating a reassessment of its order. Presently, the prevailing order favors scholars, merchants, artisans, and then farmers. Yet, regardless of the changes, scholars will always occupy the forefront. Power remains the ultimate authority. It is undeniable that due to the previous dispute in Golu village and Lin Jiu's council, this entrepreneur has come to Zhao Mingbo's attention. Currently, the political landscape in East China is on the brink of transformation, and the post-New Year scenario will differ significantly from the present. As Zhao Mingbo pondered these matters, an email appeared in his inbox, interrupting his contemplation. Upon glancing at the subject line, Zhao Mingbo squinted his eyes. Quite intriguing. He clicked on the email, and as he read its contents, he furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he opened his drawer and lit a cigarette. After finishing the cigarette, he took several copper coins from the drawer, held them in his palm, and murmured an obscure incantation, scattering the coins across the table. Observing the divination symbols, Zhao Mingbo furrowed his brow even deeper. After some reflection, he returned the copper coins to the drawer and summoned his secretary. Please compile a dossier on the Provincial Public Security Office Director, Liu Zhong, and bring it to me, he instructed. Li Yuanqing nodded in response. Understood, Secretary. I will prepare it right away. As Zhao Mingbo's secretary, Li Yuanqing had been mentored by him for nearly 3 years. Throughout their interactions, he had developed an ability to discern the essence behind Zhao Mingbo's directives. When the boss requested a dossier on Liu Zhong, it was clear that he sought more than just surface-level information. He desired insights into the individual himself. As the top aide in Yinzhou City, Li Yuanqing's success was not solely attributed to Zhao Mingbo's guidance, but also to his own capabilities. His responsibilities extended beyond official matters to include Zhao Mingbo's personal affairs. If it were merely public business, the city committee staff would suffice. His role was to alleviate the leader's concerns comprehensively. 2 hours later, Li Yuanqing delivered the detailed dossier on Liu Zhong to Zhao Mingbo's desk. Zhao Mingbo picked it up and began to read at a leisurely pace, while Li Yuanqing stood slightly bent over in the office, remaining present. After 10 minutes, Zhao Mingbo set the dossier down. Li, what are your thoughts on Director Liu? Who hails from Jiangnan? He inquired. Li Yuanqing, his mind racing, responded, My knowledge of Director Liu from the provincial office is limited. However, a former classmate of mine currently works in the public security sector in Jiangnan. According to him, Director Liu is quite assertive and maintains strained relationships with his colleagues. There are also rumors suggesting that he has a knack for bringing misfortune to his superiors. Wherever he goes, those in higher positions tend to suffer. At this, Zhao Mingbo tapped the desk, interrupting Li Yuanqing's report. Li, such street gossip is unreliable. After all, we are staunch materialists and must sometimes choose our words with care. Li Yuanqing, Nuda rapatadli. Yes, Secretary, you are correct. However, it is worth noting that Director Liu was summoned twice by the Jiangnan Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission just a month before his appointment to East China. He exited the commission only to re-enter shortly thereafter. Li Yuanqing succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding Liu Zhong's 2 visits for tea. Zhao Mingbo nodded slightly upon hearing this. I have a general understanding of the situation now. You may return to your duties and take this dossier with you. Li Yuanqing acknowledged and departed the office, the dossier's ultimate fate likely being the shredder. Once Li Yuanqing left, Zhao Mingbo leaned back in a chair, deep in thought. The fact that Liu Zhong managed to navigate the scrutiny of the Jiangnan Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and was subsequently appointed as the office director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau in East China, despite being a mere division-level official, was indicative of significant underlying forces at play. Who, then, was Liu Zhong's benefactor? Chapter 53. The timing is not right. The bullying incident. Lin Jiu was naturally unaware of Zhao Mingbo's specific actions. All he could ascertain was that Zhao Mingbo had received the overseas email. The particulars remained a mystery to him. Based on his past experiences, he understood Zhao Mingbo's inclination towards superstitions. Thus, to ensure absolute certainty, an additional layer of precaution was necessary. However, the timing was not yet opportune. With the new year less than a month away, significant changes were imminent in the political realm of East China, heralding a new beginning. Before such transformations could unfold, Liu Zhong must be removed. After all, a new ruler brings forth new ministers. The intricate games of power dynamics could very well jeopardize Liu Zhong's chances of securing a substantive position. Therefore, the Zhang family was likely to make their move soon. If Liu Zhong were affiliated with the Zhang faction, the exposure of this secret would not sit well with either the East China faction or the Zhao faction, who would not allow the Zhang faction to prosper unchallenged. The timing was not right. Patience was required. Lin Jiu's motivations for taking such actions were twofold. First, to exact retribution, and second, to clarify his own stance. In simpler terms, it was a demonstration of loyalty to Changhe capital. While he had gained trust after revealing his true identity to Wei Dong, maintaining that trust was essential. Unlike before, the value of this trust had diminished significantly. Thus, in retaliating against Liu Zhong, he could also affirm his unwavering position to Changhe capital. Allowing Liu Zhong to live rather than perish was partly a strategic consideration. Liu Zhong's existence held more value than his demise. Waiting to assess the situation further, he determined that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from implementing this precaution. Meanwhile, there was another matter awaiting his attention. Changhe capital, East China division. Lin Jiu sat in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit was currently presenting a report. This man, Su Dong, was the head of the education department for Changhe capital's East China division. Over the past 2 years, Changhe capital had invested in the construction of numerous schools across the top 10 prefecture-level cities in East China, establishing a comprehensive educational system that spanned from kindergarten to university. Apart from the provincial-level city of Yinzhou, among the remaining 9 prefecture-level cities, a progressive ecological chain has been established from kindergarten through primary, middle, and high school. The significance of private schools transcends mere educational diversification. They also offer superior teaching conditions, living environments, and resource availability. In Jiangnan, Changhe education is renowned and is the preferred choice for many affluent families seeking quality education for their children. However, in coastal cities like those in East China, Changhe education, as a latecomer, finds itself at a disadvantage. The high-quality education that Changhe capital prides itself on in Jiangnan does not stand out in East China, a region already well integrated with international standards. Numerous international schools, primarily private, exist in East China. It is undeniable that the allure of foreign education holds significant sway for the wealthy. The teaching quality offered by foreign institutions is often regarded as exceptionally high, coupled with local private schools. Changhe capital's presence in the educational market of East China has met with moderate responses. While its reputation may be formidable in Jiangnan, it is not the sole option in East China. Furthermore, prior to Lin Jiu's arrival in East China, the various schools under Changhe education had only recently commenced operations in the latter half of this year. Although it has not overtaken its competitors, its market presence is not entirely bleak. It may not be thriving, but it is not particularly poor either, well within the group's expectations. Progress must be made step by step. Should Changhe education suddenly surpass its so-called predecessors upon entering East China, it would imply an underestimation of the capabilities of the existing educational giants in the region. This time, Su Dong sought out Lin Jiu due to encountering troubles that Su Dong could not resolve. Private schools, while possessing commendable attributes, naturally also present corresponding drawbacks. They provide excellent educational and learning conditions, yet they also impose exorbitant tuition fees. Furthermore, most private institutions employ a militarized management approach, and in their quest to elevate student performance, they adopt a corporate management system. Teachers are treated as employees, with basic salaries and performance-based incentives established, resulting in students facing intense academic pressure. Unlike other private schools, Changhe education, despite its high entry standards, still admits children from ordinary families. Those fortunate enough to enroll in Changhe education are all exceptional students, benefiting from full tuition waivers, living stipends, and various forms of special assistance. However, herein lies the crux of the issue. Aside from these academically gifted students, the remainder are either wealthy or privileged, and such class disparities inevitably exert an influence. The incident transpired within Changhe Senior High School in Shenzhou City, East China, where a common yet profoundly impactful bullying event occurred. The victim was a student named Chun Shuza, hailing from an ordinary family, who gained admission to Changhe Senior High School through sheer determination and hard work. Born in the outskirts of Shenzhou City to working-class parents with modest incomes, they aspired for Chun Shuza to excel in his studies and alter his destiny. avoiding a lifetime of labor like theirs. Chen Xiuza lived up to their expectations, achieving first place citywide and securing a spot at Chang'e Senior High School, where he enjoyed full tuition coverage and various subsidies. However, this favorable situation soon soured. After a period at Chang'e Senior High, Chen Xiuza began to experience profound self-doubt. Though he ranked first in his class, it seemed inconsequential. Within the school, he categorized the students into three groups. Those like himself who gained admission through hard work, the wealthy business families of Shenzhou, and the influential families in the region. At Chang'e Senior High, Chen Xiuza encountered individuals he might never have met otherwise, and he acutely felt the weight of class distinctions. If these students were ranked, the privileged families would occupy the top tier, followed by the wealthy business families, while those who succeeded through personal effort, like him, would fall to the last. Thus, bullying incidents were commonplace, varying only in severity, and Chen Xiuza, due to his overly gentle nature, became an easy target. As time passed, Chen Xiuza's silence and retreat did not yield forgiveness. Rather, it emboldened the bullies, intensifying their aggression. The bullies coerced Chen Xiuza into humiliating situations, and despite his refusal, the sheer number of assailants proved overwhelming. Ultimately, the bullies achieved their objective, capturing the disgraceful act on film and circulating it within the school. Although the administration intervened promptly, the repercussions lingered, leading to tragic consequences. Chapter 54. Establishing a benchmark. Occupying the moral high ground. The tormented Chen Xiuza ultimately chose to resist, seeking his own sense of justice. This morning, while being harassed in the restroom by three bullies, he brandished a fruit knife in self-defense, resulting in the deaths of two bullies and severe injury to another. Although Chang'e Senior High School swiftly transported the injured bullies to the hospital for emergency care, a tragedy had already unfolded. Chen Xiuza was subsequently arrested by law enforcement. A child who had earned his place at Chang'e Senior High School through diligence, now jeopardizing his future in an act of defiance. Among the bullies, one was the child of the deputy mayor of Shenzhou City. While not deceased, the individual remained in critical condition. And Chang'e Senior High School faced significant fallout from this incident, being ordered by the local education department to rectify the situation and subjected to extensive scrutiny, with media outlets descending upon the story like sharks sensing blood. Currently, Su Dong's dilemma lies not in these details, but in how to resolve the matter. After hearing Su Dong's report, Lin Jiu refrained from expressing his stance, instead inquiring how Su Dong intended to address the situation. After some contemplation, Su Dong indicated his support for the three bullies. Lin Jiu was not surprised by Su Dong's choice. It is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. And Chen Xiuza's modest background held little value. Choosing to advocate for the privileged children was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Lin Jiu was not a paragon of virtue, and felt no sympathy for Chen Xiuza's plight. However, if forced to choose between Chen Xiuza and the privileged families, he would lean towards Chen Xiuza, not out of compassion, but because Lin Jiu recognized the potential for benefit. In this world, the majority comprises ordinary individuals. Catering to the common populace should be the priority of capitalists. Particularly in matters of school bullying, it is essential to voice support for the vulnerable, as this would enhance the reputation of Chang'e education in East China. A simple analogy would be a prominent logistics company owner who, upon witnessing the mistreatment of frontline workers, steps forward to champion their cause, garnering widespread admiration and bolstering employee solidarity. Of course, the identities of the three bullies posed no substantial threat to Chang'e capital. This is of paramount importance. Should the three bullies possess elevated statuses, Lin Jiu would naturally align himself with a more powerful faction. Justice, fairness, and the fairy tales of childhood are but mere illusions. After careful contemplation, Lin Jiu issued directives. He called for the suspension of the involved school administrators and class teachers, insisting on a thorough investigation and subsequent severe punishment. Concurrently, all branches of Chang'e education in East China were mandated to conduct inspections, ensuring that incidents of bullying are eradicated. Evidence of Chen Xiuza's victimization was to be meticulously gathered, and he was to be provided with the finest legal representation. The incriminating evidence against the bullies and their familial backgrounds will be disclosed to the media, inciting public outrage to amplify the issue. Additionally, Su Dong was tasked with convening a press conference at Chang'e Senior High School in Shenzhou to address the matter publicly. Lin Jiu emphasized that a commitment to fairness and justice, voicing the concerns of the marginalized, was essential for garnering support and achieving societal recognition. As for government intervention, that would be arranged by Chang'e capital. Reassured, Su Dong promptly set about organizing the necessary actions. Chang'e Education released a succinct statement regarding the incident, declaring an unequivocal stance against bullying. Safeguarding the mental and physical well-being of every student is the foundational mission of Changha education. Under the auspices of Changha Capital, this statement gained widespread circulation, receiving robust support from numerous netizens. Lin Jiu intended to establish Chun Shuza as a beacon of courage, resolutely opposing campus bullying. Whenever Chun Shuza's name was mentioned, it would serve as a promotion for Changha education. Although this was built on Chun Shuza's suffering, one must be willing to sacrifice for such gains. Without the intervention of Changha Capital, Chun Shuza's life would have been condemned to the confines of a prison, enduring relentless torment. Lin Jiu's involvement could transform Chun Shuza into a symbol of positivity. It was a transaction where both parties stood to gain, with more vulnerable individuals who could possibly manage their plight. The prevailing norm is to remain detached, as those lacking perceived value are seldom chosen for assistance. As the situation escalated, it drew the attention of relevant authorities. CCTV News conducted a special report on the matter, posing a deafening question. How should campus bullying be effectively addressed? Should authorities prioritize the issue of bullying in schools? A resolute stance against such incidents must be taken, enhancing the comprehensive capabilities of teachers and school administrators. And rigorously combating the phenomenon of bullying is imperative. Relevant departments must not trivialize the matter. Attention should be directed towards the mental and physical health of students. Increasing campus patrols, establishing punitive measures, and meting out severe penalties to perpetrators. With the central media's involvement, public sentiment began to sway in favor of Chun Shuza, as he epitomized the side of justice. Justice will be celebrated, and evil will ultimately be vanquished. This is the overarching narrative that leaders wish to impart to the populace. Thus, Lin Jiu, standing in the light, was destined for victory. When the overarching direction is correct, one gains the advantage. When confronted with a troublesome situation beyond one's capability to resolve, it is best to expose it to the light of day. Ultimately, Chun Shuza was sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment, with a suspended execution. Had Su Dong adhered to previous methods, matters would have been considerably simplified. However, such an approach would have yielded no benefits for Changha Capital and could even have resulted in losses. While it may be straightforward and convenient, it is devoid of value. Under Lin Jiu's directives, Su Dong conducted investigations and remedial actions across multiple Changha education branches in East China, significantly mitigating the likelihood of similar incidents and further ensuring the safeguarding of ordinary students' rights. This fundamentally curtailed the potential for bullying, enhancing awareness and prioritizing the mental health of students, with an unwavering commitment to publicly and fairly address bullying incidents, thereby establishing Changha education's resolute stance against such occurrences. Initially a negatively perceived event, after further development, Shenzhou as Changha Senior High School transformed from a complicit entity into a champion of justice. A glance at 5 millennia of history reveals the paramount importance of having a reputable backing. The vice mayor of Shenzhou was also ousted due to corruption charges, bringing this matter to a close. The most effective way to resolve troubles is to address the source of the troubles. Once the vice mayor ceased his interference, how could the other 2 businessmen stand against Changha Capital? What recourse do they have but to concede? Children can be born anew, but careers cannot be resurrected. In Yunzhou, East China Province, within the Provincial Public Security Department, Lu Zhong sat in his office, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As a military officer engaged in bureaucratic duties and servitude, it felt like a humiliating constraint. Fortunately, the transitional period was successfully completed, and he was soon to be appointed as the head of the Public Security Bureau in a lower-level city. This was the path he yearned for, the one suited to him. Lu Zhong was poised to craft a remarkable chapter in his life within East China. Yet, would reality unfold as he and Zhang envisioned? Chapter 55, Clear Attitude, Lost Value. In the conference room of the Provincial Party Committee office in Yunzhou, 12 individuals occupied the seats flanking the main table. With his head of white hair, Qin Weigua entered the conference room holding a teacup. The attendees stood in unison, and only after Qin Weigua took his seat and spoke did they settle down. In an expansive office, the 13 individuals seated were the most powerful figures in all of East China. Any one of them could dramatically alter the fate of an individual. With a mere nod, they could obtain or change anything, such as the allure of power. This cannot be procured with wealth. Only power can ensnare individuals in its grip, rendering them unable to escape. Today's meeting of the Provincial Committee was convened to discuss personnel appointments. Everyone present understood that East China was on the brink of a new adjustment, and thus the matter of personnel appointments needed to be promptly addressed. Those who could make decisions would proceed, while those who could not would be set aside. Qin Weigua set down his teacup and formally announced the commencement of the meeting. The minister of the provincial organization department proposed candidates, and the prominent committee members engaged in discussion, ultimately leaving the final decision to the secretary. Having cultivated his influence in East China for many years, Qin Weigui knew that the voting scene in other regions would not transpire here, even if they did. It would merely be a procedural formality. Zhao Mingbo, an official affiliated with the Zhao faction, had been in East China for nearly 3 years, during which he consistently aligned with Qin Weigui. Conformity, after all, is the truth. As candidates were confirmed, several individuals nominated for the position of Chief of the Public Security Bureau in Shenzhou were presented by the Provincial Organization Department. After a few committee members voiced their opinions, Zhao Mingbo spoke up. Regarding the candidates proposed for the position of Chief of the Public Security Bureau in Shenzhou, I have some thoughts. Among the 3 candidates, there is a comrade named Liu Zhong, currently serving as the director of the Office of the Public Security Department in East China Province. To my knowledge, this comrade has been in East China for less than 2 months, and now he is being nominated as the head of the Shenzhou Public Security Bureau. This pace is rather astonishing. Moreover, I have heard some unfavorable remarks about Liu Zhong and Jiangnan, given that Shenzhou is a jewel of East China. Personnel appointments here have always attracted considerable attention. At this juncture, the nomination of Liu Zhong appears somewhat inappropriate in my view. Upon hearing this, those present in the conference room understood implicitly. Zhao Mingbo's opinion was already quite clear. He held a negative stance towards Liu Zhong's nomination. Qin Weigui tapped the table. Secretary Mingbo's viewpoint is indeed quite astute. I have also heard of Liu Zhong's past in Jiangnan, and placing such a comrade in a pivotal position for maintaining stability in a region is somewhat disconcerting. Everyone present should express their opinions. The selection of a regional stability chief must be approached with caution. Upon hearing this, the astute attendees grasped Qin Weigui's intention perfectly. It can be said that both Qin Weigui and Zhao Mingbo shared a consensus, leaving little room for further discussion. Among the 3 candidates for the Shenzhou Public Security Bureau chief, Liu Zhong had effectively been sidelined. The minister of the provincial propaganda department, witnessing this, felt somewhat perplexed. How could Liu Zhong have garnered Zhao Mingbo's attention? It was evident that Liu Zhong's nomination had been influenced by the intervention of the minister of the provincial propaganda department. Someone had likely whispered in his ear, as the appointment of a public security bureau chief is not typically regarded as a significant matter at the provincial meeting. Originally, the provincial organization department had put forth candidates, and with their expression of support, the matter would have been settled. However, Liu Zhong must have committed some folly, inadvertently or directly offending Zhao Mingbo. At this point, the matter seemed to have been resolved. Speaking up now would be an unwise move. While he could ride the tide of favorable circumstances, going against the current would yield more losses than gains. With Qin Weigui's decisive hammerfall, the matter left no room for further negotiation. Zhao Mingbo merely expressed his stance, and Liu Zhong's aspirations were dashed, illustrating just how alluring the concept of power can be. A single statement can alter the course of a person's fate. Shortly after the meeting concluded, Lin Jiu learned of Liu Zhong's shattered dreams. Meanwhile, at the Provincial Public Security Department, Liu Zhong sat in his office, lost in a daze. The magnitude of his hopes now mirrored his profound disappointment. He had assumed that with the Zhang family's support, his appointment as the head of the Shenzhou Public Security Bureau was a foregone conclusion. However, he found himself bereft of both dreams and aspirations. Additionally, due to Zhao Mingbo's intervention, the Zhang family would now begin to reassess Liu Zhong as a pawn. The Zhang family sought individuals capable of executing tasks, not those who stirred up trouble and created complications. Zhao Mingbo's stance was evident. Though not overtly targeted, it was resolute, prompting the Zhang family to consider whether Liu Zhong had offended Zhao Mingbo. For the sake of a mere pawn, incurring Zhao Mingbo's ire was a risk the Zhang family would not take lightly. Moreover, the motivations behind certain individuals within the Zhang family advocating for Liu Zhong's appointment were rooted in various considerations. The matter of distant oceanic fishing is exceedingly sensitive. Yet at times, certain members of the Zhang family were indeed involved in such activities. This approach is far more discreet than acquiring a company for a mere dollar, avoiding excessive scrutiny while ensuring safety. In some respects, such actions could be viewed as straddling the line rather than crossing it, an unspoken understanding. What had seemed a certainty had now evaporated into thin air due to Zhao Mingbo's intervention. Nonetheless, the Zhang family's immediate priority was not to ponder how to seize new opportunities, but rather to reassess Liu Zhong. What could have prompted Zhao Mingbo to target such a minor cadre? Was it because Zhao Mingbo had discovered that Liu Zhong was affiliated with the Zhang family? Another crucial aspect to consider was whether Liu Zhong still held any value for the Zhang family. When Liu Zhong was transferred from Jiangnan to East China, the Zhang family had high hopes. However, with Zhao Mingbo's interference, everything had changed. Liu Zhong's political prospects in East China had been severely compromised due to Zhao Mingbo's declaration. The opportunities for rising within East China appeared bleak. Furthermore, it remained a mystery whether the Zhang family would continue to offer substantial support to Liu Zhong, given his diminished value. At this moment, Liu Zhong was utterly bewildered, pondering how a figure as towering as Zhao Mingbo could even know of his existence. Since arriving in East China, he had kept a low profile, rarely stepping outside of work. His presence was minimal. So how could Zhao Mingbo possibly dismiss his nomination at a personnel appointment meeting? However, the die had been cast, and dwelling on the matter served no purpose. Liu Zhong understood that his most pressing concern was to demonstrate his continued value to the Zhang family. Otherwise, he would face neglect, and neglect could lead to abandonment at any moment. Liu Zhong could never fathom that the architect of his failed promotion and his current predicament was, in fact, Lin Jiu. Chapter 56. The Business Landscape, Advancing into Entertainment. Upon learning the outcome of the meeting that determined Liu Zhong's fate, Lin Jiu experienced little emotional upheaval. Although this setback was significant for Liu Zhong, it was merely the beginning. There remained a long road ahead. Liu Zhong, oh Liu Zhong, you must endure. For many more trials await you on the horizon. Liu Zhong, you cannot perish. Your demise would bring me sorrow. Even if I were to flay Liu Zhong alive, it would not erase the hatred and anguish festering within Lin Jiu's heart. In his past life, when he was isolated and defenseless, Liu Zhong had extended a hand to him. Lin Jiu was a person of deep loyalty, and it was precisely this loyalty that rendered the pain of succumbing to Liu Zhong's gun in his previous life all the more profound, transcending mere physical suffering to touch the very soul. Over 2 decades of dedication, 2 decades of concealment, betrayal of Wei Dong, who had treated him like a brother, and of Changhe Capital, which had bestowed upon him a life of comfort, all under the guise of justice and faith. Yet, he had not anticipated this outcome. Throughout his 20-plus years as an undercover agent, he had endured, struggling to survive until the end, believing he could fulfill this arduous task, only to fall at the hands of his own superior, Liu Zhong's gun. In those final moments, Lin Jiu transitioned from shock to confusion, from confusion to despair, and from despair to regret. In mere seconds, it felt as though he had traversed an entire lifetime. In that fleeting instant, Lin Jiu caught a glimpse of his existence. His hatred for Liu Zhong was beyond articulation. The one who had pulled him ashore had exploited him for over 20 years, only to mercilessly drown him in the depths once their adversaries had been dealt with. Lin Jiu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, slowly opening his eyes. From a lofty vantage point, he gazed down upon the pedestrians below, appearing as insignificant as ants, his heart as tranquil as still water. In this lifetime, he resolved to be true to himself, living for his own sake. On that midday, Lin Jiu issued directives for the East China branch of Changhe Capital to venture into the entertainment industry, laying the groundwork for the establishment of Changhe Entertainment Media. However, Lin Jiu's bold initiative did not create significant ripples. Over the passage of time, the entertainment industry's framework had long been solidified, with numerous contenders vying for dominance. The few who ascended to prominence were but a handful, while most were buried beneath the sands of time. The entertainment sector's lucrative pie required not only a mere touch, but also a seat at the table for consumption. According to the current progress of the Internet Research Department at Changhe Capital's East China branch, the Douyin app was set to launch after the new year. At that juncture, the era of traffic supremacy would commence under Lin Jiu's stewardship, and a new media market would be crafted solely by him. Changhe Entertainment Media would swiftly nurture stars and internet celebrities. This endeavor needed to be solidified before the new year, ensuring that once the Douyin app launched, they would collaboratively fire the opening shot. Lin Jiu's talent investment plan in East China was deeply rooted in the ambition to gradually expand the commercial landscape. Armed with the memories of his previous life and the disparities of the current era, Lin Jiu possessed an almost prophetic insight. He had also gathered a number of promising talents who had shown in his past life, individuals who would serve as crucial components in constructing the commercial empire. With a robust mechanism for talent acquisition in place, the preliminary management structure of Changhe Entertainment Media had already begun to take shape. For the time being, Lin Jiu would act as the head of Changhe Entertainment Media, with his deputy being a woman in her 30s named Su Ning. Although presently not well known and merely an ordinary agent within the industry, in his past life, she had cultivated several first-tier superstars. Her abilities and vision were exceptional, yet her arrogance had led to numerous setbacks, and the passage of time had dulled her once sharp edges. Upon learning of the talent support fund from Changhe Capital, Su Ning, whose contract was nearing expiration, mustered her determination, and submitted her resume with a mindset of giving it a chance. Little did she expect that fate would smile upon her just as she contemplated giving up. Changha Capital extended a hand to her. Yet the initial excitement she felt began to wane into a calm demeanor. After entering the East China branch of Changha Capital, she was met with a week of cold treatment, which gradually tempered her initial enthusiasm. As she familiarized herself with the company, Su Ning discovered that there was no entertainment division within the East China branch, a revelation that contradicted her initial aspirations, as this was not a place where she could showcase her talents. Just as she hesitated over whether to leave Changha Capital, news broke of Lin Jiu's plan to establish Changha Entertainment Media. Following this announcement, staff approached her, requesting her presence in Lin Jiu's office. Regarding Lin Jiu, Su Ning knew little. Throughout her week at Changha Capital, she had yet to see her boss in person, having only encountered his photograph. Accompanied by a staff member, Su Ning entered the elevator and ascended to the 33rd floor. As she approached the large door at the end of the corridor, she felt a flutter of anxiety. It was not that she feared any ill intentions from Lin Jiu. Such a ludicrous notion had never crossed her mind. A man of Lin Jiu's stature would not lack for female company. While she considered herself attractive, she did not possess an otherworldly beauty that would warrant his attention. Her unease stemmed from the realization that this could be her opportunity to alter her fate. The chance lay tantalizingly close. Yet it felt as distant as the ends of the earth, for the decision was not hers to make. The staff member approached a man with a hawkish nose and a scarred face standing at the door, relaying some words to him. The scarred man turned to Su Ning, who managed a stiff smile. He knocked on the door, and when a voice responded from within, he opened it. "Miss Su, please enter at Mr. Lin's request." At this, Su Ning nodded, thanked the staff member, and took a deep breath as she stepped into the office. Observing the woman's demeanor, the staff member felt a twinge of confusion. Was she perhaps an assassin? With that thought in mind, he followed her inside, but at Lin Jiu's gesture, he exited the office, closing the door behind him. Inside the office, Su Ning greeted Lin Jiu, who nodded slightly. "Miss Su, please take a seat," he said, regarding her with a hint of formality. Su Ning nodded in response and settled into a chair nearby. Lin Jiu wrapped his fingers on the desk and spoke in a solemn tone. "Miss Su, I recall you were once an agent, yet your current demeanor appears rather reserved, which is not characteristic of a competent agent." At his words, Su Ning's previously anxious heart plummeted into a state of icy disquiet, prompting her to quickly regain her composure and stand to apologize. Before him stood a woman of undeniable beauty, time seemingly having left no marks upon her visage. No, it had imparted a unique, ineffable charm. Yet, Lin Jiu was indifferent to such superficialities. He was primarily concerned with Su Ning's ability to assume the role of Changha Entertainment Media's leader. A woman lacking in capability held no value for him, though beauty itself was a form of talent. However, such a pretty facade was merely a means to fulfill demands, not to assist him in his endeavors. The distinction between the two was crystal clear. Lin Jiu sought neither one nor the other exclusively, but rather a harmonious blend of both talent and beauty. Chapter 57, A Silent Trial, Preparing for Three Outcomes. At that moment, Su Ning engaged in self-psychological reinforcement. Lin Jiu had yet to invite her to sit. He merely observed her in silence. She understood that she must raise her head and meet his gaze. This was a test, a silent trial. The 10 seconds stretched interminably for Su Ning. Finally, after the agonizing duration, Lin Jiu gestured, "You may sit." With that, she exhaled quietly, taking her place in the chair. Lin Jiu wasted no time with pleasantries, directly addressing the matter at hand. Changha Entertainment Media is still in its initial stages of establishment. With management personnel gradually coming into place, I would like to know your views and suggestions regarding the future development of Changha Entertainment Media. In response, Su Ning briefly contemplated before articulating her thoughts. "Mr. Lin, the current entertainment industry is tightly controlled by established giants, with most new companies either suppressed or undermined in their efforts to cultivate talent. Furthermore, societal negativity is rampant. While these established entities cannot guarantee the rise of a star, they can effortlessly bring about their downfall. If one person claims you are wrong, you may refute it, but when thousands assert your error, even if you are right, you are inevitably deemed wrong. From my personal perspective, I hope Changha Capital will establish an entertainment company, as this would provide me with a platform and opportunity to showcase my abilities. However, from the perspective of the group, I would advise against venturing into the entertainment industry at this time. If we focus solely on nurturing internet celebrities, the potential profits are considerable, with relatively low difficulty and minimal risk. Compared to elevating a star, propelling an internet celebrity into the limelight is considerably more manageable." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu glanced at Su Ning, who sat calmly in her chair, her expression unruffled. Did Miss Su harbor skepticism regarding the prospects of the entertainment company? For reasons unknown, Su Ning appeared remarkably composed at this moment. Perhaps she understood that once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. Rather than hesitating, it would be more prudent to act decisively and boldly. With this thought in mind, Su Ning shook her head. The future of the entertainment company is not contingent upon my opinions, but rather on President Lin's vision. As long as President Lin possesses sufficient confidence, the company's prospects will undoubtedly flourish. Lin Jiu, upon hearing her words, rapped his fingers on the table. Miss Su, may I inquire about your plans for recruiting artists as we establish the entertainment company? At this, Su Ning paused momentarily. Ordinarily, one would seek out trained actors, yet now, the pool we could draw from is limited to those others have overlooked. Thus, our approach to artist recruitment must be meticulous. Firstly, we should scout for promising talent within esteemed drama and film academies. However, we face a challenge. Those we deem worthy are likely to attract the attention of other entertainment companies. In this regard, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Most individuals will gravitate towards more established firms rather than a nascent entity. The relationship between the company and its artists is essentially reciprocal, albeit with the company holding greater sway. Secondly, we must cultivate our own talent scouts at China Capital, casting a wide net in society, factories, streets, bustling locales, and tourist spots, all vibrant environments warranting our focused search. Yet, this is not a venture that yields swift results. The effort often does not correlate with the outcome. This is precisely why established companies refrain from casting such a broad net. Thirdly, we should keep a keen eye on the multitude of gifted individuals currently relegated to background roles, resident singers in dance halls and local bands yearning for opportunities. However, these individuals vary significantly in character, making it difficult to guarantee their reliability. They are often unrestrained and challenging to manage. Nevertheless, even if those discovered through these avenues may not become stars, they could very well emerge as internet sensations. A thorough selection process will be necessary. Moreover, should President Lin genuinely aspire to establish an entertainment company and penetrate the industry, now is the opportune moment to organize a diverse and professional talent audition. This would not only enhance our visibility, but also attract numerous hidden talents languishing in obscurity. The adage that talent lies among the populace holds more than mere truth. Lin Jiu, feigning curiosity, queried, Miss Su, cannot we recruit those famous stars to further amplify the company's influence? Su Ning frowned at his words. Not knowing why, she blurted out without thought, if President Lin wishes to spend money to invite a few prominent figures, then kindly disregard my previous remarks. Immediately regretting her outburst, she realized that words once spoken cannot be retracted, unlike a chat online where one could simply delete their mistake. Now, whether she withdrew or persisted, the outcome would remain the same. She had already spoken her mind, come what may. Lin Jiu was taken aback. This woman exhibited a surprising boldness. Yet, he understood the importance of maintaining hierarchical respect. Dismissing her transgression would only embolden her further. Thus, Lin Jiu chose to remain noncommittal, allowing her some time to reconsider her stance. However, it turned out that Su Ning was equally obstinate. Fortunately, she ultimately regained her composure and apologized to Lin Jiu. After contemplating, Lin Jiu entrusted Su Ning with the responsibility for artist recruitment and the cultivation of internet celebrities. This unexpected opportunity elated Su Ning, who had not anticipated Lin Jiu would assign her such a significant role in managing the entertainment company. However, Lin Jiu's intentions were clear: to secure her position, she must demonstrate her capabilities. China Capital operates under a meritocratic system. Those who excel advance while the mediocre fall behind. To maintain her standing at the helm of Changha Entertainment, Su Ning must fully harness her potential and outshine her competitors. Proving Lin Jiu's choice was indeed wise. She was the first he had summoned, but she certainly would not be the last. Thus, to avoid elimination, she must strive forward, achieve results, and attain accomplishments that are irreplaceable. Only then could she firmly secure her position as the leader of Changha Entertainment. After imparting his instructions, Lin Jiu signaled for Su Ning to take her leave. With her eyes slightly glistening, she nodded, bid farewell to Lin Jiu, and exited the office. At that moment, Su Ning felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. She had been granted this hard-won opportunity, a chance to showcase her abilities. Throughout her journey, filled with obstacles and hardships, she had never shed a tear. Yet now, inexplicably, she felt an urge to cry. It was difficult to articulate this emotion. Perhaps it was the recognition from Lin Jiu, or perhaps the years of repressed feelings finally found release at this moment. Hastening to the restroom, she gazed into the mirror, silently shedding tears. From this day forward, her life was poised to embark on a new chapter. Meanwhile, at the East China branch of Xinghai Group, Guochun hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. The Zhang family had issued instructions for him to conduct a thorough investigation into the relationship between Lu Zhong and Zhao Mingbo. Although surprised, Guochun took it upon himself to arrange for a deep inquiry into their connection. Chapter 58: Unexpected Developments, Suburban Farmhouse. Following the directives from the Zhang family, Guochun immediately dispatched trusted associates to delve into the matters concerning Lu Zhong and Zhao Mingbo. However, the results of the investigation were surprising. During Lu Zhong's time in East China, he had not had any contact with Zhao Mingbo whatsoever. Furthermore, Guochun discovered that Lu Zhong and Lin Jiu seemed to have crossed paths, entering and exiting a park through separate entrances. Nonetheless, this did not definitively prove they had interacted. It merely suggested a strong possibility. Consequently, Guochun reported this finding, but upon hearing it, young Master Zhang offered no further commentary. Guochun couldn't help but speculate. Had Lin Jiu perhaps forged some collaboration with the Zhang family? Yet that seemed unlikely. If such a partnership existed, the Xinghai Group's entry into East China would have prompted the Zhang family to facilitate deeper collaboration with Lin Jiu. Shaking his head, Guochun decided not to dwell on this line of thought. The investigation confirmed that Lu Zhong and Zhao Mingbo had not interacted directly or indirectly. Upon learning this, the Zhang family appeared unfazed, simply acknowledging the information with a curt understood before the conversation ended. This left Guochun perplexed, uncertain of the Zhang family's intentions. In the end, he realized that his immediate focus should not be on these obscure matters, but rather on the tasks at hand. How to continuously expand the market of Xinghai Group in East China, indirectly assisting Zhang's officials in solidifying their foothold, is what he needs to contemplate and prioritize. Guochun sat in his chair, feeling a sense of weariness. During his time in East China, though Xinghai Group had managed to establish itself in the building materials market due to a misstep within Huanyu Group, this achievement was limited. After Huanyu Group quelled the quality crisis surrounding their properties, they began to impose restrictions on Xinghai Group at every turn. East China is Huanyu Group's stronghold, and naturally, Xinghai Group found itself at a disadvantage, struggling to keep afloat. In contrast, Shanghai Capital, like himself an outsider, was thriving, receiving constant accolades. And he heard that Lin Jiu was preparing to venture into the entertainment industry. This left Guochun feeling somewhat disheartened. The disparity in treatment between Shanghai Capital and Xinghai Group by Huanyu Group was indeed stark. He had initially hoped that the arrival of the Li family would alter Xinghai Group's predicament, but to his dismay, after the Li family resolved Zhang Yunhai's public relations crisis, their relationship with Xinghai Group showed little progress. Furthermore, the Li family recently acquired King Luwen from Shanghai Capital and successfully obtained a reclamation approval, although still in procedural stages. The development of King Luwen was a foregone conclusion. Having been invited by the Zhang family to East China after taking over King Luwen, it seemed that the Li family no longer owed any favors to the Zhang family. One could say that the accounts were settled. If that were the case, so be it. The Li family entrusted the reclamation of King Luwen to Shanghai Capital's East China branch, allowing Lin Jiu to benefit. This was not all. Lin Jiu subsequently reached an agreement with Huanyu Group to co-manage the reclamation project for the Li family's King Luwen. In a roundabout manner, these three parties conspicuously excluded Xinghai Group. How could Guochun accept this? He had approached Li Yongdong, but was swiftly dismissed with a few words, stating that the decision to assign the reclamation project to Shanghai Capital was made during a meeting at the headquarters. What could Guochun say to such an excuse? Continuing the conversation would only lead to Li Yongdong offering vague reassurances, promising to advocate for Xinghai Group, but such words were merely polite platitudes, akin to saying one would treat you to dinner another day. After Li Yongdong's departure from East China, Guochun sought out Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu, too, expressed his predicament, stating that as the leader of the East China economic market, Huanyu Group was ill-equipped to handle such a significant project through Shanghai Capital's East China branch. Although Lin Jiu did not articulate it directly, Guochun understood the implications. If Lin Jiu were to collaborate with Xinghai Group on this reclamation project, Huanyu Group would certainly not sit idly by. At that point, they could easily hinder progress at any procedural stage, leaving both Shanghai Capital and Xinghai Group in a state of exasperation. It was evident that the reclamation project would not proceed smoothly. Should the Li family become dissatisfied, it was likely that in the end, the substantial reclamation project would still fall to Huanyu Group. Thus, as a businessman, it was only natural for Lin Jiu to invite Huanyu Group for collaboration. Who could contest that? Ultimately, the crux remained that Xinghai Group had scant roots in East China, a fragile foundation, and East China was not their home ground. Unless they were prepared to sever ties, which was a last resort. It was essential for all parties to maintain a facade of mutual goodwill. Lin Jiu's intentions were abundantly clear. Had this been in the north, China capital would have unhesitatingly chosen Shanghai Group, but in East China, to disregard Huanyu Group would be tantamount to folly. What could Chun possibly say? Even if Shanghai capital allocated a portion of the project to Shanghai Group, could they operate effectively beneath the watchful eyes of Huanyu Group? At that moment, Guochun felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and fatigue. In East China, it was indeed difficult for an ordinary person to establish a foothold. What was now required was to cultivate a stable foundation for Shanghai Group in this region. He needed to focus on the present tasks at hand. Ensuring Huanyu Group could not find an opportunity to undermine Shanghai Group, for that would be a loss beyond measure. However, Lin Jiu's recent foray into establishing an entertainment company presented a potential avenue for collaboration. Strengthening the relationship between both parties and intertwining their interests seemed to be the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Guochun pondered briefly before dialing Lin Jiu's number, essentially inviting him to dinner. After some initial reluctance, Lin Jiu agreed. That evening, at a farmstead on the outskirts of Yinzhou City, Guochun awaited Lin Jiu's arrival at the entrance. At 6 o'clock, Lin Jiu arrived punctually. After exchanging pleasantries, the two proceeded into a private room within the farmstead. Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside, the room was as warm as spring. Once seated, Guochun poured a cup of tea for Lin Jiu, who graciously accepted it. Mr. Guo, this place is quite delightful, far removed from the city's clamor, allowing one to truly savor the tranquility of the countryside, Lin Jiu remarked. Hearing this, Guochun smiled. Mr. Lin, do not underestimate this place. The northern cuisine here is unparalleled. Good wine does not fear being in a deep alley, and the game dishes here are also top-notch. Lin Jiu nodded appreciatively. Oh, then I am in for a treat today. As a succession of authentic northern dishes graced the table, the two clinked glasses, and the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Guochun set down his cup and broached the main subject. Mr. Lin, I have heard that you are planning to venture into the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu appeared contemplative. Indeed, with the current state of the real economy, I am considering exploring new markets based on existing foundations. Guochun nodded in understanding, empathizing. Yes, times have changed. While it is important to engage in real industry, relying solely on it is rather one-dimensional. We must contemplate transformation and explore other markets. Shanghai Group had previously dabbled in the entertainment sector in the north. Thus, they possess some experience in this realm. A mutually beneficial partnership is what I envision. Hence, I propose a deep collaboration regarding the entertainment company, sharing resources. What are your thoughts, my dear brother? Chapter 59, North-South Economy, Strategic Cooperation. Lin Jiu, taken aback, responded, Mr. Guo, you jest. Currently, China entertainment media is still in its nascent stages, merely taking shape. The direction of development is still under discussion, and I believe that in the future, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration. Hearing this, Guochun realized that Lin Jiu was clearly declining his invitation for cooperation. Although somewhat disappointed, he refrained from pursuing a futile insistence. Today, however, Guochun had come prepared. Thus, he proposed a strategic plan for diversified cooperation between the northern and southern markets. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu was genuinely surprised. The notion of diversified cooperation between the north and south economic markets intrigued him. While the south was economically developed, the north also had its own advantages. Each held its strengths, yet a notable distinction existed. The northern economic market was characterized by a strong sense of solidarity. In the southern region, a fierce competition ensues, with no party willing to concede, thus rendering the southern market marginally more accommodating than its northern counterpart. Conversely, the northern market boasts a wealth of mineral resources and vast expanses of land, geographical advantages that the southern economy lacks. Each region possesses its own merits. However, China capital has not significantly engaged with the northern market, highlighting the existing disparities between the two. As various policies evolve, the north has embarked on a path of extensive development, presenting an opportunity for southern enterprises. Nevertheless, the adage of a powerful dragon not overpowering a local snake holds true. The south is fortified with its own strengths, and perhaps even stronger entities from the north. Therefore, without formidable capabilities, one may engage in minor skirmishes in the north. Yet aspirations to expand and strengthen necessitate undeniable prowess. However, the ability to exert influence is limited by the differing home grounds. Guochun's proposal for strategic cooperation between the northern and southern markets, in essence, aims to facilitate a mutual exchange of interests while deepening the intertwined relationship between Chang'e Capital and Shanghai Group. The performance of Chang'e Capital in the south is intrinsically linked to its prospects in the north. and the same applies to Shanghai Group. The notion of mutual benefit is clear. I will support you in the south, and you shall protect me in the north. The allure of strategic cooperation between the northern and southern markets is indeed captivating for Lin Jiu, yet the evident drawbacks are equally pronounced. Should he acquiesce to Guo Chun's proposed collaboration, the Eastern China branch of Chang the capital would lose its role as a mediator, compromising its foundation for balancing the interests of both parties. The choices made at critical junctures significantly impact Chang the capital's developmental outlook in the north. Lin Jiu raised his glass and clinked it with Guo Chun's. President Guo, you overestimate my influence. I cannot unilaterally decide such a significant matter. Allow me to report this to our general Wei, and only after receiving confirmation from above can we determine the depth of this collaboration. Upon hearing this, Guo Chun nodded in agreement. Naturally, such a major collaboration requires careful consideration. However, my thought is this. The Eastern China branches of Changhe Capital and Shanghai Group could initially engage in exploratory cooperation. What do you think, my young friend? Lin Jiu paused, fully aware of Guo Chun's relentless pursuit and his unmistakable intentions. He understood the predicament Shanghai Group currently faced in Eastern China, given the constraints imposed by Huanyu Group, which Guo Chun had lamented. As Huanyu Group's stronghold, Eastern China presented a daunting challenge for an external enterprise. Lin Jiu was reluctant to meddle in the affairs between Shanghai Group and Huanyu Group, as he currently maintained a favorable cooperative relationship with Huanyu Group. Until his own interests were at stake and equilibrium could be upheld, Lin Jiu had no intention of intervening. It was indisputable that Shanghai Group would not abandon Eastern China, a scenario Lin Jiu wished to avoid. Should Shanghai Group be forced to withdraw, he could very well be the next to face repercussions. The triangular relationship is the most stable and advantageous. If Shanghai Group indeed found itself in a perilous position, Lin Jiu would feel compelled to extend a helping hand due to the principle of mutual reliance. Guo Chun was evidently in a bind, which explained his repeated overtures for collaboration. Now is the opportune moment to alleviate some of Guo Chun's burdens. Continual setbacks would inevitably affect Guo Chun's performance. If Huanyu Group were not presented with a competitor, their focus would not remain fixated on Shanghai Group. Contemplating this, Lin Jiu decided to respond. I shall return to confer with our management team regarding this matter and provide President Guo with a response in a few days. Guo Chun felt a chill at this response, understanding that the proposal was likely to fall through. Yet before he could voice his concerns, Lin Jiu continued, however, I have heard that Changhe Capital's foothold in the financial market in Eastern China is somewhat precarious. I understand that President Guo's financial company is also preparing to venture into this arena, and I believe there is potential for collaboration here. Upon hearing this, Guo Chun's mind raced, and he readily agreed. Lin General, to be candid, since my arrival in Eastern China, I have faced numerous obstacles. The business environment here is indeed challenging to describe. The financial industry has always been a promising market, yet Shanghai Group has struggled to find opportunities until now. I envision my investment in Eastern China as a contribution to its economy, but it seems that Eastern China does not lack contributors. You may find it amusing, but our efforts to contribute have been met with indifference. My time here has left me with a plethora of frustrations, and I now comprehend the truth behind the phrase exclusionary practices. Eastern China indeed has a notorious reputation for being insular. Lin Jiu chuckled softly and shook his head. President Guo, let us refrain from uttering words that may sow discord. It may not be mere exclusion. Perhaps the investment avenues have already reached saturation. I believe there is still significant potential in the financial market in Eastern China. We could establish a P2P online lending platform, contributing to the economic development of the region while indirectly alleviating the financial pressure on residents both within Eastern China and its neighboring provinces through commercial and personal loans. What do you think, President Guo? At this, Guo Chun smiled. If Lin General believes it to be a good idea, then it certainly is. I hope to count on your support in the future. Lin Jiu raised his glass in a toast to Guo Chun. You flatter me, my friend. As newcomers to Eastern China, it is only fitting that we support each other. The two shared a warm laugh and solidified their collaboration in the financial sector. Changhe Capital and Shanghai Group prepare to join forces to create a new generation of P2P lending companies, distinct from ordinary online lending entities. Their venture would target small and micro enterprises, as well as stable income professionals, imposing higher requirements and offering substantial loan amounts, deliberately excluding ordinary citizens to mitigate the risk of bad debts. Rather than casting a wide net to include lower-tier clients, they opted to focus solely on mid-tier services. The lower-tier market, with loan amounts in the thousands, might seem insignificant, but the sheer volume of potential clients posed a considerable risk of defaults. By concentrating on small and micro business loans, they aim to target individuals with respectable jobs, allowing for greater control while significantly avoiding the risk associated with the unemployed or those prone to defaults. Individuals in respectable positions tend to be more conscientious about maintaining their image, making them easier to manage. Their desire for dignity becomes their vulnerability. For Shanghai Group, the profitability of this collaboration was not the primary concern. Guochun valued the opportunity to forge a partnership with Lin Jiu and expand the market further. Lin Jiu's intention in bringing Guochun on board was straightforward: to share and mitigate risks. Each party harbored their own motives while tacitly agreeing on this partnership. After dining, Lin Jiu declined Guochun's invitation for the next gathering and departed from the farm. Changhe Capital and Shanghai Group have forged a collaborative alliance within the financial markets, jointly developing an online lending application named Fangxin Loan, which is anticipated to launch after the new year. Upon the announcement of this news, it inevitably elicited reflections from some individuals, revealing that the ultimate pursuit of enterprises indeed lies in lending. The following afternoon, under the bright winter sun that dispelled the chill in the air, Lin Jiu swung his golf club at Beehive Manor. The golf ball traced a graceful arc through the air before landing precisely in the hole. Zhou Jun applauded, exclaiming, "Well played." In Chapter 60, they proceeded to pay a visit, cutting right to the heart of the matter. With a perfect shot concluding the game, a vibrant young woman approached Lin Jiu, taking the golf club from his hands, while another lady offered him a bottle of spring water. After taking a sip, Lin Jiu moved toward Zhou Jun. The two settled in a nearby loft, where Zhou Jun handed Lin Jiu a cigarette, and they began to indulge in leisurely smoke. Earlier that morning, Lin Jiu had received a call from Zhou Jun, who invited him to unwind. After some contemplation, Lin Jiu had accepted, initially suspecting that Zhou Jun had business matters to discuss. However, it turned out to be a genuine respite. They played golf for a while, during which Zhou Jun refrained from broaching any work-related topics. Adhering to the philosophy of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, Lin Jiu chose not to initiate discussions about work, instead waiting for Zhou Jun to reveal the true purpose of their meeting. Zhou Jun, however, was not one to extend an invitation lightly nor engage in futile actions. As they sat in the loft, exchanging pleasantries on trivial matters, Zhou Jun regarded Lin Jiu with a smile, stating, "Brother Lin, my intention in inviting you today was to relax and relieve some work-related stress, to allow the tension within ourselves to dissipate. However, I just received news that Secretary Zhao from Yinzhou is also present today, so I thought we might pay him a visit." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu paused, realizing the significance of the moment. Naturally, as entrepreneurs from Yinzhou, we operate under Secretary Zhao's leadership. Without his support, the establishment of Changhe Capital's East China branch would not have been possible. Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. Secretary Zhao, as the leader of Yinzhou, has historically been our benefactor. It would be remiss not to pay our respects." Subsequently, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu made their way to the lounge, meandering until they reached a corridor leading to a room. Upon encountering a middle-aged man at the entrance, Zhou Jun greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Secretary Li. Allow me to introduce you to Lin Jiu, the General Manager of Changhe Capital." Lin Jiu reciprocated with a cordial greeting. "Hello, General Manager Lin." Li Yuanqing replied with a nod. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Jun inquired, "Secretary Li, is the Secretary available? We would like to report some matters to him." Li Yuanqing requested that they wait a moment while he informed the Secretary. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the doorway. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lin, the Secretary invites you in." They expressed their gratitude and entered the room, one after the other. Guided by Li Yuanqing, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu proceeded along the corridor, ultimately arriving at a private room. Upon seeing the middle-aged man seated, they both greeted him in succession. "Good day, Secretary Zhao." Zhao Mingbo acknowledged their presence with a slight nod. "Please come in and take a seat." After they settled, Li Yuanqing poured them each a cup of tea and then exited the room. Zhao Mingbo regarded Lin Jiu with an amused expression, remarking, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You have already made a name for yourself at such a young age. During my last meeting at the provincial level, your name was mentioned. The phrase Jiangnan produces talents rings true." Lin Jiu, facing such a high-ranking official, maintained a respectful demeanor, neither overly formal nor subservient. "You flatter me, Secretary Zhao. I merely consider myself fortunate." Zhao Mingbo smiled. "Fortune is indeed a component of capability. You need not be so modest. I have heard of your endeavors, particularly during your initial foray into East China, when you were quite the figure of intrigue." The goodwill emanating from Zhao Mingbo was apparent. Lin Jiu sensed a degree of assurance, likely stemming from the previous discussions about the land disputes in Gu Village, which had drawn Zhao Mingbo's attention to him. Perhaps Zhou Jun's invitation today was not solely for leisure, but rather for the purpose of facilitating this meeting. After a brief exchange among the three, Zhou Jun's phone rang. Apologizing, he excused himself and departed. Lin Jiu recognized that the focal point of the day was neither Zhou Jun nor himself, but rather the steadfast Zhao Mingbo. Once Zhou Jun had left, Zhao Mingbo offered Lin Jiu a cigarette, which Lin Jiu accepted while rising slightly to do so. "No need to stand. Please have a seat." Zhao Mingbo gestured. Lin Jiu complied and resumed his place in the chair. Zhao Mingbo lit his cigarette and reclined, speaking leisurely. "I am somewhat aware of the previous situation. The phrase the onlooker sees most clearly holds true. Had you not alerted me in time, I might have faced some adverse repercussions. I welcome Changhe Capital's presence in Yunzhou. Your efforts have been commendable. I hope that, with your arrival in East China, Changhe Capital can contribute significantly, providing employment opportunities and advocating for the community." Lin Jiu felt a momentary pause before responding. "I appreciate Secretary Zhao's affirmation. Changhe Capital will remain true to its mission and endeavor to contribute to the citizens of East China under your leadership, adding our efforts to the economic development of the region." While Zhao Mingbo may not have entirely believed Lin Jiu's words, their pleasant sound was not lost on him. Sometimes, the wisdom of discernment lies in what remains unspoken. Zhao Mingbo lifted his teacup and took a small sip. "General Manager Lin, as an entrepreneur from afar investing in East China, what are your thoughts on the prevailing sentiments that East China is quite exclusionary towards outsiders?" Lin Jiu was momentarily taken aback. This was a notably sensitive topic. The ideal response was neither affirmation nor denial, but rather aligned with Zhao Mingbo's intentions and objectives. Lin Jiu refrained from immediately answering, observing Zhao Mingbo's curiosity as he awaited Lin Jiu's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiu finally spoke. "As a business invited to invest in East China, I believe that where there is smoke, there's fire. Regarding the opinions of entrepreneurs from other provinces and the notion of East China being exclusionary, I perceive that there are certain pre-existing factors at play. However, since my arrival in East China, I have discovered that the alleged exclusivity is more subjective than objective. In my perspective, the underlying reason for the perception of exclusivity in East China lies in its remarkable economic superiority and its seamless integration with the global economy. Under such circumstances, East China has gradually given rise to a principle of survival of the fittest. Consequently, I believe that the rumors of exclusivity are merely a byproduct of an intensely competitive environment where only the capable thrive. It is entirely natural for outsiders to feel out of place in this economically vibrant province. Other provinces exhibit similar dynamics. However, the heightened intensity in East China results in some individuals lacking the necessary time to adapt, leading to their downfall. The distinction of East China lies in its unwillingness to afford lengthy acclimatization periods for incoming entrepreneurs. In comparison to other provinces, the expectations in East China are considerably elevated, leaving little room for adaptation. Thus, over time, these rumors have emerged. I posit that those with strong adaptability will not harbor such sentiments. East China, in my view, simply moves at a rapid pace, and those unable to keep up will inevitably fall behind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingbo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin Jiu's remarks were exceptionally astute and fitting for the occasion. Contemplating this, Zhao Mingbo smiled and nodded. "Lin, if your words were to circulate, they would undoubtedly offend many." Chapter 61. An Opportunity for Talent Recruitment. Lin Jiu chuckled softly. Honest words, though often difficult to hear, are invaluable. This is an ancient wisdom passed down through generations. Thus, I have refrained from voicing these matters publicly. Rather than attempting to change others, it is more effective to transform oneself, thereby inspiring change in others through personal evolution. Zhao Mingbo squinted slightly, his mind already formulating ideas. Lin Jiu was indeed a rare talent. Presently, the outside world regarded East China with newfound respect. As an outsider, Lin Jiu had firmly established himself in East China and was thriving. At that moment, Zhao Mingbo was inclined to elevate Lin Jiu as a benchmark, demonstrating to skeptics that it was not East China that was exclusionary, but rather their own lack of capability. Those with genuine prowess can achieve success wherever they may go. In this way, Lin Jiu could serve as a testament to counter the external gossip. Facts speak louder than words. In the face of reality, all rumors would crumble. However, the time was not yet ripe. After the new year, when the dust settled, Lin Jiu's potential could be maximized. Zhao Mingbo nodded in satisfaction. "Lin, your thoughts and perspective are exceedingly insightful. Indeed, the competitive pressure in East China is immense, which can lead to discomfort for some individuals. Those who cannot produce results naturally contemplate departure, and those who leave often attribute their failures to East China's perceived exclusivity. It is remarkable to witness someone of your age possessing such profound insight into this matter. I have encountered numerous exceptional young individuals. Yet this brief meeting has left an indelible impression of you, Lin. Continue to strive. I believe your efforts will yield the desired rewards. I also hope that through your endeavors, the external world will understand that East China is not exclusionary, but rather dismissive of the incompetent. In response to Zhao Mingbo's high praise, Lin Jiu humbly expressed his gratitude. After their conversation, Zhou Jun returned. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Mingbo departed. Not long after Zhao Mingbo's exit, Lin Jiu graciously declined Zhou Jun's invitation to dinner and left behind manor. In the car, Lin Jiu leaned back in his seat, rubbing his temples. What was this old fox scheming? Recalling Zhao Mingbo's final words, Lin Jiu felt a flicker of speculation. Although Changhe Capital and Huanyu Group were competitors, the latter also belonged to the Zhao family. Nonetheless, Zhao Mingbo seemed indifferent to such matters, for different paths lead to different heights, and thus, the methods and perspectives in addressing issues diverged. In this world where everyone is driven by self-interest, aside from profound enmities, there are no eternal foes. If what I suspect is true, then this opportunity must not be overlooked. At Jiushi Rose Garden, Shen Qingzhu sat in her study, leisurely brewing tea while listening to her secretary's report, her demeanor calm. Miss, General Zhou just called to report on today's events. Lin Jiu from Changhe Capital visited Secretary Zhao at Beihai Manor. During the meeting, General Zhou left for about 10 minutes, and it remains unclear what transpired between the two during that time. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu toyed with her teacup, nodding slightly. I understand. After the secretary departed, Shen Qingzhu narrowed her eyes. Although the Zhao family lacked the melodrama of sibling rivalries, differences in ideology occasionally surfaced. However, when it came to matters concerning the family's safety, they stood united. Between the three Zhao brothers, there may be competition, yet there was little friction among them. It was precisely for this reason that Shen Qingzhu had previously articulated the risks associated with the land dispute in Golu village, indirectly aiding Zhao Mingbo in avoiding negative repercussions and potential threats. This was to ensure that Zhao Mingbo would remain unaffected, thus safeguarding the Zhao family strength. The Zhao brothers shared an implicit understanding. They could bicker amongst themselves, but they would not permit outsiders to bully the Zhao family. Zhao Mingbo's visit to Beihai Manor was not solely for Lin Jiu. Shen Qingzhu was aware of certain particulars. Zhou Jun's invitation for Lin Jiu to Beihai Manor was not at Zhao Mingbo's behest, but rather at Shen Qingzhu's direction. When Zhao Mingbo learned of Lin Jiu's presence at Beihai Manor, he naturally sought to meet him, given the events surrounding Golu village. Although Shen Qingzhu had not explicitly mentioned Lin Jiu, she knew that Zhao Mingbo would not take her word alone. Thus, Lin Jiu's emergence was inevitable. But why did Shen Qingzhu want Lin Jiu to engage with Zhao Mingbo? Her intentions remained unclear. That evening, Lin Jiu set out for Jiushi Rose Garden, looking forward to a restful weekend. In the study, Lin Jiu sat in a chair, opened his laptop, and began to contemplate the current inadequacies of the Talent Support Fund. The individuals it attracted were often capable, yet lacked the requisite resources. Therefore, Lin Jiu resolved to take the initiative and establish a talent recruitment task force, starting with the medical industry to seek out those hidden barefoot doctors in the community. One should never underestimate these barefoot doctors. The remedies they possess, if harnessed by Lin Jiu, could lead to the development of medications to combat certain diseases. Likewise, these barefoot doctors are both revered and reviled figures within the medical sphere. What could have been a source of diversified benefits from ailments in the hands of these barefoot doctors was resolved with merely a few doses of traditional Chinese medicine. Consequently, their potential earnings diminished significantly. If they were to acquire this fundamental remedy for further study, they could develop a product that addresses symptoms rather than the root cause, thereby maximizing their profits. The pharmaceutical industry is often characterized by exorbitant profits. A common ailment that can be cured with a mere handful of traditional remedies may now incur costs in the thousands, still only treating the symptoms rather than the underlying issue. The medical sector is devoid of a shortage of clientele or target demographics. Indeed, the populace on the streets represents a vast pool of potential customers. Presently, as living standards have improved, a paradox has emerged. In times of poverty, people enjoyed robust health. Yet now, with enhanced living conditions, individuals have become increasingly fragile, with each generation seemingly weaker than the last. This decline is not solely attributable to issues of food safety, but also stems from stress and psychological pressures. It is precisely this reality that allows the medical industry to thrive and expand relentlessly. The market appears boundless, brimming with infinite potential. Nationwide, the alarming growth in the number of pharmacies is evident. Business people, driven by profit, are not fools. Their intention in opening pharmacies is not to alleviate suffering, but to generate wealth. A glance at the surging number of pharmacies across various regions underscores the burgeoning nature of this market. Where there is demand, there lies a market, and this reality is as unsettling as it is thought-provoking. Thus, Lin Jiu resolved to establish a talent scouting task force, utilizing big data and various online forums to unearth hidden medical experts within the populace. The aim was to acquire effective prescriptions, develop pharmaceuticals, and amass wealth. Oh no, I meant to provide better relief for the masses, ensuring that this remedy benefits a greater number of citizens. However, one might ponder, if the world were free of ailments, what fate would befall the medicines gathering dust on the shelves? Yet, if one peruses the slogans adorning pharmacy entrances, one cannot help but perceive a certain irony. Chapter 62, Ambition Unbounded, Rising Star of Entertainment. With a heritage spanning 5,000 years, no other region globally can rival its profound history. Yet, as time progresses, many invaluable traditions have been forsaken, relegated to the depths of history's currents. There is no right or wrong. The advancement of society necessitates sacrifices. Lin Jiu's establishment of this talent scouting task force is not driven by a desire to promote traditional Chinese medicine, but is purely motivated by profit. The current leading practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine do not serve the common people. Moreover, in this era dominated by Western medicine, advocating for traditional practices invites unnecessary complications. Both traditional and Western medicine possess their respective merits and shortcomings. It is not a matter of superiority or inferiority. It can only be stated that contemporary medicine reflects technological progress. However, Lin Jiu believes that modern medical practices have yet to incorporate the essence of traditional medicine. If the two could complement each other, they might transcend existing limitations. Under Lin Jiu's direction, the Talent Scouting Task Force was swiftly established, employing big data to systematically narrow down the search parameters. They began their quest centered in East China, extending their search to neighboring provinces and cities, targeting barefoot doctors, seasoned practitioners, and other extraordinary individuals. Once these arrangements were in place, Lin Jiu turned his attention to coordinating with an overseas organization focused on immortality to implement further plans. With the issuance of Lin Jiu's orders, a message began to circulate. A calamity would befall Japan in 3 days. Most people dismissed this news, regarding the so-called Immortality Organization as nothing more than charlatans' ruse. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that while the organization might seem fantastical, Lin Jiu, the mastermind behind it, could indeed be considered a prophet. With this endorsement, the organization awaited the impending events, anticipating that the once ridiculed Immortality Organization would achieve widespread renown. In due course, many matters could be subtly managed through the organization, indirectly fulfilling their objectives, by acquiring profits while mitigating risks. This was precisely why Lin Jiu established the Immortality Organization following his rebirth. One can only imagine the magnitude of the uproar if the organization's predictions were to materialize in 3 days. As the Immortality Organization ascends to prominence, it will encounter both opportunities and risks. Success would yield great rewards, while failure could lead to complete obliteration. Lin Jiu, inherently a gambler, subscribed to the notion that greater storms yield more valuable catches. Thus, what others perceive as considerable risk, he views as a gateway to substantial rewards. Following the establishment of the Immortality Organization's reputation, Lin Jiu's next focus would be the stock market. The stock market serves numerous functions, but for Lin Jiu, 2 aspects are paramount: money laundering and bribery. Legal avenues for laundering money and engaging in bribery within the stock market, leveraging knowledge from the future, could easily become reality. This approach is far more discreet and rational than activities within a casino. Should one wish to launder money, the Immortality Organization would advise on which stocks to purchase and when to sell, thus cleansing any questionable funds with remarkable simplicity. Similarly, legal bribery could be executed in the same manner. Lin Jiu's ultimate aim in founding the Immortality Organization is to harness his past knowledge and memories to transform it into a highly sought-after intermediary entity. Utilizing his prophetic insights as a foundation, he intends to fire the opening salvo, facilitating substantial exchanges through intermediaries. To put it plainly, if Zhang San enlists the Immortality Organization to assist in a particular endeavor, promising a reward, the organization can leverage the efforts of Li Si or Wang Wu to fulfill Zhang San's request. This creates a virtuous cycle, extending the Immortality Organization's network globally. At this juncture, one might wonder if the narrative concludes here. Not at all. The preceding developments serve merely as a prelude to the final objective. The Immortality Organization is aptly named for Lin Jiu's ambition to promote the notion of longevity and eternal life. The relentless pursuit of extraordinary individuals aligns with this ultimate goal. There is no need to devise a method for achieving immortality. It suffices to convince those yearning for eternal life that the Immortality Organization can help them realize this dream. The preliminary structure of the Immortality Organization is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier comprises the prophets. The second tier consists of brokers. The third tier aligns with the ultimate goal, immortality. The first tier engages with the world, recruiting followers while simultaneously spreading their influence. The second tier caters to clients, utilizing various channels to fulfill their needs and thereby generate profits. The third tier targets the elite, leveraging the allure of longevity to reap both fame and fortune. In terms of mystique, which region can rival the great Eastern nations? Through this lens of intrigue, there is a remarkable amplification of effects. One could assert that Lin Jiu's ambitions are vast, and his aspirations are exceedingly grand. Beyond the markets of the mainland, Lin Jiu has cast his gaze upon the expansive overseas territories and initiated strategic planning. One must consume a meal one bite at a time and traverse the road step by step. Such endeavors require a methodical approach. At present, it is imperative to construct a solid foundation, for only then can one journey further and ascend higher. By standing upon the broad shoulders of Changhe capital, one can more swiftly achieve their aspirations. Thus, the greater the strength of Changhe capital, the more formidable Lin Jiu becomes. The interests of Changhe capital are synonymous with those of Lin Jiu. Meanwhile, Su Ning finds herself without a moment's respite. This opportunity is hard-won and must be seized. Even during weekends, Su Ning remains undeterred, tirelessly leading her team to contribute to the establishment of Changhe Entertainment Media. Under Su Ning's impetus, a program named the New Star Support Initiative has officially commenced. Furthermore, she has instituted a selection event dubbed Entertainment Newcomers across various prefecture-level cities in East China. Through rounds of auditions, initial selections followed by final evaluations, talented and capable potential stars will be meticulously identified. To ensure fairness in the selection process, Su Ning has devised a rigorous mechanism. She has imposed a layer of accountability upon the judges responsible for evaluations, implementing a responsibility system to ensure they select capable newcomers impartially. Should any contestant advancing under a judge's purview encounter issues or demonstrate a discrepancy in ability relative to the judge's assessment, that judge will be held accountable. Additionally, to bolster the integrity of the selection process, Su Ning has established a random inspection team to periodically review the contestants who have progressed. Should instances of deceit arise, the inspection team, upon uncovering substantial evidence, will be rewarded handsomely. While it may not guarantee absolute fairness, it significantly mitigates the likelihood of fraudulent occurrences. The New Star Support Initiative is intrinsically linked to the Entertainment Newcomer Selection event, offering advancement bonuses and tiered support funds based on performance rankings. A prerequisite is that these advancing contestants must sign relevant contracts with Changhe Entertainment Media. In her relentless pursuit of the company's development, Su Ning bears considerable pressure from Lin Jiu. This implies that the interests of Changhe Entertainment Media are closely intertwined with her own. To this end, Lin Jiu has decisively granted Su Ning a stake in the company, transforming her from a mere employee into a shareholder of Changhe Entertainment Media. This signifies a partnership between the two. As the prospect for Changhe Entertainment Media flourish, so too shall Su Ning's worth ascend in tandem. The management paradigm of Changhe Capital diverges from that of traditional industries. Rather than coercing employees to sacrifice, it integrates them as integral members of the company, sharing both honor and disgrace. The more one invests, the greater the returns. Concepts such as PUA, grandiose promises, and exorbitant penalties are entirely absent from the lexicon of Changhe Capital. Consequently, virtually every individual who joins Changhe Capital remains steadfast in their position. In Jiangnan, each recruitment drive by Changhe Capital elicits a fervent influx of job seekers and widespread support. The fundamental reason is straightforward. Changhe Capital respects its employees. In contrast, most contemporary enterprises cling to the antiquated notion of employees as mere laborers while they assume the role of landlords, incessantly exploiting employee interests to cut costs and enhance efficiency. Unbeknownst to them, such enterprises are unlikely to thrive, for how far can a company devoid of cohesion truly go? The practices of Changhe Capital have not augmented expenditures. They merely fulfill the fundamental obligations of a corporation. However, due to the contrasting behavior of its competitors, Changhe Capital has become the coveted sanctuary for job seekers. Mutual respect, ideally, should be a core principle of any enterprise, yet the prevailing environment has led to the near total erosion of employee rights. were it not for the mandatory contributions to social insurance and housing funds. One can only imagine that the majority of companies would opt against providing such benefits to their employees. The fundamental responsibilities of an entrepreneur in this day and age have regrettably transformed into a distant aspiration, evoking a sense of melancholy. Chapter 63. Unyielding, Journeying to Jiangnan. Under Su Ning's vigorous advocacy, the New Star Support Initiative and the Entertainment Newcomer Selection Competition have swiftly garnered immense popularity online. Aspiring stars, filled with unshakable confidence, have flocked to East China to participate in the first round of auditions. Through Su Ning's negotiations, local police departments have dispatched officers to maintain order on site. This initiative by Chang Entertainment Media has markedly increased foot traffic across East China. Hotels, restaurants, and the tourism sector are experiencing a final surge of excitement as the year draws to a close. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Changhe Capital, under Wei Dong's guidance, the influence of Changhe Entertainment Media continues to ascend. Wei Dong is fully aware of Lin Jiu's recent endeavors in East China. To outsiders, Lin Jiu appears somewhat oblivious to his own standing, engaging in actions beyond his authority. However, to Wei Dong, this demonstrates both ability and vision. He remains unconcerned by what seems like Lin Jiu's overstepping. Stationing Lin Jiu in East China was a decision made after careful consideration, as Jiangnan is the stronghold of Changhe Capital, thus limiting Lin Jiu's potential impact. By placing him in East China, Wei Dong aims to liberate Lin Jiu from constraints, allowing him to fully express his talents and skills on that grand stage. This audacious approach faced some opposition during the board meeting prior to Lin Jiu's relocation to East China. Nonetheless, Wei Dong, wielding absolute power, disregarded the dissent and made a decisive call. Ultimately, the results vindicated Wei Dong's choice. Lin Jiu, whom he had high hopes for, did not disappoint. Leading the East China branch, Lin Jiu has soared to success, delivering impressive results that could be deemed nothing short of remarkable. His performance silenced those board members who had previously opposed him. When Lin Jiu founded Chang Entertainment Media, he had briefed Wei Dong, albeit without adhering to the formal procedures. Wei Dong supports Lin Jiu's endeavors. The East China branch operates independently, with headquarters refraining from excessive intervention. Furthermore, Wei Dong regards Lin Jiu as a younger brother, which is why he did not harbor any ill will after Lin Jiu confessed to being an undercover agent. Throughout their 5 years of camaraderie, Lin Jiu has been both subordinate and brother to him. Alas, he is but an undercover. Yet, Wei Dong contemplates that Lin Jiu's decision to confide in him is, in itself, a form of trust, akin to entrusting his very life to Wei Dong. At this moment, Wei Dong's heart is a tumult of emotions, both fortunate and resigned. He is relieved that Lin Jiu has been exonerated and escaped punishment. However, he is also powerless in this situation. Changhe Capital does not belong to him. He is merely a spokesperson, a figurehead thrust into the limelight. There are matters he cannot prevent, interfere with, or change. In this world, how many individuals possess the audacity to relinquish everything in order to seize control of their own lives? Perhaps some do, and perhaps some do not. Each person adorns themselves with shackles they would rather not bear, finding solace in their suffering. Recently, the proprietor of Changhe Capital placed a call to him, half-jokingly mentioning Lin Jiu, suggesting that Wei Dong, as the elder brother, assist Lin Jiu in finding a suitable woman, for the inevitability of family is a universal truth. Upon hearing these words, Wei Dong grasped the underlying significance. A solitary man bears no vulnerabilities, and those devoid of weaknesses are not easily manipulated. It is only those with families who are compelled to act with restraint. With this thought in mind, Wei Dong retrieved his phone and called Lin Jiu, inviting him to visit Jiangnan for a meal at home during the upcoming Saturday. Lin Jiu readily accepted the invitation. After lunch on Saturday, Lin Jiu called for a biao, and together they set off for Jiangnan. By the time Lin Jiu arrived at Wei Dong's residence, night had already fallen. The Maybach came to a stop at the villa entrance. Lin Jiu disembarked, retrieving some specialties from East China from the trunk, and strode purposefully into the house. Seated on the couch, Wei Dong turned his gaze towards the door upon hearing the commotion and spotted Lin Jiu entering. After placing his belongings on the table, he made his way over to sit down. In the kitchen, Jiang Han, busy with preparations, poked her head out upon hearing the noise and greeted Lin Jiu. "Little Jiu is back. Sit with your elder brother. Dinner will be ready shortly." Lin Jiu smiled and nodded. "All right, sister-in-law." Jiang Han returned to her culinary duties, and Lin Jiu settled onto the sofa. Wei Dong tossed him a cigarette, reclining on the couch as he exhaled clouds of smoke. "The developments at Changhe Entertainment Media have been quite tumultuous. I presume the official rollout begins on Monday. Is there anything you require from headquarters?" Chapter 64. A matter of lifelong importance. Could it be her? At this, Lin Jiu shook his head. No, all preparations are in place, and currently, there are no significant issues. Wei Dong nodded thoughtfully. The reason I summoned you back is for a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu's heart skipped a beat. A significant matter? What has happened? Wei Dong chuckled. In a person's lifetime, there are but a few monumental events, and of course, this pertains to your lifelong affair. Your sister-in-law has been scouting a few young ladies for you these past few days. Tomorrow, you shall meet them to see if any spark your interest. You're not getting any younger. Remaining single forever is hardly a viable option. With your career stabilized, it's time to contemplate your own lifelong commitment. Lin Jiu pondered this deeply. Although Wei Dong was merely jesting, the fact that he summoned Lin Jiu from East China to Jiangnan to broach this subject indicated its gravity. A family brings with it vulnerabilities, and it is these vulnerabilities that can be exploited. A bachelor bears far greater risks than a family man, who may endure hardships for the sake of his family, thus rendering him susceptible to manipulation, while the former has fewer reservations. Ultimately, it is a matter of life and death. Those who have nothing to lose fear nothing. Compared to other bachelors, Lin Jiu, as an orphan with no family ties, is even more devoid of vulnerabilities. At this juncture, Lin Jiu understood that whether it was the stance of the enigmatic figure behind Changhe capital or Wei Dong's own intentions, it had become inconsequential. Should he refuse, Wei Dong would surely find ways to expedite his path to marriage. Rather than being passive, he ought to take a proactive stance. Regardless of the outcome, maintaining a resolute attitude was paramount. With these thoughts, Lin Jiu nodded in agreement. This unexpected willingness surprised Wei Dong. Hey, I say, you lad. Previously when this topic was broached, you had always evaded. Why the sudden acquiescence? Could it be that someone has captured your heart? At this, Lin Jiu helplessly shook his head. Elder brother, if I do not agree, will you relent? You'd pester me endlessly. So I might as well consent to give you some peace of mind and spare you the worry over my affairs. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong laughed and chided, You rascal, are you indirectly berating me for meddling in your affairs? Lin Jiu, seated on the sofa, sipped his tea and replied leisurely, I never said that. It is you who has taken it upon yourself. Wei Dong, in jest, tossed the cigarette case at Lin Jiu. Before long, Jiang Han called them to the dining room for dinner. Wei Dong and Lin Jiu entered the dining area in tandem, taking their seats in succession. Lin Jiu accepted the liquor Jiang Han offered, pouring a glass for Wei Dong before serving himself. During the meal, they refrained from discussing work, instead reminiscing about the past. Their camaraderie evident as they raised their glasses and toasts. After dining, Lin Jiu lingered for a while before taking his leave. Wei Dong accompanied him to the car, urging him not to stand him up the following day. Lin Jiu nodded, bidding farewell to Wei Dong, and a biao drove him away. Wei Dong watched the Maybach disappear around the corner before turning back towards the villa. Jiang Han, observing the tipsy Wei Dong, shook her head and prepared a cup of hangover tea. You truly are a contradictory individual. Have you made up your mind about introducing that girl, Su Qianyan, to Lin Jiu? Wei Dong sank into the couch, rubbing his temples. Alas, what other choice do I have? At this, Jiang Han refrained from further comment. We are all unfortunate souls. If you are resolved, I shall make arrangements for tomorrow. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Dong nodded. Fine, let it be as you say. You will handle Su Qianyan, and I shall manage Lin Jiu. Jiang Han affirmed. All right, I understand. I will take care of it. Leaning back on the sofa, Wei Dong lit a cigarette, lapsing into silence for an extended period. Eventually, he sighed softly. I wonder if this course of action is right or wrong. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu had returned to the Ru Ming Hotel under the auspices of Changhe capital. In his room, after bathing, he settled into a chair by the window, gazing out at the nightscape, his heart awash with myriad emotions. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. In his previous life, Lin Jiu had encountered a similar scenario, albeit at a later juncture. It seems that his transfer to East China has drawn attention from above, garnering recognition while simultaneously attempting to impose a shackle upon him. If all goes as anticipated, tomorrow's so-called blind date will be with that woman, Su Qianyan. Upon recalling the name Su Qianyan, Lin Jiu felt a momentary disorientation. In his previous life, consumed by the desire to complete his tasks, he had little regard for anything else and had minimal contact with Su Qianyan. This woman possesses a story of her own, one that, in certain respects, surpasses his own in tragedy. Su Qianyan hails from a significant lineage. The Su family was immensely powerful in the last century, to the extent that the current Zhao and Zhang families still tread cautiously around them. Yet, as fate would have it, the Su family ultimately succumbed to the relentless tide of history, becoming mere fodder for the progression of time. Su Qianyan is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Shortly after her birth, her parents perished while on a mission. Only one child remained, Su Chunyan, the daughter of the Su family. And the current secretary of the Provincial Party Committee of East China, Qin Weigua, is her maternal uncle. After the tragic demise of Su Chunyan's parents, Qin Weigua took her into the Qin household. However, due to certain congenital factors, Su Chunyan's health was rather frail and delicate. Lacking a daughter of his own, Qin Weigua doted on his niece, treating her as if she were his own child. Yet, Su Chunyan was not as simple as she appeared. Everyone was deceived by her seemingly fragile demeanor. In her previous life, just before completing her mission, Su Chunyan's true strength was unveiled. It turned out that she was the clandestine master of an intelligence organization known as Organization K. Although the reasons for her exposure remained unknown, Shanghai Capital had once engaged in dealings with this intelligence agency. Organization K was an exceedingly mysterious and vast intelligence network with tendrils sprawling across the globe. When the truth was revealed, no one could believe that the head of this organization was indeed a sickly girl. Tragically, the day before Lin Jiu was to complete his mission, he received the news of Su Chunyan's untimely death in a car accident. It was this event that fueled Lin Jiu's anticipation for the so-called matchmaking event. Whether the prospective partner was Su Chunyan remained an enigma. However, if it were indeed Su Chunyan, Lin Jiu would not be as oblivious to romance as he had been in his past life. In this lifetime, Su Chunyan could greatly assist him, and Lin Jiu was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Whether he would be favored was of little consequence. What truly mattered was whether he could enlist Su Chunyan as his ally. Even if it meant mutual exploitation, he found no fault in that. Seated by the window, Lin Jiu lit a cigarette, gazing at the vibrant urban nightscape below, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. A decision had been reached within his heart. Chapter 65. The Su family has a daughter named Chunyan. As the morning sun rose, Lin Jiu slowly opened his eyes. During the period of his rebirth, he had often doubted whether everything was merely a figment of his imagination. Thus, he dreaded closing his eyes, fearing that upon awakening, it might all dissolve into a dream. After a while of adjustment, Lin Jiu finally laid his anxieties to rest. All of this was indeed real. He had truly returned to the past like the protagonists of those online novels. Regrettably, he lacked the systems and extraordinary abilities often depicted in such tales. His only advantage now lay in his understanding of future developments. Perhaps the deepening of his memories from his previous life, his uncanny foresight, constituted his unique edge. After dressing and freshening up, Lin Jiu made his way to the living room, where he began practicing the health-preserving techniques imparted to him by a mysterious old Taoist from his previous life. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat and seemingly enduring some inhuman agony, he bore a pallid complexion yet felt invigorated. Having been busy lately, he realized he had grown somewhat lax. It was evident that he needed to practice more diligently in the future. After a refreshing shower, Lin Jiu emerged from the bathroom, feeling revitalized. With renewed energy, he strode out of his room, calling for Abiao, who stood at the door, to join him for breakfast. Just as Lin Jiu settled at the dining table, he received a call from Wei Dong, who expressed his concern that Lin Jiu might stand him up, mentioning that he had sent someone to wait at the entrance. Lin Jiu could only shake his head in bemusement. After finishing breakfast, he departed the hotel accompanied by Abiao. Two men in suits approached as they exited. Young Master Jiu they greeted. Lin Jiu nodded slightly before boarding the car with their company. After a winding 30-minute drive, they arrived at the Wei residence at 10 o'clock. Wei Dong lounged on the sofa, engrossed in overseas news on the television. He waved at Lin Jiu as he entered. "I thought you might chicken out at the last moment." Lin Jiu took a seat on the sofa, shaking his head. "How could I? This is a trifling matter. A little turbulence won't deter me." Wei Dong switched off the television, massaging his temples as he leaned back on the sofa, expressing his concern. "I must tell you, the girl coming today is someone your sister-in-law and I have meticulously selected. A true lady of refinement, a gem one wouldn't even find with a lantern. Therefore, you mustn't indulge in any pretentiousness." Lin Jiu feigned curiosity. "Big brother, who exactly is coming today? With your lofty words, I can't help but feel anxious. One must know their place. If you're seeking someone with power and influence, I might just run away. A person like me is unworthy of her, and I certainly wouldn't want to hold her back." Wei Dong tossed Lin Jiu a cigarette, scolding him lightly. "You've already said your piece. Whether she likes you or not is another story. This girl hails from an extraordinary background. Though she has fallen from grace, one could say she embodies the phrase fallen nobility. It is precisely for this reason we thought to match you two. One an orphan, the other bereaved of parents. You are a match made in heaven. If she deems you unworthy, even if she does take a liking to you, given your nature, you would never settle for being a son-in-law. And if she is of too low a standing, neither I nor your sister-in-law would look favorably upon her. Thus, we settled on this girl, who is indeed very suitable for you. Hearing this, Lin Jiu pondered thoughtfully. It seemed he was on the right track. Big brother, wait a moment. You're painting quite the picture. What if she finds me unsuitable? At this, Wei Dong fell silent for a moment. Then it will be up to you. If you perform well, there remains a chance. I know you might not want to hear this, but marrying this girl would greatly benefit you. Besides, liking or disliking someone cannot be determined in just one meeting. Good women fear clingy men. A man should be a bit thick-skinned, and often, that can yield great results. While your charm may be lacking, your overall qualities are commendable. In general, the chances are quite favorable. It is up to you to seize this opportunity. Lin Jiu nodded in acknowledgement, and the two men ceased their discussion on the matter. At 10:30, Wei Dong's phone vibrated. With that, he stood up and looked at Lin Jiu, saying, "They're here." Wei Dong and Lin Jiu stood at the door, spotting a business vehicle approaching from a distance. Wei Dong patted Lin Jiu on the shoulder without uttering a word, but Lin Jiu understood that his brother wished for him to make a good impression. A minute later, the black business car came to a halt at the villa entrance. The automatic door opened, revealing Jiang Han assisting a tall, delicate girl out of the vehicle. Lin Jiu momentarily overlooked Jiang Han, focusing instead on today's protagonist, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Han, smiling brightly, held the girl's hand as she softly greeted Wei Dong, "Brother Dong." Wei Dong smiled warmly and nodded. Jiang Han then introduced, "Xiao Jiu, this is Qiuyan, Su Qiuyan. Qiuyan, this is Xiao Jiu, Lin Jiu." Lin Jiu nodded and extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Su, I'm Lin Jiu." Su Qiuyan looked into the eyes of this tall, resolute young man. Her gaze filled with inscrutable meaning. She extended her hand and shook his. At the moment their hands clasped together, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. A subtle, tingling current surged between them at that instant of their handshake, gentle yet abrupt, so sudden that it rendered them momentarily dazed. Observing this, the Wei Dong couple mistakenly believed that the two had exchanged glances of mutual affection, their smiles growing ever more pronounced. Ultimately, it was Lin Jiu who first regained his composure, promptly releasing his grip. Their eyes met, revealing a shared curiosity reflected in each other's gaze. They both amusingly pondered whether the dryness of winter had caused this unexpected static electricity. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Han took Su Qiuyan's hand and beckoned the others to enter the house together. Jiang Han guided Su Qiuyan to a seat on the sofa, while Wei Dong and Lin Jiu settled onto the opposite couch. Shortly after they were seated, both Wei Dong and Jiang Han found excuses to excuse themselves, leaving the spacious living room occupied solely by Lin Jiu and Su Qiuyan. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Jiu was unfazed by the solitude. He adeptly picked up the tea tray from the table and fluidly brewed a cup of kung fu tea, presenting it before Su Qiuyan. "Miss Su, please." Su Qiuyan nodded in gratitude, her gaze on the man opposite her revealing a hint of intrigue. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiu, he spoke candidly by now. Miss Su must have realized that today's gathering holds deeper significance. Upon hearing this, Su Qiuyan nodded in affirmation. "I understand Mr. Lin's intention. In fact, I heard your name not long ago while I was in East China. On our way here, Sister Han mentioned you as well." Lin Jiu was momentarily taken aback. "Please, call me Lin Jiu. The title Mr. Lin feels somewhat distant. If you don't mind, may I address you as Qiuyan?" Su Qiuyan regarded the smiling Lin Jiu with a thoughtful gaze and nodded. "Very well, Mr. Lin." In chapter 66, a silent understanding blossomed between them. "Miss Su, were you recently traveling in East China?" Lin Jiu inquired. Su Qiuyan shook her head. "I grew up in East China. Over the past 2 years, I spent selective periods in Jiangnan and East China." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu took a sip of his tea. "I see. I have only recently arrived in East China and have much to learn about the region. If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted if you would serve as my guide to explore the true beauty of East China." To Lin Jiu's surprise, Su Qiuyan nodded in agreement. "Certainly. Just inform me when the time comes, Mr. Lin." Taken aback by her response, Lin Jiu momentarily lost his train of thought, missing the glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Regaining his composure, he exchanged contact information with Su Qiuyan, ensuring that the conversation flowed smoothly. During their exchange, Lin Jiu learned that Su Qiuyan operated 2 art studios in East China and Jiangnan, and was a somewhat renowned painter. Upon discovering this, Lin Jiu half-jokingly suggested, "Perhaps you could spare some time to create a self-portrait for me?" To his astonishment, Su Qiuyan readily agreed, rising to fetch a pencil, drawing board, and exquisite paper from the living room cabinet with practiced ease. With a serious expression, Su Qiuyan looked at the bewildered Lin Jiu and softly proposed, "If it's convenient for you now, I could draw a portrait for you." The phrase "a random punch can defeat a master" echoed in Lin Jiu's mind as he found himself at a loss. He recalled how, in his previous life, Su Qinyan had maintained a respectful distance, their interactions merely cordial. Had his overt approach altered the course of their relationship? Despite being a figure of influence in the world of fame and fortune, Lin Jiu found himself repeatedly shifting from initiative to passivity in the presence of this young woman, which left him perplexed. Yet, faced with her readiness, he could hardly decline. With a smile, Lin Jiu acquiesced. "I would be grateful for your artistry, Miss Su. Su Guinan Juke Lai Di. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. Today, you shall graciously serve as my model." From that point onward, they exchanged no further words. Under Su Qianyan's guidance, Lin Jiu settled onto the sofa, assuming the role of the model, while she took her place across from him, meticulously securing the paper to her drawing board and beginning to sketch with great care. Each time Su Qianyan lifted her gaze to observe Lin Jiu, their eyes would meet, stirring an unspoken connection within him. Her graceful countenance resembled that of a celestial being, her clear eyes seemingly untouched by worldly desires. Meanwhile, Wei Dong and Jiang Han quietly observed from the corner of the second floor, witnessing the interaction below with expressions of delight and astonishment. Fate brings those with a bond together, while those without remain strangers. They mused, recognizing that the current situation clearly belonged to the former. Both had endured their share of hardship, and if they could truly come together, it would be a joyous outcome. They silently prayed for divine intervention, hoping that these two souls could unite harmoniously, having endured enough suffering to deserve a taste of happiness. Unaware of their spectators, Lin Jiu gazed at Su Qianyan's focused expression, feeling himself drift into reverie. Su Qianyan, too, seemed absorbed in the beauty of her sketch, occasionally glancing up to admire his features. Each time their eyes met, a fleeting moment of connection ensued, shifting the balance of their silent interplay as Su Qianyan took control of the narrative. In this quiet game of mutual attraction, Su Qianyan remained acutely aware, while Lin Jiu, having come to his senses after a few moments of distraction, now found himself captivated by the depth of her gaze. The eyes are the windows to the soul, he thought, realizing that within those profound depths lay a multitude of experiences beyond what one would expect from someone of her years. After a brief yet intense exchange of glances, they returned to the prelude of their game. 15 minutes later, Su Qianyan paused, turning the drawing board around to reveal a strikingly vivid portrayal of Lin Jiu upon the black and white canvas. Impressed, Lin Jiu applauded. "Miss Su, I adore this piece. I feel as though I am gazing at another version of myself." Su Qianyan smiled. "Flattery will not earn you this portrait, Mr. Lin. This piece shall serve as my remuneration for today's endeavor. If you have the time, I shall reach out to you for a proper portrait in the future, if that suits you." Lin Jiu nodded in agreement. "As you wish, Miss Su." Rising, Su Qianyan extended her hand toward him. "Lin Jiu, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can forge a friendship." Lin Jiu stood and shook her hand, feeling the faint current of connection once more. "Qianyan, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my friend." They exchanged smiles, and at that moment, time seemed to stand still, revealing that all of this was not spurred by the notion of love. In that moment, the two individuals seemed to have found a kindred spirit in this world, a shared understanding, a companion. Lin Jiu felt a tinge of anxiety. He was uncertain if the outcome would align with his hopes, if Su Qianyan felt the same way. He dared not probe further, fearing the truth might not be to his liking. After they released each other's hands, Wei Dong and Jiang Han appeared at an opportune moment, warmly inviting the two to dinner. This uniquely significant meeting filled Wei Dong and Jiang Han with immense satisfaction, akin to the fulfillment of successfully playing matchmaker. The rapport between Su Qianyan and Lin Jiu was particularly harmonious, reminiscent of long-lost friends reunited, imbued with a sense of regret for not having met sooner. After dinner, Su Qianyan expressed her intention to take her leave, and Lin Jiu took on the task of escorting her home. Su Qianyan did not refuse, while Ah Biao, who was usually inseparable from Lin Jiu, was discreetly kept back by Wei Dong, seemingly intent on not intruding upon the interaction between Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan. Thus, under the watchful and contented gazes of Wei Dong and Jiang Han, Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan departed from the Wei residence. Chapter 67. Honest Confrontation. The seeds of malice have sprouted. Su Qianyan sat in the passenger seat, her gaze subtly fixed on the man behind the wheel before she boldly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Lin, is the recent prophecy from the immortal organization predicting calamity for Japan something you orchestrated?" Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within Lin Jiu. While he had harbored suspicions, Su Qianyan's words confirmed his theories. Although he was somewhat prepared for this revelation, the truth still unsettled him, though his demeanor remained composed. Seizing the moment at a red light, Lin Jiu turned to the woman beside him. "Joker?" Su Qianyan leaned back in her seat, nodding at the moniker. With that, Lin Jiu fell silent. Before long, They arrived at the embankment by the river. Exiting the vehicle, they stood on the bank, gazing at the surging waters below. Lin Jiu was a whirlwind of emotions. He had thought he was the sole reincarnator, only to discover that the woman beside him shared the same fate. Su Qianyan, too, felt an indescribable sensation. She had believed herself to be the only one in this world with such a second chance. But upon the Immortal Organization's announcement of impending disaster for Japan, she realized that others, like her, had returned to this present moment. During their handshake, a faint electric current sparked, sowing seeds of doubt in Su Qianyan's mind. As they conversed, Lin Jiu's demeanor exhibited a stark transformation compared to his past life. It was precisely this change that led Su Qianyan to engage with him more closely. After his polite exchanges, she presented him with a drawing, a simple probe into his character. When they clasped hands again, that faint current surged once more. In that instant, they both tacitly acknowledged a singular truth. They were both reincarnators. This understanding fostered the warm camaraderie, reminiscent of old friends rekindling their bond. For a moment, they stood on the embankment in silence until Lin Jiu finally broke it, asking, "When did you arrive?" Su Qianyan, without hesitation, revealed that her arrival was merely a day later than his. At that moment, they truly unveiled their identities as reincarnators to one another. Su Qianyan regarded the man beside her and softly inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" Lin Jiu sighed softly. "Are you referring to matters between us, or what we should do moving forward?" Su Qianyan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Both. We are the same kind. Although we had little interaction in our past lives, my understanding of you is not insignificant. In my previous life, I worked in intelligence, and I was well acquainted with the impending changes in this world. In this domain, I possess an advantage over you. The immortal organization you established caught me off guard. I had intended to use that information to astound the world and elevate my organization's influence. However, I did not anticipate an unexpected twist that thwarted my plans. Therefore, Mr. Lin, you owe me a favor." Lin Jiu shook his head in response. "In our previous lives, our paths diverged, yet there were many intersections. In this life, the fact that we have encountered one another and stand here together is a matter of fate. Thus, I propose we join forces to realize our ambitions. What do you think about merging the K organization with the Immortal Organization?" Su Qianyan chuckled lightly. "Mr. Lin, are you still dreaming? Your vision is rather picturesque. You, Mr. Lin, are not one to submit easily, and I, Su Qianyan, am equally unwilling. Do you think two formidable warriors can collaborate on a grand endeavor?" Lin Jiu smiled. "One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless one is male and the other female." Su Qianyan, unfazed by Lin Jiu's jest, replied, "If Mr. Lin is willing to present the Immortal Organization as a dowry, I might consider it." Lin Jiu adopted a serious demeanor. "Currently, while we both possess some control over the future's direction, our interventions have begun to skew its trajectory, whether it be the Immortal Organization or the K Organization. The most crucial matter now is to safeguard ourselves amidst the tide of this era. Therefore, I suggest we first unite to navigate this developmental phase. What do you say?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Qianyan nodded in agreement. "I understand your perspective, Mr. Lin. It aligns with my own thoughts. In that case, let us proceed with mutual benefits." Lin Jiu lit a cigarette, gazing at the rolling waves below, and spoke leisurely. "At this moment, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. I would like to propose that Miss Su become my wife. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan turned to the man beside her. "Mr. Lin, are you aware of what you are saying? Do you think I would agree to such an absurd request?" Lin Jiu chuckled softly. "Miss Su, our partnership would be mutually beneficial, merely creating a facade for outsiders. I believe this arrangement would also serve your interests. Rather than seek a mere puppet, why not choose a like-minded companion? I encourage you to consider this carefully. Establishing a romantic relationship would be advantageous for our future interactions." Su Qianyan remained silent, pondering for a long moment before nodding. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, let us set aside the pretense of a marriage for now. We can address that later." Lin Jiu turned, extending his hand with a smile. Su Qianyan looked at the man before her and began to walk back the way they came. "Take me home." Lin Jiu, slightly chagrined, touched his nose and followed, realizing his intentions had been discerned by this woman. Subsequently, they departed from the riverside, with Lin Jiu driving Su Qianyan back to her home. As she opened the car door to alight, Lin Jiu, with a hint of suggestion, remarked, "Miss Su, would you not invite me up for a cup of tea?" Su Qianyan smiled in response. "Mr. Lin, burdened by myriad responsibilities, shall not be kept any longer." Lin Jiu, having relinquished any further insistence, bid farewell and departed in his vehicle. As she watched the receding silhouette of the Maybach, Su Qianyan narrowed her eyes. If Lin Jiu were to meet his demise, she would stand as the sole reincarnator in this world. Wouldn't that afford her greater advantages? However, this matter necessitated careful deliberation. After all, Lin Jiu's death would pose considerable complications for her. At this moment, Su Qianyan harbored murderous intentions, believing that eliminating Lin Jiu was the only way to secure her interests. Concurrently, Lin Jiu's thoughts aligned with Su Qianyan's. Removing Su Qianyan from the equation would significantly bolster his own benefits. Yet, he resolved to bide his time. The opportune moment had not yet arrived. Chapter 68, Prophecy Fulfilled. Reputation Source. To Lin Jiu, this incident seemed merely a trivial interlude. Monday heralded the commencement of the workweek. On this day, a piece of international news swiftly captivated both domestic and global audiences. Netizens within the country rejoiced, celebrating with fervor. In the early hours, Japan experienced a violent earthquake, which not only resulted in substantial casualties, but also triggered a tsunami and volcanic eruptions, all occurring in rapid succession. The unprepared nation found itself enduring catastrophic losses. Consequently, the Eternal Life Organization, which had previously made predictions in this regard, transformed from obscurity to notoriety in an instant. They garnered widespread attention, prompting relevant authorities to initiate targeted investigations. Despite the fame that accompanied their predictions, the inherent risks loomed large, as the Eternal Life Organization found itself under scrutiny. Yet, where there are drawbacks, there are also benefits. The organization's profit gained a substantial influx of followers due to this prophecy, laying a preliminary foundation for their growth. As the organization stood at the pinnacle of public interest, they released another announcement. The prophet proclaimed that Japan's calamity would persist for a duration of 2 weeks. This revelation incited widespread panic among the Japanese populace, who had originally anticipated a swift conclusion to the impending disaster, only to learn they had 2 more weeks of turmoil ahead. The Japanese government took the prophecy seriously, hastily preparing preventive measures while arranging for key figures to consult the prophet of the Eternal Life Organization, hoping to glean insights that would mitigate their losses. After extracting a price that stung the nation, the prophet divulged critical locations vulnerable to the impending disaster. The government wasted no time, swiftly organizing the evacuation of civilians from the areas identified by the prophet. Amidst all this, Lin Jiu merely smiled, believing that what was destined to occur would indeed transpire. The prophecies made by the Eternal Life Organization merely served to lessen Japan's losses. To truly evade calamity, Japan ought to fervently pray for divine intervention. As a result, the organization received fervent support from its newfound believers, with numerous influential figures personally visiting to seek refuge and blessings. Understanding the principle of scarcity, Lin Jiu established a rule of offering predictions once a month, rather than adopting a crass highest bidder wins approach, which would be too obvious and potentially expose their operations. He opted for a more nuanced method. Among those seeking glimpses into their life as trajectories, he would select individuals known to him, ensuring the organization's mystique and authority remained intact. Furthermore, according to the timeline from his previous life, the organization would periodically announce prophecies regarding regional changes to enhance its credibility. Thus, the overseas branch of the Eternal Life Organization began to find its footing. Development requires time, and currently, Lin Jiu's focus remained on domestic matters. After bidding farewell to Wei Dong, Lin Jiu, accompanied by Biao, made his way to East China. Meanwhile, Su Qianyan had also departed from Jiangnan, returning to East China. This delighted Wei Dong and Jiang Han, as it suggested a promising possibility of the 2 young individuals drawing closer together. At this juncture, within the office of the East China Provincial Party Committee, Qin Weigua sat at his desk, having completed his review of documents. He opened a drawer, retrieving a file and leaning back in his chair to peruse its contents. Qin Weigua held a keen interest in his niece, Su Qianyan. Naturally, he could not remain oblivious to her encounter with Lin Jiu in Jiangnan. He was well aware of the intentions harbored by Wei Dong and Jiang Han. Otherwise, Su Qianyan would not have formed such close ties with Lin Jiu. It could be said that this meeting was tacitly approved by Qin Weigua. If he could secure an excellent match for Su Qianyan, it would be a most fortunate outcome. Qin Weigua did not adhere to any rigid notions of social standing, especially considering Su Qianyan's parents had passed away, leaving the Su family in a state of near oblivion. Marrying Su Qianyan into a prominent family might not necessarily serve her best interests. Thus, Qin Weigua's thoughts revolve around finding a young man compatible with Su Qianyan. Of course, he would not overly interfere in her marriage. She was free to make her own decisions. As long as she was content and the suitor possessed good character, Qin Weigua would not impose his will. The file in Qin Weigua's hands contained Lin Jiu's information. Upon discovering Lin Jiu was an orphan, Qin Weiguo felt a sense of approval. Viewed from this perspective, the two appeared quite suited for one another. In fact, all records pertaining to Lin Jiu's life had been meticulously compiled in Qin Weiguo's possession. Yet, there were certain aspects of Lin Jiu's past that remained unknown to him. Lin Jiu had achieved his current status not only due to Wei Dong's recognition, but also owing to his own capabilities. However, it was noted that during his initial tenure with Changhe Capital, he had engaged in some indiscreet actions. For someone of Qin Weiguo's stature, these actions were merely minor infractions. After a cursory examination of Lin Jiu's file, Qin Weiguo frowned slightly. The documents clearly revealed that Lin Jiu was not a conventional individual. Given Su Qianyin's delicate disposition, her association with Lin Jiu might prove detrimental. This deviated from Qin Weiguo's initial expectations. Compared to Lin Jiu, he harbored a greater hope that Su Qianyin would lead a stable and secure life. Clearly, Lin Jiu did not align with Qin Weiguo's vision. However, with Lin Jiu's arrival in East China and Su Qianyin's return from Jiangnan, could it be that she had developed feelings for this young man? Qin Weiguo rubbed his temples and sighed softly. Ultimately, Su Qianyin's affairs should be left for her to decide. As her uncle, he could only offer guidance. Moreover, Lin Jiu possessed commendable skills and methods. In business, excessive honesty is not always advantageous. In this world, few things are perfect. Nevertheless, Lin Jiu's personal life appeared commendable. Having never engaged in romantic relationships and prioritizing his career, Qin Weiguo found this aspect somewhat endearing. With this in mind, Lin Jiu's shortcomings transformed into strengths, making their union not entirely out of the question. After pondering these thoughts, Qin Weiguo summoned his secretary, request that he include Changhe Capital in this enterprise inspection list. As the chief secretary of the provincial committee, Bai undoubtedly understands what actions are appropriate and what are not. He dutifully executes the directives of his secretary, while simultaneously alleviating the secretary's burdens in the course of performing his own responsibilities. Bai had heard of Changhe Capital, aware that its influence in Jiangnan is considerable, yet he possessed scant knowledge regarding its operations in East China. Upon receiving the secretary's instructions, Bai promptly set about making arrangements, concurrently consolidating information regarding the East China branch of Changhe Capital. After meticulously reviewing the materials and gaining a general understanding of the situation, he disseminated the relevant information. When Lin Jiu learned of this matter, he did not arrogantly presume that Qin Weiguo's intentions were aimed specifically at him. Lin Jiu convened a meeting with the heads of various departments, instructing them to be prepared for an imminent inspection. Regardless of whether Secretary Qin would attend, it was imperative to ensure all necessary preparations were in place. From this day forth, department heads were to conduct self-assessments and rectify existing issues promptly, striving to present the best possible image to Secretary Qin. Chapter 69. The audition commences. Whispers of news. Following the establishment of Changhe Entertainment Media, Lin Jiu initiated the formation of a new department, which was, in essence, a new subsidiary. Located within the edifice of the East China branch of Changhe Capital, Su Ning now possessed her own office, and Changhe Entertainment Media had secured a dedicated floor for its operations. The auditions for new entertainment talents had begun, with the number of applicants exceeding Su Ning's expectations. This clearly illustrated the immense allure of the competition for those aspiring to enter the entertainment industry. However, the stringent selection process and regulatory mechanisms ensured that those seeking shortcuts were met with disappointment. It is evident that Su Ning has resolutely committed to eliminating the unworthy and selecting truly talented and capable individuals for rigorous cultivation. Although absolute fairness cannot be guaranteed, the audition process is still significantly superior to those of other companies. As Changhe Entertainment Media sets sail, its reputation and integrity are paramount. A strong reputation will attract talented individuals. The selection of new entertainment talents is a brainchild of Su Ning, representing her considerable investment of effort. Thus, she holds this event in particularly high regard, as it is intrinsically linked to her interests. One could say that Su Ning is fighting a desperate battle. A loss would mean packing up and leaving, while a victory could lead to a transformative change in her destiny. Consequently, anyone attempting to interfere with the selection of new entertainment talents is perceived as an adversary to her aspirations, although this inspection may not have a direct bearing on her. Such selection events are prone to collective incidents. Thus, Su Ning remains vigilant, conducting random checks on the audition events across East China to ensure fairness and safety. Background checks for advancing candidates must be thorough. After all, the entertainment industry is rife with animosity, lacking tolerance, and characterized by mutual sabotage. In such a milieu, if a newly selected star possesses any dark history, the repercussions could be devastating. Any prior negative publicity could pose a latent threat, and if exposed, it would significantly impact the company's reputation. Initial investments and training may be rendered futile, evaporating into thin air. In conducting these background checks, Su Ning adheres to stringent screening protocols, employing a rigor so intense that it borders on the principle of better to err on the side of caution. Timely mitigation of losses is what Su Ning seeks. A moment of leniency could culminate in irreparable damage. Stigmas must not emerge, as they can be wielded against Chanha Entertainment Media by competitors, although this may seem unjust to candidates with blemishes or those inadvertently tainted. The harsh realities of society dictate that power lies with the strong. If one cannot alter the circumstances, one must accept them passively. With a decade of experience in the industry, Su Ning is acutely aware of its intricacies. She once harbored naive intentions to assist others, having endured her own tribulations and wishing to shield others from similar storms. However, the outcomes often prove counterproductive. The tale of the farmer and the snake finds a vivid representation in this industry, which magnifies humanity's vices. Thus, the current Su Ning is no longer the person she once was. Candidates disqualified due to their past transgressions naturally harbor resentment. What began as desperate pleas has devolved into vehement denunciations. Some have even taken to the internet to accuse Chanha Entertainment Media of corruption and underhanded tactics in the audition process. Regarding the online discourse, Su Ning did not allow it to fester unchecked. Chanha Entertainment Media issued a stern statement addressing the malicious rumors, and the ringleaders received legal notices. Moreover, Su Ning utilized previous channels to expose these individuals' past indiscretions. Consequently, those who had sought to tarnish her reputation fell silent. Without the guidance of their leaders, those uninformed keyboard warriors found little enjoyment in the unfolding situation and shifted their focus elsewhere, embarking on a new cycle of condemnation. As if the internet was the only venue where they could find validation, and only through such outcries could they vent their life's pressures. The selection event hosted by Chanha Entertainment Media proceeded unperturbed by public opinion, maintaining its organized pace. Lin Jiu was keenly aware of all Su Ning's endeavors. Clearly, she did not disappoint his expectations, addressing the online uproar with remarkable timeliness, preventing it from escalating further. The selection of new entertainment talents heralded Chanha Capital's inaugural step into the entertainment realm. While attending a meeting at the East China branch of Chanha Capital, Lin Jiu received a phone call, subsequently concluding the meeting and departing the company. At Jiushi Rose Garden, Lin Jiu sat in his study, contemplating the woman across from him. Su Chunyan's arrival was unexpected. It was precisely this surprise that prompted Lin Jiu to rush back from the office. In his interaction with Su Chunyan, Lin Jiu opted for a straightforward approach, eschewing pretense. After pouring her a cup of tea, he directly inquired, "Miss Su, what brings you here today?" Before Lin Jiu, Su Chunyan no longer feigned modesty. She shed her previously delicate and endearing demeanor, reclining languidly in her chair, sipping her tea at a leisurely pace. "I wish to inform you that Secretary Chen's inspection tomorrow, although pre-planned, did not originally include Chanha Capital on the list. This implies that our connection has come to my uncle's attention. The inclusion of Chanha Capital in the inspection list suggests he intends to assess you while also ensuring my interests are safeguarded." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu nodded. "Your words give me clarity. Rest assured, I shall not tarnish your reputation." Su Chunyan remained unfazed by Lin Jiu's teasing remarks. "Moreover, since we must feign a romantic relationship, it is imperative that we commit fully. Hence, you must refrain from any flirtations, even fleeting encounters. Otherwise, we may inadvertently invite unnecessary complications. So it would be prudent to maintain a clean reputation." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu furrowed his brow, fully aware that Su Chunyan did not mean it in that way. Now that he had entered the sights of Qin Weigua, he had to be cautious. It was essential to avoid any missteps. "I have no desire to renounce my freedom. Miss Su, your request is rather excessive. Maintaining chastity feels like an overwhelming burden," he replied, albeit indirectly. However, Su Chunyan understood his implication all too well. "If you were to entrust the Eternal Life organization to me, I could alleviate that particular pressure for you." Observing the playful glint in her eyes, Lin Jiu reluctantly lit a cigarette. "You are quite persuasive. Perhaps I shall refrain from further protests." Su Chunyan unabashedly mocked him before steering the conversation back on track. Chapter 70. The Twilight Glow, a Public Entrance. Su Chunyan toyed with her teacup, speaking leisurely. "The political landscape in East Huadu will soon undergo a transformation, a fact that is now virtually set in stone. You can currently serve as a stabilizing force between the Huanyu Group and the Xinghai Group, adeptly in navigating both waters. However, this will not last. With the Zhang family's impending involvement, you will soon be faced with a choice between the two groups. Attempting to appease both will prove challenging, as the foundations of Chanha Capital's East Huadu branch remain precarious. When a new ruler ascends, what will your course of action be? Leaning back in his chair, Lin Jiu shook his head. You need not dance around the issue. Your intention is clear. You wish for me to declare my allegiance and cling to Secretary Qin's coattails. The shift in the political landscape post-New Year threatens to disrupt the dominance of the East Huadu faction, leading to a fragmentation of power. Consequently, the East Huadu faction may find itself in a precarious position. If outsiders are unwelcome, those affiliated with the East Huadu faction will inevitably face isolation elsewhere. Yet, what relevance does this hold for a mere worker like me? Furthermore, weren't your previous intelligence efforts focused overseas? Why the sudden interest in domestic affairs? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan's brows knitted slightly. Lin Jiu, please do not feign ignorance. I refuse to believe you cannot discern the stakes involved. One must always leave a path for retreat. Do not attempt to raise the stakes. It is utterly pointless. The alliance between the K organization and the Eternal Life organization is mutually beneficial, and the interests of the East Huadu faction are intrinsically linked to mine, and now to yours as well. Lin Jiu leaned back, gazing at the composed woman opposite him, remaining silent. Their eyes locked in a silent confrontation, neither willing to avert their gaze, thus commencing an unspoken duel. Ultimately, this playful exchange, reminiscent of children at play, concluded with Su Qianyan's inquiry, "What is it that you desire?" Lin Jiu smiled, but refrained from responding. Observing his reticence, Su Qianyan stood, approached him, and seated herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his lips. Is this sufficient? This was undeniably a provocation, an unmistakable challenge. Lin Jiu swiftly lifted Su Qianyan into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. A flicker of unperceived panic crossed Su Qianyan's eyes. The dimly lit bedroom took on an air of seduction. Lin Jiu laid Su Qianyan on the bed, and after a moment's pause, he playfully smacked her bottom. Do not test a man's patience. This is your first lesson. He then straightened up, addressing Su Qianyan. I understand your earlier insinuation. I cannot stake my future on the East Huadu faction, but you are right. Their interests are intertwined with yours, which in turn impacts mine. The Qin family is not your ally, and Chanha Capital is not mine. These forces are external, not our own. Thus, we must forge our own path. Only what we control belongs to us. Su Qianyan, cherish this rare opportunity to rectify the regrets of your past life and live for yourself. Su Qianyan rose. Regarding Lin Jiu, let me ask you, in this new life, are you truly living for yourself? Lin Jiu shook his head and exited the bedroom. Su Qianyan composed herself before leaving, her gaze falling upon Lin Jiu, who sat smoking on the couch below, a flicker of solitude passing through her eyes. Perhaps in this world, only the two of them shared an unexplainable bond. Su Qianyan descended the stairs, addressing Lin Jiu. It's time for dinner. Initially somewhat perturbed, Lin Jiu felt a wave of long-lost warmth upon hearing her words. The two departed together, dining at the restaurant within the Jiushi Rose Garden. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Shun Qingzhu, having just finished her meal, paused at the sight of the two entering. How did these two come to be together? Shun Qingzhu, seated in a private booth, furrowed her brow. Was there something she was unaware of? While she recognized Su Qianyan, she had not anticipated Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan share a meal. With this thought, Shun Qingzhu stood and descended the stairs, coincidentally encountering the pair ascending. Feigning surprise, she exclaimed, "Qianyan?" Su Qianyan smiled at Shun Qingzhu. "Sister Qing, I'm here dining with a friend." Observing their intertwined hands, Shun Qingzhu's pupils dilated. "Oh, so Mr. Lin is your friend?" Lin Jiu nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shun Qingzhu took her leave. Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan, guided by the waiter, proceeded to their private booth. This restaurant caters exclusively to the residents of the Villa District, remaining largely closed to the public. Each resident possesses a dedicated private room, ensuring an atmosphere of exclusivity that Jiushi Rose Garden has meticulously crafted. Upon entering the booth, the two refrained from discussing anything beyond the necessary, exhibiting an air of caution. After their meal, Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan exited Jiushi Rose Garden together. In their commitment to authenticity, Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan conferred in the car and resolved to bring their relationship into the open. Thus, Lin Jiu took Su Qianyan to his company. Lin Jiu's personal bodyguard and secretary, a Biao, discreetly withdrew when they were alone. Therefore, the sight of Lin Jiu introducing Su Qianyan at the company elicited surprise among the staff and management. Although their demeanor was not overtly affectionate, people tend to view situations through preconceived notions. Moreover, Lin Jiu had never brought any woman to the company before, nor had anyone heard of him having a girlfriend. Thus, This marked the first occasion he brought a girl of similar age to the company, igniting both surprise and intense curiosity among the onlookers. Lin Jiu took Su Chunyan on a tour of various departments within the company, sparking much discussion and fervent debate among employees and management alike. Small groups erupted with chatter. Word spread rapidly. One person told 10, and 10 told 100 about Lin Jiu, this diamond-level bachelor, now being taken. Heartbreak ensued for many aspiring young women who dreamt of soaring to great heights, hoping to capture the affections of a domineering CEO. Yet, upon encountering Su Chunyan, these ladies found a semblance of balance. Just look at her appearance, her stature, her poise. She unmistakably hails from a scholarly and prestigious lineage. Indeed, the age-old adage rings true. Compatibility in social standing remains of considerable significance. The tales of domineering CEOs falling for mere mortals are profoundly misleading. Reality has shattered the fantasies of these young maidens, revealing that a diamond bachelor is unlikely to be enamored with them, regardless of their allure. Chapter 71. Gossip and Reform in East China. After a brief stroll around the company, Lin Jiu led Su Chunyan to his office. As a bio closed the door, Su Chunyan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery below, exclaiming how comfortable Lin Jiu's little life appeared. No wonder everyone aspires to climb the social ladder. The exhilaration of standing atop the world and surveying the vastness below is truly delightful. To overlook the myriad of lives below, one must have experienced it to comprehend its essence. Who call me? Su Chunyan teased, prompting Lin Jiu to chuckle as he replied, "For Miss Su, this is hardly a challenge. What you can attain with a mere nod is something 90% of the world will toil their entire lives without ever achieving. Spare me your jests." Upon hearing this, Su Chunyan covered her mouth, lightly laughing. "Is that so? Then if I nod, would you grant me this office to transform into my art studio?" Lin Jiu shook his head in amused disbelief. "Fine, take it if you wish." Their playful banter naturally drew them closer. After a while, Lin Jiu escorted Su Chunyan downstairs. Only after she had departed did he return to the company. Meanwhile, gossip media had caught wind of the news. As a successful and youthful entrepreneur, Lin Jiu's private life had always been a subject of keen interest for tabloids. This presented an excellent opportunity, and under the tabloid sensationalist tactics, a gossip piece ignited fervent discussions online. Dominating CEO tours company with young wife became a headline that spread like wildfire. Upon seeing this gossip in Jiangnan, Jiang Han was delighted, purchasing trending searches for this gossip company. Shocking. East China's business magnate, the new generation entrepreneur Lin Jiu, accompanies his beautiful young wife on a company inspection. The tale of a mysterious beauty and her loyal husband is one that must be told. In no time, various sensationalist headlines proliferated, propelling the story to the top of trending searches and igniting a flurry of online chatter. Yet, under an inexplicable force, all these stories were swiftly taken down or faced error pages. This unexpected turn of events only fueled the curiosity of those who were initially indifferent. Although no substantial information was uncovered, it was undeniable that Lin Jiu had garnered considerable attention from netizens. Comments from eager onlookers flooded Lin Jiu's social media account, and his fan base surged dramatically. However, Lin Jiu remained unfazed, for regardless of the commotion, he and Su Chunyan had already achieved their purpose. In the know, one compound of the provincial party's family quarters in East China, Qin Wei's wife, Yi Ru, sat on the sofa, conversing with Su Chunyan. She had heard whispers of the online chatter, as Su Chunyan had grown up under the care of Qin Wei and his wife. Though she was his niece, Yi Ru, lacking a daughter of her own, treated Su Chunyan as if she were her own child. After Su Chunyan moved out as she matured, she frequently returned to dine with the couple. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ru inquired about Lin Jiu. Although Su Chunyan did not explicitly express her feelings, her youthful demeanor conveyed both concern and comfort to Yi Ru. Upon learning of the online speculations, Yi Ru took the opportunity to understand more about Lin Jiu. He was indeed a pitiable child, and his journey to this point attested to his remarkable abilities. Seeing Su Chunyan's current disposition made Yi Ru realize her niece had developed feelings for Lin Jiu. As Su Chunyan grew older, she began to assert her own opinions. Qin Wei and his wife cherished Su Chunyan deeply, and thus, while respecting her decisions, they felt compelled to guide her. Su Chunyan's affection for the couple was sincere, as they had treated her as their own since childhood, ensuring she never felt wronged. Grateful for their unwavering support, Su Chunyan cherished her time with them, especially after her rebirth. Qin Wei had dedicated his life to East China, yet the East China faction was not solely his creation. While it may not exist subjectively, it is undeniably present objectively. Though the East China faction was not birthed by Qin Wei, It was his influence that shaped its current form. Although he never sought to establish the East China faction, some matters unfolded contrary to his intentions. Over decades, the East China faction emerged. Presently, Qin Weigua stands as its authoritative figure, the captain of this grand vessel. Yet, due to the exclusivity exhibited by certain members of the East China faction, officials from other regions often left disappointed. While personal abilities played a role, the East China faction's insularity has prompted higher-ups to resolve to instigate change. Thus, after the new year, the three key players of East China would no longer function in tandem. It was an undeniable reality, a trend that could not be reversed. Under such circumstances, it was easy to foresee what Qin Weigua would face. Watching the East China faction teeter on the brink of disintegration was a torment too profound to endure. This was precisely why Su Chunyan resolved to assist Qin Weigua in navigating the reforms of the East China faction. While she could not restore it to its previous state, she at least aimed to preserve the ember of the East China faction, ensuring it was not extinguished in one fell swoop. Acknowledging mistakes is essential. One must stand firm when facing consequences. Misdeeds warrant punishment, yet it is not the case that every official within the East China faction has erred. Therefore, the need for reform exists, but it should not be a blunt instrument. Su Chunyan understood the gravity of the current situation in East China. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu had caught the attention of a Zhao family, whose Huanyu group wielded substantial influence in East China but was also scrutinized from the outside. This urgency fueled the Zhao family's desire to create a benchmark, aiming to demonstrate that external entrepreneurs failed in East China due to their own inadequacies. Having navigated several rounds of contention, Lin Jiu had matured significantly. Forcing him out of East China would prove increasingly arduous. It was wiser to ride the current rather than confront a potential powerhouse like Lin Jiu. In this manner, while earning a modicum of goodwill, the Huanyu group of the Zhao family can also achieve its objectives. A win-win situation is at hand. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. The emergence of Lin Jiu has shattered the rumors surrounding the exclusivity of the business community in East China. If one believes that the East China business realm is insular, it merely reflects a deficiency in one's own capabilities. Consider Lin Jiu, an outsider who navigates the region with remarkable success. However, the challenges facing Qin Weigua extend far beyond this. Establishing a benchmark at this juncture serves little purpose. What was inevitable has already commenced its course. With the arrival of the new year, East China is poised for significant adjustments. Remediation is no longer an option. The focus must shift towards minimizing the losses suffered by the East China faction. The reason Su Chunyan agreed to meet Lin Jiu at Jiang Han's behest lies in her recognition of Lin Jiu as a rare talent. Moreover, the various responsibilities he undertakes as he assumes the pivotal role in the East China branch of Changhe Capital starkly contrast with his previous life. Thus, a confluence of factors piqued Su Chunyan's interest. To her surprise, Lin Jiu truly astonished her. He is a kindred spirit. Consequently, her desire to assist Qin Weigua intensified. With Lin Jiu's involvement, the crumbling edifice of the East China faction might yet be salvaged. However, while such aspirations are easily articulated, their execution is fraught with difficulty. Presently, Lin Jiu thrives in East China like a fish in water. His previous demeanor suggests a penchant for leveraging opportunities while remaining an observer from the sidelines. It will not be an easy task to draw him into the fray. Chapter 72. The Old Steed in the Stall, awaiting the inspection. Although Lin Jiu remains unaware of Su Chunyan's intentions, his experiences from both lifetimes illuminate her desire to enlist him into the beleaguered East China faction. Thus, he has refrained from offering a definitive response. Yet, with careful consideration, he has not outright declined. Should an opportunity to engage present itself, Lin Jiu would not hesitate. He is, after all, a gambler by nature, inclined to favor the side with the greatest odds of success. Winning in such circumstances would merely be a bonus, while siding with the disadvantaged, though altruistic, entails considerable risk. Furthermore, Lin Jiu does not presume that his rebirth grants him the standing to partake in the power struggles among the local factions, such as the East China, Zhao, and Zhang families. Although he may appear formidable in the eyes of ordinary individuals, he remains but a small fry amidst the titans of the industry. He is not yet worthy of their attention. Perhaps he possesses some utilitarian value, but he lacks the capacity for equitable exchanges. Conversely, the overseas Eternal Life organization may one day find itself negotiating on equal terms with these lofty magnates. Lin Jiu's limitations stem not from his abilities but from his identity. However, the Eternal Life organization lacks such shortcomings and constraints, though it is currently deprived of the time necessary for development. Yet, according to the timelines of the previous life, The collapse of the East China faction will not transpire with undue haste. Qin Weiguo is an impressive figure indeed. His reputation is well-deserved. Having cultivated his influence in East China for decades, he is rightfully regarded as its monarch. In his previous life, two of the three major factions, Zhaozhong and the entity backing Huanyu, met their demise in East China. This illustrates that while Qin Weiguo may have aged, his prowess remains undiminished. Were it not for the formidable pressures he faces, the others would scarcely pose a challenge. In East China, achieving success is no simple task. Lin Jiu understands that time is on his side, while Qin Weiguo still holds sway. There lies an opportunity to transform the Eternal Life organization from a mere name into a manifestation of power. Moreover, Su Qianyan appears even more anxious than he. Nevertheless, Su Qianyan makes a valid point. Once the Zhang faction and other groups enter the fray, the perceptions of the Huanyu group and Xinghai group regarding Chang'e capital may not remain as they are now. The purpose of Xinghai Group's incursion into East China is to contribute, facilitating the operations of the Zhang family as leaders. Once a certain figure from the Zhang family arrives, Xinghai Group will no longer endure the current constraints. At that juncture, when titans clash, it is the common folk who suffer. Whether Chang'e capital can continue to serve as a bridge and stabilizing force between these factions remains uncertain. In all matters, one must take a step, assess three more, and prepare for eventualities. This is Lin Jiu's guiding principle. One who lacks foresight is bound to encounter immediate troubles. Thus, it is imperative to prepare for the worst-case scenario in order to respond adequately when storms arise. Contemplating this, Lin Jiu reclined in his chair and lit a cigarette. As he inhaled and exhaled, he recalled Su Qianyan's words. In this second life, are you living solely for yourself? In that fleeting moment of introspection, Lin Jiu's resolve solidified. Everything he undertakes is aimed at one day liberating Wei Dong from the confines of Chang'e capital, and he too aspires for freedom. Once his strength reaches its zenith, he intends to depart. This homeland holds no joyful memories for him, only pain. The vast expanse of the sea may harbor opportunities, yet the allure of the canary is not what Lin Jiu desires. All his current endeavors are directed towards rapidly augmenting his power. Only then can he swiftly achieve his goals. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Lin Jiu received notification from Wen Chuan, the head of the real estate department. Wen Chuan indicated that he had received a communique from the government, informing him that provincial leaders would be visiting the commercial planning project at the 45th plot in the central area of Zhujianke town for inspection. Fortunately, Lin Jiu had previously convened a meeting to prepare for such contingencies, thus alerting Wen Chuan. Following the meeting, Wen Chuan instructed that all real estate projects under Chang'e Capital's East China division must be ready for inspection at a moment's notice. The development of the 70 acres in Zhujianke town is of paramount importance. The cleanliness and orderliness of the site, as well as the organization of relevant materials and safety measures, were to be meticulously scrutinized and rectified. In light of this unexpected visit, Wen Chuan personally surveyed the site to ensure there were no significant issues before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he remained vigilant, urging the on-site managers to ensure that the inspection proceeded smoothly. By the time Lin Jiu hurried to the construction site developed by Chang'e Capital in Zhujianku, it was already 9:30. Zhou Jun, having received the same news, arrived shortly after. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they urged the management team to finalize preparations for the inspection. Standing at the project entrance, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu awaited the provincial leader's arrival, accompanied by the relevant personnel. On their way, both men had taken the initiative to review the pertinent materials regarding the construction development in Zhujianke town. Failing to do so could lead to embarrassment should the leaders pose simple questions to which they, as corporate heads, were unaware. Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu felt no undue tension. They had hosted leaders before and were somewhat familiar with the protocol. Experience alleviates anxiety. Only those unacquainted with such situations feel the pressure. Zhou Jun glanced at Lin Jiu, who donned a hard hat, and remarked with a smile, "Lin, you are quite the figure of renown these days. The ethical standards of those unscrupulous media outlets certainly leave much to be desired. Their sensationalist headlines about a domineering CEO and his lovely wife inspecting the company are truly something to behold." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu chuckled silently and shook his head. Nowadays, unscrupulous media outlets revel in sensationalism. Even the most mundane of events can be transformed into extravagant tales through their narratives. In my view, these individuals are simply eager to concoct hot topics to serve their interests. Mr. Zhou, perhaps if those unscrupulous media happen to spot us here, we can only wonder how they would choose to report it. Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, contemporary media tends to disregard the authenticity and context of events. focusing solely on garnering attention. As the voice of the public, their actions, driven by profit, evoke a sense of regret. Both Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun refrained from smoking, fearing that the moment they lit up, their superiors would arrive and the scene would be deemed inappropriate. Before long, a police car appeared within their line of sight. With this sighting, both men perked up. Here they come. Chapter 73. The Regional Governor, People-Oriented. In light of the inspection by the regional governor, the Dongchuan city government placed great emphasis on the matter. The previously arranged inspection route, after a night of adjustments, appeared somewhat orderly. It was akin to clear waters flowing through a muddy path, with the police car leading and traffic under control. Relevant officials accompanied Qin Weiguo in a passenger van towards the core area of the Pearl River estuary, specifically the construction project of the 45-acre economic development zone. Zhang Yinhai was unaware that Qin Weiguo preferred a more understated approach and did not wish for the normal lives of the populace to be disrupted due to his presence. However, within the system, some matters do not allow for a perfect solution. When the provincial secretary visits Dongchuan City, the municipal government must extend a warm welcome. Yet, this necessity often leads to ostentation. It is deemed better to face accusations of extravagance than to lower the standards of reception. Even though officials across East China may be cognizant of Qin Weiguo's preferences, they still conform to the prevailing trend. Not out of insubordination, but rather as a matter of following suit. Seated in the vehicle, Qin Weiguo gazed out at the bustling construction in Pearl River Town, issuing relevant directives. Mayor Zhang, the Pearl River estuary has been designated as an economic pilot area by the National Development and Reform Commission, and Dongchuan City's economy is on the brink of explosive growth. The burden on your shoulders is significant, yet it is imperative to remember that no matter how the Pearl River town is developed, the interests of the common people must never be infringed upon. With the weather turning cold, it is essential to ensure proper resettlement and, during the transitional period of demolition, to adequately accommodate the citizens of Pearl River Town. We cannot ask the local populace to make sacrifices for economic development. Zhang Yinhai nodded repeatedly. The secretary is correct. We have indeed overlooked some considerations in this regard. I assure you that while Dongchuan City pursues economic growth, we will steadfastly uphold the interests of the people. In response, Qin Weiguo slightly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by relevant officials, Qin Weiguo arrived at the commercial center planning project located in the 45-acre economic development zone of Pearl River Town. The site spans over 200 acres and is jointly developed and constructed by Chang'e Capital and Huanyu Group. The project aims to establish a commercial CBD in Pearl River Town, with a 3-year construction period and total investment exceeding 300 billion yuan, creating a new urban landmark that integrates commercial, office, hotel, and residential functions. As the vehicle came to a halt, Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun, along with relevant staff, approached. The car door opened, and Qin Weiguo, accompanied by a cadre of officials, stepped out. Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu each extended their hands to greet Qin Weiguo and the other officials. Subsequently, Wen Chuan distributed safety helmets to Qin Weiguo and the accompanying officials, as well as reporters from the provincial propaganda department. Amidst the crowd, Qin Weiguo entered the construction site. Once inside, he exchanged a few words with Zhang Yinhai. Before long, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu approached, standing on either side of Qin Weiguo as they walked through the bustling site. Qin Weiguo wore a warm smile as he engaged with the frontline laborers, inquiring about their working conditions and living situations, expressing that the working class is of utmost importance. Both honorable and great, it is their toil that has paved the way for the nation we see today. Without the labor of the working class, there would be no towering skyscrapers, no contemporary metropolis. We must prioritize humanity and respect laborers. After completing a tour of the site, Qin Weiguo, surrounded by Lin Jiu, Zhou Jun, and other relevant leaders, reached a vantage point. Observing the orderly and vibrant construction site below, Qin Weiguo issued directives, emphasizing the critical importance of urban development in Pearl River and the central region, which is of paramount significance. Chang'e Capital and Huanyu Group, as leading real estate enterprises in East China, must diligently fulfill their responsibilities, ensuring the quality and timeliness of government-planned projects to meet the expectations of the citizens of Pearl River. Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun promptly pledged to adhere to the directives of the provincial government, guaranteeing the quality and timely completion of this task. Prioritizing the interests of the Pearl River populace, they assured that they would not disappoint the trust placed in them by their superiors, committing to a people-oriented approach, placing the welfare of the citizens at the forefront, and establishing a new commercial economic center for the era. Subsequently, Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun provided concise reports on the current construction projects, progress, and plans. Regarding their visions for the future, Qin Weiguo expressed his approval. hoping that Shanghai Capital and Huanyu Group would remain true to their original intentions and diligently manage each real estate project, contributing to the economy and the well-being of the people in East China. Following the inspection, Qin Weiguo held a brief meeting on-site with Lin Jiu, Zhou Jun, and other relevant leaders. He pointed out the immense development potential of Pearl River Town, noting that its transformation from a town to a commercial economic hub is inevitable. However, this metamorphosis would inevitably present challenges. Concerning resettlement, Qin Weiguo stressed the importance of adhering strictly to standards and ensuring compensation for the residents. It is crucial to expedite the implementation of policies from above while also taking on the responsibility of resettling the town's residents. Qin Weiguo highlighted that the Dongchuan city government must vigorously engage in investment attraction activities while also strengthening ties with enterprises, collectively providing feasible assistance to the citizens of Pearl River Town. He emphasized that it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish, in the pursuit of urban development and the establishment of future economic centers. It is essential to consider employment issues for the residents of Pearl River Town and its surrounding areas. During the investment attraction process, support and subsidies should be provided to enterprises that can create local job opportunities, enhancing the synergy between the government and businesses to jointly promote economic growth. Qin Weiguo underscored the necessity of improving the living standards of local citizens while also fostering connections with neighboring regions, ensuring that those who prosper first uplift those who follow, thereby enhancing the quality of life and creating a better living environment, ultimately increasing the happiness of residents. As the times evolve and society progresses, Pearl River Town stands at the cusp of economic development opportunities, necessitating a firm grasp of this moment. We must reject bureaucratic rhetoric and empty talk, focusing instead on tangible actions, deeply engaging with grassroots communities to understand the needs of the populace, humbly listening to their feedback regarding the government, and making necessary adjustments to further enhance governmental credibility. When confronted with issues, one must seek resolution rather than concealment or procrastination. If a region's economic development accelerates, it inevitably becomes a breeding ground for corruption and malfeasance. Qin Weiguo urged the municipal government of Dongchuan City to engage in introspection while promoting economic growth, firmly rejecting the bribery and predatory practices of unscrupulous businessmen. He called for a rigorous crackdown on internal corruption and a thorough investigation into abuses of power and other illegal activities. Following a brief on-site meeting, Qin Weiguo and the accompanying officials departed from the construction site at Plot 45, proceeding to their next inspection location. After seeing Qin Weiguo and the officials off to their vehicle, Lin Jiu and Zhou Jun watched the convoy until it vanished from view, before finally averting their gaze. Zhou Jun turned to Lin Jiu and remarked, "Brother Lin, it's nearly mealtime. I know of a delightful local restaurant nearby. Shall we indulge in a drink together?" Lin Jiu, not one to refuse, agreed. The two then entered their vehicle and departed the construction site in succession. At the local restaurant, Zhou Jun and Lin Jiu settled into a private room. After sipping a few cups of tea, Zhou Jun broached the pertinent topic. In truth, during Zhang Yunhai's tenure as mayor of Dongchuan City, following his navigation through a crisis, Shanghai Group secured numerous projects in Zhujiangkou town. Presently, Zhujiangkou has been incorporated into the city government's planning framework, with Shanghai Group commanding a formidable 60% share. This indicates a robust position in the market. However, the issue of relocation is perpetually sensitive. The contrast between the demolition practices in the north and the south is markedly pronounced. The north tends to be more straightforward and aggressive, while the south's approach is considerably more intricate. Thus, as Shanghai Group undertook various relocation projects within the planned scope, they frequently encountered obstacles. In the north, a firm hand prevails, whereas in the south, a softer approach is preferred. Regardless of the region, there are always formidable opponents to contend with during relocation efforts. Being a newcomer, Shanghai Group has limited interactions with the local factions of East China, leading to recurrent complications in their demolition endeavors. This represents a vulnerability for outsiders, compounded by the fact that they are operating outside their home turf. Consequently, Shanghai Group has consistently acted within the confines of relevant regulations, aware that any adverse repercussions could indirectly impact Zhang Yunhai's political trajectory. In stark contrast, Huanyu Group's relocation efforts have proceeded with remarkable ease. The juxtaposition of the two companies highlights Huanyu Group's prominence. Rumors have begun to circulate, suggesting that the challenges faced by Shanghai Group are orchestrated by Huanyu Group behind the scenes. After all, how could Shanghai Group, which thrives in the north, encounter such setbacks in the south? Currently, a prevailing narrative online reflects a mindset of the weak, fueled by those with ulterior motives. painting Shanghai Group's relocation difficulties as a result of Huanyu Group's machinations. This has led to a wave of online vitriol directed at Huanyu Group from countless netizens. Many harbor a preconceived notion that the weak must always be right and the strong invariably wrong. Thus, Huanyu Group has been cast as the villain obstructing Shanghai Group's relocation efforts. The fervor among netizens seeking to uphold justice has led to a deluge of reports to relevant authorities regarding Huanyu Group's alleged violations. Although these allegations have not inflicted substantial damage, they have certainly generated severe negative repercussions. To outsiders, the business landscape in East China appears insular, and Shanghai Group's predicament inevitably prompts further speculation. Zhou Jun expressed his frustration. Brother Lin, could this be an unwarranted calamity? A mere few hundred million is but a drop in the bucket for Huanyu Group. Why should we expend energy on these trivial matters? Lin Jiu chuckled softly in response, shaking his head. Brother, if others were to hear you say that, it would be quite the scandal. To you, a few hundred million in business is insignificant? Such a mindset is perilous. Zhou Jun leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. In this day and age, it's better to remain somewhat oblivious. They live their lives, and we live ours. We are aware of their existence, but we must not allow them to intrude upon ours. This sudden, unfounded turmoil appears to serve as a precursor, almost as if it is paving the way for Shanghai Group. Lin Jiu refrained from engaging further in Zhou Jun's lamentations, recognizing that with Huanyu Group's influence in East China, this situation could still be resolved. Zhou Jun's grievances seemed trivial, especially with the ongoing media frenzy. Huanyu Group's non-involvement implied that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Moreover, it seemed that Zhou Jun's true intentions were not centered on seeking Lin Jiu's assistance. Through their interactions, Zhou Jun had come to understand that Lin Jiu was a man motivated by self-interest. Persuading him to act without offering something of substance would be akin to chasing a mirage. Thus, Zhou Jun had no intention of soliciting Lin Jiu's help. Brother, regarding the situation over at King Luan, we've nearly reached a conclusion. I've heard that the reclamation approval from the Leaf family has been secured. In about a week, we should be able to commence work. I hope to finalize some current collaborations before the new year. After the holiday, certain matters may undergo procedural changes, and previously agreed upon projects may be jeopardized if not swiftly enacted. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu immediately grasped the underlying implications of Zhou Jun's words. Post-New Year, shifts in the political landscape of East China would likely mirror changes in the business arena. As the old adage goes, politics and commerce are intertwined. For a company to achieve the stature of Huanyu Group, this understanding is implicit. The relationship between businessmen and politicians cannot be succinctly delineated in mere phrases. Similarly, as one ascends in the business world, aligning oneself with the right factions becomes essential. Politicians seek achievements, while they also hold sway over the interests that businessmen desire. It is a reciprocal arrangement, mutually beneficial. A project could be entrusted to Zhang San or Li Si. Both are capable. However, if Zhang San enjoys a good rapport with the leadership and is well regarded, the leaders will have confidence in his capabilities. Conversely, if Li Si is merely an acquaintance, the leaders may lack sufficient insight into his competence, leading to hesitance in assigning him the project. For various reasons, the project is ultimately granted to Zhang San. Is this unlawful? Not in the least. It is a natural inclination to ensure reliability, as familiarity breeds trust. A businessman who does not cultivate closeness with leaders or fails to demonstrate his capabilities will find it challenging to gain their confidence. Therefore, for a company to thrive and expand beyond its inherent strengths, such strategic relationships are indispensable. In the realm of commerce, merchants abound, yet leaders are scarce. Therefore, should you desire to earn the trust of a leader and be entrusted with responsibilities, it is imperative that you demonstrate prowess that eclipses your competitors. Otherwise, how could a leader feel assured enough to delegate such weighty tasks to you? Take, for instance, the Shanghai Group. While it boasts a formidable reputation in the north, it remains merely an outsider in East China. In contrast, the Huanyu Group, as the commercial titan of East China, has undertaken numerous projects, thereby substantiating its capabilities. In such circumstances, a leader of sound mind would naturally be inclined to assign greater responsibilities to the Huanyu Group. It is not that the Shanghai Group lacks merit. Rather, the leadership has yet to recognize their potential, and therein lies the simplicity of the matter. As the political landscape in East China shifts post-New Year, it is inextricably linked to the business realm of the region. With leaders who understand the Shanghai Group emerging, it is only natural that the group will be tasked with additional responsibilities. Zhou Jun's stance is unequivocal. He has no interest in the affairs that will unfold after the new year, as they pertain to the future. For now, securing projects that can be finalized is paramount. for plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Should complications arise, any alterations to the projects could spell significant losses for the Huanyu Group. However, taking on an extensive array of responsibilities inevitably draws attention. One must not appear overly avaricious. Hence, Zhou Jun contemplated enlisting the aid of his good friend Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu, fully aware of Zhou Jun's intentions to recruit him to divert attention, saw no reason to decline such a fortuitous offer. Zhou Jun's reasoning was sound. After all, one must recognize that until the fruits of labor are secured, all promises remain but empty assurances. Only by obtaining solid results can one find peace of mind. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and after their meal, Lin Jiu departed from Dongchuan City as Zhujianka town, making his way back to Yinzhou. Upon returning to his company, Lin Jiu convened a meeting with the heads of various departments. During the assembly, he emphasized the necessity of finalizing ongoing project collaborations before the year's end. Under Lin Jiu's urging, the department heads at Shanghai Capital's East China branch acknowledged the gravity of the situation, leading to a swift mobilization of efforts to contact partners and expedite project agreements, ensuring that everything was settled before the new year. The actions of Shanghai Capital and Huanyu Group did not go unnoticed by the Shanghai Group. Within their East China branch, Guochun sat in his office, massaging his temples. Although he understood the motives behind the maneuvers of Shanghai Capital and Huanyu Group, his current role was that of an observer, watching events unfold from a distance. Having spent some time in East China, he had only managed to establish a foothold in the building materials market amidst an initial upheaval. Since then, his efforts had yielded little of note. Fortunately, his superiors recognized his struggles. Otherwise, Guochun would be in a state of constant unease. An experienced veteran of the northern business landscape, he found himself encountering setbacks in East China, a situation that struck him as both absurd and disheartening. Was he truly growing old, losing ambition, vision, and courage? Perhaps he was too constrained. The last time he intervened on behalf of Zhang Yanhai, it required considerable effort on his part. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. He managed the situation adeptly, ensuring that the crisis did not impact Zhang Yanhai. Now, Guochun recognized that stability was paramount, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. He chose to wait until after the new year. Once the Zhang faction established itself in East China, many of his current challenges would likely dissipate. Nevertheless, he understood that reliance on others was not a panacea. One must ultimately depend on oneself. After all, actions must remain within the confines of established rules. To operate outside of these boundaries is simply untenable. Those who disregard the rules inevitably provoke public ire. The new year heralded a reshuffling of interests, a reallocation of resources. At this juncture, Guochun needed to contemplate how to expand the commercial footprint of his branch amidst the impending upheaval. As the old adage goes, one must forge their own strength. The groundwork must be laid firmly. After all, if others elevate you, you must possess the capability to maintain your position. The recent gossip regarding Lin Jiu had captured Guochun's attention, prompting him to investigate the identity of the girl involved. However, after an extensive inquiry, he was left with little information. This indicated that the individual in question was of no ordinary status. Despite refraining from leveraging the Zhang faction's resources, the inability to discern a person's identity, even with the strength of the Shanghai Group's East China branch, spoke volumes. Guochun lit a cigarette in frustration, feeling increasingly powerless. How could he expect to secure his desired interests when he lacked control over the situation? This sense of helplessness weighed heavily on him, leading him to ponder whether he was truly suited to remain in East China. He constantly felt out of place, facing obstacles at every turn, and the accumulated frustration was beginning to manifest in his well-being. The afflictions of the heart are not easily remedied. Guochun believed that the only antidote to his malaise would be to successfully complete a task, preferably one that would result in Huanyu Group suffering an unforeseen setback. Surveying his office, Guochun contemplated seeking the counsel of a master to assess the feng shui of his workspace, wondering if perhaps the layout was amiss. After deliberating, he decided to reach out to a renowned master in the north, requesting a visit to East China to provide guidance. That evening, at Jiushi Rose Garden, Lin Jiu donned an apron and busied himself in the kitchen, preparing dinner. His motivation for cooking was the arrival of a guest who insisted on his culinary skills rather than dining out. This guest was none other than Su Qianyan, who was not merely there to see him, but had also taken the opportunity to check on Shun Qingzhu. After their previous encounter, Lin Jiu had mentioned that Shun Qingzhu lived next door. Consequently, Su Qianyan seized the pretext of visiting Lin Jiu to bring a gift and pay a visit to Shun Qingzhu. The connection between the two women was not as profound as Lin Jiu had imagined. Their acquaintance stemmed from the amicable relationship between the Qin and Zhao families. When Sun Jiu assumed control of her family business and relocated to East China, her visit to Qin Weigua led to her introduction to Su Qianyan. With one being assertive and the other more reserved, their dynamic was harmonious. Following their last meeting at Jiushi Rose Garden, Su Qianyan had considered the implications of their connection, especially given that Sun Jiu resided next door to Lin Jiu. Rather than engage in subterfuge, she opted for transparency. As Lin Jiu diligently prepared dinner in the adjacent villa, Sun Jiu and Su Qianyan sat across from one another, engaging in a lively exchange. After some conversation, Sun Jiu inquired about the relationship between Su Qianyan and Lin Jiu, a question to which Su Qianyan responded without surprise. Without excessive embellishment, the account of the two individuals unfolded with a calm demeanor, revealing the intricate truths and fabrications intertwined within their story. Upon learning that it was Wei Dong's wife who had orchestrated their connection, Sun Jiu's lingering doubts dissipated entirely. Having never experienced romantic entanglement herself, Sun Jiu felt ill-equipped to comment on the matter. As for Su Qianyan's mention of gazes that spark connections, the notion of determining compatibility through simple gestures was beyond Sun Jiu's comprehension, yet she held it in respect. When she discovered that Lin Jiu was preparing dinner for Su Qianyan, her mind could not help but wander into fanciful imaginings. Lin Jiu, akin to a great wolf, appeared eager to devour the pristine lamb that was Su Qianyan. Thus, Sun Jiu delicately inquired whether Su Qianyan would be returning home that evening. Su Qianyan, upon hearing this, readily grasped Sun Jiu's insinuation and confirmed her intention to go home. After a brief conversation, Su Qianyan's phone rang. It was Lin Jiu urging her to return for dinner. Sun Jiu accompanied Su Qianyan to the door, shaking her head as she watched her retreating figure meander towards Lin Jiu's abode. At that moment, a peculiar sentiment stirred within Sun Jiu. She had never received an invitation from a man of similar age to dine together, and this fleeting feeling seemed to vanish as quickly as it had come, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Su Qianyan surveyed the dishes laid out on the table, nodding in satisfaction. The culinary skills were commendable, and she acknowledged the effort involved. Although Lin Jiu seldom cooked, his culinary prowess was undeniably impressive. His busy work schedule and numerous social engagements often left him disinclined to prepare meals. Lin Jiu and Su Qianyan had established a pact. Lin Jiu would cook while Su Qianyan would handle the dishwashing. They sat down together, opting against alcohol, and Su Qianyan succinctly conveyed that she had informed Sun Jiu of their relationship, cautioning Lin Jiu to refrain from inadvertently revealing anything. Lin Jiu chuckled at her concern, remarking that such a precaution was unwarranted, for although Sun Jiu lived next door, their interactions were nearly non-existent. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan wore an expression that suggested she had anticipated this outcome, almost relishing the moment. It was evident to her that Sun Jiu held little regard for Lin Jiu. In response, Lin Jiu exhibited no emotional upheaval. He was indifferent to such perceptions. He was not a man preoccupied with romance, having spent much of his life in solitude, regarding love with disdain. His ambition lay in accruing wealth, believing that envy of others was futile. With riches, women would naturally come. I recall that you had not extended the reach of the K organization into the domestic sphere before. What has prompted this change now? Chapter 76, A Declaration of Intent. The first snow. In response to Lin Jiu's inquiry, Su Qianyan did not evade the question. She spoke candidly. I wish to alter the course I took in my previous life. We are both traversing similar paths. My uncle's family treats me as one of their own, and if I lack the capability, it would be one thing, but now it is not too late. You find yourself in a similar situation. Wei Dong has been exceptionally kind to you, and all your endeavors are aimed at assisting him. We are fundamentally alike. Yet there is one disparity. You are privy to my circumstances, while I remain in the dark regarding yours. I wish to understand. Why did you die? Lin Jiu shook his head at her question. This query lacks an answer at present, as we have yet to establish sufficient trust. Thus, regardless of what I say, you will not believe me. Similarly, if I were to pose this question to you, I would not find your answer credible either. The absence of trust renders any discussion of this matter ultimately meaningless. Su Qianyan set down her chopsticks, gazing at Lin Jiu with a smile. You know, when someone wishes to sidestep an uncomfortable question, they often resort to a plethora of superfluous words. Since you have indicated as much, I shall refrain from making things awkward. Lin Jiu, the reason we find ourselves seated together is that we are of the same ilk. In this world, we are both outsiders, unique in our own right. Rather than covertly plotting each other's demise, why not join forces to achieve our respective goals? Upon hearing her words, Lin Jiu paused, his gaze softening as he regarded Su Qianyan's earnest expression. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your proposal. I have no objections. Su Qianyan shook her head. picking up her chopsticks to eat leisurely. Your demeanor betrays your thoughts. You simply do not trust me. Nevertheless, regardless of your perceptions, my previous statements were sincere. Whether you believe them or not, I have fulfilled my part. Lin Jiu smiled, but remained silent. After their meal, Su Qiannian honored her promise by tidying up and heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lin Jiu, observing her, shook his head and followed suit. As Su Qiannian noticed Lin Jiu joining her in the cleanup, an indescribable feeling stirred within her at that moment. However, this warm scene was abruptly interrupted by Lin Jiu's voice. Once we finish tidying up, let us retire to the study to discuss what you mentioned last time. Su Qiannian shot him an exasperated glance. No wonder you were a solitary figure in your past life. It seems there's a reason for that. After completing the tidying, the two made their way to the study, with Su Qiannian choosing not to explore her surroundings, but instead settling onto the sofa. Lin Jiu poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Su Qiannian before taking a seat opposite her. Last time, you mentioned issues regarding Huadong. Do you have a specific plan in mind? Are you merely preparing to respond reactively to challenges as they arise? Su Qiannian took a sip of her tea. I do have a plan, but the issue is that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances, and you are a pivotal element of those changes. Your intervention means that Zhao Mingbo was not affected by the incident in Gulu village, which implies that the political landscape of Huadong will differ this time around. If you had not interfered, perhaps everything would have unfolded along the original trajectory, but your increasing involvement has altered many outcomes. This was the reason I refrained from meddling before I met you. Lin Jiu nodded in understanding. You are correct. My influence on one person's fate inadvertently impacts many others. However, the overall direction remains unchanged. The second in command of Huadong in my previous life will remain unchanged in this one as well. The only shift will be the third in command. It is now evident that Zhao Mingbo's ascension to the position of Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee is a certainty. As for the selection of the governor, that should not pose any issues. It will still be that member of the Zhang family. What you implied last time was merely a desire for us to jointly alter the conclusion concerning the Huadong faction. But have you considered that the fate of the Huadong faction is immutable? Neither those above us, nor we in the present can alter it. Upon hearing this, Su Qiannian furrowed her brow slightly. I do not seek to change the outcome for the Huadong faction. That is a trend of historical necessity, and I am not so grandiose in my aspirations. My aim is to ensure that the Huadong faction does not face a blunt instrument of eradication. We must strive for ample time to undergo transformation. Of course, those who are malevolent should face justice, and I shall not lament their downfall. But what about the good people? We cannot allow the actions of a few to drag down the many. Lin Jiu lit a cigarette and leaned back against the sofa. I must apologize, but I cannot empathize with you. You consider Qin Weigua's lifelong efforts from a familial perspective, while I view it through the lens of a businessman, focused solely on my own interests. Moreover, you must understand one crucial fact. It is not the Zhang family, nor the Zhao family, neither you nor I, that has led to the decline of the East China faction. It is those above us. Perhaps in the provinces and cities of East China, we can gain some advantages through our grasp of future directions, but when it comes to the higher echelons, what can either of us truly accomplish? Thus, to this day, I have refrained from delving into such matters. Once or twice could be mere coincidence, but what if 3 or 4 times? The very reason I established the Eternal Life Organization is precisely because of this. Su Qiannian gazed at Lin Jiu, whose expression was fraught with complexity, and sighed deeply. Am I not aware of what you speak? Yet each individual is bound by circumstances beyond their control. Lin Jiu, as long as you are willing to assist me, regardless of the ultimate outcome, I, Su Qiannian, can dedicate the remainder of my life to serve you. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu fell silent. Su Qiannian's determination and sincerity were evident. He had not anticipated that she would go to such lengths for Qin Weigua. Yet upon reflection, it was true. If he and Su Qiannian could settle their grievances directly, they could venture abroad and live in luxury, reveling in a life of ease. Alas, fate is capricious. As Su Qiannian remarked, everyone is ensnared by their own bindings. In this world, only the heartless can find true happiness, for they are able to live solely for themselves, devoid of responsibilities and indifferent to the feelings of others. However, neither he nor Su Qiannian could achieve such a state. Each was tethered by their own constraints, with their own missions and goals to fulfill. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiu finally nodded in agreement. At that moment, it seemed as though the two had truly set aside their grievances, becoming allies with ample trust, capable of standing back to back. After Lin Jiu nodded, Su Qiannian chose to take her leave. He accompanied her to the door, and as they stepped outside, they were momentarily taken aback. It was snowing, the first snowfall of the winter, and the very first they had witnessed since arriving here. Su Chunyan extended her hand, catching the delicate snowflakes as they fell into her palm. 1, 2, 3. Irregular snowflakes, so similar yet always unique. Lin Jiu shook his head as he observed the woman beside him. He could not fathom why women were so enamored with such trivialities. As the snowfall intensified, Su Chunyan's hair became adorned with snowflakes, creating a scene of haunting beauty. Lin Jiu approached the entrance, fetched an umbrella, and stood beside Su Chunyan, opening it to shield her from the snow. She turned to look at the man beside her. Lin Jiu, you're quite dull. Lin Jiu replied, are you not leaving? Su Chunyan, noticing the man's impatience, shook her head. I shall not be leaving. Tonight, I will stay with you. Lin Jiu helplessly shook his head. At their age, why do they behave like children? Su Chunyan shot him an exasperated glance. Mind your own business, you big fool. With that, she departed in the company of her bodyguards, getting into the car that left the Jiushi Rose Garden. Watching the vehicle fade into the distance, Lin Jiu rubbed his nose and turned back inside.